Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Forever Insane in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 61. It was so sudden, so unexpected, it all happened so fast. Those 3 words he wanted to hear for so long, those 3 words that he's craved, he's dreamed of, they came out of the mouth he adores, the mouth that he dreamed would one day say these words, but he never expected it. He gave up. He wanted to drown. He wanted to get lost in the black sea of madness and forget all about what he's done, and what he's going to do. He wanted to forget about Maka because her memory would be painful. He would just remember how he failed, how he's the one that will take the brightness from those beautiful eyes of hers. Krona threw himself into the water. He wanted to drown. When the bullet failed, he still wanted to die. He wanted to sink, but for some reason he floated in the sea. He would think that his sin, that his guilt, would have weighted him down and like a stone, sink him to the bottom of this dark sea where he can rot, where he can be alone but miserable for what he's done, or more, what he's failed to do. He didn't want to hear Maka's screams. He didn't want to see what that other boy was going to do to her. He just wanted to disappear. He just wanted to die. Because he gave up. He lost all will to go on. There was barely anything left of himself anyway, just a child of who he once was, and even when he was complete he was pathetic. He was a waste, just like his mother said. All he's done is fail, and of course he even failed in killing himself. How pathetic is that? Even now he jumped into this water, but he can't even get himself to sink, and there was a fear inside him that's kept his mouth shut. He wanted to drown, but he was afraid. Once he heard her first scream, the scream of the girl he loves, the scream of the girl that was about to die by his hands. He opened his mouth, and took a huge breath, the black water filling his lungs. It hurt a lot, but not as much as the pain in his heart. Krona failed. The water filled him, his vision had gone blurry, and soon he was out. Soon he knew, he would be gone forever. But that's okay. He could have dealt with that. Being lost in this sea, never to be found, he wouldn't be a burden to Maka anymore. He wouldn't be a failure. You can't fail if you don't do anything right. His body would just be in this darkness, never to return. He would be alone, like how it was meant to be. He was never meant to have friends. He was never meant to have someone like Maka, no. His fate was always loneliness, failure, paranoia, madness. He will have no happy ending. People like him, no, demons like him don't get happy endings. Happy endings are for the princess, and the prince's happy endings are for the good guys. In what fairy tale have the demons gotten a happy ending? No. What happened to the wolf in Red Riding Hood? He is an animal. He ate her grandmom, but isn't that what animals do? He didn't get his happy ending. He was killed. What about the wolf and the 3 little pigs also? Pigs are what a wolf eats, yet the wolf was roasted to death for trying to get his meal. He didn't get his happy ending. He died. These wolves were only being who they are, doing what their nature told them to do, and what happened to them? Death. And so will be Krona's fate. Nobody wants a demon to have a happy ending. Krona can deal with this ending. He can deal with this as his fate in this story, but he only wanted to make sure he would take that demon with him. But Krona can't have a happy ending. He welcomed death and was happy when the darkness surrounded him. He was in this state. It wasn't blissful, no. But it's better than being aware voices spoke in his ear that he didn't understand, and he didn't have to understand them. They didn't matter, just as he doesn't matter. He's never mattered. That's when his darkness was disturbed. He felt himself being pulled out of it, though he fought desperately to stay back, but no matter what he did, he was yanked from the darkness, his awareness coming back along with the pain, along with the guilt. And then to open his eyes and see her about to kiss him, it was too much. He stopped her, not worthy of something that even looks like her, to kiss him. As the black water came from his lungs, he wanted it to go back as soon as he had spit it out. He thought this little girl was his guilt, was here to torture him, to remind him of how he failed. He really didn't need a reminder. His failure would haunt him for eternity. He would think of it when the flames engulfed him. This girl tried to say she was Maka, tried to give him hope, tried to say sorry. But he's the one that failed. She went on and on, but when he asked her why, she never had an answer. Krona was suffering with being aware. He could feel what he was doing, could feel he was killing Maka. He hated himself. He wanted to disappear, not just disappear, he wanted to burn. He wanted to suffer. He wanted to be locked away. He wanted to be treated for the monster he truly is. He loves Maka and he was killing her. Looking at the little girl was too painful. She looked so much like her, like Maka. He couldn't take it, and when she demanded he look at her, he didn't want to. But after she pleaded, he looked, and then he knew that this was Maka. He could never deny her anything. How can he explain how horrible he felt? Not only was he killing her, but now Maka was going to be lost with him. She would spend her last couple of minutes with him, her killer, the boy that failed her. Soon he felt nothing, he just wanted it all to end. He wouldn't save her, she was going to die and he was going to kill her. He wanted the sea to engulf him, wanted it all to be over. The little girl's voice became muffled. He wasn't listening to what she was saying, just the roar of the waves that were calling for him. That's when she spoke the words that he thought he would never hear, the words he's dreamt about. I love you. These 3 words broke through the trance he was in, all the mad voices ceasing as he looked at this girl with wide eyes, looked at Maka with wide eyes. He watched as tears fell down her face, looking like tiny diamonds, sparkling like her eyes that hold something that he's wanted to see in her eyes for so long. Krona was dead. Life sprang back into him. His little feet moved on their own. He grabbed a hold of her, holding her close as the large wave crashed over them, leading to where he is now. His mind is swirling, but he grips onto Maka tightly. He closes his eyes as the wave sweeps them away. He knows they're going to drown, he knows they're going to die. But he doesn't feel the water. He feels as if he's moving, but he doesn't feel the thickness of the black water. He just feels like he's floating, and when he opens his eyes all he sees is light. Krona blinks as he looks down at his hands. Maka's gone. He's just floating in his white space now. He doesn't like it. It reminds him too much of his room at the asylum, at how he was alone in that place where they treated him like a monster. But that's what he is, isn't it? He can't get his breathing in check, Maka's words still ringing through his head. Krona's breath catches. He blinked. The white space isn't empty anymore. He isn't alone. That other boy stands before him. He's tall, large vines floating around him. The look on his face is blank. There's no expression in those haunting eyes. Krona feels a deep anger in him, and he glares at this boy, hating him for hurting Maka, hating himself for letting him out. The other boy smiles at him, and somehow it's almost sad. He doesn't say anything, those vines curling into himself as he floats to the side, revealing a door. This other boy opens his mouth and says something, but Krona can't hear his words. The door opens and light engulfs him. Love fills his being, love she has for him, and her love leads him home. It's what saved her. The other boy watches him go with a blank look in those haunted eyes. Everything fades away. Krona groans slightly as his consciousness comes back to him. He was having such a wonderful dream. He never wanted to get up. It's like being comfy with your nice warm blanket, only for it to be yanked from you, and someone to pour cold water on you instead. Reality is a bucket of cold water. His dreams are where he wishes he could stay. This dream was really lovely too. Maka said he loved him, told him he was beautiful, even after all the stuff he's done, held him, kissed him. It was too great, just too much. If only it could have been real, but he knows that's not possible. Krona's eyes open only to get wide as the first thing he sees is Maka's face right in front of his. Her eyes are closed, a peaceful expression on her face, a large smile on her lips, her bare body pressed against his. He breathes in and he can't breathe out. It was real. Maka really, said Maka, really. His vision goes hazy before he shakes it off, his memories coming back, thinking how he fainted once. He doesn't want to do it again, but his body trembles. This isn't a dream, this is real. Maka's alive. He didn't kill her, he's back. He has control again, and it doesn't hurt. Maka loves him, Maka loves him. Krona feels his eyes water. He grips her tighter and nuzzles her head, taking in her sweet scent. Her hair is so soft, she's so soft in his grips. She loves him after all this time, after all that dreaming and praying. He has love, and he has it from the person he wanted it the most from. He's adored, he's considered beautiful in her eyes, in those green eyes that he loves so much. He can't even explain what he's feeling right now. Think of it like this. Let's say some guy breaks into your house, you're alone, and he has a gun. He has the gun to your head, a dark glint in his eyes. You're sure you're going to die. You're saying your last words only for this guy with the gun to randomly give you an ice cream cone instead of killing you, and you've wanted this ice cream cone all your life. Okay, maybe he isn't good with explaining things, he's not sure he can deal with it, but you get the picture, don't you? Krona was ready for death, he was ready to be punished, he was ready to disappear, but instead of that happening, he got love, he got freedom. But why? Maka should hate him for what he's done. But he saw the light in her eyes. If only you could see how green her eyes get when she says she loves him. How can such a beautiful person love him? He doesn't deserve her, but just the fact that he has her love gets him to squeal like a girl, gets him to feel all giddy and tingly. He feels like he could take on the world right now, feels like he could run around the mansion and shout from the top of his lungs that Maka Ablarn loves him, the girl of his dreams loves him. He feels like dancing, singing, doing the hokey pokey. How can he even describe such a feeling? He can't, it's too special, it's too powerful. Loving someone is one thing, but to have that love returned, that is true magic. There's a part of him that wants to put him down, wants him to doubt Mako loving him, but he can't hear it right now. He's too happy. Krona kisses her forehead lightly, just enjoying her shallow breathing against his face, enjoying her chest moving against his. She's alive and she loves him. A witch loves something he thought was impossible. He also thought it was impossible for someone to love him, but he read once in this book a long time ago in the asylum that anything is possible with love. And he believes it. Love can still be felt by a witch. It's not limited. His mother just doesn't love him. He feels a pang of hurt from that, but it's numb. He knew it all along. Really, he always knew even if she could love, she would never love him. But that's okay, he can deal with that. He has Maka. And she loves him. Krona feels high, like he's in space. It doesn't register that her and him are naked, pressed together in this ruined place. No. All he sees is her face, all he feels is her heart against his own, all he hears is her breathing and the beating of his own heart. It's like him and her are in their own little world where no one can hurt them, where their love will stay strong, and all Krona has to do is hold her close to him, hold her forever in his arms. And he could deal with that. His eyes are half-lidded in his happiness as he kisses her cheek and wiggles his nose against hers. She doesn't wake up, she only mumbles and snuggles closer to him, getting Krona to giggle. It feels like madness. He feels like he's mad. He's so happy. Is it natural to be like this? To smile so much, to feel so airy? Maybe it's not, or maybe it is. Maybe love is its own form of madness. It's numbing like it, but love doesn't feel like a trap. It feels free, it feels amazing. Krona keeps giggling, that smile on his face. He's way too happy, but he's not crazy, he's sure of it. He's just in bliss, utter bliss. For once in his life he's not worried, he's not sad, he's not scared. He's Krona, and he's holding the girl he loves more than anything. Krona feels invincible, like someone could shoot him and he would still feel like this. He would still be smiling, but he's not crazy. He swears he isn't. He feels like he's flying so high nothing can hurt him. As long as he holds her, he has to bite his lip to stop himself from squealing. If this feeling is madness, he could deal with that. He could be forever insane and that would be okay. As long as he has Maka, as long as he has this girl, he can deal with anything. For once in his life he feels powerful. He's never felt so alive. And just as soon as this feeling came, soon this happy haze is broken, completely shattered, his smile faltering, his eyes getting dilated as they fall on something behind Maka. It's blood. Red blood. Her blood. In his happiness he forgot what really went down in this place. Krona takes in the broken walls, the cracked floor, all the red blood that came from this girl he's holding so close. Now his body starts to tremble, his bliss warped into deep, deep guilt. He did this. He hurt her and yet she loves him. Why? How? A selfish part of him doesn't want to question it. A selfish part of him wants to just forget about what he's done to her, wants to pretend it never happened, lie about it, but it did happen. Krona hurt Maka. He almost killed her. He takes in her body nervously, trying hard to keep his eyes from looking anywhere too inappropriate. He means she's asleep. Wouldn't it be wrong to look at her naked while she's asleep? He doesn't want her waking up and seeing him looking at her like that. What if she decides she doesn't love him? What if she takes it back? Deep breaths. Calm down. Krona takes a deep breath, but it's shaky. He keeps his eyes away from any part he feels uncomfortable with, just looking at her bare stomach and her wrists. The wounds he caused are gone. She healed herself. He lets out a sigh of relief at seeing her unmarked skin. Now he said he wouldn't look at her, but someone help him. That his eyes wandered a bit lower. His blood turns cold. There on the outside of her thigh is his name. It seems to have been carved into her. Normally Maka healing herself would have gotten rid of such a thing, but when Krona lightly brushes his fingers over the C, his fears are correct. The letters are black, and when he touched the C, it's hard. All the inside of the letters are hard and black. Somehow that other boy put black blood into her wound and hardened it, giving Maka a tattoo of his name, a reminder of this day. Krona's hands shake, a whimper escaping his throat at looking at such a thing. Her perfect body, scarred, because of him. His name is on her skin, the name of the boy that did this to her. Krona closes his eyes, willing for the black blood to come out, to turn to liquid and come out so that this thing can heal. But the blood doesn't respond to him because it isn't his blood, it's the blood of that other boy. Krona bites his thumb and sure enough, red blood wells up. I know you can hear me, G, get this out of her. Krona's eyes search slowly around the ruins therein for this other boy. But he doesn't respond. Krona takes a shaky breath. The more he looks at this in rubble place, the more he feels a guilt grip his heart, the more he feels his stomach turn hollow. He was high in the sky, but someone shot him down and he fell hard. Mako loves him, but at what cost? He knows the consequences, he never actually thought Maka would love him, just that fact gave him bliss, but the bullet of reality has pierced his heart. Like he said, demons don't get happy endings. Krona feels the tears well up as he lightly brushes his name on her thigh as he looks at this girl's face. She doesn't know the horrible thing he has done, and when she does find out, she'll hate him for sure. This love will turn to hate, but he would deserve it. He doesn't deserve her love, he never did. His hands are stained red. Why did that gun have to be empty? Why couldn't he have drowned? Now more than ever it hurts because she loves him, but she doesn't know. Oh, she doesn't know. It's okay. Maka's eyes slowly open. She must have heard him sniffling because one hand immediately goes to wiping his tears away and the other one grabs the hand that's touching her thigh. Interlocking their fingers, she gives her a reassuring smile, making his heart soar and hurt at the same time. It's not okay. He knows it's not okay. Maka. His voice cracks and he hates it. For once he wishes he could be strong, but he can't. He's a mess and her smile is making him worse. His gaze shifts. Should he tell her? Should he tell her his dark secret that he's been holding inside? The dark secret that he's pushed to the side. He's forgotten about it, but never completely. This secret, this sin haunts him when he's alone, when he's trying to sleep. Can he really tell her? Would he even be able to get the words out? Especially now when she loves him, could he really force the words out? Could he really ruin this? It's okay, you know. Maka's voice gets him to blink, his eyes refocusing on her. She's giving him that smile, it makes his breath catch. That wasn't you, Krona, and that girl wasn't really me. They are the ones that destroyed this place, the ones that hurt each other. We're both innocent in this. I know you would never hurt me, Krona. I know how much you love me, so don't feel bad about what happened yesterday. Just forget about it. And as for this... She brushes the cut on her thigh. I think it's kinda cool. There's a faraway look to her eyes as she looks down at the mark on her thigh. Before a soft smile comes to her lips. I like it. You are the first boy I loved, and you deserve to have a permanent place on me besides. She grins at him. I always wanted a tattoo, and hell, this one was for free. She's trying to joke around, lighten the mood, and somehow when Krona looks at her it really does seem she's not fazed by his name being in her thigh. That smile still holds, and there's a look in her eyes, a look he knows too well. His heart skips a beat, his stomach turns hollow. Maka, I really don't deserve this dash, he begins. Don't. She gives him a scolding look that gets him to bite his lip. What did I tell you? No negativity about yourself. But dash, he tries to protest. No buts. Maka shakes her head before she blinks, and a perverted smile turns her soft lips, getting a shiver to be sent down his body. Suddenly she grabs his ass and he squeaks. He feels his face heat up, and that perverted smile gets all the bigger. No buts, except for yours, Krona. Giga. He twitches in nervousness, his face getting redder at feeling her hand on his bare bottom. Maka's perverted smile changes to a really happy one. She wraps her arms around Krona, nuzzling her head against his. She's holding him so tightly. I missed you so much, Krona. Her voice is airy, his eyes get wide, her voice sending a pleasant humming in his chest, melting away all the bad. He tries to speak, but any words would just get caught in his throat. He holds her tightly back because it's all he can do. Never leave me again. You did keep a promise to me, you butthole. She gets that teasing tone to her. Krona lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. I will never leave you. He speaks without thinking. I'm sorry for making you worry about me. I'm sorry for all of this, Maka dash. Don't be. Maka kisses his head and he can feel the warmth from it. This was all my fault. Don't blame yourself for any of it. But dash. What did I say, Krona Gorgon? She gives another scolding look, but Krona can see how tired she still is through those emerald eyes. And no buts. Krona sighs in defeat. She beams at him. That's what I thought. She giggles before wiggling her nose against his, and despite everything he can't help but to smile, and when she giggles he laughs with her. It's soft, light, nice. Maka doesn't hate him. She's not even mad at him. She has given him not only love but forgiveness, but maybe, just maybe, those two things go hand in hand. Krona will think about all he's done. He'll think about everything tonight, when he's alone, when the only thing filling up the darkness is his own thoughts. He knows what he'll think about. He'll know how much it will hurt. Her laughter suddenly dies down. She stares him right in the eyes with those emerald orbs. Her face is unreadable. Krona tenses, not sure what to expect as he begins to tremble against her. Maybe she sees now that he doesn't deserve her love, that he doesn't deserve forgiveness. Maybe now she sees that she should have just killed him a long time ago. Maybe. I love you, Krona. These words are spoken against his lips, those words, oh, those words get every fiber of his being to come alive, to get warm. His face gets so flushed, his eyes wide from hearing those words from her lips, the girl he's loved for so long, to see that love in her eyes, the love for him, it's too much. He feels like he's going to faint again, but before he can, she leans in, pressing those soft, pink lips against his, those lips of an angel, his angel. Her arms hold him against her, his bare chest against her own, feeling her smooth skin, getting him to whimper into the kiss. Maka's lips move so slowly against his own and he can't help himself, his lips follow her suit. He hates how timidly he bites her lip, it's a nibble, even though he knows she likes it rough, but that's just not him. He's trying, though he can try to be what she wants. This kiss though is different, it's not heated but it's passionate. Her wet tongue slowly rubs against his, it's not like their tongues are fighting, more like they're caressing each other. Krona's body heats up, his heartbeat picking up speed, he feels it in her kiss, feels it in the way she rubs his cheek, how she holds on to him. It's love, he knows it is. He hopes she can feel it too, in the way he holds her close, in the way he draws circles into her shoulders, in the way his body responds to her, how he clings to her, he hopes she feels it too. Just how much he loves her. All his worries, all his doubts somehow fade away with her kiss. He knows they'll come back, oh, they'll come back when he's all alone, but right now that doesn't matter. Not at all. I'll love you too. Krona pants out when Maka breaks the kiss, his body is slightly twitching, her new feelings still make him feel dizzy. He wouldn't be surprised if this was a dream, a sweat, wonder dream, he really hopes it isn't though. This feels so weird. Maka sighs, getting Krona to tense. I mean this feeling. She adds when she sees the look on his face, giving him a peck on the cheek to calm him down. It's like I don't know, it's just weird, you know. Now that I love you, when I look at you it's like I have to catch everything about you, I have to see you smile, but then again, wasn't I always like that? Your eyes, it's your eyes, Krona. She seems to be talking to herself, a faraway look to her eyes, something he can't read. I never got to draw them, did I? Krona lightly shakes his head, even though he's sure Maka isn't really talking to him. He fidgets with his fingers and his eyes shift when she locks eyes with him. I lost my book a long time ago, you know, the one with all my sketches, dot. Maka's voice is soft and Krona can almost hear a hint of pain in it. I can't remember when I had it last. I also lost my notebook. I think I lost it back when I went into the asylum. Thinking back, Krona, I remember how much you fascinated me. All my thoughts were on you. You were my puzzle and I was determined to put all the pieces together, but the more I spent time with you, you weren't a puzzle anymore. You were Krona, my Krona. I wanted to make you smile, to take away your pain, to show you how beautiful you were. I wanted to spend all my time with you. I needed you like I do now. Thinking back, maybe this feeling isn't so new after all, it's familiar, but it's like I hid it deep inside me, never wanting it to come out, and no matter what happened, when I would give myself up for you, when I would fight for you, when I had that fear in my heart for you, it was more than just care. I knew it had to be all this time. I knew what love was, but I pushed it aside. I forgot about it because love can only be forgotten, it can't be destroyed, it can't disappear. Maka's voice is odd, her eyes keep getting deeper in that faraway look. Maka. His eyes get wide at her words, his cheeks tinting at how he's speaking of him, but there's a pain in his chest. Her words, they're too soft. Why does she sound in pain? What's behind those emerald eyes that he can't see? He doesn't want her to be sad, he doesn't want her to be hurt. My mother would have loved you, Krona. She grins at him, but those eyes hold that sadness. She would have welcomed you in our home, made you a meal, she would have found you amusing just as I do, she would approve of you, she would be happy. I wish you could have met her, Krona, I know you would have liked her. Maka smiles sadly before she hugs him, burying her head into his shoulder. I did. Those two words are painful and he can't stop them. He tenses badly, his teeth chattering, waiting for her to ask him what he means, waiting for her to see past his eyes, to see the sin he's done, to see the thing that haunts him at night, the thing he wants to forget about, but he can't. He feels like puking, his blood has turned cold, he's trembling against her. Oh God, it's over. Remember when I would make you stuff like cherry bread? Maka sighs and Krona relaxes. She must not have heard him, or maybe she's too deep in her thoughts to have realized what he said. I want to make you some again. She pulls away and that look of pain is gone, it's hidden in those pools of green. She smiles at him. Today. We need to celebrate anyway. I want to show you just how much you mean to me. All this time I've been a bitch to you, but things are going to change, right? Now that I love you, we have to party. Let's have a good old day like we used to, play some games, cook, play around. That sounds good, doesn't it? We both deserve a break. She grins at him, her eyes getting brighter. Maka I. He swallows hard. That does sound good, it sounds really good and he wants to enjoy this, but the pain in his chest won't go away. I have to tell us something. What is it, Krona? She tilts her head at him, looking him in the eyes with those emerald orbs, a look of curiosity, a look of corner, and it gets his stomach to twist. She's looking at him expectantly, she's waiting for his answer, his unholy answer. I. He swallows again, takes a deep breath, trying to gather himself, and you have blood on your face. Krona speaks lamely, his shoulders slumping. He wanted to say his sin, but the words wouldn't come out. Instead he said that, something stupid. He's a coward. Why was he blessed with love? Is this someone's joke? Are they laughing at him? Krona would be laughing, it's too cruel. Why does this happen to him? Why? He wants to disappear more than ever, but when she smiles at him, her eyes full of love, he doesn't want to disappear. He wants to stay with her, wants to hold her forever and forget about the world, forget about everything. Did Krona mention he is a selfish person? Maka blinks at him before she reaches out and touches her face. She sees the black blood on her fingers. She looks down at her and Krona's body. Though they are healed, they're still covered in each other's blood. She feels her hair is matted with it. She's filthy and so is he. Well, when you're right, you're right. She grumbles, but when she sees how pale his face is, she gives him a reassuring smile. Let's forget this night ever happened, okay? That wasn't us. Remember that boy isn't you, just as that girl isn't me. Why don't we get the hell out of here? This concrete is hurting my ass. Maka grunts as she forces herself up to a sitting position, wincing a little, but that's it. She hugs herself and looks around. Her eyes fall on the ripped-to-pieces dress Medusa had made her. Well, good riddance to that. Medusa will have to make her another one. I don't think so. A voice coos in her head, getting her to tense. Let's not rely on the snake, which I know you don't want to. Just her name got your blood to boil. It's true. She fucking hates Medusa. She doesn't even want to be here with her. She wants to end that woman, but her mother. We're pals, right? Maka frowns defiantly. Not. Of course we are. Now I'm going to help you out. I'm just that awesome. Custos can't help you, and well, let's just say death is a butt licker dash. Fuck you. Later. She can hear the smirk in his voice. Now, little one. I want you to bite. Krona bite his shoulder hard enough to draw blood. We don't want Medusa having the upper hand anymore, do we? It's best you don't take anything from her. You don't take from the enemy, do you? Maka takes a deep breath. No. You don't take from the enemy. She doesn't want anything from that bitch anyway. She tortured Ragnarok, killed him so horribly, then forced him to relieve it. He almost faded away. No. She will make Medusa pay. We both want to make her pay, so listen to me. Bite him. It won't hurt the boy, maybe just a prick. But you've hurt him worse anyway. Just do it. I have a present for you, little one. He crackles madly in her head, but he sounds almost giddy. Maka's eyes fall on Krona's pale shoulder. She glares and shakes her head. You dash. It's okay. Krona's voices spoke against her lips, but when she looks into his eyes, he isn't Krona. She knows it's the other boy. Bite me. So I can get black blood in my mouth and die? I don't think so, asshole. Maka growls. Let Krona go, dash. Before she can finish, he grabs a hold of her and slams her head against his shoulder. In alarm from his forcefulness, she ends up biting down on him. As soon as she does it, she pulls away, spitting to make sure she doesn't have any of the blood in her mouth, but she doesn't. There isn't any blood. Confused, she looks at this boy and he's grinning at her. I hope you like black. He coos before the bite mark on his shoulder starts gushing black blood. This little wound shouldn't be pouring blood like it is. It's like a fountain. Maka can't even move before she's covered in his blood, the blood covering Krona as well. She keeps her mouth shut tightly, about to use her powers to get the hell out of this before he hardens it. Just as soon as it had covered her, it retreats. Maka blinks as she watches all the blood go back into that small wound on his shoulder. Krona's eyes are closed, an odd look on his face. Maka blinks more when she takes in what Krona is wearing. The boy that was bare, covered in blood, is no longer like that. Krona is wearing black jeans with a black t-shirt. They're really tight on him, and on his chest is those three vertical eyes, those eyes that give her nightmares. It fits his body well. When she reaches out a hand to touch him, she stops when her eyes catch the black glove on her hand. Now she looks down at herself and can't help but to gasp. Her bare body is now clothed. She wears a really tight black vest thing. It has no sleeves, but her shoulders are covered. The vest has a vertical I-shape cut out where her belly button is so you can see it. She wears black jeans, they're skin tight, it looks like she's wearing black leather, the gloves adding a nice touch to it all. She stands up, checking out this new outfit. That's when she sees something in a pool of blood on the floor. On her jeans, right over her butt, is 3 vertical eyes. Do you like it? She hears his voice again in her head. Much more badass, I should be a fashion designer. You looks fabulous. He speaks with a lisp. What the hell is this? Maka speaks out loud, running her hands over the material, frowning slightly at the 3 eyes on her ass. And seriously? You take away all the badassness with putting these fucking eyes on my ass. Aw, come on. I think it's a nice touch. He chuckles. Stop complaining. You should be thanking me. This outfit isn't just for looking fabulous, it promotes anything unholy, and my dear, you are very unholy. Any spell you speak is unholy. This will increase your flow of magic and it's sexy as hell. Maka blinks before she tries it out. She closes her eyes, summoning her powers, and oh yeah, she feels it flow through her so easily, it getting her fingers to twitch in a excitement to come over her. Maka takes a deep breath and stops the flow of magic. This is... Maka opens her eyes. Why would you give this to me? Because you're mine. Duh, I thought that was obvious, you silly goose. He giggles oddly. I told you. If you're nice to him, I'll be nice to you. This is the start of a beautiful friendship, let me tell ya. Maka doesn't trust him. She doesn't like that marking to be on her. Get the 3 eyes off of me. But it's my symbol. He seems upset. Off. Now. Fine, you're such a butt face, I swear. He sighs, and when Maka looks at the pool of blood, the 3 eyes are gone off her ass. She lets out a sigh of relief. Maka. She hears a groan behind her, so she turns. Krona is holding his head, his eyes still closed. What happened? He opens his eyes only to squeak when he looks at her. When he sees her new attire, his face catches on fire. What did I miss? He jumps when he looks down at himself, looks at his new black clothing. What? We got a change of clothes. Maka grunts as she walks over to him and holds out her hand. Krona gets a odd look as he looks at the black material on her, but he takes her hand, getting himself up. Oh, okay. He still has a odd look in his eyes. At least we don't have to walk around the mansion naked now. Maka smirks at how he tenses. Though I wouldn't mind seeing you naked again. Maka. He whines slightly, his face getting too flustered. Maka chuckles and kisses his cheek, smirking at how red he's getting. Do I get a thank you? She hears him huff. Back in my day a candy bar was a penny, so say thank you. Fuck off. Maka grumbles, not aware she said it out loud. What? Krona squeaks, looking terrified. Giga. Did I make you angry? I didn't mean to. I am sorry. Maka cuts him off with a kiss, getting his tense muscles to relax. Not talking to you. Surprisingly, he doesn't ask who she's talking to, he just nods against her head. She tightens her grip on him, holding this frail feeling boy in her arms. She thinks of everything that's happened since she's met him. She thinks of all the things Medusa has done to her family. Medusa will pay Krona. She tightens her grip on him. She promises that. Somewhere in her mind a boy is smirking ear to ear as Krona and Maka hold hands. I could be your death. His voice speaks slowly in her head. Or I could be your life. Krona's and Maka's lips press together, the feeling mutual in their chests. It's your choice, little one. I think I'm sick. This is it, this is what we've been waiting for, this is where all our work comes to, this will cure you, I have it now. I've done it. Please don't leave me, whatever you do don't leave me, Fuck. Ragnarok's eyes shoot open, he sits up, his piercing blue eyes wide, sweat falling down his face, his sweat is cold, he's fucking cold. Those voices, that dream, what the fuck was that? Ragnarok was in darkness, but he could hear voices. He recognized one of them. One of the voices belonged to his mother, but the other voice. Ragnarok grips his fist, letting out a howl. He punches the wall next to him, leaving a hole in it. He's panting like a bull, his eyes black with hate. That other voice filled him with rage, filled him with the deepest and darkest malice he's ever felt, but it also filled him with a renewed purpose. Of what he doesn't know, but that voice, it sounds familiar. He knows that fucking voice, and by the way his chest tightens, the way he bares his teeth, he knows he knew him too much. He knows he hates that voice, hates him more than anything, hates him more than fucking Medusa. Because he's the cause of Ragnarok's fucked up life that he knows. This voice, this fucking voice, belongs to his father. He had forgotten what he sounded like, so fucking calm, like nothing ever fucking mattered. He remembers his father's voice but nothing else. The sick fuck. The fucking son of a bitch. The hatred inside of him is blazing. His father was his purpose in life when he was alive. All Ragnarok wanted was him dead. He wanted the bastard dead, lifeless, just like mom, just like fucking mom. He wanted to be the one to choke the last breath out of him, to see fucking fear in those eyes. He still wants that, oh, he still fucking wants it so much. Do you hate me, son? The experiment was a failure, I know. This is interesting, let's try something else, maybe this serum will work. Give me your arm, you know the drill. You feel dizzy. Interesting. Ragnarok lets out another growl, he's trembling in his hate, trembling at this deep rage. He punches the wall, never letting up even when his knuckles start to bleed. He keeps punching and punching, cussing, saying things he doesn't even know what the fuck he's saying. He keeps hearing that fucker's voice in his head. Oh, how he fucking hates him. If Ragnarok had a choice of killing Medusa or his father, he would pick his old fucking man. That's how much he hates him. He can't explain it. Hate is a lot like love in that way. Hate is different for all, but yet in the same way it's the same. People will say love is different things just as people will say that hate is different things. Ragnarok's hate is a black hole sucking everything out of him. Just like in his life he pushed his best friend aside, he pushed everyone aside, killed people, sold drugs, did anything so that he could kill his father. Out of his hate he became a monster. He feels like a fucking monster now. It makes him lose sight of everything. He hates the bastard, fucking hates the bastard. I'm sorry. I'm so close, can you feel it? How much pain can you take before you shut down? I wonder. My mind has never been right, but she knew that, she always knew. I had big plans but they got ruined. Colors aren't really what's pretty. They are only light reflected. The sun, the energy, is what is truly beautiful. The more he hears his fucking voice, the harder he hits the wall. He's seeing fucking red, he's losing himself, he isn't thinking clearly. This hate is threatening to swallow him whole. His knuckles are becoming a bloody mess but he doesn't feel pain. He doesn't feel shit, not with this hate. That's all he feels, the hate and rage. Your father is amazing, isn't he? Yes, he's mainly in his lab. But that's who he is, that's the man I fell in love with. And at his mother's voice the hate loosens its grip. His hits slow till he's only resting his bloody knuckles against the wall, panting hard. His piercing eyes refocus. No more, just no fucking more. He doesn't have time to be thinking about this shit. He has bigger things to worry about. Maka just fucking got him out of the darkness of madness. He doesn't need to. Ragnarok's eyes get wide in realization and he wipes around, looking around his surroundings, looking for her. He's laying in their red bed, he's tucked in. Ragnarok takes in this large room with the Captain Jack Sparrow statue. He's back in their room, but wasn't he in the library? And where the hell is Maka? Ragnarok tries to think back to what happened. Medusa being a bitch, making him fucking relieve his death, then madness, then light in her voice, her holding him, and then he takes a intake of breath when his memories flood back to him of Maka on her back, him hovering over her, her cries of pleasure, those swollen lips, that lust in her eyes, the feeling of himself inside her. The feeling was faint, like he was somehow having sex with clothes on. The feeling was muffled, but he felt her softness, her flushed, sweaty skin. She looked at him with those eyes and he fucking lost it. Damn. Ragnarok lays back down, his cheeks tinted slightly at thinking back at it. That was fucking amazing. He hasn't done something like that for years, but this time with Maka it was different. He's had sex too many times to fucking count, but with her, it was different. Somehow it felt special. Ragnarok didn't show it, but the whole time he was fucking nervous. He could feel his body's heart drumming in his ears. He knew what to do, yet he was nervous, like it was his fucking first time or something, but it wasn't. It was just special. She's special. When he thinks about it, they just fucked on a library floor. Nothing is really romantic about that, or nice, but he's not a romantic kind of guy. He was sappy enough with her. The place and the sex wasn't anything special, but somehow with her, it was. Somehow she was able to save him from madness, was able to make him forget about all this shit. In that moment it was just him and her. In that moment he felt alive. He doesn't know how the boy he used to be would have felt if he would have felt the same, but Ragnarok felt like he wasn't a ghost, like he was himself, like he wasn't fucking dead. He loves her. He's dead, but he feels the burning in his being. It's trying to engulf him just like his hate, but this is more pleasant, and if not for his pride, he would let it. Ragnarok feels happy, but there's a part of him that feels odd, a feeling turning it. Because that part of him thinks of Krona. He won't say he feels guilty, but he wasn't planning on what he did with Maka, it just happened. Really, he's been trying to avoid shit like that just for fucking Krona. He knew how messed up her sleeping with Kid made him. He completely lost himself. Ragnarok didn't know if he could fix what has been done, didn't know if Krona would snap to his senses, but back at the cave it became painfully clear. No, he wasn't coming back by himself. Ragnarok still has no doubt this is somehow Medusa's fault. Everything is her fucking fault. Just thinking about her gets his blood to boil, thinking about what she fucking said about Krona. Ragnarok takes a deep breath. Let's not fucking think about that. Krona, despite how fucked up he was, seemed to cling to him in a way. He was acting weird, but Ragnarok could tell Krona needed him. Ragnarok could see that Krona really thought of him as his friend. He was holding on to Ragnarok. What was left of Krona was clinging on to him. It reminded him of the times Krona actually needed him. Ragnarok was Krona's guardian first. He hasn't forgotten about that. No matter how fucked up he got in the cave, Ragnarok still protected him. He stopped him from doing things he would regret. He said he cared for Krona, and he meant it. Ragnarok was prepared to never touch Maka again if it got Krona back, but then the shit with Medusa went down, and after having to live that fucking hell over and over again only for Maka to save him, to give him light, he wasn't thinking about anything but her. He wanted a release from his pain. He wanted her. All his built-up feelings just exploded and he fucked her. Silly, it wasn't really a fuck though. Somehow that sounds wrong. It was more special than that. God, he hates how much she's made him a bitch. He means really? It wasn't a fuck, so what was it? Making love? He wants to puke. Ragnarok sighs before he again realizes something. He's alone in here. No Maka. No Krona, though he knows he put Krona in the other room so he wouldn't hurt Maka. His eyes get wide and he rips the covers off of him, his concern shining though to his face, a dread gripping his being. Shit, shit, shit. How long has he been out? Light is pouring from the window. It's day, but shit, where is she? Why can't he feel fucking Krona? He's about to flip shit, and to holler for the two. So much could have fucking gone wrong while he was out. Shit, why the hell did he even sleep? He's fucking dead. He doesn't sleep. He already knows the answer. He knows this presence. It was Medusa. She did something to him. That makes his stomach drop in fear, because she did that for a reason. She didn't want him awake. She didn't want him to protect Maka or Krona. Ragnarok starts to take off, running towards the door, about to rip it off its hinges, about to fucking yell his lungs out for the two. God, those assholes better be okay. He swears to fucking God if they aren't, he'll. He doesn't want to think if they're not okay. He'll never say this out loud, but they're all he has left. He can't fucking lose them. Not now, not when his fucking past is haunting him. He just can't fucking lose them. Hasn't he suffered enough? No. Medusa will take every fucking thing away from him. Maka. Krona. Dash, he shouts, and he can hear the desperation in his voice. He hates it. He fucking hates it. It's a weakness. They're his fucking weakness. Right when he gets to the door, Krona and Maka suddenly appear in front of him. He digs his heel into the ground, so he skids to stop, stopping himself from tackling the two. He feels relief fill his being. They're here. They're okay. Where the fuck were you two? He yells at them, glaring darkly. They scared the shit out of him. He's pissed, but he's not really. He blinks at their new attire. And what the fuck is up with the new clothes? What the hell did I miss? Maka and Krona exchange a look, a knowing look. She smiles softly at him, and soon Krona is returning the smile. The smile on Krona's face alone is enough for his brain to pause. That smile, it looks like we've just been walking around the mansion like the new clothes we found. Maka beams at him. Yeah, like I'll fucking believe you two dumbasses were just walking around the mansion and randomly found these goth clothes. Dash. They're not goth. Maka gives him her middle finger, which he returns. You're one to talk. Your spirit is wearing all black too. Yeah, because if you forgot, I was fucking busting into a home. Black is the best color to wear when you're trying to sneak in places at night, and my clothes are baggy. Your clothes look like they're fucking up your asses. They're so tight. Dash. Well, goths usually don't wear tight clothes. Maka blurts out. So if we're going by your logic here, that makes you the goth. Know it. Ragnarok blinks before his eye twitches. Why the fuck are we talking about this? You're trying to get me off track? Where the fuck did you get these emo clothes? Where were you, dash? There you go again. Stereotyping. Mako makes a tisk sound, waving her finger. Ragnarok opens his mouth. I don't think W wearing black makes you anything. Krona speaks nervously, his eyes shifting. It's just a color, alright. Ragnarok whips his head over, staring at Krona with wide eyes. The way he's talking, the way his eyes are shifting, his body is slumped over, there's no mad smile on his face, no fucking vines. Is there something on my face? Krona frowns at how intently Ragnarok is staring at him, shifting a bit. Krona. Ragnarok has to make sure. If it's that other fucker, he'll say something about being called Krona like he did back at the cave. He has to be sure. Yes, Ragnarok. Krona's eyes stop shifting and he locks eyes with the other male. Krona's eyes aren't haunted but lit up a bit in curiosity and something else. His stutter, that look, those droopy ass eyes, his twitching. It's him. It's really him. Krona. Ragnarok roars out in this feeling he's back when he thought he wasn't going to be. Krona's back, his partner in hell. He actually feels his fucking heart turn. He has his brother back. Giga, what? Krona twitches nervously, looking at him with wide, uncertain eyes. He grips his arm tighter with the other. Ragnarok can't help the grin on his face at seeing this. And he can't help what happens next. His body just moves. Before he knows it, he's running towards Krona. Krona takes this the completely wrong way. Oh god. Krona squeaks and starts to run away. Ragnarok, I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry. Don't hurt me dash. The pink-haired boy tried to get away but in vain. Ragnarok is a lot faster. Krona, you little shit. Ragnarok roars again, but it's not out of anger, he's happy. Ragnarok grabs a hold of Krona, putting him into a headlock, making the taller boy bend down. Not thinking about what he's doing. He places his knuckles on his head, he digs them into Krona's scalp, unaware he's getting blood in his hair. Ragnarok is grinning like a asshole as Krona struggles against him, trying to get out of his grip, but he's not letting go. Do you know how fucking worried I was, huh? You fucking asshole. Why you were worried? Krona's eyes light up only for Ragnarok to keep digging his knuckles into him. Oh ow. Ragnarok, that hurts. Stop whining like a fucking bitch and take it. Of course I was fucking worried. You were spouting out vines like a fucking flower and shit. I thought you were gone, you dick. I didn't mean to make you worry. Krona's eyes flash as he still struggles with the stronger male. I am sorry dash. What did I say about saying fucking sorry? Ragnarok grips him tighter. I don't know. You're stopping the blood flow to my brain and I can't think. Ragnarok, what if my head explodes? I really can't deal with that right now. Instead of growling at him or cussing him out, Ragnarok starts to chuckle. It's different, full of relief as he lightly loosens his hold on Krona. The other boy looks at him confused. You really are fucking back. He continues to laugh, that grin on his face. Krona stares up at him with wide eyes, his expression so bright, and though Ragnarok can't be sure what he's thinking, Krona gives him a smile. It's soft, one of the softest smiles this boy has ever given Ragnarok, his only friend. Why yeah, I am. Krona's voice is odd, airy, almost some expression in his eyes Ragnarok doesn't understand, and he doesn't have to. Soon Ragnarok stops grinding his knuckles in Krona's scalp. He's laughing so much for some reason, and soon Krona starts to join in. It's a timid chuckle, like he's not so sure of himself, but he looks happy. There's a nice peaceful moment between them again. Then. I swear if you fucking do that again, Krona, I'm going to kick your ass. Ragnarok suddenly roars, shaking Krona back and forth, digging his knuckles back into Krona, getting him to squeak and twitch in alarm. You do it fucking again and I'll give you a fucking nudgie you'll feel for the rest of your life. Giga. Ragnarok, I want to do it again. Krona whimpers in Ragnarok's hold. Damn straight you won't. Ragnarok lets go of him, shoving him a bit. Krona stumbles a little before he steadies. He rubs his head with a pout on his face. Don't even fucking look at me like that. You deserved it, asshole. Krona smiles at this and chuckles a bit. I guess I did. They grin at each other before they hear clapping. Ragnarok looks over at Maka. She's looking at them with bright eyes, a goofy smile on her lips as she claps lightly. That was beautiful. Shut the hell up, bitch. Ragnarok snarls, but his cheeks tint a bit in embarrassment. God, did he really just do all that? And in front of Maka? She won't let him live it fucking down. He gives her his middle finger that she grins at. His eye twitches. Don't make me beat the shit out of you, I'll fucking do it. Aragi, you do care about us. Maka coos. You see this foot? I'm about to shove it up your ass. Oh kinky. You're really pissing me off. Krona looks between the two, and when his eyes fall on Ragnarok, his eye twitching and that irritated look on his face, Krona's smile grows just a bit more. Now tell me where the fuck you got dash. Ragnarok, you're bleeding. Maka cuts him off, her grin falling. Why your hands? Krona frowns deeply, his eyes flash before he reaches up his head, touching his hair, feeling how it's matted with blood. Gee, great. More blood. Stop trying to get me off topic dash. I'm not. What happened to your hands? Maka walks over and takes both his hands into hers. He hisses a bit at her as she runs her fingers over his knuckles, but soon the pain fades away as he feels her power course through him. His messed up knuckles are now completely healed. And what happened to our wall? Krona's eyes get wide as he takes in the wall next to the bed. There's multiple holes in it, looking like a bunch of woodpeckers took home in their wall. There's so many holes, the wall looks close to just falling apart. Maka and Krona realize it at the same time, both looking at Ragnarok with this fucking concern, and he fucking hates it. He doesn't need to be looked at like that. He can handle his fucking self. He's the guardian. He's the protector. Yeah, I fucking blew some holes in the wall. Ragnarok tries to speak calmly. Why? Maka looks at the ruined wall, then back at him. She's concerned. He knows that. He would be concerned if he was in her position, but considering why he did it, he's just getting pissed off. Because I fucking wanted to. Ragnarok glares darkly, trying to give her a hint, but she opens her mouth. Drop it. He snarls. Alright, geez. Don't have to be a dick about it. She glares back at him, putting her hands up in mock offense. Krona just frowns, not sure what's going on. The air that was just light and happy gets tense, and he knows it's his fault, but he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't want to think of that fucking man, it will drive him fucking insane. So I'm going to take a bath before we start this party. Maka smiles again, breaking the awkward silence. No fighting today, we fucking celebrating. For Krona. Ragnarok lets his shoulders relax. Yes, and a huge smile comes to her face. I can love. What? Ragnarok blinks, taken completely off guard at that. I understand it now, this feeling in my chest, it's so strong. She's beaming, her eyes lighting up so bright. A witch can love Ragnarok. I love Krona. Isn't this great? And because of it, Krona was able to gain back control. I really love Ragnarok. He stares at her, having a hard time just processing she actually loves, but he sees it in her eyes. Her eyes are different too. He can't ignore this pang of pain in his chest. Does she just love Krona? Or? He forces his grin. Really? How the fuck did this happen? How long was he out? What the fuck is going on? The feeling was always there, I just needed a push. She gives Krona a knowing look, and they exchange this look. He doesn't like the way his stomach turns. He doesn't like these fucking looks they're giving each other, knowing looks they're leaving him out of it. A push? He presses, trying hard not to snap. What the hell is she talking about? The feeling always there? But witches don't love. Right? Seriously, what the fuck is going on? Yeah. She seems to get a odd look to her eyes. Would you stop talking in fucking riddles? What the fuck happened? What happened is over now. That odd look grows in her eyes. What dash? Drop it. She speaks the same way he did. Oh goddamn, he's never wanted to beat the shit out of her so bad as he does right now. She's being smart with him, and with his previous rage and this feeling in his chest, that is not a good idea. There's no reason to try to hide it from him. Krona speaks up, Maka looking at him a bit surprised. IILLBOOK. I can't forget about what happened anyway, and no matter what, I know I won't. Krona takes a deep breath before he looks over at Ragnarok, who is looking at him expectantly. His shoulders are still tense. Was whatever happened this big of deal? Ragnarok grips his fist, ready for whatever he's about to hear. I tired to kill myself. Everything he was just thinking, all that irritation leaves him, his mind goes blank. What? Krona looks down for a moment. That's how it all started. I didn't want to hurt you guys anymore. I thought it would be better if I just disappeared. He takes a deep breath. But the gun was empty. I lost myself to madness and then I tried to kill Maka. Krona glances over at her. I don't know how she found me, but she did. If not for her being there, I would have killed her. I almost did. He looks over at Ragnarok, whose face is fallen. That's what happened. I tried to kill her. I hurt her. See, this is why I didn't want to talk about it. Maka sighs and looks over at Ragnarok. With seeing Krona almost completely gone, it released the love I felt for him, I guess. Ragnarok's still stuck on the part where Krona tried to kill himself. He's Krona's guardian. He should have been there, but he wasn't. He expected Krona trying to kill her, but him killing himself. Why does he keep feeling pain? He was worried about these two, but so far they've just brought him fucking pain. How fucking dare he try to take his life? The one thing Ragnarok wants more than anything Krona tried to rob himself of. Was he really that miserable? After all the shit he's been through, why try to kill himself now? He almost wants to ask, but he stops himself when he sees the sad look in Krona's eyes, a pain in them. It's not a good subject. Ragnarok knows how that feels. No more of this. Maka breathes out before forcing her smile. We're all back. We have our family back. That's all that matters now. She turns her back on him. So, I'm going to take that bath. She glances over at Krona, who is looking at his feet. Do you want to join me? She smiles at him. Join you? Krona blushes and looks up, her snapping him out of his thoughts. Yup, what you say? We could both use one. Why yeah, okay, that sounds good. He gives her a nervous smile that she beams at. Alright, come on. She grins. Bubbles are waiting for us. She starts to walk towards the door. Krona glances over at the other male. He frowns slightly before he looks at Maka. I'll be in there in a minute. Well, alright. I'm going to start the bath without you. She grunts and leaves the room before popping back in. And oh, I love you. She chuckles. I love you too. Krona gives her a wobbly smile, his cheeks tinting in his happiness as he watches her leave, but when he looks over at Ragnarok it falls. Ragnarok is looking where she was. His face is blank, but Krona can see it, that glint of pain in his eyes that even his anger can't hide. Krona's stomach turns as he realizes something. Maka loves him, she doesn't love Ragnarok. Back in the day he would be happy at this fact, he'd probably even laugh in Ragnarok's face back when they were competing over her, but now no. Ragnarok is his friend even after what he saw him and Maka do. He never hated Ragnarok. Krona knows Ragnarok has been through a lot. He knows he loves Maka. It might have hurt. He might have felt jealous, but Ragnarok has been there for him. Ragnarok is a part of his family. He deserves happiness. Krona has been with Maka like that plenty of times. That was Ragnarok's first time at Bliss. How would he feel if Maka told Ragnarok she loved him but not Krona? How much would that hurt? It makes his stomach turn thinking that Ragnarok is in this situation. He doesn't want him to be in pain. What the fuck are you looking at? Ragnarok snaps on him, realizing the pink-haired boy has just been staring at him with a frown. Don't you have a fucking bath to get to? I need to talk to you. Krona takes a deep breath, preparing himself for this. About what? He growls and looks away, crossing his arms. If it's about the fucking holes in the wall it's not about that. Krona cuts him off quickly. It's about well. Krona twitches slightly when Ragnarok's piercing eyes lock on his. Krona looks down the floor, becoming really interesting. Well? Spit it out. Ragnarok raises his eyebrow at how Krona rubs his foot against the floor nervously. I saw it. Krona breathes the words out. It's no more than a whisper. I saw what happened. What are you Why you stood up for me to Medusa? Krona doesn't look at the other boy. I don't know how I was able to see it but I heard the nice things you said about me to her. I heard how you yelled at her for wanting to hurt me. I saw what you did how you punched her in the face for me. Krona's voice cracks slightly. Why you truly are my friend Ragnarok, why you really do care, you are my only friend. He takes a deep breath. I wanted to say thank you for everything Ragnarok. When the other boy doesn't respond, Krona continues. I've been selfish Ragnarok, I see that now. I was jealous of you, I just wanted Maka all to myself, thinking how she was the only good thing that has ever happened to me, thinking that I'm the actual one that needs her, but you need her too. I might have never had anything, but you did, and you got it ripped from you, and I know it hurts more to lose something than to have never had it. I only thought of myself, and I'm sorry. I was well an ass. Ragnarok doesn't say anything for a moment, Krona waiting for him to agree, but we were both selfish. His voice isn't as sharp. There's nothing to be fucking sorry about. Krona gets his courage and looks up at the other boy. Ragnarok isn't looking at him, he's staring at the wall, a blank expression on his face. He looks like he's in deep thought. Maybe we were, but he takes a deep breath. I want that to change. I think I understand our problem, we just have to learn how to share. Krona shifts nervously. I've never had to share and never had anything to share, or someone to share with. He looks up at Ragnarok. But now I do, and I want to share her with you Ragnarok, my only friend. You're talking fucking stupid, Krona. Ragnarok's voice is softer. We already are sharing her, that's what we've been doing all this fucking time. Sharing her, and really why should you share her, Krona? His voice is different. You're the one she loves. Back then it was different. She didn't love fucking anyone, but now she loves you. Why the fuck should you share that? You got what you want. She loves you, and now I'm giving you what you've always wanted. I'm stepping out of this. No more sharing. She's yours. Krona's heart drops a bit at his tone. Ragnarok's trying to hide his hurt like always, he's trying to look angry about it. I'm taking a walk. Enjoy your bath. He turns to leave. She looked at UW with that look. Krona blurts out, trying to stop him. Ragnarok pauses, so he continues. There was always this look I didn't understand. She gave it to me, and she gave it to you. That look turned into love. I thinks she loves you too. He takes a deep breath. Even if she didn't, it doesn't mean she want. Why does it matter if she loves me or not? She loves you. That's all that matters. I don't want you to leave this family. Krona's voice is soft. I know you'll become distant again, and I know you love her Ragnarok. I know you want to be with her just as I do. I thought I wanted her all to myself, but now that I know you see care, I don't. I want you both. I want us all together. I don't want any of us to be sad. Krona takes a deep breath. Why you make her happy, I make her happy, we both make her happy together. And no one gets left behind anymore. From now on things are going to be different. You say this now, but you're going to get pissed off whenever me and her do stuff, and you know it. I know, and so will you when we do stuff, but I'll deal with it because why you're my friend. Why you faced Medusa for me and got hurt. Why you had faith in me, and now I want this relationship to be just as it was supposed to be, all of us together. We will have our fights, sure but every relationship does, I think. Ragnarok looks back at him for a long moment, searching his eyes. When he sees the serious look Krona is giving him, he raises his eyebrow. You're serious about this? Why yes. You're seriously not going to take my fucking offer of having you all to yourself? And no. She's ours. Krona's expression softens a bit. You're a part of our family. Don't try to walk out on it now when Maka needs you the most, when I need you. Things have been horrible, I know, everything has been falling apart, no more falling apart for me, and no matter what. I've been weak when you have been strong, now it's my turn to be strong. I can deal with this Ragnarok, not only can I deal with this, but I want this. I don't want anyone to be sad. You're fucking bipolar. So indecisive. Ragnarok grumbles, but the look in his eyes is different, his expression is soft now, he seems surprised, maybe even a bit relieved. You'll probably change your mind about this in fucking 10 minutes. And no, I won't. Krona takes a deep breath, here we go. I want you to join me and Maka. Join you? Why yeah, why in the bathroom? Krona feels his cheeks heat up when Ragnarok gives him a dumbfounded look. Are you asking me to take a fucking bath with you? With us. Giga, not just me. Krona whimpers and throws his arms above his head to protect himself from the punches that are sure to rain down. I think we should just start doing things like this together so no one gets left out, you know. Ragnarok blinks. You're really asking me to take a fucking bath with you? Us. We don't even have to be close to each other, that bath is huge. Maka could be in the middle and we'd never touch each other. I just feel like this would help. His cheeks get even redder. This is so embarrassing. It would help if I took a fucking bath with you. Giga, quit it. Krona huffs. I know why you know what I mean. I don't know if I do, Krona. I knew you were fucking gay. You puked so many rainbows you became a goddamn rainbow. Ragnarok grunts. I am not gay. Just why you got to see what I'm trying to do. Oh, I see what you're trying to do, alright. His eyes narrow. You just want to fuck me, is that it? What? No. Krona shakes his head viscously. I am not gay, I swear. Giga. I don't even know how to do that with a guy. I really don't know how to deal with why you accusing me of wanting that. You're the one practically inviting me to fuck. And no. To take a bath. So let me get this straight. You want me to go in the bathroom? Why, yes. Take off all my clothes. I guess so. To take the bath. Taking baths in clothes defeats the purpose. Krona shifts a bit uncomfortably. Now you want me to get in a tub with you naked? Well, I guess so, but you're making it sound like dash. It's fucking gay and you want to fuck my brains out. Giga. I don't. And that's gross. I don't want to kill you. And especially not like that. I don't want to do that with you, and if I did, I don't know how. I know I sing a lot. And dance and have a big bottom, but that doesn't mean I'm gay. Ragnarok give him a pointed stare, getting Krona to freak out more. I know that asking you to take a bath with me sounds well odd, but I think it will help. So we can share her and no one gets left out, dash. So you want a threesome? Giga, I didn't say that. Krona's face turns a bright red. I just want us all to take a nice bath together, dash. And fuck our brains out. And no. I don't want to do that. Who even does that? You do, you fucking rainbow. I am not a rainbow. I'm not colorful, and I'm not in the sky. And I'm not gay. I just want to take a bath with all of us. Nothing sexual. I see that fucking look in your eyes, Krona. You fucking want me, you're a fucking animal. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling Maka you're coming on to me. Ragnarok turns to leave out of the room. But I'm not. I'm not gay. I swear it. You got to believe me. Krona is going off ranting, but he's cut off by chuckling it soft at first before Ragnarok starts full out cracking up, his shoulders shaking as he turns around still laughing. Krona looks confused. What? You dumbass. I was fucking with you. Ragnarok laughs. You should have seen the fucking look on your face. I swear I'm not gay, you looked like you were about to shit yourself over this. Why, you were joking. Krona's mouth opens a bit. Yup. Serves you fucking right for all those times you and Maka said I was looking at your fucking ass. Doesn't feel too good, does it? He sneers between laughing. Krona glares at him, but it's more of a pout. Why, you're such an ass. Krona grunts when Ragnarok gives him a shit-eating grin. He can't help but to smile after a while, though he hits Ragnarok's shoulder lightly. Jerk. That wasn't funny. That's why you're fucking laughing. Ragnarok punches Krona in the stomach as a counter, the smaller boy wincing. It was fucking hilarious. So does that mean? Krona takes a deep breath, trying to catch the breath Ragnarok knocked out of him. Why you'll join us? That depends. Are you going to fuck my brains out? Ragnarok gives him that shit-eating grin. Fuck you, Ragnarok. I fucking knew it. Krona gives him his middle finger, which Ragnarok laughs at and returns. I am not going to do that. Why, you know Ragnarok s, so are you coming? Krona tilts his head at him. All jokes aside, that is really fucking awkward. Ragnarok stops laughing and crosses his arms. I can't know, but I think it will make Maka happy. Of course it will make her fucking happy. Two fucking boys naked in a tub together, I bet that's one of her weird gay fantasies. Ragnarok grumbles. Krona holds out his hand towards Ragnarok, the other boy looking down at it before looking at Krona. So do we have a deal? We'll share her, she's the both of ours. Ragnarok blinks at him before looking down at his hand. He seems to be thinking about something before he grabs Krona's hand, giving him a firm handshake. Yeah, whatever. He grunts, but for some reason Krona feels like he's earned some respect from Ragnarok. He feels it. He knows this boy is happy, or he at least feels something pleasant. Krona has accepted him. He didn't push him away when he could have. Ragnarok is his only friend, and Krona wants to share with him the only person that loves him. Maka is waiting for us. Krona lets go of his hand and starts to walk. Eager to fuck our brains out. Ragnarok smirks as he walks with him. Giga, that's not funny. Ragnarok still laughs. Though it was very funny. Maka sighs blissfully as she watches the hot water filling up the tub. Steam is starting to fill the room, fogging up the mirror. She waits till the tub fills halfway before pouring some shampoo into the stream of water, making bubbles that start to get distributed throughout the tub. Maka ends up pouring the whole bottle. It's not hers, and well, fuck Medusa. Maka is going to ruin all her shit. She has no respect for that woman. After what she's done, no. Maka swears on her life she will end that woman after she kills Arachne. She'll turn right on Medusa, catch her off guard. Maka will make her pay, make her suffer like she made Ragnarok suffer, give her a taste of her own fucking medicine. As for right now, she hopes she doesn't see Medusa much. Maka doesn't know if she could hold back from fucking attacking her now. Just thinking about her makes her skin crawl. God, she hates that woman. She takes a deep breath, no reason letting that witch ruin her relaxation. This is a day to celebrate. Maka stands up and looks at herself in the mirror. Though it's foggy, she can still see herself. The image is just a little bit blurry. Maka examines herself as she strips this black outfit off, the outfit that boy made her. She supposes for a moment she's a bit worried it won't come off, that the sick bastard made it so it was stuck to her skin or something like that, but surprisingly the vest slides right off along with those skin-tight pants. Maka takes this time to examine these clothes closer. They're black as night, rough like leather, but she knows it's not leather. This is blood, Krona's blood. That other boy, whatever the hell he has made this. Maka frowns thinking about that other boy with the mad smile, the boy that sends shivers down her spine. She's confused. That boy has been trying to kill her all this time. He's been pissed at her, and she would think that we would still be pissed, but after she told him she loved Krona, he released his hold on Krona, and now he's treating her like they're actually pals, like he hasn't tried to kill her too many times to count. Is he really an ally now? Or is this just another one of his med games? Maka folds the vest and pants before placing them on the closed toilet seat. No matter what, Maka knows she can't trust him. She needs to be alert, but as long as she has Krona, as long as Krona is in control, then it doesn't matter. Maka takes a deep breath before she looks back in the mirror. For just almost dying, she looks good. Her face and eyes are bright with new hope. With this new feeling she has found, her skin is unscarred, of course, except for. She looks down at her thigh, Krona's name standing out against her pale skin. Maka lightly brushes her fingers over the letters. It doesn't hurt, it's like it's healed, like she has a tattoo. Maka remembers the pain though. She remembers being tied up, helpless, as that other boy laughed as he cut deep into her with his knife-like fingers. She felt him scrape her bone. Maka shivers at the thought and shakes her head. She deserved that, and really in a sick way she likes this. She likes his name on her, branded on her flesh. It will be a reminder of who she belongs to, of the boy that she owns. She'll be honest, she really doesn't feel any different now. She can love. It didn't really change her, it's just this feeling in her chest, a burning, a need. It's warm like a blanket wrapped around you in the cold of the night. It's a feeling and it's strong, so strong. Maka is still Maka, it's just now she loves him, now she understands, yet at the same time she feels cleaner, if that makes sense. She feels like this feeling somehow purified her after all the shit she's done, sleeping around, killing people. Maka has been the victim of guilt, of madness. She hated herself, was disgusted at how gross she felt. Love has made her feel cleaner. Maybe since she can love, maybe since that is possible, maybe, just maybe, she'll be forgiven. But she's getting ahead of herself, isn't she? No matter what she does, the blood of those people she killed are stained forever on her hands. No matter what she does, it doesn't change the fact of what she's done. Maka traces the C in her thigh with her finger. She just hopes things will start going differently, that things will start going her way for once. She wants Medusa dead. She wants Arachne dead. She wants to be with her family. She wants peace. But there's a part of her that doesn't want peace. She wants bloodshed. She wants tears. Maka grips her fist and takes a deep breath. That girl will never get out again now that she has Krona. Nothing can go wrong. Maka will get all that she wants. She looks up at the mirror to check out the look of love in her eyes. Someone is behind her. With wide eyes, Maka whips around, her hands out and ready for a spell, only to find there's no one behind her. Maka frowns. She thought she saw someone. It was a shadow, but it was someone. Maka looks around the bathroom cautiously, opening cabinets, and checking any darkened corner. She's alone. No one's here. Maka sighs deeply before going back to the mirror. She stops in her tracks. The mirror has completely fogged up, but that's not why she stopped. There's a word on the mirror now written in the fog. You're. The fog steams back up, covering the word. Maka watches with her hairs sticking up as different letters start to write themselves on the mirror, but she sees no one. No one is there. Mine. You're mine. Maka takes a step back in alarm, her eyes wide, dilated as her fingers twitch. Who are you? Show yourself. She snarls. She doesn't want to be fucked with right now, whether this is her madness or something else. She doesn't give a shit, she just wants it to stop. The fog covers the letters again. Maka watches as more letters start to be written in the fog. Only 3 letters, but it turns her blood cold. Die. Maka feels anger overcome her despite her fear, and she matches over to the mirror, convinced this is her madness, nothing more. She wipes the letters with her hand, getting rid of some of the fog on the mirror. Only for her to see that shadow behind her once more. Maka quickly turns on her heel, wanting to catch the fucker. She's expecting it to be gone like last time. But it isn't. Maka's mind goes a blank as she stands face to face with this thing. It's nothing but a shadow. It has no face, no body structure. Some of this shadow is moving around as if it's made of vapor. Maka tries to speak, tries to say a spell, anything, but her throat closes up and all that comes out is a pathetic squeak. She feels such dread. This being makes her shoulders slump. It's like its darkness is wrapping around her, making her doubt, making her feel weak. This thing moves a little, almost in a way someone would tilt their head. It takes a step closer. Maka takes a step back, but soon she's pressed up against the sink, nowhere else to go. The shadow stops and just stands there. Maka doesn't know if it's looking at her. It doesn't have eyes, but she feels it. She feels like it's looking at her. Slowly, so slowly, the shadow shifts, something starting to form out of it. It's a hand. It's black like the rest of it, and it's reaching out towards her. Her breathing is uneven. The walls around her start to spin. She sees those 3 vertical eyes, though, peering at her with dark glee. Everything is blurry but her and this thing, as the shadow comes from inches of touching her. She wants to leave. She wants to be away from here. Far away. Maka's throat keeps closing in on her. She can't say a spell. She's paralyzed in fear. Why is she so scared? Why can't she fucking move? Run. Get out of here. What the hell is she doing? Right when it's about to touch her arm, it stops. The shadow lets out a hissing sound before taking a step back. The being is trembling, and when Maka looks down, she realizes she's glowing, but it's not from her. She can feel this light almost burning her. It's not touching her, just around her. Immediately she knows whose light this is. It's Custos. The shadow hisses again before it fades away. The room stops spinning. The 3 eyes disappear. It's just her, in this bathroom, alone yet again. Thank you. Maka breathes out as she watches the light disappear around her. Custos doesn't respond. She opens her mouth about to say something else when she feels something wet pour around her feet. Maka looks down only to see water slowly inching around her feet. Fuck. Maka's eyes get a bit wide when she realizes the water is coming from the bathtub that is overflowing by now. She walks over, careful not to slip before she shuts the water off. The bathroom is soaked with water, but really she doesn't give a shit about that. Maka looks to make sure there's enough bubbles actually in the tub, and there is. She sighs as she falls to her knees beside the tub, her knees getting wet by the water on the floor. It's one thing after the another. Can she ever have a peaceful moment? No, of course not. Where the hell is Krona? She really doesn't want to be alone anymore. As if on cue, the bathroom door opens. Maka stands up, whipping her head over to watch as the boy she loves walk in. She can't help to raise an eyebrow when Krona walks in with Ragnarok as well. What the fuck happened in here? Ragnarok looks down at the flooded floor before looking at her. She sees he's looking at her body, her being aware she's exposed to the both of them, but she's given herself to each of them. She has nothing to hide. Maka half expected Krona to freak out because Ragnarok is seeing her naked like he used to, but he doesn't. He's just blushing deeply, his gaze skidding to the soaked floor, gripping his arm with the other. Wasn't paying attention to the water. Maka grunts. Was too busy checking my smoking hot body out. Bitch, you wish. Ragnarok smirks as Krona and him walk into the bathroom, Krona shutting the door behind him, getting Maka to raise her eyebrow a bit. Aw, come on, you know I got them goodies. Maka grins as she runs her hands down her body. That's why you're staring. You know it's true. Bitch, the only goodies you got are the ones you stuff your face with. Ragnarok crosses his arms, those eyes boring into her face now, but she sees a bit of hunger in them. Fuck you. She give him her middle finger. It gets really awkward to say the least. She's a bit confused as to why Ragnarok's in here, not that she minds, but she looks over at Krona for some answers. He looks a bit nervous, a deep blush on his face. He shifts his gaze till he realizes she's looking at him. He lets out a squeak before giving her a nervous smile. Maka looks over at Ragnarok, who is now glaring into the wall. He doesn't really look comfortable either. So a bath. Maka points to the bath. Krona nods. Ragnarok doesn't do anything. Maka looks over at him and raises her eyebrow. You joining us, Ragnarok? She teases, a smirk on her face. Ragnarok looks at her before he turns and starts walking out of the bathroom, only for Krona to grab his arm. Why, yes he is. Ragnarok glares at him, but Krona doesn't seem too affected. Whoa, really? Maka's eyes get wide at that. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. Ragnarok and Krona taking a bath with her. Maka feels her nose well up with blood, but she doesn't have a nosebleed. That's hot. She's surprised though. She would never thought Ragnarok would do something like this, maybe with just her and him, but with Krona. This really is a surprise. Apparently I fucking am, because Krona here is gay for my ass dash. Ragnarok grunts, a shit-eating grin coming to his face at how Krona twitches. Hey. We've been over this. I am not gay. Krona whines before looking at Maka with his face a bright red. Tell him I am not gay. Maka can't help her smirk. I don't know, Krona. She coos. I've seen you looking at Ragnarok, with that hungry look in your eyes. See? Fucking told you. Ragnarok smirks as Maka comes to stop by him, both grinning at the boy that is twitching more now. Giga. I don't look at him like I am hungry, dash. But you admit you do look at him. Why yes, because he's there, dash. Do you also look at my ass because it's there? Sweet Jesus, no. Krona lets out a frustrated scream, his eyes getting wide and his grip on his arm tight. Ragnarok and Maka can't help it. They crack up, and just like that all the awkwardness fades away, and it's like back in the day with Ragnarok and Maka teasing Krona. It makes her smile and her chest light. We're just playing, Krona. Maka kisses his cheek and he blushes. I know you're straight. She gives him a wink and a lick, getting him to squeak. Why the fuck do you lick people? Ragnarok gives her a odd look. That's fucking weird. Because I like to. She smirks. Is Raggy feeling left out? I could dash. Lick me and I'll drop your ass. I like to be licked by Maka. Krona mumbles shyly, and when she looks at him, his gaze shifts, his face a deep red. I know you do, Krona. Because unlike Ragnarok, you appreciate my tongue work. Maka grabs his hand and lifts up his middle finger to her lips. She starts to lick it sensually, a smirk on her face as she makes it look like something else. Krona went from pink to bright red. She might have even heard a groan, but she's not too sure. Don't fucking get him going when I'm about to get in the fucking tub with him. Ragnarok growls. Let's not make this any more gay than it fucking has to be. Aw, come on. Maka sighs, but she stops with Krona's finger and gives his nose a peck, getting the pink-haired male to give her a wobbly smile. Ragnarok snorts and glares away. I said stop making this gay. Oh fuck you, Ragnarok. Maka gives him her middle finger. She looks between the two before looking down at herself. She's all naked while these two are completely dressed. I'm starting to feel underdressed here. What are you waiting for? Stop being jackasses and strip for me. Ragnarok coughs and Krona twitches nervously, his blush getting darker. Maka thinks for a moment before looking between the two boys, her eyes falling on Ragnarok. So what decided this? Taking a bath with us? Don't get me wrong, I'm ecstatic, but I'm surprised you would do it. Talk to fucking Krona, he had a whole damn explanation for this. Ragnarok crosses his arms, glancing over at Krona, who tensed at his name. Well. Maka looks over at him. We should just do things together. I feel that's been our problem. I think if we all do things together and no one will get left out. He blushes darkly. I want this family to work. I want us all to be happy. Maka blinks at him before she smiles. You're too cute, Krona. She gives him a peck. And you're right, we've all had some problems, but now no more hiding things. No more hurting you two. If we want to make this work, we have to work together. We are our own team. Maka puts her hand out. I need the both of you. And no more lies. Krona sounds odd as he puts his hand over Maka's. Ragnarok and Krona exchange a look. No more fucking lost. Ragnarok puts his hand roughly on top of Tyr. Together forever. Maka grins goofily, getting Ragnarok's eye to twitch. He opens his mouth. Together forever. Krona cuts him off, nodding. Ragnarok looks between the matching smiles on Krona's and Maka's faces as they look over at him expectantly. He sighs. Together for fucking forever. Who? Krona and Maka cheer as they all lift up their hands. They giggle at this, and Ragnarok, though he has a look of irritation, that crooked smile is forming. So now that we have all this together stuff down. Maka smirks as she walks in front of Ragnarok, stopping when their faces are inches apart. She grabs his shirt before looking over at Krona. Help me strip, Ragnarok. What? Krona squeaks. Oh fuck no. Ragnarok snarls and rips her hand off of him. But we just said we should do everything together. I don't wanna do that. Krona shakes his head. We're not going to be a part of your fucking gay fantasy. Okay, fine. Jesus. Maka grumbles before she gets into the tub, some of the water coming out of it from it being so at the top as she sits down, the bubbles covering up to half her chest, a pout on her face. You two can strip yourselves then. Do you think we made her angry? Krona frowns and glances over at Ragnarok. I don't give a fuck. She'll be fine. Ragnarok grunts as he grabs his shirt. I seriously can't believe I'm fucking doing this. Ragnarok mumbles as he lifts his shirt above his head, revealing his body's flat stomach and broad shoulders. Together. Krona nods to himself as a reassurance before he takes off his shirt with shaky hands. What's taking you guys so long? Maka glances behind her to look at them, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Hold your fucking horses, Dash. Maka smirks as she snaps her fingers, the rest of Krona's and Ragnarok's clothing poofing off, ending up folded where hers is. I don't have horses. She grins at Ragnarok. Fucking impatient bitch. Ragnarok grumbles. He doesn't look at Krona and Krona doesn't look at him. Ragnarok sighs before he walks over, stepping over the bathtub's ledge. He slowly sits down in the hot water next to Maka. The water comes up to his chest. Ragnarok shifts a little while he gets comfortable. Maka smiles and grabs Ragnarok's hand underwater, getting him to tense before she looks behind her at the trembling Krona. Come on in. The water's fine. Oh, okay. Krona takes a shaky breath before he complies, carefully walking across the soaked floor before getting in the tub. Sitting on the other side of Maka, he lets out a sigh of contentment at the feel of the water, his face flushed as Maka grabs his hand. This is awesome. Maka can't help her perverted smile. Just think about it, having two hot guys naked with you in the bathtub. That's pretty fucking sweet. This is fucking weird. Ragnarok grunts. He seems tense. Krona is still blushing, not saying anything. You guys need to loosen up. Maka lets go of their hands to grab a handful of bubbles. She beams. Look, Bubbles. Baths are supposed to be relaxing and you two are stiff as boards. Who gives a fuck about Bubbles? I am sorry, Maka. Krona starts messing around with the bubbles around him, trying to relax, no doubt. I do, and you should too. Bubbles are the world's shapeshifters. They're fun to play with, Dash. Fun to play with? What are you? Fucking 5 years old. They are fun to play with Ragnarok. Krona speaks up as he holds up some bubbles, putting them close to Ragnarok's face. They're soft and why you can make them look like stuff and dash. Get that out of my face. Ragnarok growls before hitting Krona's hand. The bubbles make a slap sound before some gets on Krona's face, his eyes wide with surprise. Ragnarok chuckles darkly. Well, what do you know? You were right. They are fucking fun. Hey. Destroy these bubbles and I'll destroy you. Maka glares at him. I'd like to see your fucking try dash. Maka slaps his chest, slapping bubbles on him. Ragnarok blinks. Did you just fucking slap me with bubbles? I don't know what you're talking about. Bitch, you just fucking slapped me with bubbles. You're a madman, Ragnarok. Maka grunts before turning her attention on Krona. Did I slap him with bubbles? And nope. He's seeing things. Fuck you, Krona. Ragnarok snarls before reaching over and hitting him over the head, but there was some bubbles on his hand, so he slapped it against Krona's head. He hit me with bubbles. Krona screeches. Attack. Maka shouts as she grabs a handful of bubbles, Krona doing the same before they both start to slap Ragnarok with them. Their slaps are awkward, Krona's chest being pressed against Maka's bare back, getting him to blush as he reaches over to get to Ragnarok. What the fuck? Get off me. Ragnarok snarls and Maka and Krona stop. They look at each other before going back to slapping him. You fucking asked for it. Ragnarok hits their hands away, taking a large amount of bubbles. He throws it at them along with the water, getting Maka to back up into Krona and him to squeak at her being in his lap. Hey, you cheated. You used water, asshole. Maka growls as she gets off the flushed boy. I think you got it in my eye. If I go blind, I'm suing your ass. Oh, shut the hell up. Ragnarok rolls his eyes. Oh man, it's starting my eye. It hurts. Maka whimpers. Krona right away grabs her chin and turns her head to face him. Maka, are you okay? Fucking hell, it was bubbles. The bastard poisoned me with bubbles. Maka makes a choking sound. You're just trying to piss me off. Maka, don't go into the light. Krona cries as Maka goes limp against him. But the light, it's so beautiful. And no, it's not. Krona shakes her. Don't let be bubbles be the end of you. It's too late for me. Maka coughs. But maybe if you kiss me I'll be okay. I'll kiss you forever if I have to. Krona touches her cheek gently, leaning in to press those lips against her own. Suddenly water splashes over them, ruining this romantic moment. Oh PPs, I guess my fucking hand slipped. Ragnarok gives them a shit-eating grin when they glared over at him. They both give him the middle finger, which makes his grin wider as he leans back into the tub, closing his eyes, seeming to start to enjoy the bath. Why, you're okay. Krona smiles at Maka, who is seemingly revived. You're right. It's a miracle. Maka kisses him deeply, getting the timid boy to squeak. She hears Ragnarok's cough about that as she licks Krona's bottom lip. He eagerly opens up for her so she can explore him with her tongue. Her hands go through his hair. It's a bit naughty from the blood, but that's okay, she'll wash that out. Being here kissing him, she feels that love burn her chest. She feels someone touching her thigh, but Krona's hands are cupping her cheeks. Maka glances beside her while she's kissing Krona. Ragnarok's eyes are closed. She knows he's not sleeping, but she feels that hand gently stroke her thigh. Considering it's him, she closes her eyes, enjoying the feeling of these two boys, her family. I'll love you. He breathes out of breath and flushed as he smiles at her so brightly. I love you too. Maka smiles back because she can say. She can have it. She understands it. She feels Ragnarok shift next to her, so she lets go of Krona but still holds his hand as she sits back. Ragnarok's eyes are still closed and that hand is slowly moving up her thigh. It's a nice feeling until his hand stops once his fingertips brush past her upper thigh over the tattoo. She can see Ragnarok's expression change as his hand goes back and starts to feel around the tattoo. He frowns before he opens his eyes. He doesn't say anything, but he gives her a questioning look. Maka shakes her head. She doesn't really want to bring that up again in front of Krona. Maybe Ragnarok knows this, maybe he can see she doesn't want to talk about it because he lays back down and closes his eyes, his hand still lightly stroking her thigh like that didn't happen. That's why she likes Ragnarok, he just knows he understands. Thinking about this boy, she can't help but wonder what the wall incident was about. He's entitled to his privacy, but if something happened, Or Medusa tried to hurt him again, she wants to fucking know. Maka grips her fist feeling that anger, but she takes a deep breath. Not now, now's not the time, let it go. Maka dee-doo, you want me to wash your hair? Krona speaks shyly, curling into himself a bit when she looks at him. Sure. She smiles at him as he reaches over to grab some vanilla-scented shampoo. He really likes vanilla apparently. Maka's eyes light up as she glances over at Ragnarok, who is still relaxing, with his arms folded behind his head. Maka can't help but to chuckle when she looks at his armpits. No hair to be found. She almost forgot he took the body of a gay guy. I am going to wet your hair, okay? Krona looks at her intently, waiting for her okay, like this is something much bigger than what he's asking. When Maka nods, his eyes light up and he cups his hands in the water, bring up the hot water in his hands before he dumps it on her head. It barely wets her hair. You want me to wet my hair? It'll be easier. Maka glances over at Krona, seeing him nod. She slides her body down into the water, stopping till just her face is out of the water. She moves her hair around to make sure it's completely saturated before she sits back up. There you go. Oh okay. Krona starts to fiddle with the shampoo, trying to get it open. Hey Ragnarok. Maka pokes his chest, getting him to flinch, but he quickly relaxes. What? He snaps. I'm fucking chilling. Wet your hair for me. What? Why? He opens one of his eyes, peering at her from it. So I can wash your hair dash. I can wash it my fucking self. I'm not fucking handicap. He hisses at her. Well fine if you wanna be a, but I don't have to. She grunts as Krona pours some vanilla shampoo in his hands. He gently reaches up and starts to rub it into her hair, his long fingers digging into her hair, getting to her scalp. Maka closes her eyes and smiles at the feeling as Krona works the shampoo through her hair. Ragnarok grumbles something she can't understand at watching Krona do it to her. He leans his body down and wets his hair before he sits back up. He grabs a Axe shampoo and sets it next to Maka, the sound getting her to open her eyes. Wash my fucking hair. He growls before he turns his back to her. Maka can't help but to giggle. He always has to act so tough, always has to be so damn complicated with stuff like this, even when Maka knows he wants to do the things her and Krona do. She grabs the Axe shampoo and pours some into her hands. She rubs it around the boy's brown hair. She hears Ragnarok give her a grunt of approval as she scratches into his scalp, working it through his hair just as Krona is with hers. You know Ragnarok, if you washed Krona's hair we could have a full chain. Maka grins. She feels so light, so happy. When was the last time they all had a moment like this? All of them together, no fighting, no evil, just them, enjoying a bath together. I'm not washing Krona's fucking hair. It's bad enough you're fucking washing mine. Aw come on, you know you like it. She chuckles at the middle finger she gets. It's okay. Krona timidly keeps working it through her hair. Our Ragnarok doesn't he have the magic fingers like me and you do? Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot, Ragnarok sucked ass. Bitch, you're the fucking one that would suck ass. He growls, and for some reason Krona squeaks at that. His hands feel hotter on her scalp. It's okay Ragnarok, no need to get upset. I understand now you don't want to wash Krona's hair because of your condition. I'm too lazy to move my fucking fingers. Illness. It's not that I'm fucking lazy, I just don't want to fucking wash Krona's hair. You know, I'm starting to think you're the gay one, Ragnarok. Maka hums. What? Ragnarok and Krona look at her. Ragnarok looks pissed and Krona is raising his eyebrow. Well, I've come to the conclusion that you're a homophobic, Ragnarok, but if you're not comfortable with just washing another guy's hair, you know what they say, maybe it's because you would like it, you're trying to hide it, Ragnarok, but I see right through you. I knew you liked Krona's ass, dash. What kind of warped logic is that? No fucking guy would want to wash another guy's hair unless they were gay. It's fucking science. Well, if we're going by that, I'm sure two guys don't take baths together either. Maka hums, getting them to tense. It's different because you're fucking here between us. We're here because of fucking you, but washing his hair is a whole different story. Even if he was a chick, I don't want to fucking wash someone's hair. Maka hums as she takes a hand out of his hair and strokes her chin thoughtfully, getting Ragnarok's eye to twitch. Krona, if I asked you to wash Ragnarok's hair, would you do it? Well, it is just hair washing, dash. That's not fucking fair. Krona is a kiss ass. He'll do anything you fucking tell him. That's not true. Maka sends him a glare before looking over at Krona. Right. You dash. Of course it's fucking true. Just the fact he would wash my hair tells you dash. What if I said I wanted you two to kiss? Maka blurts out suddenly. The room turns silent with her question. I would say, fuck you, and that's not fucking happening. Ragnarok growls as he dips down and washes off the shampoo from his hair. Same here, I mean. W without all the cuss words, and I would say F fuck you. Krona pulls at his hair in distress, but when Maka grabs his hand he relaxes a bit. What if I said I really wanted it and it would make me so happy? I would say, really go fuck yourself, and I don't fuck, Ragnarok grunts. I am sorry Maka, I don't think I could deal with kissing Ragnarok. Krona frowns as he holds her hand softly in his. Maka rubs her chin again. Would you stop fucking doing that? Ragnarok's eye twitches. It's going to happen. Maka claps her hands together and nods. What is? You two are going to kiss. That is my goal now. Somehow I will get you two to kiss. Maybe it will be just a peck. Either way my life would be complete. She speaks like a wise person speaking of the future. I can see it now. Can you see my foot in your ass? Because it's fucking coming your way. Ragnarok sends her a glare. Stop being fucking weird. Fine, I'll drop it, but you'll see. Maka gives him a perverted smile. Fucking creeper. I know, and I'm proud to be one. Maka chuckles as she takes some of the bubbles and starts rubbing it on Krona's chest, the bubbles acting like soap. Mwahaha. She laughs evilly before she licks Krona's cheek, getting him to tremble against her. Ragnarok blinks. Not fucking bad. You got to do it deeper or you sound like a total jackass. My evil laugh was perfect. Fuck you. Perfect my ass. He grunts as he starts to wash himself off with the soap. I thought it was good Maka. Krona blushes as her hands roam his body to wash him. It scared me. Krona, your fucking shadow scares you. Fuck you Ragnarok. Maka can't help but to chuckle, both the boys looking at her. She starts to laugh louder just because it's back. The times she thought were lost are back. This is her family. Yeah, they're crazy. Yeah, they're dysfunctional, but she wouldn't have it any other way. Soon Ragnarok and Krona catch a grin. Soon they're laughing with her. Ragnarok's hand grips hers tightly. Krona rubs his thumb against her hand. They are both hers. I missed these times. Maka speaks softly. The boys stop laughing to look at her. Me too. Krona has a soft tone as well. I didn't. Ragnarok grunts, but they know he's lying. They can see it in his eyes, how his expression softened. He missed these moments just as everyone else did, these moments of peace, of happiness, of just them together. Sometimes I wonder Maka starts as she looks to the water, deep in thought, only for her words to die on her lips. She has to bite back her scream. The water, it's red. It's red and thick, it's blood. The water is blood. Maka feels sweat fall down her brow as she looks over at the other two, thinking they must be seeing this, they must be in shock just as she is, but Ragnarok is just looking at her oddly. He raises his eyebrow. She looks over at Krona and he looks concerned, but he doesn't look scared. Why did you just stop like that? Ragnarok studies her as he lifts some of the blood up in his hands and pours it on his chest. What the hell are you doing? Maka looks at him with wide eyes. She feels they may be dilated. Washing myself. Ragnarok raises an eyebrow, but when he sees the look on her face his expression falls. What the fuck is wrong with you? You look pale as fuck. Maka. Krona moves close. He touches her cheek with those blood-drenched hands. She whimpers and he recoils back from her, the concern growing more in his eyes. Are you okay? Are you sick? Why do you look so scared? The water, it's... Maka motions to the water, but they look confused. Why are they confused? They're in fucking blood. It's fucking what? Ragnarok moves closer, his bare thigh rubbing against her own. She can see the concern in his expression, also his confusion. It's... Maka looks down at the blood only to stop. It's water again. She's fucking losing it, it's apparent now. Nothing. Maka sighs. Sorry about that. Maka, what ? I'll wash your hair now. Maka cuts him off and looks at Krona, hoping he gets the hint. Krona stares into her eyes for a moment. He bites his lip before he nods. He leans down and wets his head before coming back up. Ragnarok keeps his eyes on her as she pours shampoo in her hand and starts washing the pink-haired boy's hair. Maka takes deep breaths. That was just her madness. She needs to stay calm. She doesn't want them to worry about her. This is a time for celebrating, not her fucking problems. Krona's gaze shifts and she can tell by how he's biting his lip that he wants to ask about it. She knows he's concerned just as Ragnarok is. That's why he's still watching her. You can rinse it. Maka tries to keep her voice steady. She wants no weakness in it. Krona doesn't say anything. He just does as she said. He's obeying. He's submissive. She has a power over this boy and she knows it. She probably could get him to do anything. But that's her evil side talking. She loves Krona now. She won't hurt him. No more using him. You're fucking shaking. Ragnarok stares at her hands that are indeed shaking. He's frowning now. Maka, please tell us what's wrong. Krona speaks nervously, gripping his arm tightly. We're together in this, remember? Krona blushes at his words. Maka's surprised. Krona has been on it today, trying to make things better, trying to keep this family intact. Yeah, you made us do that gay fucking hand thing about it. Ragnarok grunts, but he moves closer. He can't hide his concern. He can't hide the love in those eyes. Ragnarok's trying to. He came to take a bath with them. He's trying to make this family work. Maka needs to try to. No more lies. She takes a deep breath. The lights flicker and her breath hitches. She's about to ignore it when she sees Ragnarok and Krona are looking up. So they saw that? Maka looks up at them, seeing the light on the wall is swinging slightly side to side. The light is flickering on and off. What the fuck? Ragnarok's voice gets suspicious and he stands up, not at all concerned with being exposed to both Maka and Krona, as he looks at the light before looking around with a protective glint in his eyes. The lights. Krona frowns, something flashing through those eyes. That's when the lights go completely out. Maka bites her lip to stop her cry as she immediately feels arms wrap around her, her face being buried in a slick chest. She hears his heartbeat and his grip tightens. She knows this is Krona. Krona is holding her. That calms her down just a bit, but she's still trembling. It's okay. He whispers in her ear, his fingers going through her hair to reassure her. She hears Ragnarok cuss before the boy gets out of the tub, the water being disturbed by the lack of weight. Maka tries to follow where the boy is walking, trying to see him through the darkness. She has such a deep feeling of dread. The lights turn back on. Right behind Ragnarok is that shadow. Ragnarok! She screams just as the lights turn back off. There's fumbling before she hears a splash next to her. Someone got back in the water and she hopes to God it's Ragnarok. Claws grab her thigh and she can't help but to scream when she sees those three eyes in the darkness. It's me. Fucking stop screaming. Ragnarok shakes her, though she can't see him. It snaps her out of her trance. Oh, it wasn't a claw, it was Ragnarok touching her. You screamed my name, what the fuck's wrong? She's scared of the dark. Ragnarok. Krona holds her closer when Maka whimpers. I fucking know that, but dash. The lights turn back on. Maka lets out a loud sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She nuzzles into Krona's chest, only for something wet to drip on her cheek. Maka blinks before she looks up. No. No, please, she can't, not now, not today. The wet stuff falling on her cheek is blood, Krona's blood. The boy is limp against her, his eyes missing, blood streaming down the empty eye holes like tears. He has a mad smile frozen on his face. Maka screams, getting out of his grips, turning to Ragnarok. But there's no Ragnarok, just a bloody mass next to her, his limbs floating in the water. A eyeball bobs up and down. Maka is falling apart. She screams in horror, not able to move, not able to do anything. She's crying, she knows she is. That's when she feels a sharp pain in her wrist, and when she blinks, it's all gone. Krona and Ragnarok sit next to her. They're fine. Krona has his eyes and Ragnarok is in one piece. Maka's body is shaking as she looks at these two with big, watery eyes. Was that all in her head too? But when she looks at Krona and Ragnarok, they had their own nightmare. Krona's mouth is open in a silent scream. He's crying, and soon enough he's holding her, squeezing her so tight. Ragnarok has a expression that's hard to explain. She sees the fear in his eyes, almost a devastation, and when he sees that Maka and Krona are okay, he doesn't say anything, nothing at all, but he wraps his arms around her, Krona and Ragnarok's arms touching as she grips them both. So I wasn't the only one. Maka's shaky voice breaks the silence. No. Ragnarok grinds his teeth. Krona shakes his head weakly. I saw. Maka takes a deep breath. They only tighten their grip on her. It's fucking over. Ragnarok's voice is different, but he's stable, he's always stable, they lean on him. Krona is quiet, his head hidden in her shoulder. Mako looks down at her wrist, it's burning, only for her breath to catch. On the inside of her wrist is a red vertical eye, it looks like a tattoo of fucking course. What the hell is that? Ragnarok catches her looking at it and his face falls a bit. I don't know. Mako looks over at him and her frown deepens. You have one too. Ragnarok looks down at his wrist and sure enough there's a vertical eye on the inside of his wrist, and when he looks at Krona's wrist, he has one too. What the fuck is going on? Ragnarok holds out his wrist to look at it. I don't know. Mako puts her wrist next to his. Krona doesn't say anything, he just places his wrist next to hers. And there it is, those three red fucking vertical eyes staring back at her. Together with their new markings they make the eyes that have been haunting her all this time. They are insanity. It's common that Mako would be attacked by madness, she could even see Krona, but Ragnarok. This is serious, Azura is getting stronger, that must be it. She's running out of time. Let's get out of here. Mako breathes out. Let's forget this ever happened. We don't want to give that demon the fucking satisfaction, we are going to have a nice rest of this day. She stands up, a fire in her eyes as she steps out of the tub. She snaps her fingers and her black outfit comes on, she's completely dry. You think it was fucking Azura? Ragnarok stands up after her getting out, he goes to grab a towel but Mako snaps her finger and he's dressed again and dry. I know it was. She grips her fist. He's getting stronger. He won't lay his fucking hands on you. Ragnarok's voice is so dark, spitting venom. Either of you. I'll kill that fucker once and for all. Krona doesn't say anything, he gets out of the tub and like with Ragnarok she snaps her fingers and clothes him, he's been awfully quiet. Krona. Mako frowns, studying the faraway look. Shouldn't he talk about it? Krona speaks softly. That's what he wants to use our emotions against us. Again Krona surprises her, he's just full of surprises today. You heard him. Let's fucking go. Ragnarok growls, his eyes searching everywhere for any signs of an enemy. Right. Mako nods before she starts to walk out. Ragnarok behind her, he stops when he realizes Krona isn't following. You coming? He glances at him. Why yeah, I just have to use the bathroom. Krona gives him a forced smile. I'll be out in a bit, take care of Mako. Ragnarok stares at him a moment before nodding and walking after Mako. Krona hears Mako ask about him. Ragnarok says something before Mako grabs his hand, she holds it tightly as they walk out of the bathroom, Mako giving Krona one last look before they close the door. Krona bows his head, closing his eyes tightly. Why did you fucking do that? He growls. What do you mean? A voice speaks behind him, getting his blood to boil. Why, you know exactly what I mean. Krona whips around, already glaring at this other boy that's standing behind him. The boy looks at him with those haunted eyes, his head tilted, he isn't warped looking like he used to be, he looks exactly like Krona, but right now Krona doesn't care about that. Why did you make us see that? I really have no idea what you're talking about. This boy gives him a sheepish smile and the shrug of his shoulders. Oh? Then he explained this. Krona holds out his wrist, showing him the vertical eye on it. Ah yes, that's my mark. The other boy states boredly. What about it? What about it? Why you made us see that? Then why you not only put this on me but Mako and our Ragnarok too? Krona grips his fist. I won't let you hurt them. I know you have a problem with them, but they re my family and I dash. Whoa there. Simmer down. The other boy waves his hands in defense. You got me all wrong. Those are my marks, but I didn't fuck with your brains, those marks I put were for your protection dash. Why yeah right. He glares at him. I'll believe anything you say dash. You should be thanking me, yet you're looking at me like I'm a demon. This boy sighs. Why you are a demon. That's beside the point. He throws his arms in the air. You don't have to be so mean. He pouts. Come now, you should know what I feel like by now, you know that wasn't me. It felt close to you. Krona mumbles. Well, that's because it was my brother. This other boy stats matter-of-factory. Why your brother? Let me make this short and sweat. I have a whole bunch of brothers and let me tell you, they're all assholes and totally nuts. I'm not proud of it, but because I totally fucked the Witch of Death up in such a awesome way, I may have woken them all up. This other boy fiddles with his fingers like a child telling their mother they did bad. I swear I didn't want them fucking waking up, they're annoying as fuck. I mean Jesus, they don't even make sense. They'll be talking about one thing and then say something completely different. It's so irritating. He huffs. Aren't you glad I'm not like that? But you are like that. This is really bad though. He hums, ignoring Krona's comment. Azura will surely round up all his children, and it looks like they're already trying to find hosts that one wanted to break one of you enough to take your body, but with my quick thinking, I marked you all with my mark, pretty much telling my brother, yo, these bitches are mine. Fuck off before I cap your ass. Krona blinks. So your brother won't see come back for us. Oh no. He's a smart boy. He knows better than to try to go against me. The other boy's eyes get dark, a mischievous smirk on his face. And really he's harmless as long as he doesn't find a host. Now that I've marked you all, I don't see that happening. Why are you helping us? Krona takes a deep breath. Why, you don't make any sense. All this time you've wanted to hurt Maka, and now you're helping her. I only wanted to hurt her because she was hurting you, Krona. I don't like your tears, though they make a nice snack, I still don't like them. If she makes you happy then we've cool, but if she hurts you. The boy grabs his head and yanks it to the side, breaking his own neck. Krona stares at him dumbfounded as his neck slowly clicks back in place. I'm sure you get the picture. He giggles oddly. Why do you even care? Krona locks eyes with this demon, trying to ignore the chill he got from that. I already told you, silly. I love you. This other boy takes a step closer, Krona taking a step back. Your happiness is my happiness and your pain is my pain. If you love your family, and they're good to you, then I'm good to them. Your family is my family. A demon doesn't love. Krona takes a step back, a glare on his face. The other boy's odd smile falters. He looks at Krona oddly before looking up at the ceiling. You're right. A demon doesn't love. He looks down at Krona. But I feel it from you, I feel its warmth, but you see, a demon doesn't love, that's what separates us from angels. I like to say I love though. The boy shrugs. It would be nice. Hate and rage gets boring after a while, you know. That's why I like you so much, Krona. No matter all the shit people do to you, you never hate, not even your bitch of a mother. He shakes his head. So you're right, I can't love, but I can feel it from you. It's nice. I'm a demon, I lie. Then why do you say it? Why do you say you love me? Why are you helping me? Krona takes a deep breath. What do you really want? What do I want? This boy hums, a odd smile coming to his lips. Well, I could go for a cheeseburger right about now dash. Seriously. Krona grinds his teeth. What do you want? I want a lot of things. The boy locks eyes with him. I want the world. I want ice cream. I want death. I want life. I want a donkey. He takes a step closer. I want you. Me. Krona takes a step back before he holds his ground. What do you want me for? The other boy only giggles. If you want me to, then I don't understand why you haven't just taken me already. Krona grinds his teeth as the boy looks at him. I know you're a lot stronger than me, even now you probably could rip my body from me, couldn't you? When he doesn't respond, Krona continues. When I lost myself and I was trying to gain control back, why you opened the door for me, why you could have not done that, why you could have kept control but you didn't, then back when I found myself and was trying to save Ragnarok, you could have taken control, and why yet you didn't. If you want me, then why are you letting me go? When you could just take me. The other boy stares at him a moment before he grins slightly, but there's an odd look in his eyes. I guess you're right, I could just take you. Couldn't I? The boy's voice becomes a growl, and before Krona can move, he's pinned up against the bathroom wall, his eyes mere itches from those haunted ones. The boy smirks as he lifts up his hand, Krona closing his eyes waiting for pain, but it doesn't come. But what's the fun in that? The boy's voice goes back normal as he pulls back off the boy, but he's still close. I could crush you in the blink of an eye, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to take your life. I enjoy watching you do pathetic human things. If I were to destroy you, it would be no fun. I take joy in the world's pain. When someone dies I laugh, but when I thought you were lost I cried. And it hurt. Crying hurts. I don't want to see you lost. I don't want you to be sad. He gets closer, grabbing Krona's chin. I love you. Why you don't love me? Why you almost killed Maka? Why you don't care about me? If why you did, you wouldn't have tried to hurt her. You know how much she means to me. Krona growls and pushes him away, but the boy doesn't budge. I do know, but I was angry, so very angry. I wanted revenge. Why should you die in her life? No, I got her back for all she's done to you. You may have wanted her to live, but I thought you were gone. I just wanted to kill. I hate you. Krona trembles against him. I know. The other boy lets go of him, taking steps back this time. Demons are hated. That has been your philosophy since you were very small. You considered yourself a demon. You thought everyone hated you, that you would never get love. He takes another step back. But that wasn't you, was it? It was me. I know you despise me. Anything that happened you blamed on me. Hate is something I know very well. I feel it every day. He turns his back to him. The world disgusts me. Humans are vile. They're so stupid, so easily corrupted, so easily mutilated. Their foundation is as strong as sand. They break so easily. They like to point fingers, never wanting to take the consequences of their own actions. They're selfish. His voice is dark till it suddenly gets light. But you're different. You take the consequences of your actions, and then you'll take the consequences of others. You're selfless, giving all you have when you have nothing. You'll force a smile. You say you can't deal with things, but you've dealt with them all. Your soul is pure, the only human I can stand. If you were anyone else I would have ripped your soul to pieces by now, would have ate it and enjoy having your body for my own, but I don't want that. You're the only human that doesn't make me want to puke my guts out, and yet. He chuckles oddly. Karma is a bitch. The human race disgusts me, and the one human that doesn't is disgusted by me. His voice does Krona actually hear pain. Your body is yours. I wanted to make you happy ever since I could remember. Seeing your life didn't make me smile. So if making you happy means leaving you, I will. I could be a good guy for once. The boy is fading away. Wait. Krona takes a step forward and he stops, fading away. I don't get you. Why you hurt Maka, but you also helped her. Without you I'm weak, I can't do anything, and if your brothers are here trying to hurt Maka, I want to be able to protect her. You want me to stay? He doesn't turn around to face him. Why yes, I believe you when you say why you care. If you didn't, why you would have killed me by now. But I need you to promise me if Maka ever does something wrong again, let me deal with it and no more hurting her. I can't promise that. He sneers. I would really like it if you would. Krona grips his fist. If you really care, why you'll promise me? Why should I? So you can keep me around and use me. The boy roars suddenly and looks back at him. Krona, seeing those eyes. I'm sorry boy, but it doesn't work like that. I do what I please. I'm a demon, not a pet. Why you're lonely? Krona's words get the boy to stop talking. I know the feeling all too well. I think I understand you better, and now the reason you don't take me, the reason you help me and only hold out your hand to me, is because you want me to accept you. Is that it? The boy doesn't respond. Krona thinks over his options before he holds out his hand. I want you to stay. You really want me to stay? The boy turns around, something changing in his expression when he sees Krona's hand. Does this mean we're best friends? You Well. This boy looks at him with wide excited eyes that met smile on his face. He's like a puppy dog, a crazy puppy dog, but it's still hard to say no to. I guess, but Before he can finish, this boy tackles him once again, pushing him against the wall that met smile too large for his face. Holy donkey nuts. You're my friend. Sorry, but I have to tell my girl about this. You know how much she loves me. He chuckles to himself at some joke in that. Oh okay dash, Krona starts only for something really odd to happen. This demon cups Krona's cheeks and clashes his lips against his. It's fast. It's only a second before the demon pulls away, his eyes dancing. Thank you. When I come back we'll do a whole bunch of best friend things. He purrs before he fades away. For this I'll keep her safe. Then he's gone. Krona is left standing against the wall, his mouth wide open in shock, his eyes wide. What the fuck just happened? That demon can't be predicted. He's dangerous and Krona knows this. And he just told that demon to stay, that he was his friend. What the hell came over him? It's because he saw himself in the demon, he saw the loneliness the demon he hid in. Krona wanted to make himself feel better. Krona closes his mouth and takes a deep breath before he goes to walk out of the room. He's going to pretend that didn't happen. He's especially going to pretend he never felt that Medboy's lips against his own. He'll pretend the tongue madness didn't just rub against his own. So what the fuck are we doing again? Ragnarok grunts as he places a large metal bowl on the counter beside Mako like she told him to. He raises his eyebrow at her as Krona nervously fumbles with the different cabinets, grabbing some mixing materials, whimpering about how he can't deal with all the measuring spoons. We're making cherry bread. Maka states simply as she looks at the ingredients placed before her: flour, butter, salt, vanilla extract, checking them off mentally off from the checklist in her head. It's been a while since she's done this, a really long time. She hopes she still has it in her. She really hopes this takes her mind off what happened in the bathroom as well. This is a day for celebrating, but of course she can't have a break, can she? None of them can. After Krona came out from the bathroom, Maka decided it was time to do something to take their minds off it. The smell of bread always helped calm her down. The warm aroma reminds her of her mother, reminds her of good times when she was free, when she was sane, when she only had to worry about going to see her mother and Krona. There's another reason she wanted to come down to the kitchen also. She's been keeping her eyes open for Medusa, though she doesn't know what she'll do if she finds her. She does still need her to avenge her mother, but damn, it's just so fucking hard waiting now. Especially when she's running out of time. No one has said anything about what happened in the bathroom, and that's a good thing. It's not something they want to remember, it's not something they want to speak, it's something they want to forget. So that's what they're doing. They're going to act like it never happened and have some fun. Cherry bread? Is that even a fucking thing? Ragnarok scoffs, crossing his arms. This boy is still tense, she can see it in his shoulders and how he glances around. That protective glint hasn't left his eyes, and in a way it makes her feel safer. This boy is her protector just as he is Krona's protector. Together they can deal with anything. She knows this to be true. This thought makes her shoulders relax, a sigh escaping her. Why yes, it is an eye, it's amazing. Krona looks over at Ragnarok as he places down the measuring spoons and the mixer. Maka is a awesome cook. I still remember the pie you made me. Krona blushes, shifting a bit. Oh hell yeah. The apple pie. Maka grins at him. Damn, I could really go for a apple pie right now. Me too. Isn't that why your favorite dessert, Maka? W with ice cream. Every dessert is her fucking favorite. Ragnarok smirks and chuckles. Ah Krona, you remembered. Maka smiles at him as she steps on Ragnarok's foot, getting him to growl and push her. Yeah, it is, we really need to have that again. But today, I feel like making cherry bread, it's been a while, huh? Why yeah. Krona nods a faraway look to his eyes. Ragnarok just looks between them because he's never had her cherry bread, or any of her cooking for that matter. Is it really that good? It sounds fucking weird. It's the best damn bread there is. Maka grins as she points to herself. Mostly because I make it. That's what I'm fucking afraid of. I've seen the way you make potions, you fuck those up, so why wouldn't you fuck cooking up? Last time you gave me fucking Tourette's. Cooking's a lot different than potion making, asshole. Maka grunts. I'll show you I got those magic fingers when it comes to cooking up desserts. We'll see. He gives her a look before glancing around the room for the 11th time. Do you need anything else to make the bread, Maka? Krona tilts his head at her, grabbing her hand as he looks at her with those eyes she adores, that she loves. Well. Maka looks at all the materials. I do believe we need cherries to make cherry bread. Maka hums, speaking like a British professor. Why the fuck you talking like that? Oh golly gee, I don't know if we have cherries. Krona tugs at his hair lightly, a slight look of panic in his eyes. Was that supposed to be fucking British, Krona? Ragnarok blinks. Well, yeah. Krona blushes slightly. Wasn't he it? Fuck no. That was something alright, but not fucking British. Well, I don't see you doing any better, Ragnarok. Krona huffs and flips his hair. At seeing this, Maka giggles, forgetting all about Krona's sassiness, while Ragnarok blinks before his eye twitches. This is a jolly good day to shove my polished boot up your franny. Ragnarok speaks really well in a British accent. Surprisingly, he smirks at how Maka's and Krona's eyes widen. What's a franny? Your ass. Maka grunts. Giga. Don't shove why your foot up there, Ragnarok. How would it even fit? And what if your boot got lost in tea there and then I would die? Krona trembles, tugging at his hair in distress, a panic in his eyes. Are you sure you wouldn't like a book up your ass, Krona? Maka can't help but to sneer mischievously, Krona's mouth opening at her statement and his face catching on fire. And no. He huffs and crosses his arms, looking away from her in embarrassment. You know, I'm surprised you can talk in a British accent, Ragnarok. Maka glances over at him as she walks over to the fridge and opens it up, looking for some cherries, but it looks like the fridge is mostly filled up with meat and milk, no fruits of any kind. Yeah, well, back when I was alive I used to bully this annoying British kid. Ragnarok smirks to himself. He was a rich motherfucker, got whatever he wanted. He got pissed off when I mocked his accent. Ragnarok starts laughing. I remember this one time he actually punched me. I picked the fucker up and threw him in a fucking garbage tin. Ragnarok at this point is cracking up at the memory. You should have seen the fucking look on his face. He's fucking lucky I didn't knock his fucking lights out. Oh, Ragnarok, that's mean. Maka gives him a glare. I like the British. Their accents are so cute. Maka keeps looking around the kitchen, Krona walking around with her, his hand still in hers. Why yeah, and why the garbage can? Krona tenses. It's gross in there. Who knows what could have been in there? Because he was garbage. Ragnarok shrugs. Fuck yeah, it was mean, but I'm a fucking mean person. You mean you were a mean person? Maka opens cabinets even though she's pretty sure there's not going to be any cherries in them. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Ragnarok snarls as she comes to a stop in front of him. It means you turned soft. Maka pokes his stomach, a teasing smile on her face. Bitch, don't fucking poke me. Ragnarok hits her hand away and glares at her. I'm not fucking soft. Have you forgotten I beat the shit out of you all the time? You might hit me, but it's nothing too bad. Not like it used to be. She leans in. Now you're like a nice gizzy bear, just a cuddly teddy bear. Call me a fucking teddy bear again and I'll show you just how soft my knuckles feel on your fucking face. He snarls. Maka only grins at him because she can see right through him. Ragnarok has gotten softer, but that's not bad. He's gotten softer towards both her and Krona. I think I have found where the cherries might be. Krona cuts in nervously. He had let go of her hand, and now he's staring at a piece of paper on a cabinet. Maka walks over towards him, laying her head on his shoulder as she reads the note. Hey Erica. I moved all the fucking nasty fruits and vegetables downstairs in the storage. No one wants them anyway. Most of them give my ass a rash. Free. That was lovely. Maka grunts as she looks over at Krona. Where's the storage? It's through that door, and down the stairs. Ragnarok answers her as he walks forward, pointing at a door next to the fridge. I'll go down and look for the cherries. You two stay up here. He starts making his way towards the door. Shouldn't we all go? Maka can't help to blurt out, though she knows Ragnarok is tough. She doesn't like the idea of them being separated even for a couple of seconds, because that thing didn't just attack Maka, it also attacked Ragnarok and Krona. She doesn't want anything happening to him. You dash. I'll be fucking fine. You stay here with Krona, I'll be right back. Ragnarok and Krona exchange a look before Ragnarok opens the door and closes it quickly behind him. He'll be okay. Krona rubs her shoulders soothingly, like he knows what she's thinking. We don't have to worry about that thing anymore. It won't hurt us. How do you know? Maka turns and gives him a questioning look. I just do. Krona's eyes shift and she can tell he knows something she doesn't. She opens her mouth to question him. That boy said it was his brother. He speaks quietly. His brother. Maka blinks thinking of the boy's mad smile. She can't help but to shiver. There's more of those crazy fuckers? God, the world is so fucked. That's what he said. I don't really get it either. Krona sighs as he holds up his wrist, the one with the vertical eye on it. He told me he put these on us to scare his brother away. I don't really know if we should trust him, but somehow I know he's telling me the truth about this. Maka looks down at her vertical eye. She frowns slightly. They really shouldn't trust him no matter what he says. Those haunted eyes hold a darkness that isn't human. Why would he help them? And what the fuck? He has a brother. Just what the fuck is he? Krona. She takes a deep breath. What exactly is he? Where did he come from? Krona doesn't look at her a moment. A faraway look to his eyes before he sighs, his gaze shifting. I don't know much about him myself, but I do know he's a demon. As to where he came from, I don't know. I don't even know when this demon became a part of me. Krona eyes their hands when Maka grabbed his. I didn't really know I had him with me till recently. He's gotten a lot stronger. I am not really sure how. He does a odd twitch at that. I always did feel a presence with me when I was alone, but I didn't think it was a demon. I even saw him once when I was 4. It was nighttime. I don't really remember why I was so upset, but I was crying, and in the bathroom when I looked up at the mirror I saw him. I wasn't aware it was him then. I just thought it was my lonely mind making up a friend. He was my reflection grinning at me with a odd smile. Krona takes a deep breath. After that I never saw him for a while because I had Ragnarok of course I talked to him but I just thought I was talking to myself. Only recently have I been able to see him talk to him feel him. The last two words are a whisper, a odd look in his eyes. Oh. Maka frowns. Another demon? Isn't one enough? And if he's a demon, does that mean his brother is one too? Shit, how many are there? And this fucking crazy boy has been with Krona since he was 4. Why is he so strong now if he wasn't back then? And what does he want with Krona? Why is he with him? As if sensing her uncertainty, he frowns. I don't know what he wants either. Well, that's just great. You're in fucking luck. Ragnarok kicks the door open with his foot, walking in with a jar of cherries and a grin on his face. Last fucking jar. Yay. Maka cheers as the cherries are taken from Ragnarok's grip and floating into hers. Now I can make the bread. Fuck yeah. Maka giggles happily, forgetting about the many problems at hand as he walks over to the counter. She turns and beams at the two boys that are just looking at her. You two going to help me out with this? Be my little helpers. Oh, of course, Maka. Krona blushes and walks so he's next to her, standing on her right. I thought you were the one with the magic fingers. Ragnarok grunts, but he walks so he's on her left. I do, but just like Santa Claus need his elves, I need you guys. She chuckles as she pushes over the jar of cherries to Ragnarok. You can cut up the cherries, make them into small pieces, then put them in this bowl. She places a small green bowl next to him. Whatever. Ragnarok grabs a butcher knife, a dark smirk on his face as he looks at his reflection on the knife's surface. Now I'll measure the ingredients and you can put them in, Krona. Maka smiles over at him. Oh, okay, Maka. Krona gives her a nervous smile in return as he rubs his arm. Now the first thing we need is flour. Maka hums as she takes the bag and starts to pour some flour in a measuring cup. She stops filling it at 2 cups before giving it to Krona, the pink-haired boy, pouring it into the large bowl. Now the vanilla extract. They go like this, Maka measuring the ingredients while Krona places them in, Ragnarok chopping away at the cherries. Once all the ingredients are in the bowl except the cherries, Maka glances over at Krona. You want to do the honors of mixing it? Really? The honors. Krona squeaks when she hands him a large wooden spoon. Yup, I hereby dub you worthy enough to mix 2 ingredients to the amazing cherry bread. She touches the spoon to his head like a king would, when appointing a knight. Giga. The pressure. Krona's eyes get wide as he holds the spoon in his hand. Are you really sure, Maka? I don't want to mess it up. You won't. She smiles reassuringly. Go ahead. But I've never mixed anything before or see cook. Krona blushes slightly in embarrassment. It's easy here, I'll show you. Maka gets behind him, reaching over, she grabs his wrist and directs the spoon to the bowl. You just move the spoon in a circle. She speaks against his back, getting him to tense as she moves his hand in a circle. That's all there is to it. Oh really? She can feel his skin get hot under her cheek through the black fabric. Yup, do you think you got it now? I think so. Krona nods, so she lets go of his hand. He continues to stir as she taught him to. Maka can see the look of complete concentration on his face. He even has his tongue out to the side. He's too cute. You're adorable, Krona. Maka kisses the back of his head. Adorable. Krona tenses, the spoon slipping from his hand, but he quickly catches it and goes back to stirring, but his hands are shaky. MMHM. Maka nuzzles her head into his pink hair, taking in his sweat scent, such a pure scent. Why, you're the adorable one, Maka. She can hear the smile in his voice. Gay. Ragnarok grunts as he chops on the cherries. You guys just made cooking a whole lot fucking gayer. Oh Ragnarok, you're adorable too. Maka coos, getting his eye to twitch. Just like a Ted Dash. Call me a teddy bear, I swear to fucking God. Fine, I won't call you a teddy bear, Raggy. Don't fucking call me that either. Ragnarok snaps, getting Maka to giggle. Suddenly Krona tenses up. He lets go of the spoon, quickly letting it just fall into the bowl. He turns around and has an odd expression on his face. What's wrong, Krona? Maka stops giggling to look at this boy. Ayua. Krona's gaze shifts. I'll be right back. He moves her hands off him as he starts to walk out of the kitchen. Where the fuck you going? Ragnarok raises an eyebrow. Be bathroom. Krona mumbles nervously. But you just went. Maka blinks. I don't know what's wrong with me. I have to go again. Krona blushes slightly. Well, we'll come with you. Maka takes a step forward. Giga no. That's too awkward. What if I have problems and you hear me? Krona tugs at his hair in distress. And no, I'll be fine on my own. I'll be right back. Krona moves his wrist, flashing that vertical eye, reminding her of what he said. Even if they are safe from that thing that attacked them in the bathroom, she doesn't feel comfortable with being separated from Krona. She just has a bad feeling about it. But before she can protest anymore, Krona turns and leaves the room, shutting the kitchen door behind him. I'm done with the cherries. Ragnarok speaks a little after Krona left, getting her to look at him. He pushes over the green bowl it filled with pieces of cherries now. He'll be fine. If he's in danger, I'll be able to sense it. Right. Maka takes a deep breath before she grabs the bowl of cherries and dumps them into the bowl of mix. Ragnarok watches her silently for a moment. So I've never heard of anything like this. Is this your own recipe or something? No. It's my mother's. Maka smiles slightly as she dumps the last of the cherries in the large bowl. Mom liked to experiment with bread. She liked bread. She even talked about opening a bakery someday with me as the head cook. Maka chuckles at this thought. Cherry bread was my mom's favorite creation, but you see, my mother liked eating bread, but she didn't like making it. She smiles despite herself as she grabs the wooden spoon. So I would make it for her all the time, and when she was locked away in the asylum I would always bring her cherry bread. In a way I hoped that if she ate the bread it would bring my mother back, that it would snap her back to sanity, like the bread was some sort of fucking cure. It was a stupid thought, but it gave me hope. It may have been false hope, but it was hope. She gently starts to mix the cherries into the mix. I miss her, you know. Her voice gets soft. I know. Ragnarok lets his voice get gentle as he moves up behind her. He wraps his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, watching silently as she stirs the cherries. They're silent for a moment, Maka quietly stirring and Ragnarok silently watching. She takes a deep breath. If my mother could see me now, what do you think she would think of me? Maka tries to steady her hand. Sometimes I wonder if my mother can see me, if she's watching me from heaven, if she's smiling at me, if she misses me. Of course she misses you. Ragnarok's voice is soothing. I think if she could see you she would be fucking proud. You're able to fucking love even though you're a witch. You healed that kid of his cancer and saved thousands of lives on that ship. You've had your mistakes, but hell, you've made up for it. You really think she would be proud? Maka can't help but to smile at the thought. I love you too, mommy. Before Krona, before anyone, she had loved her mother. She still loves her mother. Because love can never die. Yeah. Ragnarok tightens his grip on her. This is the softness she was talking about, how he holds her now, how he speaks to her. He can be rough, he can be an ass, but he understands and he's there for her. I'll be honest though. I hope your mom can't see you. Why? Maka frowns slightly and looks back at him. Because if your mother can see you, most likely my mom can see me. Ragnarok has a faraway look to his eyes. And I would fucking hate for her to see all that I've done, all that I've become, both in my life and death. I killed people, stole, I was a fucking horrible person, while my mother was as pure as a fucking butterfly. If she was watching me, seeing me break all the morals she taught me at a young age, I know I would have broken her heart. Ragnarok's voice is too quiet. If my mother could see me, she wouldn't be proud. She would only be sad if she could see me. Then she saw my death, she saw everything, so no, I don't want to think that she's watching me after all the shit I've been through. I would rather my mother forgot I ever existed like everyone else than for her to see the fucked up life her son lived, and still lives now. Maka looks back at him a moment longer before she looks back at the bowl. I think if your mother could see you, Ragnarok, she would smile at the man you have become despite everything you've been through, everything you've done. Ragnarok was done for a reason. Maybe she would be sad just as I was when I saw you die, but wouldn't it make you feel better thinking that your mother never left you? No. It wouldn't. Ragnarok shakes his head quickly. She wouldn't smile at me, Maka. My life, my fucked up life, I made myself all because of my hate for my fucking father, hate for the man she loved and still loved to her fucking last breath. His voice is getting dark. The fucking last breath he took. Maka frowns, not knowing what to say. The air has gotten tense around them. I like to think my mom's in heaven. Ragnarok loosens his hold on her, his hair brushing her cheek. I like to think that she's forgotten all about me, and my fucking father. That she's happy up there being treated like she should have been treated when she was alive. I like to think she doesn't even know she has a son. She can feel him smile against her shoulder, and for some reason it gets her heart to ache. Maka stops stirring the mix. She turns around and wraps her arms around his neck, her forehead against his, her eyes boring into his. What about when you finally move on, Ragnarok? What if you see her again? Do you really not want her to remember you? She speaks softly, holding him close. Hey, I'll never see her again. He chuckles humorlessly. He sounds so sure. I'm not going to fucking heaven. There's a special spot right in hell for me. It's waiting, burning hot. I've known this fact since my mother died, that I would never see her again. You don't know that, Maka tries to protest. Maka, me and you both know where the fuck I'm going. His eyes glare into her. It's no fucking secret. I've done a lot of shit in my life that I'm not going to get off scotch-free for. What about forgiveness? Maka grips his shirt, a deep frown on her face. Maybe some people get it, but I'm not asking for fucking forgiveness. He grips his fist. I don't regret a fucking thing except for fucking failing everything I did for revenge, for killing my father, and I'm not fucking sorry for that. You don't have to sugarcoat it, I know where I'm going. It doesn't bother me fucking in the least. Maka frowns deeply. She doesn't like how his words get her stomach to twist. She wants to deny it. She doesn't want to think about this boy going to hell to suffer more when all his life and death have been his suffering. And it shouldn't bother you. Ragnarok leans in, speaking against her lips as he grips her tightly when she started to shake. I'm used to hell. You know more than fucking anyone. And she does know. Oh, she does. Our Ragnarok she starts only for him to lean and kiss her. It's forceful and firm, him gripping onto her shoulders as her trembling lips move against his tongue fights with hers before he pulls back, those eyes locking on hers. I'm not going fucking anywhere, so stop fucking worrying. Ragnarok grins at her. I'm stuck to you two dumbasses. He cups her cheeks. When I'm gone, you'll be gone too. You won't even know I'm fucking gone. I'll be heading there right with you, Ragnarok. She hugs him tightly. I fucking doubt that. He frowns though. Maka just gives him a look before she lets go of him and grabs a rectangle pan. She pours the batter into it before she places it in the stove and sets the timer. You don't have to sugarcoat it, Ragnarok. She uses his own words against him. I don't sugarcoat shit, you Ragnarok starts. Only to be cut off by a scream, but not just any scream. Krona's scream. Maka and Ragnarok whip around in alarm as Krona comes running into the kitchen, his pale blue eyes wide in horror, his clothing ruffled up, his cheek bleeding from a cut as he trips over his own feet, falling on his face, there tears in his eyes. Krona! Maka yells and runs towards him, falling on her knees by his side. She grabs onto him. What dash? He's after me. Krona whimpers. He hugs her, burying his face in her chest, trembling in fear. He wants to kill me. Who's after you? Who fucking did this? Ragnarok growls darkly, looking at how shaken up Krona is. He glares at the door, his eyes set on fire, his teeth grinding. There was I in the bathroom. Krona wheezes out. I almost got me. Krona, you have to calm down and tell us who did this. Maka touches his cheek, healing the cut there. Who hurt you? Maka grabs his chin and makes the trembling boy look at her. She's looking at him seriously, feeling her blood boil. Was it the demon? Ragnarok gives her a confused look, but Krona shakes his head. And no much worse. Krona whimpers. See, caught me off guard. I almost got me. Krona is a mess, his eyes are so wide with fear. Maka holds him tighter. You said he was fucking after you. Ragnarok marches over and opens the kitchen door. He looks around for any signs of the attacker, only to find an empty dining room and a quiet mansion. There haven't been any signs of Medusa, Erica, or Free all day. I don't know if he followed me here. I slammed the door on him. Krona trembles. The bathroom. Ragnarok's eye flash, he grips his fist. Who the fuck did this, Krona? Stop speaking in riddles and just come out with it already. It was. Krona freezes up, gripping onto her tighter. If you're not going to fucking tell me, I'll find him myself. Ragnarok growls as he walks out of the room. Wait up, Ragnarok. I'm coming to dash. Maka lets go of Krona to stand up, only for Krona to grab onto her waist. Why you can't? I'll get you, Maka. Krona looks at her desperately. Krona, whoever hurt you, I want to make them fucking pay. We'll be fine together, okay? Why don't you come with us? Stay behind me, I'll protect you. Me and Ragnarok will both protect you. But he starts to protest, only for Maka to cut him off with a kiss, the boy melting into her. I promise. She locks eyes with him. Remember. Together. Krona stares up at her before he nods reluctantly. Together. Hurry the fuck up. Ragnarok shouts outside the kitchen impatiently. The fucker might have gotten away already. Maka grabs Krona's hand and pulls him out of the kitchen. Krona's dragging his feet, whimpering to himself. Once Ragnarok sees them, he turns around and starts walking out of the dining room. I'm guessing the bathroom you're talking about is the one in the lobby. Ragnarok glances back at him, Krona giving a nervous nod. Ragnarok leads the way, his shoulders back and straight. He's marching a protective and powerful air around him, his fist grip ready to fight anything or anyone to protect them. Maka can feel his anger and she can feel her own. Whoever or whatever did this to Krona really messed him up. No one hurts her love. She glares darkly as she marches behind Ragnarok, Krona staying close behind her. The closer they get to the bathroom, the more he shakes. And once they stop at the closed bathroom door, Krona is close to hyperventilating. Come out, you fucker. Ragnarok roars at the closed door. Maka talking a step closer, so she's right beside Ragnarok, Krona behind her. There's no response. Ragnarok wastes no time. He kicks the door in with his foot, fire in his eyes as both Maka and Ragnarok glare in the dark, his fist ready and a spell on her lips, ready to tear whoever hurt Krona apart. They stop, their faces completely falling. There's no monster, no person in here. But there is something in the bathtub. Oh my god, it's still there. Krona shrieks, his eyes going in and out like he's about to faint as he takes in the thing in the bathtub. Quick, we got to get out of here. Maka blinks as she watches the small duck waddle in the bathtub, it letting out happy quacks, seemingly not even noticing them. Are you fucking serious? Ragnarok screeches, turning on Krona. A fucking duck. That's what made you run into the kitchen screaming like a fucking bitch? A duck. Why, you don't understand, Ragnarok. Ducks are evil. He was trying to sneak up on me and eat my soul, dash. You fucking dumbass. Ragnarok roars before he grabs Krona in a headlock. You got me all fired up, ready to kick some fucking ass over a duck. I'll fucking show you what you should really be afraid of. Oh ow. That hurts. The D-duck really is trying to hurt me, quit it. Krona struggles with the other male. Where did he come from? Maka tilts her head at the duck in the tub, ignoring the fighting boys. How the hell did a duck get in the mansion? Evil duck powers. He came for me. C dash. Krona, shut the fuck up. There's no such thing as duck powers, dumbass. I know you are, but what am I? Krona glares at him and sticks out his tongue. Ragnarok blinks. You did not just fucking say that. His eye twitches before he starts digging his knuckles harder into his scalp. What are you? Fucking 3 years old. T takes one to know one. Krona whines out between his complaining. No, seriously, how did a duck get in here? Maka can't wrap her brain around it. I mean, I've heard of rat problems, but ducks. That's it. Ragnarok growls as he lets go of Krona. He looks over at the duck, dark glee in his eyes, a smirk coming to his face. Why are you smiling like that? Krona's face gets pale as he watches Ragnarok walk over towards the tub. What are you doing? Oh, nothing, just checking out this duck's level of power, you know, can't be too careful with that. Ragnarok hums as he reaches down and picks up the duck. It quacks in alarm, but Ragnarok holds it firmly in his hands, holding it out from his chest. Why, you're mocking me, aren't you? Krona frowns, only for his face to fall to completely in horror when Ragnarok turns around and he sees he's holding the duck. Are you crazy? Jiga, put the devil down. I can't get a good reading on his powers, Krona, I think I need you to do it. Ragnarok smirks as he starts walking towards Krona with the duck held out to him. Ragnarok, get that thing away from me. Krona's teeth chatter as he takes steps back. Oh look, Krona, it likes you. Ragnarok chuckles darkly. He wants you to hold him. And no. Krona keeps taking steps back. Yes. Ragnarok is grinning, looking like a asshole. The duck wants you. He roars before he takes off, running toward Krona with the duck. Krona screams out before he turns around, running as fast as Maka's ever seen him run before, his eyes so wide in fear. Ragnarok is right behind him though. I don't want it, I don't want it. Krona sobs out as he runs around the lobby, his body trembling. Too bad. It fucking wants you. And your brains. Ragnarok laughs darkly as he chases Krona the duck, making a quack that almost sounds like a sigh. And not my brains. I need those. Krona screams, but despite himself he trips over his own feet, falling on the floor face first. I have you now. Ragnarok laughs evilly as he stops in front of Krona the pink-haired boy, letting out a cry of alarm. Please no. Krona pleads, his eyes getting watery. It's too late now, Krona, this is going to hurt you more than it's going to hurt me. Ragnarok chuckles and brings the duck closer to Krona. Only for the duck to suddenly struggle in Ragnarok's grip. It's able to get out and peck Ragnarok on the forehead. Maka can't help but to crack up at the look on Ragnarok's face as the duck flies out of his hands. Oh god. Krona screams and throws his hands over his head as the duck flies over him. It lands a couple of feet away. It makes a quack that sounds like a HMPTH, as it moves its webbed feet across the ground before walking away with its tail up. Oh wow. Maka cracks up. Jiga, Ragnarok, are you okay? I told you they were evil. Krona cries, looking up at Ragnarok with concern. I'm fucking fine. Ragnarok snarls as he rubs his forehead. But now fucking ducks piss me off. They're nature's assholes. Why yes. Krona stands up, his eyes wide. SC Ragnarok. Oh, I see, alright. If I fucking see that duck again, I'm making him into my fucking dinner. Ragnarok snarls. Ragnarok, did you just get quacked up? Maka chuckles at her corny joke. Don't ever fucking say that again. That was gold and you know it. Maka grunts, a smirk on her face. Gold my ass. Ragnarok gives her his middle finger that she returns. Wait a minute. Maka blinks as she looks at Krona the boy, still looking shaken up. What about the cut on your cheek? Oh. Krona blushes. When I was screaming and running away from the duck, I tripped and fell. I must have cut myself somehow. Dumbass. Ragnarok grunts. At least I didn't get pecked in the forehead. Bitch, you want to fucking go? Ragnarok takes a step forward. No fighting. Maka sighs. Come on, I'm sure the bread is about ready to come out. Maka wraps her arms around Krona, getting him to relax a bit in her hold, nuzzling her head. I am just glad that's over. Krona mumbles. But what if he comes back? I told you. I'm fucking eating him for dinner. Ragnarok grunts as he walks beside Maka, him gripping her hand tightly. So Ragnarok. Maka gives him a goofy smile. How did it feel to have that duck's pecker on your face? Giga. Keep it up, bitch, I'll knock that fucking smile off your face. Ragnarok snaps, only getting Maka to laugh. He smirks at her though, and Krona still looks scared. He's looking around, paranoid now, mumbling things about ducks, and their peckers of doom. Only getting Maka and Ragnarok to crack up. The duck everyone is talking about watches the three walk away with those small black eyes, tilting its head slightly before it turns about to enjoy himself in this huge mansion. A hand shoots out from the shadows, gripping onto the duck's neck tightly, closing its throat up so it can't even quack. The duck is lifted up by his throat. It thrashes for its life, but the hand is stronger. So you thought you could get away? A voice coos in the darkness. Amusing. The duck struggles, but in one swift motion its life is ended. A scalpel pushed through its small skull, its blood splashing on the man's face. Though I just wasted your brain, you're only a appetizer. This man smirks, those glass-glared eyes watching the back of Maka from the shadows. He licks the blood off his lips. Before the man course. He crackles madly, disappearing into the darkness with the lifeless body of the duck. It's like the darkness swallows him whole. So who's up for some YouTube? Maka grins as she takes her seat on the bed between Ragnarok and Krona. Each one of them is a plate full of beard and a cup of milk. Whatever. Ragnarok shrugs, but he's staring at the bread with a unreadable expression. D-ducks in B bathroom might be more. Krona mumbles to himself. He's slightly rocking back and forth, his eyes shaking like he just say someone get murdered. When in reality he just say a duck in the tub. Are you still fucking freaking out about that? Ragnarok doesn't hide the irritation in his voice. It's okay, Krona. Maka soothes, trying hard not to laugh. She won't laugh at his fears again. He didn't laugh at hers, so let her return the favor. She rubs her hand on his shoulder. The duck is gone. I won't let him hurt you. Why you won't? Krona sniffles and looks at her with those eyes. Maka smiles. She can't stop the duck's powers. When you're asleep, that duck is going to shit on your face. Ragnarok grins like an asshole at how Krona shrieks in horror. And no. What if I have my mouth open? Oh no, oh god. Krona is trembling like a leaf. Ragnarok is cracking up and Maka bites her lip to stop herself. She'll laugh at this later. The duck won't get to you. Ragnarok's just being a jackass. Maka grunts, getting her a glare from the boy. The duck won't touch you as long as I'm here. Don't you trust me? Oh, of course I do. Krona's eyes get wide. It's just dash. Relax. Maka soothes as she wraps the blanket around the three of them, the blanket resting on their shoulders. She grabs his hand that's shaking with the cup of milk and brings it to his lips. Drink some milk, it's okay. Nothing's going to get you. I promise. Why you promise? Krona grips onto the cup, looking at her with his eyes lighting up. I promise. Just like that, Krona's trembling dies down. He closes his eyes and takes a slip of milk, his shoulders completely relaxing like he melted. He leans into her, and she wraps her arm around his waist, the boy laying his head on her shoulder. Oh okay, Maka. He speaks softly. So what the fuck are we going to watch? No fucking salad fingers. Ragnarok grumbles as he drinks his milk. That was weird as shit. I liked salad fingers. Krona pouts. Yeah, salad fingers is awesome. Maka grins as she presses the PS button on the PlayStation 3's controller to turn on the system. But fine, no salad fingers. I already know what I want to watch anyway. She presses on the buttons, opening up YouTube. She starts typing in the search engine. Cry plays the cat lady? What the fuck is that? Ragnarok blinks as she clicks on the first video. It's this awesome video game I heard of a while back. Maka grins as she snuggles up to these two boys taking her first bite of bread. It fills her with warmth and memories, and she just takes another bite. No reason thinking about that now. Maka's pleased she was able to make the bread just as she used to. It tastes great. She hasn't lost her touch after all. If it's a video game, why the fuck are we watching it on YouTube? Because I want to watch Cry play it. Maka beams when Ragnarok looks confused. He's a awesome gamer that plays games and makes videos of them so others can watch. He's funny and I just love his voice. What kind of name is fucking Cry? He sounds like a pussy. Hey. Maka hits his shoulder. Don't you ever diss Cry. That's just his name for the internet. Stop hating on Cry, jackass. I'm not hating on shit. Ragnarok snarls and hits her back. Maka, what's a sea cat lady? Krona's eyes get wide. Giga. Is it a woman that's half cat? Are there really people like that? He tugs at his hair, but when Maka kisses his forehead he stops. No, a cat lady is what people call a woman that lives alone, with a whole bunch of cats. Oh. He calms a little as he watches the screen. Seeing a woman in a field alone, he raises an eyebrow as he brings up a piece of bread and nibbles on it. His eyes get wide, Maka watching his face light up with a smile on her face. Oh Maka, tea, this is so good. I had forgotten what tea this tasted like. He breathes out before he takes another bite. In a way, so had she. It has been a while. Damn, can you believe that she used to be free? That she used to be just a visitor at the asylum? Could you believe at one point she didn't have to worry about dying every second? Sometimes Maka can't believe it. Are you going to try it? Maka looks over at Ragnarok, who hasn't touched his bread yet. He's still looking at it. She frowns slightly. Is something wrong with it? No. He speaks quickly before he takes a piece of the bread and lifts it up to his lips. He handles the bread with care, a faraway look in his eyes. Maka watches in anticipation as he puts the bread into his mouth and chews. She looks at his facial expression, almost feeling nervous. Well, I'll be damn. He swallows and grins at her. That was pretty dash. Ragnarok stops. His face falls, he looks in pain. His eye twitching oddly. Ragnarok. Maka frowns and Krona gets closer, looking over at the boy. Suddenly his body jerks. He falls on the floor. The plate of bread left on the bed, the cup of milk spilling over the sheets as he starts to have a spasm, his body convulsing, his eyes wide, his mouth open like he's about to say something but the words never come out. Both Krona and Maka fall to his side, about to touch him, to ask him what's wrong. Ragnarok goes still, his eyes close. Damn, was my bread that bad? Maka eyes him with huge eyes. And no, it's not the bread, Maka, it's dash. Krona starts only for Ragnarok to do a sudden jerk, and just like that, Maka watches as Ragnarok's spirit is thrown from the body. She turns, confused, as Ragnarok does a flip in the air, a look of irritation on his face. What? Ugh. A voice groans beside her and she looks down at the body that Ragnarok had control of. The boy grabs his head. My head, why do I feel so? He opens his eyes. His brown eyes meet Krona's and Maka's. The boy blinks before he takes in where he is, in a room he doesn't know with people he doesn't know looking down at him. Panic crosses over his expression as he sits up quickly. Where am I? How did I get here? Where's the cruise ship? What happened to me? He's screaming in his fright, his eyes so wide. Maka starts not really knowing how to deal with this situation. She kinda forgot they just stole this boy off the boat. Usually Ragnarok's bodies die before they can make it back to the mansion, but this one got lucky. Now the body has its own will again and he's wondering what the fuck he's doing here. Where's Paul? He grabs onto her shoulders, screaming into her face. She can see Krona tense. He moves to grab the boy. She can hear Ragnarok getting closer too. But with him yelling in her face she can't help it. Maka headbutts him. Full force with the boy's already aching head. The hit gets him to groan, his eyes rolling back before he falls back limp on the ground, his forehead slightly bleeding. Well damn, Ragnarok stops beside her. He looks slightly surprised. Did that hurt you, Maka? Krona looks at her with wide eyes, frowning at the blood on her forehead. Nah, I'm fine. Maka grunts as she stands up looking down at the limp boy on the floor. That was one fucking headbutt. Ragnarok crosses his arms. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I don't know, it's kinda a reflex. Maka grips her fist. Blame that on my father. When he would yell in my face, or if anyone would yell in my face for that matter, I got them away from me. My body just moves. Ragnarok looks at her with a knowing look. Krona grabs her hand, looking at her with concern. Why would anyone yell at you, Maka? Krona grips onto her, a protective tone to his voice. Why wouldn't they? Maka doesn't look at him as she slightly nudges the boy's limp body with her foot. You think I killed him? Nah, he's still breathing. Ragnarok grunts. Though I'm fucking surprised, getting hit by your big ass head had to fucking hurt. FCKU Ragnarok. Maka crosses her arms before she looks between the two. So what are we going to do about this guy? He'll probably come around soon. She looks at Ragnarok. Couldn't you just take back control of him? No, I've had him for too fucking long. Ragnarok shakes his head, looking irritated. It would be hard keeping control of him, and I don't feel like the fucking hassle. It fucking hurts when they fight. Do you think he's going to be mad? Krona must sense Maka doesn't want to talk about the other topics, so he looks down at the boy, a frown on his face. Fuck yeah, he's going to be mad. I fucking used his body, and then when he finally got it back, Maka knocked the shit out of him with her head. Ragnarok grunts, but he has a amused smirk on his face. You think he'll try hurt us? Krona's really just looking at Maka when he says this. I got the solution. Maka declares, getting Ragnarok and Krona to look at her as she points at a chair it drags over towards her. And what the fuck is that? Ragnarok raises his eyebrow as Maka uses her power to lift the boy up, placing him in the chair. She snaps her fingers and green power wraps around him, tying him to the chair like rope. There. Problem solved. Maka wipes her hands together before turning on her heel and walking back to the bed. Not really. Ragnarok follows her. What, we just going to keep the fucker? If Medusa finds him? Krona frowns deeply. She'll use him for her experiments. I have a plan. Maka waves them off as she takes her seat on the bed. Just trust me, you guys can relax. Ragnarok and Krona give each other a look before they take their seats next to her. I want to have a nice day, and that's what we're going to have. Maka grunts as she takes another bite of her bread. Oh okay Maka. Krona cuddles close to her, before he starts eating the bread, his eyes on the screen, not looking at the tied-up dude in their room. This is pretty fucked up. Ragnarok chuckles as he goes to grab his bread, only for his face to fall to a scowl when he realizes he can no longer eat them. Ragnarok, if you want, why you could. Krona starts probably about to offer his body when a groan cuts him off. They all glance at the boy in the chair as he groans and twists till his eyes open. Oh fuck, my head, what a fucked up dream. He blinks when his eyes fall on Maka. He looks around the room, then down at how he's tied to a chair. His face falls in horror and he starts to struggle with the green power, but he isn't going anywhere. What the world? He stops when his eyes fall on Maka once more. The boy's eyes light in realization, a wince on his face as some of the blood from his forehead trickles down to his nose. You head-butted me? He looks at her with disbelief. Yup. Maka states bluntly as she keeps watching the TV, eating bread. Why? And why am I tied up? Where is this? He trashes in the chair, winching still. I didn't like you yelling in my face. Maka shrugs, ignoring all his other questions. That was completely justified. I don't know who you people are. I can't remember how I got here or when I even got off the cruise ship. So yeah, I yelling in your face. You didn't have to headbutt me. He screams at her. Hey, keep it down. We're trying to watch this. Maka doesn't even look at him. I won't keep it down. You have me tied up. Help. Someone help me. I've been kidnapped. Paul. His eyes get wide, then narrow with rage. What have you done to Paul? Where the hell is he? Paul. Krona tilts his head. That's probably the fucker that was chasing us on the ship trying to fucking rape me. Ragnarok snarls, but this boy only looks at Krona. He can't hear or see Ragnarok. My boyfriend. He was with me on the ship. The boy thrashes. I know Paul would never let anything happen to me. So what the fuck did you do to him? If you hurt him, no, if you even touched him, I'll kill you. Violent. Krona frowns. I punched him in the face. Ragnarok chuckles darkly. You really need to calm down. Maka sighs. We didn't touch your boyfriend. Then where is he? How am I supposed to know? After the ship sank dash. The ship sank. The boy gasps. Good lord. Was everyone okay? Did Paul make it off? The boy is frantic. I don't know. Maka blinks. I was paying more attention on getting out alive than on your boyfriend, but I think everyone got off. If I lost Paul The boy is trembling. He wasn't anything special. Ragnarok grunts. He'll probably be pissed at you anyway. He smirks. You knocked his fucking lights out. Look dash. Why have you kidnapped me? Why didn't you let me be with Paul? He screams. Please be quiet. Krona puts a finger to his lips. Shll hear you dash. Someone else is here. Help. They want to kill me. Help. He screams his lungs out. Shut the fuck up. Ragnarok roars, the room getting colder as he grabs his plate that used to hold bread. Now the bread is on the bed, and the plate empty. He grips the plate and throws it. It shatters next to the boy's head and he gasps. What was that? That plate just moved by itself. The boy's eyes are wide. He's trembling, his breath being able to be seen. Why does the room feel different? What the hell is going on? Dude, you have to chill. Maka finally looks over at him, getting the boy to tense. We're not going to hurt you, but if you keep screaming, someone else will. You're not in a safe place dash. Obviously. Like hell I'll believe for 1 second that you're not going to hurt me. You have me tied to a chair for fuck's sake, dash. That's because I knew you would freak out like you are now. You'd probably run out of the room, screaming your head off, and then you'd be really dead. Believe it or not, we're the good guys here. Being tired up is for your own protection. You're lying. Let me go. Let me go now. He screams. Can I just fucking knock his ass out? Ragnarok growls and looks over at her. Please, why you have to believe us? We don't want you getting hurt. Krona speaks as calm as he can. The boy blinks, seeming to really look at Krona for the first time. Krona's eyes hold nothing but truth and concern. If you don't want to hurt me, then let me go. He takes a deep breath. I just want to go home, be back with Paul. Okay. Huh. The boy blinks at Maka. I don't know where Paul is, but I could take you back to your home. Maka eats her bread. Gee, great. I would like to go very much right now. The boy's eyes get wide with hope. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. The boy trembles. Why not now? I want to go now, dash. Don't be a baby. Maka grunts. I've been through a lot of shit, alright? I want to have 1 day to fucking relax. You'll go home first thing tomorrow morning. You know Medusa would never fucking take him home. Ragnarok gives her a look. Nor would Erica, and free human parts are really fucking valuable to witches. His voice is so dark. I'm not relying on Medusa. Maka grips her fist. I can transport this boy by myself. How hard could it be? Stop talking to yourself, it's freaking me out. The boy trembles. Just take me home now. I don't have to take you home at all. Maka locks eye with him and he tenses, stares into her eyes before his shoulders slump in defeat, seeming to finally understand he's the one tied up, he's the one that is at the mercy of Maka. Fine, tomorrow. He mumbles. But what are you going to do with me till then? You can't just keep me to this chair. Oh yes I can. I don't trust that you won't run away. Maka looks at the TV again, taking a bite out of her bread. So what, you're just going to keep me here? While you eat cake? It's bread. See, cherry bread. I don't give a fuck what it is. This is insane. You can't keep me here tied up and go on with life as if I'm not. Yeah, we can. Now shut up. Maka snuggles with Krona, who seems a bit nervous. You're all insane. He watches in disbelief as they continue to eat. Yup. Maka holds Ragnarok's and Krona's hands. The boy watches as they continue to eat. Seeing they're being serious, he sighs deeply. Can you at least untie my hands? These wires are digging into me. Sure. Maka snaps her fingers and the wire adjusts so his hands are free. Howdy did. He looks at her with wide eyes, but she continues to eat. They're all silent for a moment, Maka being able to feel the boy's gaze on her, but she doesn't care. This is a day for celebrating, a day for her family. She feels sort of bad, but not really. Tomorrow this boy will have his old life back. Maka's old life is lost forever. She wants to enjoy her family. Krona is finally back and they're all getting along, no more craziness. Hey, can I get some bread? The boy asks nervously. I'm starving, I can't remember the last time I ate. Sure, I guess. Maka gets up and walks over to the boy in the chair. She feels Krona and Ragnarok watching her. As she stops in front of this boy, she leans down to hand the boy the piece of bread, being careful with it because to her, this bread is almost sacred. That was a mistake, you bitch. The boy growls suddenly, Maka catching him grab for something in his lap. It's a shard of glass. It must have fallen there when Ragnarok broke the plate. She doesn't have time to register this, she only has time to see his wrist that is tattoo-free, no vertical eye. Before he shoves the shard of glass into her stomach, she makes a choking sound as he rips it out in a swift movement, her mind going blank. Maka takes a couple of steps back in surprise, her blood dripping from her wound. The boy is quick, using the shard of glass on the green power that binds him. He did this move out of panic. Maybe if he was tied up with rope, and maybe if she wasn't a witch, this attack would have worked. But the glass doesn't cut the green power, and this boy just pissed off the other two people in this room. The room gets freezing, a dark growl coming from Ragnarok's throat as he appears right in front of the boy. Krona is right by her side, looking at her in concern, but his eyes almost look haunted when he looks at the boy in the chair. The boy must realize there's no way he's getting out of the chair because he starts trembling. Goosebumps form Ragnarok and tears for the odd look Krona has in his eyes. I am really sorry. I really didn't know what came over me. You fucking bastard. You knew exactly what you were doing. Ragnarok roars as he grabs the boy by the shirt, lifting the chair with him. Maka knows he can't see Ragnarok, but he can definably feel him. The boy's pants get wet around the crotch area. He peed himself. Krona giggles oddly, but when Maka leans on him, the haunted look leaves his eyes. He trembles as he holds her. Maka, are you Don't kill me. The boy screams. No fucking promises. Ragnarok pulls back his fist, ready to give this guy hell, ready to make him hurt. Ragnarok, stop. Maka looks at him with a blank face. Put him down, it's fine. Fine. He fucking stabbed you. Ragnarok growls. Yeah, and I'm fine, see? Maka points to her stomach. The wound closes, but Krona continues to hold her protectively. Put him down. Fucking shit. Ragnarok growls, but he lets go of the boy. The boy is sobbing now. You lucky. Ragnarok snarls in his face. What is going on? What was holding me? And why your wound just closed? He sobs. Have I gone mad? Maka doesn't respond, she just takes a step forward. Don't kill me. I'm sorry, He freaks out, such a strong fear in his eyes, the fear of death, the fear of her. Maka feels her lips twitch up into a smirk. How fun would it be to watch the life in those eyes fade away, watch as he lets out his final breath. She feels something stir inside her. Kill him. That other girl chants. Take his life, feed me. Drink in his tears, absorb his life. Death is easier than life, so much quicker, so much more fatal. Kill him, you know you want to. Maka takes a deep breath. She grabs her hand to stop it from twitching as she looks at this trembling boy once more with those fearful eyes. I'm not going to kill you. She speaks quietly. Please just be quiet, I'll take you home tomorrow. She places the bread in his lap. Enjoy. Maka turns on the bewildered boy before she starts walking back to the bed, Krona holding her close, such a deep frown on his face. What the fuck, Maka? Don't give him bread. Ragnarok screeches as he walks with her. Let me fucking teach him a lesson. He has stabbed you. Krona's voice is quiet, but she can hear the anger. Just no more. Maka lets out a frustrated scream as she flops on the bed looking up at the ceiling. I don't even care that he stabbed me. All I wanted was a peaceful day of celebration, but it's like we can never get a break. First it was that fucking thing in the bathroom, ruining our nice bath, then there was a fucking duck in the bathtub that I still don't understand how that's possible. Then we tried to relax and eat, watch some videos, but of course this guy gained back control and had to freak out. After all the shit we've been through these past couple of days, I wanted a day for us all to relax. But no. That just can't happen, can it? I finally have love and I can't even enjoy it. I wanted today to be perfect, a day of normality or something, but we can never have that, can we? I wanted a day without demons, or death, or fight or fucking ducks. But again, that can happen. So no. I don't want you to show him a lesson. I don't want you guys to do anything. Maka's outburst leaves Krona and Ragnarok looking at her with wide eyes. I just want a day without tears, without decisions to make, without fighting, without fear. I was hoping with eating the cherry bread that it would give us a sense of normality. You know how it was before all this, when we were in the asylum, but no, the bread didn't do anything. Again, I'm mistaken by mother's recipe for a cure. Maka's eyes start to droop. I wanted this day to be good for all of us. She yawns, her eyes closing. But it never turns out that way, does it? With that, the girl is out. She yelled herself to sleep, but both boys could see that she was tired throughout today. Krona and Ragnarok stare at the girl a moment. Krona's eyes hold a hint of sadness, Ragnarok's expression can't be read. This D-Day was good. Krona speaks softly as he climbs into bed with her, moving her gently to make her more comfortable. Any day with you we don't need peace for it to be a good day. He holds Maka close, his lips on her forehead. We just need each other. Ragnarok watches the both of them with blank eyes before he looks back at the boy in the chair. Didonti. Ragnarok stops, going over to the boy at Krona's voice. She doesn't want us hurting him. I think she would like it if you joined us. She wanted us to relax together today. Why, you heard her. Ragnarok takes a deep breath before exhaling. The boy is being quiet, his crying has stopped, he's just eating the bread. Maka gave him a look of regret on his face. Fucking fine. Ragnarok disappears only to reappear by the light switch. He turns it off, but since it's still daytime it's not that dark. Ragnarok appears behind Maka on the bed. He places his arms around her waist, his head nuzzled in the back of hers, but of course he can't sleep. Krona smiles at him. Ragnarok, seeing how tired he is, he was holding back for Maka, wanting to make her happy. Go the fuck to sleep. Ragnarok snaps at him. I am. He cuddles with Maka, letting out a sigh of contentment, his eyes closing. Ragnarok watches the two together, watches as their chest move up and down almost in sync when his doesn't move at all. He watches how they snuggle so close to each other, watches the smile on Krona's face, and despite this odd feeling in his chest he smiles. Fucking thank you. Ragnarok gets closer to Maka, Krona's arm touching his, all of them connected. He feels his cheek tint at him being so fucking sissy, but he's thanking Krona for not pushing him away even when Ragnarok gave him the chance. Krona is willing to share the only thing he has with Ragnarok. He can't explain his surprise or the way he felt. Krona is too fucking nice for his own good. Ragnarok holds Maka close. But for once in his fucking life, he's okay with sharing. Krona's smile grows, Ragnarok not knowing if he heard him, but he doesn't care. The three lay in each other's arms, holding each other so close. Only when both boys hold her does Maka's lips twitch up into a smile. Maka screams as she falls into this darkness till she finally hits something hard. She grunts in pain before her eyes shoot open, and she sits up. She's in the fireplace room, she guesses, but it's different. Maka blinks as she takes in all the trash, the random statues of weird creatures, there's even a statue of a hot dog. Maka blinks at the disco ball and the balloons that seem to be everywhere. It looks like a fucking tornado came through this place. Oh dear, this is so messy. Maka looks over to see Custos frantically moving around the room, trying to pick up the trash and arrange the stuff so they look like they weren't just tossed in here for no reason. He looks a bit stressed out. Custos, what happened in here? Maka speaks, taking a step closer. Oh Maka. Good thing you're here. Custos drops everything he was holding and walks towards her, his eyes lighting up completely. He opens his arms and it looks like he's about to hug her, only for him to stop himself. His smile faltering. Forgive me. I'm just so proud of you. You put the Witch of Death back in her cage and learned to love. Those green eyes of Custos are so bright, a soft smile on his face. Love defeats all. Remember that, Maka, no matter how powerful evil looks, love always wins. He sighs happily. I knew you loved him. See? I knew you could do it. Because you fought Maka, you saved the world from completely being destroyed. He gets closer. Maka can tell he wants to touch her, to hold her, but he can't. You did it, dear, I'm so proud. Thanks, Custos. Mako looks a bit taken aback, those green eyes of a angel holding her in place with his words. She feels a happiness, a good feeling in her chest as she allows herself to smile back at him. He's not mad at her that she failed in the first place, that she's the one that let the Witch of Death out. No. He isn't looking at her mistakes, he's looking at what she did right. And it makes her feel so good. Hey bitch. She hears that other girl scream at her. Mako look to her side and her mouth can't help but to drop at what she sees. Krona, well, not Krona, she knows it's that other boy, that demon, but he looks like Krona. The boy is in nothing but a black thong. He's thrusting against the cage, and hanging on the bars like a stripper, a mad smirk on his face. That other girl's face is completely flushed, she looks so pissed off, but she's out of breath. I'm going to fucking kill you for this. How dare you, love? You have lost your mind. Maka blinks and looks at Custos, noticing the angel is looking away where but the barely dressed demon is, before she looks back at Krona. What the hell are you doing in here? Oh howdy. That boy grins at her as he grinds against the cage's bars. Just entertaining my girlfriend, you know, I have the moves of a goddess dash. I'm not your girlfriend, fucktard. The other girl screeches. Stop fucking humping the cage, you sick fuck. She goes to punch Krona where it hurts, but the boy only pulls away when she does, giggling. I'm sorry for such a sight. Custos sighs. But he wouldn't listen to me. It's fine. Maka blinks as she takes in all the hot dogs that surround the girl in the cage, takes in the thorns also around it, but the vines are shaped like hearts, only seeming to piss the Witch of Death off more. How many fucking people are going to be in my head anyway? Language. He scolds her. Cussing is from the devil. So am I. Maka grunts and Custos frowns. Me too. Krona giggles as he stops his dancing to kneel in front of the cage, giving that other girl a smirk. Sue dash. It's not fucking happening. You can't seduce me, you butt licker. The girl's eyes twitching. Shut up and sleep with me, come on, and sleep with me. Krona starts singing as he gives her a wink, and licks his lips in sensual way. Fuck off. I only want to fuck you. They're been like this all day. Custos sighs when Maka raises her eyebrow. That demon is very persistent, I don't mind him, but he's trashing the place. Making a mess here and there just to make the Witch of Death mad. She said she didn't like hot dogs, so now he's filled the room with them. It's quite unsettling how much control he has in your own mind. I'll say. Maka frowns before glancing over at the angel. Do you know anything about him? The demon? Not much, but it seems that he's on our side for now. Custos gives her a serious look. If I think he's trying to ruin you, I won't stand for it. I have authority over demons. God has given me that to protect you as much as I can. Come on. You know you want to. Krona giggles as he pokes her cheek through the bars. Come on. You know you want me to rip you open. Stop playing hard to get. I don't want to fucking fuck you. Why don't you just go and get a hit by a fucking bus? The other girl growls at him before looking at Maka, her eyes fall to desperation. Please Maka, you got to get this fucker out of here. He has done nothing but annoy the hell out of me. I can't fucking handle this asshole and that prick angel over there too. I swear if you get him the fuck out of here I won't hate you that much. Just get this asshole out of our mind. Oh, she wouldn't kick me out. Krona looks over at her and gives her a lopsided smile. We're pals. And I gave her some awesome clothes. She wouldn't dare kick me out now, would you, Maka? He smiles at her, but she can see the threat in those eyes. She's all yours. Maka grunts. Just stop trashing this place, you're going to give Custos a heart attack. Deal. Krona chuckles darkly as he keeps poking her cheek. See my love? We will always be together. Who's a cutie? You are. Yes, it's you. Who's the cutie woody with the booty dash? The other girl quickly lashes out, Krona not expecting it, so she's able to hit him right where it hurts. He gasps and pulls his hand out of the cage. That was adorable. Krona speaks through grit teeth, holding his junk. I swear to God, Maka, you'll pay for this. I'll make your life a living hell when I get out of here. She screeches. You're not getting out ever again. Maka grunts. Like hell you're getting out after you almost destroyed the world. Yeah, what a bitch, Destroying the world. Krona rolls his eyes. You're not much better, asshole. You made everyone go fucking crazy. The girl snarls. I could drive you crazy as well. He purrs as he licks up the bar, getting the girl to blush, but she's still glaring. Maka, if I could have a word with you. Custos backs up a little away from the caged girl and Demon Maka following after him, raising her eyebrow at the frown on his face. You see, I've been having this bad feeling since I've been here, and now I know why. Being an angel, I can sense emotions, I can also sense spirits, I can see into a person's soul and see what makes them well them. I tell you this because I sense a soul in distress. I have been since I first came here, but I couldn't pinpoint who it was. He takes a deep breath. It seems there is a soul here that is trapped somewhere in the mansion. I believe I could sense him out, but I'm not allowed to physically touch anything of humans. It seems a witch placed a spell on him and the poor soul can't move on. Custos' eyes get watery. I hate feeling that, so Maka, if you please, would you release this soul? I'm not sure how you would do it, but could you at least try? I don't know if I can take much more of this man's pain. Custos looks so sad. A soul trapped in the mansion. Maka frowns. Who dash? The heart is the soul. The soul is the masterpiece. The masterpiece is a piece of shit. Krona chants. The heart is dangerous. The heart has him trapped. The witch ripped his heart out, now he's trapped, never more to kill what has killed him. Maka looks at him confused, yellow eyes flash through her head and her expression falls. She took his heart. Don't you know what that means? Kid's voice screams. Ah yes, the witch hunter. That other girl giggles. He's all trapped. Trapped like a rat, in a hat, got hit with a bat, with a cat. Both Krona and Maka chant this, med giggles escaping from their lips. Kid's dead. Maka breathes out before looking at Custos, a fire in her eyes, a fire to make things right. Can you take me to him? Yes, but that's all I can do. Custos frowns. When you wake up it will be 3 o'clock, everyone will be asleep. Well, so much for relaxing. Everything fades away at his words. Maka's eyes shoot open, it's pitch black, but she can feel someone's arms wrapped around her. She glances behind at the alarm clock by the bed, read 3 o'clock. Maka. She shields her eyes at the sudden light. When her eyes readjust, Custos stands by the bed, his light acting as her guild. Maka realizes it's only her and Krona in the bed, Krona holding her so close, nuzzling into her. The spirit is restless, it would be best if you went alone. Maka nods, knowing what the angel means. She slowly eases her way out of Krona's grip, moving a pillow in her place. The boy latches onto the pillow and nuzzles into it, Maka having to smile at his cuteness for a moment before she slowly gets off the bed. Follow me. Custos turns quickly and starts walking out of the room, Maka following behind him, moving almost like this is a dream. Her mind is fuzzy. She's too busy with her thoughts that she doesn't notice someone else isn't in the room. The chair is empty. Custos walks through the door, Maka opening it after him and closing it behind her silently. The soul is downstairs in a room in the lobby. The witch has been torturing the poor soul, making it so he can't move on. Custos trembles. How can she be so cruel? How can anyone be so cruel? Medusa is a bitch. Maka snarls, gripping her fist as she follows the angel downstairs. She's going to get what's coming to her. Oh, don't you worry about that. Don't let revenge consume you. Custos frowns. It could blind you to the truth. She's the only blind to the truth. Maka speaks darkly. Custos, do you know where Ragnarok is? No, I'm afraid not. Custos stops in front of a door by the guest room, a deep frown on his face. This is the room. I sense the soul's pain strongly. Maka takes a deep breath before the doors open up to her. She walks in. The smell of cleaning supplies and blood fills her nostrils. This room is filled with nothing but jars of organs, eyeballs, noses, lungs, anything that is on the human body is in this room right now. Some of the organs look like they could belong to an animal, but Maka's not too sure. Oh my. Custos' eyes get wide at see this. He does the sign of the cross. He looks so troubled. Oh Lord, have mercy on their souls. Which heart is the man's? Maka trembles. She really doesn't like it here. The jars here remind her too much of Ragnarok's death, remind her too much of that horrible fate, all because of fucking Medusa. This one. Custos walks to a shelf opposite of the door. He keeps mumbling prayers under his breath before he points to a heart in a jar. This is the source of the man's suffering. There is surely something you can do to set him free, right, Maka? The angel looks at her hopefully. He's so concerned about this soul. Maka doesn't know, but she nods anyway. She has to try. This is fucking kid's dad. He doesn't deserve this. Yeah, he tried to kill her, but hell, she deserved it. Maka snaps her fingers as her book appears. She thinks about information on a captured soul, how to set ones free. Luckily the pages flip and stop on a page in the middle of the book. Releasing a captured soul. Having a soul to torture and claim is a nice touch, but maybe you have grown bored with your toy. To release a soul, all you have to do is speak the words before you rip the heart apart. This will set the soul free to do as it pleases. Simple enough. I have defied you of your rights. I have taken away your afterlife and made you a toy of entertainment. I have cheated your judgment, and gave you a fate all on my own. Now I release you for your soul to roam the earth forever, or for your soul to move on to some place better. I release you from my grasps. Maka chants as she uses her power. The heart comes out of the jar and floats in front of her. She takes a deep breath. This is for you, kid. Release. She screeches before she uses her power, the heart being ripped apart. Everything gets quiet. Custos has his eyes closed, a hand to his heart. Did it work? Maka frowns deeply. Did she do it wrong? Yes. Custos smiles and opens his eyes. Look. She follows his finger and can't help but to gasp. There standing in front of her is the mayor. He's looking at her with those piercing yellow eyes, his body see-through. He has a blank look on his face, no anger, no happiness, no hate, no anything. Seeing this man makes her tremble, fills her with a sadness. She remembers those good old times when this man was alive, when he made Kid and her cookies. Now he's dead, staring at her with those eyes. Maka tries to say something, but all that comes out is a squeak. The mayor gives her a long look. His eyes flash before he just fades away. That was a bit rude. The angel frowns. But at least he's free now. You did a very good thing, Maka. You surprise me more and more, you dash. Custos turns to offer her a smile, but his face falls to complete horror. Maka, look out. She can't even turn, can't even ask what he's talking about before a hand covers her mouth. It has a cloth on it and she breathes in the fumes. Her vision goes blurry, everything spinning. Her legs tremble, struggling to hold herself up. All she sees is Custos' horrified face and the glare of glasses before her eyes shut close, her body going limp. Maka passes out. Mad laughter fills the room. Chapter 62. How does she get herself in these fucked up situations? Is she forever going to be put through shit? No matter how much good she does, it doesn't matter, does it? The world wants her dead, the world wants her gone. Maka's consciousness comes back to her and already she wishes it didn't. She feels she's on something cold, her thighs on something metal. The smell of chemicals and latex fill her nostrils, giving her chills. It smells like the fucking hospital. She doesn't like this, not one bit. Maka tries to move her hands, tries to move her body. She keeps her eyes closed, too afraid to open them, too afraid to see if her fears are correct. Her hands are tied above her head, and when she tries to say something she realizes she has duct tape on her mouth. She can't move her fingers. She can't speak. She's defenseless, nothing but a weak girl now. Maka takes a deep breath before opening her eyes. A blinding light is above her and she has to blink a couple of times so she can see. She quickly looks around for something she can use to cut herself out. There's scalpels, but they're too far away from her. This has to be a dream. How the fuck did she get here? Why is she tied up? Wasn't she saved Kid's dad? Then something happened. Darkness. Maybe this is just her madness creating a nightmare for her. It feels like a nightmare. Her head feels fuzzy. It's making this scene all the more surreal. Maka seems to be in a small room she's never seen before. There's jars filled with odd liquid, sharp implements everywhere like scissors, scalpels, saws, drills. Oh, she really doesn't like it here. Maka, you're up. I'm sure you enjoyed your rest. A voice coos to her left and her blood turns cold. No fucking way, no way in hell, this is a dream. This isn't real. It can't be, this is just too fucked up. But nevertheless she turns her head to the side, her gasp muffled by the duct tape. Stein stands with his back turned to her. He seems to be working on something. His lab coat is stained with red. He doesn't say any more, but he almost seems to be waiting for a response. This really can't be happening. Maka thought this guy was long gone, got the fuck out of the mansion while he still could before she ripped him to fucking pieces for what he said about her mother. She forgot all about him, but now, seeing this man, seeing how she's tied up, she's filled with a rage but also a dread. How did he slip from their fingers? Where was he hiding? Where is she now? She's still in the mansion, right? The thought of Stein dragging her away from the mansion gets her to shiver. She feels a panic in her chest, but she suppresses it. She has to stay calm. She has to figure out a way out of this. But her hands are tied and her mouth is covered. There's nothing she can do. I know you've been through so much lately with the cruise ship sinking, with fighting for your life almost every day. Maka's eyes get wide. How the hell does he know about that? How did he know about the cruise ship? Something isn't right about this. I must admit I'm jealous of you, Maka Albarn. Jealous? Maka can't help to raise an eyebrow at this med doctor that still hasn't looked at her. You did something that I could never do with a touch of your hand. You did something that I have worked my whole life on. You cured cancer. You cured that little boy of his illness with no side effects. His breathing starts to get uneven. What makes you able to do that? I know all about you, Maka, how you're a witch, but not just a witch, a special one. I've wanted this since the day I found out, to see the insides of a witch, to see if your heart weighs the same as a human, if there are any differences, but now it's more than that. He starts to laugh and Maka finds herself struggling with the rope that binds her, but it's no use. Now, I can use your blood, I can make the cure, I can do it. Do you hear that, love? I can do it. He's roaring now, his whole body shaking in a spasm. Maka tries to say he's insane, that her blood couldn't possibly be a cure, it's her power that healed that boy, but anything she says is muffled to the point she can't even understand herself. Suddenly, the man stops cracking up. It's so abort that Maka tenses. Now he's like a statue, his arms hanging limply by his sides as he stares at whatever Maka can't see. I told you I have no limits now, I told you I would have you, and now that it's here, it's hard to control myself. I won't have to control myself much longer though. Stein starts grabbing stuff, moving it around. Let me go. Maka shouts through her tape, but it muffled. Sorry dear, can't hear you. She can hear the smirk in his voice, the fucking bastard. Then take this off. Maybe, just maybe, he doesn't know about her weakness, maybe she can outsmart him. Take it off? I don't think so. I'm no fool. I know all about your kind now. I've been researching, preparing for this moment. It seems the power flow of a witch comes from her words and hands. If they are both unable to work, the witch is defenseless. Stein speaks slowly before he turns around, Maka's stomach turning hollow as she sees the scalpel in one of his hands and a drill in the other. He has a large, mad smile on his face, his stitches ripping a bit, his glasses are glared so she can't see his eyes. You're defenseless, Maka. You're all mine. I wonder how much you can take before you lose consciousness? If you lose consciousness, this won't be any fun, so. He walks over slowly, placing the scalpel and drill on a small table next to the one she's on. She watches as he pulls out a needle. It's filled with red liquid. This was a gift. It will keep you conscious no matter what I do to your frail little body. You will feel everything, any rip, any tear. You'll feel it all, Maka. Isn't this fun? I'm having fun. Get the fuck away from me. Maka screams and thrashes in her blind. Stein watches as a cat would watch a trapped bird. He licks his lips, those lips growing in his mad smile. He walks over holding that needle out. Are you afraid of needles, Maka? So many of the patients at the asylum were. It's something in the brain that causes this fear, but I find it amusing. Why be scared of something that is only a prick, when I could cut you with my scalpel and crave out your eyeballs? That's something you should be afraid of, and you are, aren't you, Maka? You're afraid of me, I can see it in your eyes, and I must say it's delicious. Your mother had the same look in her eyes. Did you know that? It always did get me excited to see her laying before me, too drugged to even form a sentence. Maka can't explain the hate, the fury she feels. She cries out through the tape, thrashing like a madman. She's glaring holes into this man, screaming her head off, wanting to kill him. Wanting to fucking end him. What did he do to her mother? Did he hurt her? What the fuck did he do? It's maddening, not able to be free, not able to use her powers when he's so close, when she could rip him to a million pieces. In this moment Maka feels the needle pierce her arm, something flowing through her veins. It's like a electric shock. Her eyes are wide open. She's aware of everything, any pain, any discomfort. It's like someone put all her nerves on blast. The slightly cold table has become freezing, and the jab in her arm feels like someone stabbed her with a knife. This isn't good. You don't like me talking about your mother, do you? Stein places the empty needle down before leaning over Maka. She can feel his hot breath against her lips. Her whole being burns with hate. If you must know, I like you more. He touches her cheek, rubbing it, that mad smirk way too large for his face. You always did struggle with me. Your mother was nothing but a limp body. She didn't fight me, not like you do. Your anger towards me, the hate I see, it's been there since the beginning. At the asylum you never liked me and I liked that. I wanted to rip you open there, but back then there was rules. He reaches over and grabs the scalpel. Now there's not. I will finally get to feel your beautiful insides, Maka. You're so young, your skin so soft. I'm going to sand you down. I'm going to cut open every part of you because I like you just that much. I want to see your everything. I saw a lot of your mother, but not everything. No, not like I'm going to see everything with you. When I'm done with you, no one will be able to even recognize you but me, of course. I'll know. I always do. Maka struggles with her binds, screaming at him, but it's muffled. Stein brings the scalpel down on her stomach, but when his knife touches the fabric of her vest, it stops. He can't cut it. Maka has never been so happy for that demon than she is now. His black blood won't be cut by some fucking scalpel. Interesting. Stein turns the bolt in his head. So this is what she was talking about. He tries to move the vest up, but it won't move. I guess I'll just have to cut around it now, won't I? His grin is way too fucking large as he walks over across the room and gets a saw. It's around in motor 1. That boy is next, did you know? I'll enjoy his screams just as much as I'll enjoy yours. Stein walks back over, hovering over her again with that smirk. You have never been as beautiful as you are now. Tied up, weak, at my disposal. I've waited a very long time for this, and I'm not letting anything get in my way. I didn't when it came to your mother. Stein crackles madly before he turns on the saw, it making a loud screeching noise. All I have to do is dig deep enough and I'll scrap this vest off with your flesh. Some things may get damaged, but don't worry. I'm a doctor. I can fix it. He laughs so loud at that. He's fucking insane, and he's going to gut her like a fish. Maka is between her hate for this man for speaking of her mother, for what she doesn't know, but then she's afraid. She's alone here, she doesn't know where she is, she can't use her powers, she doesn't have anything. Are you scared? Stein leans in, his glasses still glared. He's bleeding from his stitches being slightly ripped and it's falling on her face. She can't see the saw, but she can still hear its horrible screeching. Maka just glares darkly at him, her expression is nothing but hate. Stein makes a humming sound before he reaches his hand up. This one has a scalpel, he cuts her cheek with it, her blood welling up. He leans in and licks it off. She feels like puking. She thrashes her body, trying to get him off, but he continues to lick at her. His scalpel trails down, cutting her arms before he moves down the vest. She feels the scalpel press against her exposed belly button. God, it hurts. It hurts so much. He's barely cut her, but it feels like he's cutting her up in pieces. Maka tries to bite her lip, not wanting to give this fucker the satisfaction of her cry. I'll ask again, are you scared? His hot breath is in her ear, the scalpel still pressed to her belly button. Maka sees it, then the three large eyes that are behind this man, they seem to be looking everywhere till they lock on her. This must be her madness, but the eyes narrow as it stares at Stein over her, and just like they appeared, they disappear. Maka doesn't respond, her pride and the duct tape not allowing her to. That's when he slowly starts to press the scalpel into her belly button. You don't think about it, you don't think about how sensitive your belly button is until there's a fucking scalpel in it. Maka feels the tears well up, the pain, it hurts. She tries to bite her lip to stop her cry, but when he pushes it deeper, her feeling the scalpel inside her stomach, she screams out in pain, it being too much to bear. That's it, scream for me, you little bitch. His voice is husky, his breathing uneven in her ear. Scream for me like your mother did, dash. No. 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 He did not do this to her mother. He did not fucking do this, no. 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 Something snaps in her, and despite all the pain she feels, her body thrashes against him, cusses and screams escaping her lips. She wants to kill him. She wants to kill him now. Then let me out. That girl coos. I could get us out of this. He doesn't know who he's messing with. This fucker won't get away for all the shit he's done to us. You know I could kill him. I could get us out of this situation. Maybe she could, but even in her deepest hate, her rage, could she really let this girl out? So she can destroy the world. Over this man? This horrible person? This is probably what he wants. She can't deny it's tempting, but when she thinks of what Custos showed her with the ruined buildings and bloody roads. Maka holds out, she keeps herself. Stein finally moves back away from her, ripping the scalpel out. He's smirking at her, that fucking smirk, then his glasses stop glaring and the sight gets her blood to turn cold. Those stone eyes are bouncing, he's mad, he's completely mad, his eyes full of lust. You should be afraid of me. He breathes out, his fingers twitching. You see, I can do whatever I want to you. You're mine now. No one will save you. No one knows you're here. You are at my mercy. If I wanted to fuck your insides then I could. There's no rules, only my desires. He walks back over to the side of her, he brings the scalpel towards her eye. And I desire you, but really I think everyone does. You are life after all I've wanted is you, but what have you done? His expression changes to rage. You took her death, your death, you bitch. You used to be my friend, used to be something I looked forward to, then you took her. You took her away. His voice is so loud she feels like this small room is shaking in his roar. Maka can't even say anything, she doesn't understand him, he's fucking mad and Maka's going to die if she doesn't do something, anything. But you didn't kill her, did you? No. No, you didn't. He's mumbling to himself, he drops the scalpel and it barely misses her cheek. No. No. Don't look at me like that. Don't fucking look at me like that. He screams at her, gripping the bolt in his head, his eyes wide. Stop looking at me with your eyes. You know, don't you? He covers his eyes with his hands only to spread his fingers, looking at her through them. You see it with your eyes, don't you? This man, she doesn't even know what to do at this point, but she keeps staring at him, he doesn't like it so she'll keep doing it, the fucking bastard. Everyone looks at me with their eyes but they don't really see. Maybe you do? Maybe you don't? I don't know. I don't know a lot of things. That's why I must keep cutting, I must keep learning. Knowledge is power. Do you see it with those eyes? Everyone sees me with their eyes, they all saw me for what I was but she didn't. Do you see it too? The something I'm missing? Can you see into my soul with those eyes? Just like she could? Can you? Can you? His body is trembling, his eyes twitching, he hits the table she's on and it gives a creaking sound, he breathes heavily, his bangs covering his eyes. No. You can't see, only she could. She's the only one. She saw something, she saw me, she saw something, you don't see anything, you're nothing but my experiment, yet she was my experiment too. If you had blue eyes I would have cut them out by now, so stop looking at me with those false eyes, stop it, stop it. He looks up, his voice becoming a whisper, but she can't look away from him, it's like he's keeping her from looking away, he's so fucking crazy, he's not making any sense. What the hell is he talking about? Yet you can't reason with someone who is fucking nuts. Stop it. He roars at her before he grabs her by the neck, squeezing hard on her windpipe. Maka struggles beneath him, fighting for air as Stein leans in, they lock eyes. Those stone eyes flash. And soon everything is fading away. Maka groans as her eyes slowly open, trying to process where she is, only to stop. She's seen a lot of weird things in her lifetime. A lot of fucked up things, so you'd think she'd never be surprised anymore, but looking at this she can't help but to raise her eyebrow. Spirit, her father, is in front of her, hiding behind a bush. She can tell he's a lot younger, he's crouching down like a frog and moving his arms oddly, chanting something as he moves his hands back and forth, wiggling his fingers. This has to be one of the oddest things she's ever seen. Where the fuck is she? What the hell is Spirit doing? He looks like someone on crack, who knows? Maybe he is. Seeing this man fills her with mixed emotions. Don't get her wrong. She still hates the fucker, it's just. Young Spirit makes a odd sound before he hobbles forward, he pushes his hands out, reminding her of this old show she used to watch. Dragon Ball Z, when Goku would do a Kamehameha. Spirit is holding his hands in a similar way. Maka can't help to tilt her head as he lights out a cha. Spirit, what on earth are you doing? Maka tenses at the voice, she knows this voice, so cold, so collected. She glances over at the boy that took the words right out of her mouth. Stein stands beside Spirit now, looking down at the other man with a blank expression. There's no screw in his head, no sticks on his face, he looks normal, but she knows better. This boy is nothing but normal. Instead of a lab coat, he just has on a plain gray shirt with some jeans, his white bangs slightly in his eyes. Fuck. Spirit jumps, falling on his face before he turns and gives Stein a glare. What have I told you about doing that? Fucking warn me, don't just creep up on me. And what have I told you? I'm not one to follow the rules. Stein states boredly. What were you just doing, Spirit? Oh, that. Spirit blushes slightly before he crouches by the bushes looking over them. Just this thing I found on the internet. It's a kind of I don't know this thing that sends positive energy towards whoever you want it to. I thought it could help my chances. You thought making weird hand signs at her from behind a bush would help your chances. Stein readjusts his glasses. Your logic scares me, Spirit. Hey. It's worth a shot. She's ignored all my other advances towards her. Spirit pouts, but there's determination in those eyes of his. Maybe it's time to just accept the facts. She's just not that into you. Stein shrugs. But every girl is into me. I'm fucking hot as shit. Spirit touches himself as if to prove his point. There has to be something wrong with her if she's not attracted to this. She's just playing hard to get is all. Oh yes, there's something wrong with her for not liking a man who watches her from behind a bush. Stein speaks motor-toned, in a way Maka almost wants to laugh, but she hates this man. She hates the both of them. Yet she can't help to raise her eyebrow. Stein and her father were friends. Then again, when she thinks about it, whenever Spirit would come to the asylum he would talk to Stein most of the time, and when Spirit died Stein actually seemed upset. Of course these two assholes would have been friends. It makes perfect sense once you think about it. Shut up. Spirit grumbles before he looks over the bush. A smile comes to his face, his blue eyes lighting up. God, just look at her, Stein. Why can't she be mine? I'm sure there's plenty of answers to that question. Stein looks over to where Spirit is. That's when Maka sees just who they're talking about. They seem to be in front of a high school. Kids are walking out, talking and laughing, but there's one person that stands out in the crowd. Maka covers her mouth. Her mother stands before her, young, her green eyes so bright she's laughing. Maka's heart raises only for it to plummet. She isn't alone. Medusa stands close to Kami. She has a blank look on her face as her mother laughs at something from this far. She can't tell, but it almost looks like Medusa's smiling. They're pretty close. Maka hates seeing this. She fucking hates Medusa, yet she was her mother's friend. Too many emotions swirl around her head from seeing this. It's too much. She hates it. Why doesn't she laugh at my jokes like that? Spirit grumbles and grips his fist, his expression nothing but jealously. Because your jokes aren't funny. This isn't the time to be funny, Stein. I wasn't trying to be. Spirit glares at him before he turns his attention back on Kami. He frowns. Do you think she's a lesbian? It would explain why she's not taking a liking to me and she's with Medusa all the time. Do you think they're dating? Fuck no. Maka snarls out for him. Like hell her mother would be with Medusa like that. He's lost his fucking mind. Just because she isn't into you doesn't mean she doesn't like the opposite sex. Stein states boredly. And just because two girls are friends doesn't mean they make out like your oh so brilliant logic suggest. This is different. I mean, they're always together and they don't talk to anybody but themselves. That's a little weird, right? And whenever I try to make a move on Kami, Medusa gives me this evil eye. He rubs his chin. You know what? Even if they're together I don't care. The more the merrier. Medusa's pretty hot herself. Can you just imagine having them both in bed with you? Spirit wipes his nosebleed. No. Stein states bluntly. The idea is ridiculous. If you could open your eyes, Spirit, you would see they both don't like you. You would also see that you're making a fool out of yourself. I'll keep making a fool of myself if I can get her. You don't understand, Stein, this is different. She's beautiful, the most beautiful girl in the school dash. You say that about every girl. And no, I don't. And I mean it this time. Have you ever seen eyes that look like that? So green and huge? She's just wow. I have to have her. Spirit's voice is airy. Come to think of it, I haven't seen someone with eyes like that. Stein hums a look in his eyes Maka knows too well, that look he had when he was cutting into her, a predatory look. Yeah, she's just, I bet she can sing, her voice is like an angel's, I bet she likes taking walks like I do. I bet we're perfect for each other and she just doesn't know it yet. He stands up, gripping his fist, determination in his eyes. I will have her. His eyes get a faraway look. Her and her sexy ass. Don't look now, but her and her sexy ass is looking at you. Stein's voice is so motor-toned, no emotion. Spirit tenses when indeed Kami and Medusa are staring at him. They saw him come out of the bush. He still has blood running down his nose. He gives Kami a goofy smile and waves at her. Maka can't help but to facepalm. Who the fuck does that? Kami looks confused, but Medusa is glaring. Daggers into Spirit. She gets in front of Kami a bit. The look gets Spirit to yelp and take a couple of steps back before he hides back in the bush. That was smooth. Stein smirks at Spirit, who sends him a glare. Retreating into the bushes is sure to give you some points with Kami. Shut up. Did you see the way Medusa was looking at me? She's fucking hot but scary as fuck. She's like one of those hot psycho girls in the scary movies. Damn, why do I have a boner? He groans and Maka wrinkles her nose. I have a theory. Stein clicks his tongue. That you have a problem with your hormones. Anything can arouse you. It may be that you have a lot more testosterone than estrogen hormones, putting your body out of balance. There could be many reasons for this. He has that predatory glint in his eyes again. Is she still looking? Spirit ignores him as he peeks up from the bush, and sure enough, Medusa is still staring in their direction, but this time she's staring at Stein. Hey dude, I think she's totally checking you out. Holy shit, this is perfect. You can get a creepy fucking girl that matches your creepy personality. Medusa will forget about Kami and then I can have her all to myself. He's getting so excited. Maybe that would work if... Stein looks at Medusa. They lock eyes. She smirks at him, a knowing look. Some conversation being held with their eyes. I wanted to have her. How can you not want her? Hold up, wait a minute. Spirit's eyes get wide. Dude, are you gay? No. I feel no attraction to anyone. Male or female. They're nothing but flesh. You know you scare the fuck out of me when you talk like that. Then stop talking to me. Stein stares at Medusa. She gives him one final smirk before she grabs Kami's arm and walks off with her. Maka wants to run after them, wants to rip her mother from Medusa, but she knows she can't change this. This is a memory and she's just a watcher. Stein has a odd look. I'm leaving. I have work to do. You always have work to do. Spirit groans. It's a Friday. Live a little. You're always just up in your house doing God knows what. There's a party at Brain's house. If you come, maybe people wouldn't be so scared of me. Stein cuts him off, getting Spirit to tense. I don't do parties. I don't do people. Let them be afraid. He has an odd look in his eyes. They should be. Stein turns around quickly, about to walk off to who knows where, only for him to bump into someone. She lets out a squeak as she falls on her butt, dropping all the books and things she was holding. I am so sorry about this. I couldn't see past my books and dash. She looks up, looks at Stein with piercing blue eyes. Those eyes seem too familiar. He only looks down at her blankly. The girl's breath catches as they lock eyes, only for him to turn and walk away. He doesn't help her up. He doesn't say anything but walk away. The girl seems confused. She watches Stein leave with wide eyes. Don't worry about that asshole. A couple of other girls surround the blue-eyed one. They help her up and give her stuff back. He's such a fucking jerk. A red-haired girl huffs. Hey ladies. Spirit wiggles his eyebrows, standing up tall and giving them a charming smile. It makes her want to puck. Oh hey Spirit. Most of the girls turn their attention on the redhead, giving him winks and blowing kisses. What the fuck do they see in this asshole? Who was he? That blue-eyed girl blinks, still staring where Stein was. I've never seen him here before. That doesn't surprise me. One girl grunts. He's never here. He only comes when there's a fucking dissection in science. He's so fucking creepy. Is he failing then? The blue-eyed girl frowns. Nope. Spirit grins at this girl and puts a arm around her. Stein worked it out with the teachers that they would just send him the work he needs to do. He's smart as fuck. He's able to do everything they give him without him being taught. He's already in college. I'm pretty sure he wants to be a doctor or something like that. You're close to him. The girl tilts her head at him. I wouldn't say close, he just only talks to me. Spirit shrugs. I helped him out a long time ago, so I guess you could say he puts up with me. So he's a genius. One girl speaks up. Doesn't surprise me. Is he as creepy as he looks? Spirit. He has problems. Spirit scratches his head. I really don't dash. I heard he doesn't have a family. One girl speaks up. The blue-eyed girl's eyes get wide. I heard he lives alone in this huge mansion that he inherited it. I heard his mother and father was murdered. Another girl speaks up. It wouldn't surprise me if he's the one that killed them. Alright, that's fucking enough. Spirit snarls, getting all the girls to stop and look at him in surprise. He's trembling in his rage before he just matches away. You don't really believe he killed his family, do you? The blue-eyed girl looks at the others. I do. I mean, it makes sense. He got a huge ass home for it. He's a genius, remember? He's probably smart enough he was able to hide the evidence really well. Also, he's so fucking quiet. And you know what they say, it's always the quiet ones. He doesn't talk to anyone but Spirit, and even then he barely speaks. It's just not natural, and the way he stares at people. A girl shudders. Maybe he's lonely. The blue-eyed girl speaks quietly, something in her eyes Maka can't read. If he lives in such a big home alone, I'm sure he gets lonely. Lonely? Oh yeah, the murderer is lonely. He hates everyone. A girl shakes her head before grabbing the girl's arm. Come on, let's stop talking about this asshole and do something fun. Pizza. A other girl cheers. Oh okay. This blue-eyed girl nods and allows herself to be pulled along, but Maka catches how she looks behind to where that med boy used to be. Everything fades away. When everything comes back to Maka, she's in a classroom. She blinks as she takes in all the students, chatting. Some look just bored out of their minds while others seem a bit distressed. Maka realizes the cause for their distress. Stein sits in the front of the room. The whole row by his seat are empty. All the students are sitting as far from him as possible, mumbling things about him. Stein doesn't notice, or maybe he just doesn't care. He just stares forward blankly, no expression, no emotion. He's like a robot, his eyes are stone. Maka hears the door open, so she looks over only to see that blue-eyed girl. Her eyes fall on Stein and she looks shocked, just standing there, staring at him. Stein doesn't look at her. He just stares forward. The girl looks up at her other classmates that are cowering away from him. Something changes in those piercing blue eyes. Before she sits right next to Stein. The whole classroom gasps. They start talking amongst themselves while this blue-eyed girl just gets her stuff ready for class like this is nothing. Stein still doesn't even look at her. Maka wonders slightly if he's even realized someone has sat next to him, but before she can question that, a tall man walks into the room. Good morning, class. Today's Wednesday and you know what that means. The man chuckles at their groans. That's right. We get to dissect a cat today. Everyone else is complaining. Stein just blinks as the teacher starts passing out trays with a scalpel and tweezers and such for the dissection. This girl with the eyes Maka can't get over fiddles with her implements nervously as she glances over at Stein. But he still hasn't even looked her way. That's when the girl must realize that Stein and her only got one tray. She raises her hand. Everyone will have to share. I'm not made of cats. He laughs at his bad joke before he walks around putting dead cats on everyone's tray, getting you. That's fucking gross, and hey, this looks like, Sally. You monster. Alright, simmer down. Stop being a bunch of crybabies and just do it. The man grunts before he takes his seat at the desk. The blue-eyed girl fiddles with her fingers, nervously looking at Stein, who is just looking at the dead cat in front of him. You can start if you want. She pushes the scalpel towards him. He doesn't say anything. He just grabs the scalpel, no expression as he flips the cat over. He pins the paws to the tray before placing the scalpel on the cat's belly. Don't you want some gloves first? The girl starts, only for Stein to cut into the cat. It's a smooth cut, a experienced cut. The girl watches with wide eyes as he pins the flesh to the side, exposing the insides of this poor animal. Stein still doesn't say anything. He just digs his bare hands in, pulling out the intestines, moving his scalpel, cutting muscle like paper. He slowly, skillfully takes each organ out, not seeming to care about the fluids that's getting on him. If you're going to be my partner, shouldn't you be writing down what I find? Stein speaks motor-toned, getting the girl to tense. She drops the tweezers she was fiddling with at his voice. Yes, sorry. She quickly gets a piece of paper out. She looks at the organs already out and starts writing about them quickly. Maka can tell she's nervous. Who the fuck wouldn't be? Maka's not too sure why this girl would sit by Stein even if the rumors aren't true. He's still creepy as fuck. Stein doesn't say anything, he just continues to rip this cat apart. This girl glances up at him after a while and her breath catches. Stein is smiling. It's not one of those creepy smiles, it's a smile as he rips the cat's heart out. He's happy. That stone face is still there but his eyes are a bit lighter. The girl watches him with her mouth open. She looks pale yet her cheeks seem pink. What are you staring at? He doesn't look at her but that smile falls. Keep writing. She tenses and nods before she looks back down at her paper, starting to write again. Everything seems to rewind when it stops. Maka sees that blue-eyed girl walk out of the classroom with her books. She doesn't see Stein so she follows her. Hey girl. How was your fist dissection? Gross, right? That redhead from before puts a arm around the blue-eyed girl as she walks. Who'd you partner up with? I hope you had a better partner than me. I got that bitch Katie. That boy. The blue-eyed voice is quiet. Oh, what boy? The redhead gives her a smirk. I think his name is Stein dash, the girl says, and just like that the redhead stops her. You were partnered with that freak. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. The red girl wraps her arms around the blue-eyed girl. Did he hurt you? No, of course not. The blue-eyed girl's eyes get wide. He just dissected the cat. He didn't really say anything dash. Of course he didn't. He's such a freak. The red girl rolls her eyes. I'm just glad he didn't hurt you. I don't think he wants to hurt people. The blue-eyed girl mumbles. You should have seen him, Christine. He looked so happy while he was dissecting that cat. It was the first time I've ever seen him smile dash. He only smiles when he's cutting something up. Yeah, that doesn't sound crazy at all. This girl grunts. He just screams serial killer. The blue-eyed girl doesn't say anything. Well, I'm heading to class. See you later, girl. Christine smiles before she walks off in the hallway. This blue-eyed girl just stands there looking at her feet, such a sad look in those blue eyes, and for some reason Maka really doesn't like it. You'd be surprised, Christine, sometimes the people you like the most, the people you trust the most, are the real people you should be afraid of. The girl takes a deep breath before she starts walking down this hallway. The bell rings. She's late but she doesn't seem to care. She's the only one in this hallway, her eyes still holding that sadness. She's in deep thought. Do you have all of it? A voice whispers. The girl stops, frowning slightly as she walks over, looking over a corner. She has to bite her lip not to gasp. Medusa and Kami stand in the hallway. Kami behind Medusa. The older woman is staring at this other person blankly. The other person, that's Stein. Of course I do. Stein states boredly as he hands over a cooler. All rabbit. This is perfect. Medusa opens the cooler and looks at the contents. She shows Kami and the other girl nods, seeming pleased with it. Good job. Medusa smirks as she reaches in her pocket, pulling out a wad of cash before handing it to Stein. Keep it up and you'll run me dry. Medusa laughs that fake laugh of hers, smiling sweetly at Stein. Are you almost done with the next batch? Yes. I've been working on it. Stein takes the money and starts to count it. When he seems pleased with it, he nods and puts it into his pocket. Mind telling me why you want these parts? It seems a little odd for two young girls to want animal organs. He studies them. I never said we just wanted animal organs. Medusa's sweet smile grows. But we'll work on that later, shall we? It's best not to ask questions, Stein. You keep doing what you love and we will keep paying you for it. Fair enough. Stein blinks. I don't really care much anyway. He states boredly. That's why we like you, Stein. Medusa coos. We'll be taking our leave now. She turns, but when she looks at Kami, Medusa's face falls and she looks back at Stein. Oh, and tell that foolish boy to leave Kami alone. He doesn't take a hint. I can take care of myself, Medusa. Kami grunts and glares at her. I could tell him, but Spirit won't listen. He's as hard-headed as a mule. Stein drags out. Indeed. Medusa glares before she turns around. This time next week, Stein. I'll have it. Stein watches as the two girls leave. By this point the blue-eyed girl is staring wide-eyed at Stein, probably not understanding what just happened. Maka can practically see the thoughts swirling in her head. So even when they were younger, Medusa and Stein knew each other. He sold them animal parts for their potions. That makes sense since Stein is crazy and likes cutting fucking things open. This blue-eyed girl needs to get out of here. The last thing she wants is... Suddenly Stein turns around, his stone eyes slowly moving to where she is. The girl lets out a gasp before she hides behind her corner, taking deep breaths. Her eyes are wide. The girl listens, hearing Stein's footsteps walking away from her. She lets out a sigh of relief before she peeks over the corner. No one is there. The hallway is empty. That was a close one. She mumbles to herself before she turns around, only to bump right into the chest of Stein. The girl falls back on her butt, looking up at him in horror, sweat starting to form on her brow as this boy just stares at her blankly. Those stone eyes give nothing away. This girl needs to run, needs to get away, but she stays where she is, trembling. I didn't. Dash, the girl bites her lip, not sure what to say. No doubt. Stein just stares at her. Maka has to admit it's fucking creepy, more so than him actually doing something. Time seems to tick by as he just stares at her, and this girl just looks up at him. Maka doesn't know what he's going to do. His eyes though stone hold that predatory glint, and maybe this girl can see it because she whimpers before Maka can blink. This girl is pinned against the wall, his face mere inches from her own. The girl keeps trembling, but she doesn't push him off, doesn't do anything but stare into his eyes, as he stares into hers. This is dangerous. Maka knows it, as she doesn't want this girl to get hurt. Stein suddenly just lets her go. He looks at the girl a moment before he walks away, not saying a word. The blue-eyed girl watches him before she hugs her knees to her chest, her body shaking in her fear. She hides her face in her knees. Everything fades away. Come on, dude. Maka blinks as everything becomes visible again. She's outside the school again. Spirit is in front of her with Stein, the redhead giving the med boy a scolding look. Maka takes notice that they're both wearing warm clothes and snow is everywhere. It's Christmas. It's not healthy for you to just be in that huge ass house alone on Christmas. Come on. You could spend it with me and we'd have a killer time. I don't do Christmas. There's a hint of rage in his voice. You know that, Spirit. Besides, I'd rather not have to deal with you when you're drunk off too much eggnog and vodka. I promise I won't drink that much. Spirit presses. I know you hate Christmas, you're like the real live Scrooge, but come on, don't you get lonely on Christmas? Especially when... Spirit trails off, looking uncomfortable. Finish your sentence, Spirit, it's bothering me. Stein has a blank face, but something shifts. Go ahead. Say it. Especially when your parents... Spirit trails off yet again. Died. Stein finishes. Murdered? Use your words, Spirit. Why are you afraid to say the truth? It's a fact. It happened. I know, I just thought. Spirit takes a deep breath. I just think that you should spend Christmas with me, just be with people during this time, you know. I don't know why I still talk to you. Stein states coldly. You think you have some responsibility of taking care of me? You think I need to be looked after? You're the son of the cop that saved me from getting killed with my parents. I'm not your concern, and I know you don't even want to fool with me. I scare you, Spirit. Just as I scare everyone else. I don't do Christmas, so drop it. It's not that you're my responsibility. It's that you're my friend, Stein. Isn't it obvious I care about you? I want you to spend Christmas with me. I don't want you being alone. Merry Christmas, Spirit. Stein's words are bitter as he turns his back on Spirit and starts to walk away. Enjoy your holiday. I have work that has to be done. Dash. That's bullshit and you know it. Spirit grabs Stein's shoulder. The boy tenses, and before Maka can blink he turns around and shoves Spirit. The redhead falls on his butt, looking up at Stein with large eyes. Some people that were watching gasp. Sorry. Spirit surprises her for actually apologizing. He stands up and brushes himself off. I shouldn't have grabbed you like that, it's just, damn it, you know this isn't healthy. Does it look like I care what's healthy and what's not? Stein states before he turns and walks away. Don't ever touch me like that again. Shit. Spirit grips his fist, watching him go. He sighs as a group of girls come over, gushing over him, asking if he's okay and if him and Stein had a fight. Maka is about to follow Stein when her eyes catch someone else. That girl with the blue eyes is sitting behind the bush that Spirit himself was. She's hugging her knees to her chest. She was close enough to the whole thing that she heard everything. Her eyes, they're so sad. Maka frowns a bit. She never looks like that when she's around others, but seeing this girl huddled behind the bush, you would think she was a different person. So you're spending it alone? She mumbles to herself. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath before standing up. Her movements almost seem strained. Maka frowns. How long has it been since the last flashback? Why is this girl still spying on Stein? After that run-in with him? Does she have a death wish? Doesn't she know curiosity killed that cat? Hey River! A voice calls out, causing this girl to look over. The redhead Christine smiles as she runs over to her friend. So this girl, her name is River? Maka likes it. You ready for Christmas? I hate this school though, giving us off right on Christmas. What the fuck? We should have been out a week ago. Yeah. We really should have. River smiles. That sadness Maka saw is completely gone. So what's your plans? Christine tilts her head. Spending time with my family, drinking eggnog, the usual. She giggles. Sweet, I'm going to be at my stupid grandmom's. Christine groans. Well, I'm going to go have a Merry Christmas. You should let me come over this week sometime dash. How about I come over your house? River smiles. My parents are a bit odd with having guests over, you know this. Yeah, I know. Christine sighs. I'm just curious. Well, see you later then. She smiles before she walks off, whistling a happy tune to herself. River watches her before Maka sees that sadness back in her eyes. She looks over to where she saw Stein walk. It seems me and you have a lot more in common than I thought. She hugs herself and bows her head. Do you really want to be alone? Or is it that you're lying to yourself? Just like I am. Maka blinks at this girl. It's like she's a different person alone. That sadness is so deep she can't even explain it. Those piercing eyes are dull. River starts walking. Hey girl, do you need a ride? Some girl in a car calls out to River with a smile on her face. No, my mom is coming to get me. River gives her a smile, that sadness gone. Thank you anyway. Alright girl, see ya. And just like that the car is gone. And just like that the sadness is back. Maka decides to follow River. She doesn't really want to be around Stein, and there's something about this girl Maka wants to understand her. River walks out of the schoolyard and starts walking down the road. Maka frowns. Didn't she say her mother was picking her up? Was that a lie? Why would she want to walk home in this cold? River hugs herself as she walks, her feet making a crunching sound, the snow getting all in her raven hair, but the girl doesn't seem to mind. She just keeps walking. I wonder if you hate me now. I wonder if you're creeped out by me. Maka has to stop for a minute. Hold up. Did this girl really just ask if Stein was creeped out by her? That dude is the definition of creepy. Is she not right in the head? Well, talking to yourself like she is, doesn't seem so right. There's something about her. River suddenly stops and grips her fist. I've decided. Everything fades away. Maka blinks as she takes in this large-ass house in front of her. It looks like a mansion. Trees are around it, all covered in snow. It's a beautiful sight really, but the house itself is eerie. It's dark, so still it looks like it's been abandoned for years. She hears a crunch of snow beside her, so she turns. River stands next to her now, her breath coming out in puffs of smoke as she looks at this home with wide eyes. Maka realizes this must be the same day, for this girl is wearing the same clothes. River is gripping a basket of something. She looks so nervous, scared. What is she doing here? Where the hell is this? River takes a deep breath before she slowly walks up to the front door of this massive house, her footprints being left in the snow. Maka follows after her, and her footprints don't show in the snow. Because she isn't here. She never is. River closes her eyes, seeming to brace herself before she grabs the knocker, one of the old-looking ones you see in those haunted mansion movies. It's odd seeing one in real life. She knocks about 3 times before she stops. She just stands there waiting in the cold. Maka realizes something that she should have realized earlier. This girl isn't wearing a jacket. It has to be fucking freezing out, yet she's not wearing a jacket. Her skin is red. She looks like she could catch hypothermia. What is wrong with her? Where's her jacket? Why would she be out here when it's cold? When it's getting dark? This house seems away from any other civilization. It's not safe, and Maka has a bad feeling about this house. She can't put her finger on it, but The door slowly creaks open, revealing Stein. The boy's blank expression doesn't change, but she can see a hint of surprise in those stone eyes of his. "Oh, it's you again." His voice is motor-toned. "You're that girl that's stalking me?" Blunt as can be. River tenses badly at that. She grips the basket handle before letting out a breath she was holding. "I really don't mean to be around you. That time a couple months ago I just got curious, you know. I'm sorry about it." River takes a deep breath. "I heard you were spending Christmas alone Heard? So you were listening in on me yet again." Stein hums. He doesn't seem angry. He doesn't look like he really cares. "Yes, I am spending Christmas alone, though I don't see why it's any of your business." Stein's gaze is hard. "I'd like to know what you're doing on my property." "I wanted." River closes her eyes before she looks at this boy again. "I want to spend Christmas with you." "Excuse me." Stein blinks. "No one deserves to spend Christmas alone. It's lonely, isn't it? It hurts, doesn't it? Christmas is supposed to be a happy time, but when you spend it alone it just reminds you how much more alone you really are." She gives him a sad smile. "Christmas is a time of family, so what are you supposed to do when you don't have one, you know?" Stein blinks again before she sees it, the glint of rage in his eyes. "You shouldn't listen to other people's conversations. It's rude and it can get you into trouble." Christmas is nothing but a joke." Stein's voice is getting uneven. "Whether it's with family or not, even if I had one I would never celebrate it, and I definably wouldn't celebrate it with you. Christmas is a time to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, correct? Well, he isn't real. There's no proof he's real. Also, Santa Claus is obviously not real either. They're both a lie. Christmas is a lie. It's not about giving. It's about getting. You know, kids don't really act better for Santa. They know they're getting something for Christmas. It's just a lie, a stupid lie." Stein growls at her. "Get off my property. No one is supposed to be here. If I see you around here again you'll pay. I'll hurt you. I'll show you why everyone is afraid of me." He grins madly at her before slamming the door in her face, leaving River out in the cold, without a jacket. Sometimes lies are all we can cling to. River bows her head before she looks up at the door. She places that basket in front of the door before she smiles sadly. "Merry Christmas, Stein." With that, River walks away, her skin getting redder. She's not even shivering. Maka frowns at all that. This girl is a bit different. She's odd. Something isn't adding up with her. Why would she continue to try to be nice to this guy when he's a ass? And that look of sadness in her eyes. She doesn't like it. Maka starts to walk after her. River is already out of her sight. She must have been standing her thinking lounger, then she thought. She hears the door creak open behind her. Maka looks back at Stein. The boy is looking down blankly at the basket. He looks up, looking around for River, probably before he grabs the basket and takes it inside, shutting the door behind him. Maka walks forward, her curiosity getting the better of her. She walks through the door. This home, for being so big, it's so empty. Stein carries the basket over to a small table in front of a couch. There's no decorations, no tree, nothing but silence in this large house. Maka notices that there's papers everywhere and books. That's really all there is in this house. Stein sits on the couch and stares at the basket for a moment. "Well, she left me a present." "How sweet." Maka thinks he's being sarcastic, but his voice is so motor-toned it's hard to tell. "Let's see the pile of trash she most likely got me." What a fucking ass. He should be grateful anyone would go through the trouble of getting something for him, this dick. Maka glares at him as he moves the green paper off the top of the basket, throwing it on the floor carelessly. Ah, of course. He stares blankly at the chocolate chip cookies in the basket. Maka can tell they're homemade, that River took time on them. She knows her desserts. Chocolate chip cookies, a Christmas classic. My, you have outdone yourself, girl. He grabs the basket and dumps the cookies onto the floor. I hate sweets. If you knew me you would know that. But you don't know me. So why give me a gift for Christmas? Where's the logic in that? He starts to stomp his foot over the cookies, a smirk on his face. Curiosity killed that cat because I dissected it. You don't know anything. No one does. I don't even know much, that's why I must learn everything. I must take apart everything. Spirit thinks he can fix me, you must think that too. If I wanted to be fixed, I would fix myself. I like to rip things apart just as much as I like putting them back together, but you don't know that, do you? Spirit would know, but he doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know what I really am, it scares him. He wants me to be something else, just like you. I don't like it. I don't like it. He giggles, his fingers starting to twitch. That's when his eyes fall on something else that fell out of the basket. There's a box wrapped in red wrapping paper. He giggles and picks it up. I wonder what this could be. He sneers as he shakes the box roughly, hearing something jiggle inside. Oh, let me guess. Some jingle bells? A tree ornament. He laughs at his joke. His laugh is cruel as he tears open the wrapping paper, not being careful with it at all. Is it a Santa Claus keychain? Or maybe even a pointless cross dash? Stein stops laughing, stops sneering as the wrapping paper falls away and the present is exposed to him. It's a scalpel. It's in a new box, never used. For the first time, Maka actually sees shock in Stein's expression as his fingertips lightly touch the box. He looks over at the door as if he could see River before looking back at the box. Oh, is all he says. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, she's in a cafeteria. Her eyes immediately fall on River. She's sitting at a table in front of her. The whole table is full of people laughing. There's only one space empty next to River. This girl seems to have a lot of friends. River smiles for all of them. That sadness Maka sees isn't in her eyes. So River, how was Christmas break? Christine asks. She's sitting next to the raven-haired girl. You never came over my house. What gives? She jokes, but Maka can hear a bit of hurt in her tone. Sorry, I must have forgotten. River frowns at this. My parents took me someplace after all to North Carolina to see more of my family. Oh sweet. How was that? I love North Carolina. Another girl at their table chimes. It was nice. A very beautiful state, and their food is to die for. River says this with a smile. Hell yeah. That girl giggles. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. Christine smiles at her. Me too. River keeps that smile on her face. How was your break? Oh, mine was dash. Christine stops talking, her face dropping as her eyes fall behind River. All the girls at the table stop talking. Because Stein just sat next to River. Oh. River's eyes light up as she looks at this boy, but he doesn't look at her, he just looks forward. He has no food, he just sits there. Hi. All the other girls get up quickly except for Christine. River, let's go. Don't talk to him, are you crazy? It's okay Christine, he's not going to hurt us. River frowns at her friend. Like hell if I'm staying here. If you're smart you'll come with me. With that Christine leaves. River stays though. She looks over at Stein, but he's not looking at her. It's awkward to say the least. Who the fuck does that? He's just sitting there, not even looking at her. River looks nervous as she fiddles with her food. Maka can literally feel the awkward. I don't like cookies. Stein breaks the silence, getting River to jump a bit. I'm sorry, I didn't know. River frowns. I thought everyone liked cookies. That's a stupid assumption. Stein states bluntly. Still not looking at her. River only nods. She looks down at her food and starts playing with it. What is one to say to that? It's a stupid assumption because not everyone can like the same thing. Each person has different taste buds and senses that makes one thing taste good to one while it tastes bad to the other. He rants on. You're right, I only made you cookies because my friends told me I can cook good. She gives a sheepish smile. Well, I'm not your friends. I don't like cookies. Okay, I understand. I'm sorry. River frowns. Maka can see the bit of hurt in her eyes as she looks down at her food. Stein glances at her from the corner of his eye before looking forward. I'm not good at this, am I? Good at what? River looks back at him. This. Communicating. It would help if you looked at me. She offers lightly, turning her body to face him. Stein stares forward a moment longer before turning his head to look at her. What's the point in this? He blinks. It's better for talking to people. It's like you're actually talking to me now. She smiles slightly. But I was talking to you before. Why must I look at you? It just makes me feel better, I suppose. Interesting. He hums, but he does keep looking at her. Yeah. Awkward silence. River starts to fidget again. This is so awkward. She looks down before her face falls. What happened to your arm? Oh, this. Stein blinks as he looks down at the long cut on his arm. It's been stitched together. I wanted to test out your present. I must say it's good quality. He makes a sound that was close to a sound of approval. Didn't that hurt you? River's eyes flash with something. Pain doesn't bother me. He shrugs slightly. Not in the least. I like to test myself, see how much pain I can take. I always like a good experiment. His lips twitch slightly at that. You're so much like him. River mumbles. What was that? Nothing. She looks away and starts eating her food. Thank you. River chokes on her food and looks over at Stein with wide eyes. What? Thanks for the scalpel. I needed a new one. No one gets me gifts worth keeping. Stein locks eyes with her. WWH, why did you get me it though? A scalpel seems like a odd Christmas gift. Well, when we were partners I saw how happy it made you holding one. She can't look at him. That's the only thing I could think of getting you. Stein is quiet for a moment. Why do you stalk me? I'm not really stalking you, I just... She sighs. I think we have more in common than you think. I highly doubt that. Stein states bluntly. I'm going to go now. He gets up and leaves. Maka watches time get fast forward. She stays in the cafeteria every day. Stein sits with River. Most of it looks so awkward. Sometimes Spirit would sit with them, but River has lost her other girlfriends that used to sit with her. River doesn't seem to care though. Her and Stein talk. The med boy seems to be getting more relaxed around her. It stops fast forwarding. Maka blinks as she once again takes in Stein and River sitting at the cafeteria table. So I took it by the throat and ripped it in half. This is no joke. The intestines were wrapped together, closely resembling a bow. It would seem the dog got hit so many times, his intestines somehow wrapped around themselves. Stein hums. River is just listening, like this doesn't faze her. Odd, isn't it? Weren't you sad about losing your dog? River looks at him in concern, like she just ignored the part where he said he ripped the fucking thing apart. I don't get sad, and why get upset about something that happens to everything? Death. It's the circle of life. It's a fact. Facts can be sad, you know. She mumbles. A lot sadder than lies, because facts are true. I don't get sad. Whether it be truth or false. I don't feel pity. I have never shed a tear. There's no point in it. It's irrelevant. River nods, only for her to stop when she looks at the two girls that just stopped by their table. Hello, Stein. Medusa coos, leaning over the table in front of him. Do you have our stuff? Tomorrow. He states bluntly. You're getting slow on us. Medusa sighs before she looks at River. She smirks at her. And God, Maka hates it. It's a predatory smirk, a knowing smirk before Medusa walks off with Kami. River takes a deep breath. Stein, what dash? It's none of your business. He snaps suddenly, his calm tone being disturbed. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't dash. Am I a part of your experiment? What? No dash. Then why does it matter? Why are you so interested in my life? I dash. I was only fooling myself. You don't know me. If you did, you would be afraid. Like everyone else. I'm meant to be feared. Stein dash. Don't say my name. Don't talk to me. Stop following me. Stein gets up quickly and leaves. River is left alone watching him go with her mouth open in confusion. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, she watches as River walks slowly down the school's hallway. People are giving her odd looks now, but she don't seem to care. She just keeps walking. The bell rings and soon everyone is in class except for River, who has her head bowed. She bumps into someone. I'm sorry, dash. She looks up at Stein and her eyes get wide with hope. Stein doesn't even look at her. He just pushes her out the way and continues down his way. River looks so sad as she turns around and starts walking again. She's looking at her feet, deep in thought. That's when she bumps into someone else. I dash. What the fuck, bitch? This boy growls before he pushes River, her hitting the wall hard, but she makes no sound of pain. Watch where you're going. I'm sorry. River speaks weakly, not making eye contact with this boy as she tries to get back up only for him to push her back down. Wait a sec. I know you. You're that girl that's been talking to that creepy motherfucker. You left all your friends for him. This boy smirks. Well, where is he now? You lost all your friends, and he's not even here to help you now. I heard you guys even stopped talking. River doesn't say anything. Hey, I'm talking to you. You fucking look at me when I'm talking to you. She doesn't. The boy hits her across the face. River only takes it, not making a sound. Oh, a tough girl, huh? He growls before he hits her again, but River still doesn't make a sound. She only takes it. It doesn't hurt. River says rather boldly. It doesn't hurt. Oh bitch, I'll make it fucking hurt. He growls as he kicks her in the stomach as hard as he can. River only takes it. She doesn't even blink as she coughs out some blood. He grabs her by the neck and lifts her up. I dare you say it didn't fucking hurt again. It didn't hurt. She speaks again. You can't hurt me, dash. Like fuck I can't. He yells at her before he slams her down. He grabs her book bag and hits it over her head. River takes it, but she hears a tear. You're ruining my book bag, dash. I don't give a fuck. He throws the book bag at her. The rip must have grown because a book flies out of her book bag and bust her lip. She only looks up at this boy. What the fuck is wrong with you, you freak? River smiles at this. You sound just like him. Fucking crazy bitch. This boy goes to make another hit. Only for his fist to be caught. What the fuck is dash? The boy starts off mad, but when he looks over at who stopped him, his whole face turns pale. Stein stands right by him. His face is blank as he starts to grip the boy's hand. The boy cries out and struggles with Stein, but soon enough there's a cracking sound. Stein. River cries out, looking at the boy that was just beating the shit out of her in concern. Stein lets go of the boy. He lets out a sob, holding his hand before he runs as fast as he can away. Stein, I dash. He hurt you. The boy doesn't look at her a moment, then he does. His face is still blank as he takes in the blood on the floor, her busted lip and her ruined book bag. It's okay. She smiles. It doesn't hurt. There's no reason to lie. Stein catches how she tenses before he grabs her book bag. River watches as he pulls out a needle and thread from his pocket. He gets to work quickly on the book bag and in a matter of seconds it's completely stitched up. There. He throws it at her. River catches it, looking up at him with wide eyes. You helped me. She smiles again. Thank you. I thought you were mad at me. I was never mad. He gives her a long stare. I'm just confused. About what? River looks up at him, the blood on the corner of her mouth. Maka catches how Stein's lips twitch. He covers them quickly with his hands. He turns and quickly starts to walk away. Stein, please. River calls after him and he pauses. I don't want us going back to not speaking for another month. I want to understand why you pushed me away all of a sudden. He doesn't say anything for a moment. Fine, River, since you're so set on knowing me, meet me at my home at 7 o'clock. I'll be waiting. With that he walks away, leaving her hurt, on the floor. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, she can't help but to gasp. River is in front of her, tied up on a table, much like she is probably still back in her time. Her eyes are closed. What the fuck happened? Is this a major time skip? Maka feels her heart tug. She don't want River getting hurt. She doesn't want to see this. River's eyes slowly open, and when they do, Maka's expecting to see panic, to see fear, but there's nothing in those blue eyes. She almost looks at her, binds boredly, like she doesn't care. I can believe you actually showed up. Stein suddenly walks in the room holding a scalpel. I told you never to come back here. Nothing good happens here, everyone knows that. Now look at you, you curious little kitty cat, now I'm going to dissect you. He chuckles madly. But where are my manners? Would you like a drink? A cup of tea first. No thank you. River smiles at him. Hold up. What the fuck? She's tied up and... Do you like my workspace? Stein hums as he turns his back on her, pointing to this room. There's blood everywhere, animal organs are pinned against the wall, there's a dog's rotting body on a table beside River, it looks like he already dissected it. There's some intestines on the floor, blood smeared everywhere, sharp implements. For some reason this looks exactly like the room she's in now. This mansion can't be the same mansion Maka is in now, is it? Does it really belong to Stein? But the lobby of this mansion looks different from her own. It doesn't have the red carpet, but maybe someone else put that in? Yes. It's very nice. River smiles. Okay, hold up. Hold the fuck up. Let's recap. This girl has been tied up and she's looking around, seeing things, dissected organs, sharp objects, yet she's looking around like someone would that's looking into a new home. There's no fear in her expression, no anger for being tied up, no nothing. Maka's staring to wonder who's more crazy, Stein or River. She means who the fuck does this? Oh yeah, this is a nice room with all these scalpels and shit that you're probably going to use to chop me into pieces. Like what? Something has to be wrong with River. Maybe she's in shock right now. I tired to clean up a bit for you. He giggles. But there's so much blood. But that's okay, right? Your blood is just going to be mixed in with these animals. And River says, I don't mind. What? Maka can't help to shout at her at that. Stein doesn't seem to notice that she's really not scared at all as he chuckles to himself. I'm going to use your scalpel, put it to good use, thanks again by the way. He chuckles before he walks over towards her, that scalpel ready, a mad smile on his lips. He points the scalpel at her, leaning in close. Aren't you scared of me, River? He smirks at her. No. What? Stein's mad smirk falls. I'm not scared. She smiles at him. You're lying. Stein smirks again. Of course you are. Everyone is scared. Who wouldn't be scared of this? He puts the scalpel against her chest. Are you going to take off my shirt? River's eyes finally flash with a panic. Could you just cut through my shirt? I would rather that. Huh. Is anyone else confused? Because Maka fucking is. No, I want to see that smooth skin before I destroy it. Stein chuckles darkly. You're a pretty thing, River. You won't think I'm pretty if you take my shirt off. River mumbles. Just do what you want but keep my shirt on dash. I don't think so. He smirks as he runs the scalpel down, only cutting the shirt's fabric. You won't need clothes where your dash. His eyes fall on her exposed skin and he stops. He stops completely. River's stomach, her chest is covered in cuts, some are scars, some look fresh, some parts of her are blue, and there's many sticks on her stomach like she's already been cut up. It's horrible. My back is worse. River is quiet, she seems ashamed. See? I told you wouldn't think I'm beautiful if you took off my shirt. Stein looks shocked. He touches her stomach, pressing on parts that are supposed to hurt, but River doesn't even blink. Does it disgust you? River's voice is no more than a whisper. No. Stein blinks before looking up at her. I don't understand, what is this? Why aren't you afraid? Why are you looking at me like that? He seems a bit panicked now. When you don't feel pain, there's not much you fear. She looks at him and smiles. I have a condition. All my nerves are shut down, I can't feel anything, I can't feel pain, can't feel hot or cold. I could have my hand on a stove, my hand could be burnt to a crisp and I still wouldn't feel it. It's a rare condition, somehow I was unlucky enough to get it. You can't feel pain. Stein blinks before he takes his scalpel and shoves it completely through her hand. Maka cringes, but River doesn't even blink. She really can't feel now. It's starting to make more sense with her being out in the cold and that boy's hit's not even getting her to blink. Interesting. Stein pulls the scalpel out, he rubs his chin thoughtfully. A nerve disorder? Very rare indeed. He looks at her with that predatory glint. This still doesn't explain what's wrong with your stomach. Don't worry. I did most of this myself. She smiles again. Why? To see if I could feel pain. Her smile falls. People take so much for granted, even pain. They don't know how lucky they are to be able to feel even pain. It feels like I'm nothing, like I'm a ghost just floating about my day. I don't feel hot, I don't feel the snow when it falls on me or the rain, I don't feel anything. She shakes her head. I know it's pointless, but I hurt myself anyway. It makes me feel better, it reminds me of my father. She smiles at that. You remind me of him, he was a scientist too, you know? That's where I got that scalpel, he never got to use it. It's been awfully lonely, the cuts make me not feel so alone, the false pain brings back good memories. I thought your father was a restaurant owner. Stein blinks. And your mother is always around, that's what I've heard people say about you. I lied. Those two words come out in such a painful tone. Everything gets quiet. Yeah. I lied. I always lie. For the first time River's voice is bitter. I lie to everyone. I told everyone that I had a mother and father that loved me, that they treat me so well, that they're both successful. But do you want to know the truth, the horrible truth, Stein? Her voice is trembling. They're dead. Both of them. I live alone in my home and it's so lonely. I lie and say I'm happy. That I have a good life, because no one would want to hear my sad story, not when they want to live happy lives. So I always lie. I always smile because that's all I can do. I didn't want anyone to pity me, I pity myself enough. These words are hard for her. You know, I never saw my mother. I would lie and say these great things about her. Truth be told, I never even knew her. She died while giving birth to me. By this point River is trembling. My dad hated me for it. He hated my guts. He blamed me for my mother's death and he hit me. Most of these bruises, these scars are from him. He beat me to a bloody pulp. He got drunk a lot. And if anything happened wrong or if he messed something up, he would grab a hold of me and beat me. Back then I didn't understand that this was wrong. I would smile because I didn't feel the pain. I thought it was the way my father showed he loved me. Not till I saw kids get hugged by their fathers at school and not punched in the face that I realized what my father was doing wasn't normal. But I was okay with it. It didn't hurt, and when he was hitting me I wasn't alone. In a sick way I thought it was our father-daughter time. I would lie just as I always do to the teachers. When I would get new bruises I would lie through my teeth. I didn't want my dad getting in trouble. I understood why he was doing it and I knew I deserved it. My father hated my disorder. He hated that I couldn't feel. Sometimes he would cut me open and yet I would smile at him because it never hurt. I always smiled at him and I think he hated me more for it. He wanted me to suffer but I couldn't feel his blows. It doesn't mean my heart didn't hurt. She takes a deep breath. In a sick way I miss him. You see, my father got cancer. He blamed me for that too. He beat me as much as he could till he got so weak he just couldn't. He spent his final days in his lab, trying to figure out a cure for cancer, but he died before he could. A tear falls down her face. So you see, what do I have to be afraid of? Death? No. I'm not even scared of that, because if I can't feel anything now I won't feel anything when I die. I'll just disappear. There it is, Stein. The ugly, horrible truth. She closes her eyes, the tears falling more. You asked me why I stalk you, and that's because I see you as a kindred spirit. We both don't have our parents, we're both alone. I wanted to comfort you because I thought that if I felt lonely that you did too. I understand you more than you think. I know you, just as I knew my father. It's all about learning. Nothing else matters, experimentation and observation. She opens her eyes and looks at him. So do what you want, Stein. It doesn't hurt, it will never hurt. I might as well just be a limp doll. I have no feeling, my body doesn't feel. She trembles. But that doesn't make me any less human, does it? For the longest time Stein just stares at her. His stone eyes give nothing away before he reaches out and touches her cheek. You want to feel pain? You want to feel more than anything. She looks up at him with those blue pools. I could help you. Stein's voice is quiet. I may not be a doctor yet, but I'm smarter than most of them. They don't have the devotion I do. If I could figure out what makes you tick, I could figure out a way to fix it, to make you feel there's a problem with your nervous system maybe. Maybe the pain sectors aren't sending the messages. He grabs the scalpel. If I cut you open then I could figure it out. Then do it. River doesn't even blink. You're willing to let me dissect you? You're willing for me to cut you open? Stein looks her in the eyes. I don't feel, Stein. I'm willing to do anything if you think it could make me feel. She smiles at him. Even if you couldn't, even if you just wanted to cut me open, I wouldn't mind. I would like to see that smile of yours again. You're not scared? You want to see my smile? You. Stein seems to have a hard time to wrap his head around this. Why? Because I like you. River blushes slightly. You're real. So unlike me. You say what you feel, you do what you want, no matter how much people looks down on it. I lie through my teeth are rotten, yet your feelings, your actions, they're all the true. She smiles. In a way I look up to you, I want to be like you, Stein. You're insane. River frowns slightly. But so am I. Stein gives her a smirk. If you're serious about this, then I'll help you, River. I'll cut you open as many times as I need to cure you of your disorder. Please, please do. She looks up at him hopefully as he grips the scalpel. First surgery of many. Stein crackles as he presses the scalpel on her stomach. Does this mean we're friends? River asks quietly. Stein doesn't answer, he just slides the scalpel down her stomach. Everything fades away. Maka watches as scene after scene passed by. River is on that table a lot. All cut up, her skull open showing her brain, and River is just staring, no pain at all. More scenes, she's always on that table, always cut up different ways with Stein over her. Sometimes he injects her with something, and soon as the scenes go by he didn't just using his scalpel on her, it starts out slow, like him caressing her cheek as he cuts into her stomach, him rubbing her shoulder, and at one point he kisses her. Her insides are showing but she kisses him back, she can see the love in that kiss. It's sweat in the sickest of ways. The scenes keep coming, Stein writing papers on the computer, dissecting River, him stitching her up, him on top of her, kissing her, smearing her blood on her face. Everything stops. Fast forwarding, River is on that table once again. It looks like it's been a couple of years. River looks older and so does Stein. His features are much more masculine. Stein is messing with something, his back turned to her. So. Stein turns around. How was work today? You should know, you were there. River giggles. You ask me that every day. I just need to make sure my little experiment isn't getting harassed by the med patients. Ha, ha. Very funny, Dr. Stein. River teases. I fit right in with the crazies apparently to you. I think we both do. He grins as he mixes something together in a bottle. Do you think they can be cured? River suddenly frowns. The patients at the asylum. Stein looks at her and she nods. He frowns. I don't think there is a cure for madness. His voice is odd. I think there's a cure for everything. River gets a faraway look. We just have to keep looking. Stein doesn't say anything. Do you still believe I can cure you, River? After all this time? Of course. River smiles at him. I know you can. You work wonders. I wouldn't be surprised if you could find the cure to even madness itself. Heh. Stein takes a deep breath before he turns to her. Drink this, let's see if this works. River nods before she takes the cup into her hands and drinks it. Stein takes his scalpel and, like so many times before, presses it into her skin. Ow. She winces and Stein stops immediately, his eyes lighting up. Did you? I don't know, do it again. River watches as he stabs her lightly. This time her face scrunches up. Ow, that hurt. Dash. River stops, her eyes so wide. It hurts. Her lips rip into the biggest smile. It hurts. It hurts. Stein, it hurts. She screams now as she jumps on Stein, wrapping her arms around his neck. You did it. You really did it. I can feel, oh God, you're so warm. Have you always been this warm? Your skin, it's so rough. River is crying in her happiness. I knew you could do it. After all these years you did it. You really did it. I did, didn't I? Stein wraps his arms around her, his eyes are a bit wide before he pulls her away. He looks at the smile on her face, those happy tears. I never did understand happy tears. If you're happy, why are you crying? It's just I don't know. I'm just so happy. I really feel, Stein, and it's all because of you. She clings to him. Stein leans in and kisses her roughly. Maka, seeing him using some tongue when he pulls away, River is so red in the face, her out of breath. So you can feel now, huh? He grins. Let's have a experiment, shall we? You've had a taste of pain. He lays her on her back on the operating table. He smirks, hovering over her. Let me give you a taste of pleasure. Before River can say anything, he's kissing her again. Stein's hands on her waist, hers being wrapped around his neck. Their kisses heated, her legs wrap around his waist. Maka sees it, the smile on Stein's face. He isn't smiling while cutting her up. He's smiling, caressing her. Everything fades away. Maka blinks as she looks at River. She's on a hospital bed, smiling down at a bundle in her arms. She looks so tired, worn out. Stein stands a bit awkwardly next to her, staring at the bundle with an unreadable expression. Are you still happy? You can feel. Stein blinks at her, he has a smirk on his face. Yes, even though that hurt really bad I am. The pain makes it all the more worth it. She smiles at the buttle. Isn't he beautiful, Stein? Our son. Tears are in her eyes. Stein doesn't say anything, he just stares at the buttle like it's a alien from outer space. Are you going to leave us? River's voice is nothing but a whisper. I know you weren't asking for this, I understand if you don't want to be with me anymore, you don't like feeling trapped, you told me that once. You don't have to stay if you don't want to. Stein stares at her for a moment before looking at the baby. No. I'm staying. But it thought you said you never wanted a family. River frowns. Yes. He glances at her before looking away. That was before I had one. Stein. River looks at him with wide eyes before she looks down at her bundle. Would you like to hold him? Stein tenses, but he nods so carefully. River hands him the small baby, the new life that these two people made, that they brought into the world. Stein holds the baby awkwardly. It's obvious he don't know what he's doing. Hold him close to your chest. River smiles up at him. Stein listens, looking down at this baby with blank eyes. The baby looks back at him with those piercing blue eyes. The baby grabs Stein's finger, the man tensing only to relax. That's when that rare smile comes to Stein's lips. You're right, River. He looks at the baby's blue eyes before looking at River's own. He's beautiful, my son. River's smile is so bright, so happy. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, she's in a small room. River and Stein are sitting in front of this man, a desk between them. This man looks old, wore out, his eyes are cold, harsh. I'm afraid I have bad news, Mrs. River. What is it? Stein grabs River's hand, protectively glaring at this man. River, you have lung cancer. This man locks eyes with her. Stein takes an intake of breath. River says nothing. We've done some tests and it seems it's hereditary. Your dad had it, yes. She nods slowly. There must be some mistake. Stein speaks up. I check her regularly. I make sure she's healthy. She dash. Did you not hear what I said, Dr. Stein? It's hereditary. It doesn't matter how healthy she is, it was passed on to her. The man rubs his eyes. Now River, it seems you've been ignoring the signs to your disease. Your cancer has gotten pretty bad. We could put you on chemotherapy, but there's no guarantee it would work at this point. You have only a 15% chance of living dash. This is a joke. Stein gets up, rage in those stone eyes. A 15% chance. Has all your supposedly research on cancer done nothing? Stein kicks his chair, for once rage is taking over his actions. Have you gone mad? You of all people should know about this kind of thing. It's not my fault your wife has cancer. It isn't anyone's fault dash. You dash. Stein. River shakes her head and Stein stops looking over at her, and if she didn't know better she would say she saw sadness in those stone eyes, desperation. I don't want to do chemo. I saw what it did to my father. It destroyed him more than the cancer did, and for what? 15% chance of living? No thank you. I don't want any treatment. Stein's face falls. Everything fades away. This can't be happening. Stein paces back and forth. River is sitting on a bed watching Stein, a frown on her face. For some reason Maka can tell this isn't the mansion. Did they move? When was the last time I checked you up? Wasn't it only a month ago? Or was it longer? Did the cancer spread in that time? Right under my nose. If I known I could have stopped it, I could have dash. It's not your fault, it was bound to happen, Stein. River gets up and hugs him from behind. Why are you so calm? River, you're going to die. Stein yells at her and pushes her away. I might not die, there's a 15% chance that I dash. Don't. Stein snaps, but did she just hear his voice crack a little? You can't be hopeful now. You know 15% isn't anything. He turns his back to her. He takes deep breaths. Before his shoulders tense. I can fix this. His hands shake as he turns to face her again, his stone eyes wide and odd looking. I cured your disorder. I can cure your cancer if I can do it just like I did your disorder. He looks in her eyes, there's a hint of desperation. Do you believe I can do it? Of course. River walks up and gives him a kiss, that smile still on her face. Maybe that's all he needs to hear because he hugs her so tightly. I'll have to cut you open again, it will hurt now, so I'll give you medicine. I'll do this just like I did back then. I promise you, River, I will save you. I believe you. She nuzzles her head into his chest. Should we tell Dash? No. She shakes her head. Our son doesn't need to know. I don't want him to be sad. So you're going to lie and pretend this is okay? Stein grits his teeth. Yes. She smiles sadly. I always lie. Scenes start to go by fast again. Once again River on a operating table, Stein over her cutting her open. He's sweating, he's nervous. She sees him in his lab. Working from morning to night on the computer, researching, mixing chemicals, injecting animals with them, writing down the data. Most of Stein's days are in the lab. He must have quit his job. He just works on trying to find this cure for River for cancer. Most days he doesn't eat, he just works and works and works. He doesn't have a family life. He only sees River when he's cutting her up. He's working so hard, researching so much. Finally everything slows down. This is what we've been waiting for. This is where all our work comes to. This will cure you. I have it now. I've done it. Stein laughs before hugging River, who looks a lot paler, a lot more frail. She smiles brightly and hugs him back. I knew you could do it, Stein. She holds him and closes her eyes. Maka smiles slightly. Even though she hates fucking Stein, she's happy River is going to live. That's when she sees it. Stein left the glass of the cure on the table behind him. He's too busy celebrating with her to see what Maka is seeing. There's a snake on the table. Maka watches with dread as the snake drops something into the cure. It looks at Stein with dark glee before it slithers away. No. No. Wait. Stein pulls away with that smile on his face. Come on, let's get this in you and end this. Okay. She nods with that smile as Stein lets go of her and grabs the cure off the table. He hands it over to her. No. No, wait, something wrong, don't. River grabs it and drinks it. As soon as she does, she drops the glass, her eyes getting wide. She makes a choking sound before she pukes out some green goo. Stein, seeing this as not something that's supposed to happen, his smile quickly falls as he grabs her. What? What's wrong, River? This was supposed to heal you. I went over all my notes. This was it. This had to be it. River keeps puking, her face getting so pale, her body shaking. Stein looks like he's panicking. How could it have been wrong? What have I done? River, please hold on. I believe I wrote down an antidote just in case something like this would happen. Please stay with me, please, River. He holds her so close. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Dash. Don't leave me, please. River pleads, looking up at him with those weak blue eyes. I have to get the ingredients for the antidote. I'll be back, River, I promise I'll save you, River, please. Don't die on me now. She makes a choking sound, her eyes welling up with tears. Stein can't look at her. I have to go now. I don't know how much time you have left. He gives her a kiss on the lips. It's deep, full of remorse. Before he pulls away from her, River reaches out for him, those tears falling more. Stein closes his eyes before he runs. Maka runs after him. He's running out of this house, this small house. Just as Stein opens the door, someone else was coming in. Everything stops for Maka. Everything goes in slow motion. Stein running out of the house, pushing a boy out of the way before he runs to his car and drives away. What's up with him? Ragnarok mumbles. A young Ragnarok mumbles, his eyebrow raised. Maka can't move. Can't think. Stein is Ragnarok's father? No. No way. Mom. Ragnarok calls. There's no response. The boy frowns before he walks into the other room, seeing his mother on the floor, green goo around her, her eyes weak. She passed out. Mom. Ragnarok screams. Everything fades away. When Maka can see again, Ragnarok is standing in front of his mother's grave like she saw so long ago, that hate in his eyes, his chest puffing, the rain pouring down on him. Maka watches him walk away to meet his aunt, the crazy fucking aunt that's going to scar him for life. Maka frowns when she looks at the headstone. She remembers in the last memory of this, the name on the headstone was unclear. But now it's crystal clear. Here lies River, a friend, a mother. River died. Ragnarok's mother died. Maka feels a deep sadness overcome her and she almost cries. She saw River's life. She saw what kind of person she was. It's just heartbreaking. Maka doesn't know how long she stands there until someone else shows up. Her chest tightens up as she sees Stein slowly walk towards River's grave. The rainwater is pouring on him, but he doesn't care. He stops right in front of her grave before he falls to his knees before it. I was too late. A shaky hand touches the stone. River, I failed you. You believed in me, you trusted me, and I killed you. He's trembling. I'm sorry I wasn't at the funeral even though I don't know why I'm talking to myself. You're dead. You can't hear me. You're gone. He takes a deep breath. Believe me, I tried. I thought my cure was flawless. It wasn't supposed to. This wasn't supposed to. He hits the ground with his fist. We were supposed to die together. That's how you wanted it, remember? You said you wanted to grow old with me? But damn it, you were so young. He roars before he stops his body going slack. And yet it's my fault. I'm the one that took your young life. What was supposed to be your cure ended up killing you. Our son hates me now, River. I can't stand to face him now. He lays his head against the tombstone. Remember when you told me Christmas was so much more lonely when you are alone? I understand that now. I hate Christmas, you know that, and yet you died on Christmas Day. I left our son alone to deal with that. This Christmas has been the loneliest, River. I miss you. Already. I miss you. His voice is cracking. River, you gave me so much. You were the first to not fear me, truly not fear me for who I was. You trusted me enough to let me cut you open for you, to let me cut into you for my own joy. But soon that cutting wasn't what was giving me joy. It was you. It always was. You trusted me and I failed you. I failed you, River. She's never seen this man so broken. Where's his smirk? That calm attitude? That, I don't give a fuck about anything, attitude? Where is his blank face? Where is that mad smirk? No. Stein is a broken man. Tell me you hate me. His voice is uneven. Tell me you're not scared. I hope you're not scared for once in my life. I hope there is a God, because I want you to be somewhere, River. You deserve paradise after all the shit you have been, though, River. I'm sorry. And then she sees it. The tears, silent tears falling down his face. The rain is covering it up though. Stein stays here for hours. The sky turns light, then dark, then light again. He's just stayed here, his head bowed over the tombstone. He hasn't moved. He's been here at least a day. Hey sir. A man stops by him. He frowns at the man. I know you're mourning your loved one, but it's time for you to go home, get something to eat. You've been here for a day and I got to clean up around the graveyard. Stein doesn't respond. Hey, really, you have to dash? This man starts again. Do you know what true pain is? Stein doesn't look at this man. I'm not too sure, dash. You don't. You don't know what true pain is. Stein slowly gets up, his arms hanging limply at his sides. I didn't either. I didn't even know such pain existed. It's interesting, really. Alright, I think you, dash. Suddenly Stein lashes out, grabbing this man by the arm. The man tenses in surprise before punching Stein in the gut. Get the hell off me, guy, dash. You're alive but she's dead. It's not fair. It's so not fair. Stein looks up and then she sees it. The utter madness in his eyes. He's lost it. He's completely lost it. The man sees this too, but before he can even do anything, Stein headbutts this man hard on the head, the force getting him to fall back. The man groans, his eyes fluttering. Pain? You don't know what pain is. Stein laughs madly as he pulls out a scalpel, and somehow Maka knows it's the one River gave him. I'll show you if you like. I'll show you pain. I'll show you death, just like her, just like her. The man tries to get up, only for Stein to stab down into his thigh, getting the man to let out a scream. But it's at night. They're in a dark graveyard far away from home. Stein smirks as he drags the scalpel down, cutting through muscle and tissue easily. This man struggles as he does the same with the other leg. When Stein pulls away, the man's legs are nothing but a bloody mess. Does that hurt? You sick bastard. This man screams and tries to crawl away, not able to use his legs. I am a sick bastard, aren't I? He stabs the scalpel right into this man's spinal cord. He lets out a yell before his body goes rigid. You're paralyzed now. You'll never be able to move. You're nothing but a statue, but you can still feel, can't you? Stein turns this man around. That man's eyes hold pain and fear. Let me end this life of yours. It hurts, doesn't it? He crackles. I'm a murderer, did you know? I killed her. I failed, so why should you live? No. You don't get to live. He leans in close, that mad smile on his face. Are you scared? The man, unable to even move his head, only looks at him with pleading eyes. I don't like not being answered. He laughs loudly before he starts to hack. He's not even paying attention to what he's doing. He's just hacking away, laughing, his body trembling. He's gone. She can see in his mad eyes he's completely lost it. After so long he stops hacking, and when he looks down, that man is nothing but a bloody mess. I bet you were afraid. He grips the scalpel in his hand before he brings it to his own face. I hate you, but I hate myself more. This is only the beginning, only the beginning of the terror I'm going to bring. Why should anyone be so happy when I'm miserable? No. I will find where I went wrong with River. I will find the real cure, even if it means killing countless people doing so. They don't see me like you do, River. They don't have your eyes. They don't know. They're afraid. Stein presses the scalpel on his cheek. And they should be. Mako watches in horror as Stein digs into his own face with the scalpel, cutting his own flesh up with the scalpel River had given him. He laughs loudly, his blood spatting, and when he pulls away, his flesh is hanging loosely. She can see his teeth through his cheek. Stein reaches into his pocket, pulling out needle and thread. He gets to work stitching the bloody mess. He can't see what he's doing, so the stitches are crooked. This. Stein smirks. His face is so mealy taped. Is the face of terror. I will always have these scars, River, to show what I am, a terror. Stein's eyes fall on that bloody man. Oh, how rude. Let me put you back together. Stein gets to work with his needle and thread. When he's done, in no way, shape, or form does this person look human again. It looks like a bloody mass held together by sticks. Good as new. And I should know. I'm a doctor. He crackles madly before he gets up with his scalpel. He walks away, leaving this body for the cops to find. Some of the sticks spell out terror on the body. Everything fades away. Now Stein is sitting at a desk. He's holding his head in his hands. What can I say to him? Stein grips a pencil, a piece of paper in front of him. What can I say to him that I haven't already? That I'm sorry. No. I've already said that. Maybe that I dash. His train of thoughts are cut off by screaming. There's a girl tired up behind him, screaming her head off. Would you be quiet? I'm trying to write to my son. Stein growls. His face looks a bit cleaner now, more like he is now, as he looks down at the paper. Now son, I dash. She keeps screaming. She's scared. Who wouldn't be? This room is full of blood and guts, organs and jars, chemicals. That's it. Stein grinds his teeth as he gets up, grabs his scalpel. She makes one final scream before he shoves the scalpel through her brain, silencing her for good. Geez, can't even write to my son. Stein shakes his head before he takes a seat at his desk. Let's see. Son. I know you hate me, and I'm sure you know who I am and what I've done. I'm writing this to let you know I'm ending it all soon. I keep forgetting my purpose. I haven't been able to find the cure for cancer. But I keep forgetting about my purpose because it's hard to remember your mother. It's hard to remember what I've done again. I'm sorry. Stein speaks out loud as he writes the letter. He folds it up and puts it into an envelope. He seals it up before walking over to a chute in his room. He puts the letter down the chute. My another one. A voice coos behind him. Stein turns to see Medusa smirking at him. I've come for my shipment, but of course you know that. Yes, all those jars on the shelf are yours. Stein states boredly. Perfect. Just what I need. She smirks as she walks over to the shelf and puts all the jars into a bag she's holding. She gives Stein a wad of cash. I wouldn't know what I would do without you, Stein. Stein doesn't respond as he takes the money and counts it. Medusa looks over at a picture on his desk, a picture of River. Still upset about her death, dash. Fuck off. Stein's voice is full of hate. Don't talk about her. Don't even look at her. You're so mean. Medusa sighs. Mako feels her blood boil. Is that any way to talk to her replacement? She crackles at that. You could never replace her. You're just a whore. That was one time, and it's obvious who you were to me at the time. Of course you closed her eyes and pretended I was your precious River. Medusa smirks. Oh God, Mako hates her. I'm sure you'll come back to me again when your loneliness gets the best of you, when you want someone to hold, someone to pretend that it's your lost love. You're pathetic, Stein. Get out. Stein grinds his teeth. Get out of here now. Fine. I'll be back for my next shipment. Medusa shrugs and starts to walk out. There won't be a next shipment. Stein growls and she stops. I'm ending this. I have one more job before I'm done being the terror. And what are you going to do after? Medusa turns and raises her eyebrow. Work at Darkside Asylum. Me and River dash. Used to work there together. Medusa hums. So touching. Too bad she died right. A scalpel is thrown in her direction, barely missing her. She blinks, looking innocent. Did you just try to kill me? No, if I was trying you'd already be dead. Stein's voice is nothing but malice. Get out of here, you snake. You'll come back to me? Medusa smirks. You're mine and I always get what I want. She walks out of the room. Everything fades away. Is this everything? Big Al looks at all these chemicals in front of him before he looks up at Stein. All of it. Stein states. This is my last job for you, I'm quitting this, getting a real job. Ah, I get it. I get it. Big Al grins. Well, it was nice doing business with you. Big Al holds out his hand. Stein takes it and shakes it. He has a blank face as he turns to walk out of this place. You know your son is looking for you. Big Al speaks. He is. Stein's expression lights up and he turns to look at Big Al. Yup, he's even trying to join my gang. Big Al smirks. You got one hell of a son there, Terror. I gave him one last assignment which he's out doing right now, then he'll be back and I promised him I'd tell him where you are. Big Al takes a drag of his cigar. That's. Stein frowns a moment before his eyes light up. Perfect. He grins at Big Al. Tell him I'll be at Darkside Asylum waiting for him. I'll be honest, Terror, I think he wants to kill you. I know. Stein grins all the more. I know all too well. Stein leaves with almost a skip in his step, a resolve in his eyes. Everything fades completely away. Maka's eyes refocus, the tightening of her throat coming back to her. She still can't breathe. Stein is staring into her eyes, his stone eyes so wide till she sees them shift. He lets go of her neck as if she was on fire and takes steps back, holding his hand as if she really burned him. She has stopped struggling. It's like the pain in her stomach, in her wrists. The duct tape on her mouth fades away and it's just her and Stein, and she's staring at him with wide eyes, her chest twisting, tightening. She's not even aware she can breathe normally without Stein's hand on her throat. Stein just stares at her. His glasses have fallen off, shattering on the floor. He stares at her with those stone eyes, the eyes that those glasses can no longer hide from her. Maka may be the one tied up, but Stein is the one exposed to her. His stone expression has turned to glass. It's shattering, revealing his true expression, true feelings. For some reason it's harder to look at than his asshole smirk, harder to look at than his med smile, because for some reason it hurts her. You saw it, didn't you? The man's voice that once was yelling at her, once was shaking, is now steady, back calm, yet there's a sadness in it that gets her chest to tighten more. You saw what I lost, didn't you? You saw my mistake, you saw what I've done to her, how I failed. He bows his head. Maka tires to speak to him, tries to tell him what she saw, that it was Medusa, it fucking had to be. He had the cure for cancer, then that bitch fucked it up. Medusa killed River. Not you, Stein. But her words are lost in the duct tape. He doesn't know and he won't take the duct tape off. She doesn't care about saying a spell, she don't care about getting free in this moment. She just wants to tell him, to let him know what she saw, that he didn't somehow, some fucking how. She feels pity for Stein. She hated him, she despised him, and a part of her still does. A part of her doesn't want to forgive him for what he's said about her mother, for what he might have done to her mother, but yet when she thinks of River there's such a strong pain. Stein didn't have anyone. River was Maka, dare say his love, and he lost her, thought he had killed her. He snapped and went crazy. He always was a asshole, but it all makes sense now. Stein is Ragnarok's father. Though Ragnarok would hate this, she notices the similarities, the rage they have, their straying, the way they are loyal to seemingly one-person assholes. She sees it in Stein's facial features. She can see some Ragnarok. Ragnarok got his mother's eyes and hair, but he has his father's face. It was never supposed to be like this, did you know that? Stein doesn't look at her. River and I, we were supposed to grow old together and die. I was supposed to be a doctor and her a nurse. We were supposed to have a peaceful life. His voice never loses that calmness. Cancer is a horrid disease and I thought too much of myself. I actually thought I had made the cure, can you believe it? How foolish I had been. I had to try, though I couldn't lose River, yet in the end it was I who took her life. No. No, it was Medusa. She did something to the cure. Maka screams, but it doesn't get past the duct tape. She's not really even sure if Stein knows she's here anymore, if he's just speaking to himself. I murdered her. Destroyed that smile that I adored. How could I face my son? No. I'm a fucking coward. He takes a deep breath. Remember that antidote I was talking about? That bloody antidote. It was a lie. There was no antidote. I just couldn't stand to be around her and watch her die because of my mistake. I left her alone with our son to deal with the illness I inflicted upon her. I tried to make a antidote, oh how I did, but I couldn't identify the illness. I made a illness with no cure and I gave it to my wife to drink. Then I left her just like that because I knew I could see it in her eyes and the way her body convulsed that green, unnatural goo river was dying. Either her cancer would kill her or my disease. I couldn't watch, I couldn't be there. I was angry. I could even dare say I was mad at River, mad she would leave me. Mad she got cancer. Mad that she made me feel this way, mad she gave me a family only for her to leave me. Though this is irrational. None of it was her fault, I knew this, yet I was angry. I was mostly angry at myself, I still am. Her face haunts my dreams, haunts every darkened corner. I tried to forget about her, tried to hide myself in my madness, getting revenge on the world while still looking for a damn cure to cancer. I never found it. I never found how I went wrong, and when I would fail I took it out on my victims. I was a terror. Everyone feared me. I was a story that parents would tell their kids so they would stay inside at night so they wouldn't talk to strangers. I ripped anyone apart from kids to adults, it didn't matter. They're nothing but flesh, but River was something, a someone, yet she died. She was taken from me. So why should anyone else live? Why should they be able to breathe when River's breath has been stolen? No. I went mad, I still am. I was always mad, it's a part of who I am, yet I knew how to keep it controlled till the day River died. I welcomed madness, it was my release, those bloody screams were my release. I tried to forget about River, yet I kept her picture out all the time so I could see it. I tried to forget my son, yet I would write him whenever I got the chance. I never put the address. I wasn't ready to see him. Sometimes I did forget about River, but when I was alone in bed staring at the ceiling I found myself remembering the feel of her body against mine. When I would hold her as she slept on my chest I remembered her soft breathing and smile. His words are turning bitter. I was weak when Medusa came to me offering a job offer I couldn't refuse. Many wanted my services and I needed the money for my experiments, for my books, so I could find the cure for cancer. She slivered her way into my heart. I had a moment of weakness. I held Medusa just so I could pretend it was River, just so I could feel as if I still had her, that I wasn't alone. You know, I felt guilty afterwards. Yet River is dead, but it felt as if she was still alive and I had hurt her. I hate Medusa, but you probably don't know that. I despise her. We are nothing but business partners. This is my home, did you know that? I let her use it, for she told me that she could give me the cure for cancer, that there was a being that could be the answers to all my problems. She brings out the demon in me. I've made far too many mistakes to count, and now that I have this moment of sanity to think them over, it makes me sick. I feel sick. His voice is so bitter. Maka, do you think I hurt your mother? She tenses at that. She can't say anything, but she looks at him with those green eyes. Because I didn't. You didn't like me back at the asylum, yet believe it or not, back then I was sane. I was in control. I gave up the terror lifestyle so that I could focus on doing something with my life, for doing something for River. I wanted to be back where me and her had worked. I wanted a sense of her again, even though it hurt. I did good. I drank coffee to keep my mind focused. I kept all thoughts of River out of my mind as I worked with the patients. Believe it or not, I did want to help them. Unlike the terror's victims, those people were just like me. Mad. Crazy. Misunderstood. While I cared for them, I did research. I wanted the cure for madness. The end of the insanities, so that I may be at peace with myself. I was doing fine. I tried to do all I could for your mother, Maka. I never did anything to hurt her, though I know I hinted towards that they were all lies. I wanted to upset you. I wanted to get your blood to boil because Medusa told me that was the way to get what I want most. It's sad I believed her. I was shaken up after your mother died. I failed her like I failed River, and when Spirit was killed it only made my sanity all the thinner. As the days went by, old thoughts, old habits started to bounce around my head. I couldn't even look into a mirror without seeing some monster with those 3 dim eyes. My madness was growing, and when you 3 escaped the asylum it sent me over the edge. I lost it. I wandered outside the asylum grinning to myself till I ran into her again. The snake. She told me about you, promised me things, acted sweet to me, smiled at me like River did. I took the bait. I went back to being how I used to be, mad, crazy, evil. The rules were broken because madness follows no rules, and that's what had control of me. It still does, just not as much. I can think for a moment. Maka looks at Stein and any anger she had towards him fades away. He didn't do anything to her mother. She can hear the truth in his words. These words are true. Stein has no stone wall protecting him anymore. She broke it. She hated him because of what he said, of what he did. Yet why is she feeling like this? She's tied up and still bleeding out of her stomach, damn it. But she doesn't care. She only looks at him intently, her mind swirling at his words. I wanted my son to kill me, did you know that? Stein hasn't moved a muscle. I wrote to him, I told him I was sorry, but I knew that I failed him. I left him and I knew he would find it was me, that I was the one that killed her. I knew he would want revenge, so when Big Al told me he was looking for me, I felt at peace. I wanted to see my son one final time. See how he'd grown before he rips me to pieces. I wanted him to take me out. I was ready for him. Stein's voice is getting uneven. Something happened though. I somehow forgot about my son, just as I forgot about River, yet I still had River somewhere in the back of my mind. Yet my son, I forgot I had one. Even now I can't recall his name. I remember him now. I remember his face. Stein grips his fist. He never found me. I never saw him again. I want to say he just figured I wasn't worth his time, but some part of me knows he's gone. The boy must have died trying to find me, and if possible it feels as if I lost River all over again. Their deaths are on me. Maka frowns. He doesn't know what Ragnarok's been through or the hell of a death he had, and it's best he doesn't know. Medusa has done this all. She killed River, she killed Ragnarok, made him a slave, and then she caused Stein to snap, making him think he killed River. It's all her. River was a odd girl, wasn't she? He chuckles lightly. It's not mad, it's sad. She wasn't scared of me, but only if she was. Maybe she would have had a better life. Maka thinks about it, and in an odd way she doubts that if it wasn't for Stein, River would have never been able to feel. He gave her a reason to live. To smile, to tell the truth. Medusa told me that if I could get the Witch of Death out of its cage, that I could have what I want most. Not the cure for cancer, no. She told me I would have River back. He still doesn't move, he's a statue. Now that I'm able to think, it's ridiculous. Death can't give life. The only thing I could gain from getting the Witch of Death out is a nice experiment. I would kill you over and over again, give you a taste of your own medicine. You took River, you stole her from me. He slowly looks up, and when she sees his eyes, they're dilated and shaking. Stein, she tries to say his name, tries to get the madness to somehow reside. But no. His eyes focus an odd expression on his face. Your life, you're what was robbed from River. Could you bring her back? Your life, could you bring her back to me? Maka frowns. She doesn't think she can. You can't, can you? No. River is gone. She's never coming back. No matter how many people I rip apart, no matter how much research I do, it doesn't change anything. River is still gone. He walks slowly towards her, his arms hanging limply by his sides. He stops right beside her, those stone eyes staring into her own. Are you afraid? Maka stops and thinks about this question, realizing she hasn't been struggling, hasn't been doing anything but listening to him when she could have been thinking about a way out of this. She looks into those odd eyes. And shakes her head no. She isn't afraid of him. Interesting. Stein makes a click of his tongue. Is that pity I see in your eyes, Maka Albarn? Do you really pity me? You're the one tied up, bleeding out a stomach wound that I have afflicted. You're the one gagged, trapped like a mouse, yet you have pity for me. He looks down at her with an unreadable expression. You lost your mother, you lost your father, you've dealt with madness. Demons. You have been close to dying too many times to count, and yet you look at me with pity. He hums. I think I know why. You have something that I lost. I lost it a long time ago. He puts a hand over his heart. Family. Maka only looks at him. She wants to tell him she knows his son, that he's very dear to her, that this isn't his fault. She really wants to tell him that Medusa has caused all of this. You have let your guard down. Stein grabs his scalpel and presses it against her neck, a dark look in his eyes, his lips twitching. What makes you so sure I won't kill you right here? Why do you seem so relaxed? Have you accepted death? Maka looks at him with determination. You think I won't hurt you? Stein clicks his tongue before he growls and stabs the knife down right beside her neck. And you're right. He leans in, speaking in her ear. You reminded me of something, Maka. I started all this so long ago for the cure for cancer, and you have cured it with your bare hands. You are life, what was stolen from River. Why should I hurt you? You're what I took from her. My brain is fucked up. Even now I hear the gears turning. Madness is spreading. It's getting harder to even hear myself talk, with all the voices in my head. Listen to me. As soon as I set you free, I want you to run as far away from here as you can. Don't bring those boy. Just run, and don't look back. You may kill me if you want. For once, I'm giving the victim the choice of deciding the fate of the monster. He pulls away. Maka's eyes wide at what he was saying. She's confused. Why would he help her leave? Why shouldn't she bring Krona and Ragnarok? Why should she leave? This is her home. Thank you. Stein's voice breaks her out of her thoughts. For bring River back to my mind. Medusa has messed with my head. I know she has. He locks eyes with her. I have one favor to ask of you when you're free. His voice gets dark. I want you to kill me. Don't make it quick either. Put me through hell. It's time. I've had my punishment and I know you hate me, Maka. Don't try to hide it now. You've always hated me. So kill me. Maka frowns deeply. A couple of days ago she would have jumped on this opportunity, but she just can't. Okay? She saw his life. She saw River. She saw Medusa kill River. She can't let him go on thinking he's the one that did it. She'll tell him Medusa killed River and then they will go after Medusa. Fuck her. Maka doesn't need her to defeat Arachne. She'll think of something her fucking self. No more Stein, Ragnarok, Krona, maybe even crazy Krona? We'll team up and rip this bitch apart. With this in mind she nods. Stein gives her a thankful look before he grabs the scalpel and reaches up about to cut the rope binding her wrists together. Just then the door to this awful room is knocked off its fucking hinges. Maka looks over. Krona and Ragnarok stand side by side, the darkness making their expressions all the more deadly, but it's Ragnarok who takes the first step in. Her blood turns cold as the whole room is turned into a freezer. It's so fucking cold she's shivering, trembling. Ragnarok, God, Ragnarok. She's seen his eyes black from hate. She's seen him at his worst, but this. He looks like a demon. His whole face is crunched up in a snarl, his piercing eyes black as coal. He's glowing power radiating off of him. He isn't looking at her, no. He's looking at Stein and only Stein. He doesn't even look like Ragnarok. His snarl is animalistic. That's when she remembers Ragnarok must know. He must know Stein is his father. And he thinks Stein killed River. His whole life was spent trying to get revenge, and here Stein is, in the flesh. This isn't good at all. Stein blinks, noticing the disturbance, but before he can even turn around, Ragnarok grabs him and slings him across the room. Stein hitting a counter filled with jars of liquid. The older man breaks the jar's glass, sticking into him, but before Stein can see who attacked him, Ragnarok grabs him yet again and throws him against a metal spike in the wall. This metal spike was holding up a heart of some kind, but Ragnarok shoves Stein into it, the spike going through his shoulder, getting the man to struggle and grunt in pain. Maka's eyes get wide. He's going to kill him. No. No, wait, she has to tell him. She has to tell everyone it was Medusa. Maka. Krona runs to her, not even looking at Stein as he stops by the table. She's tied to his eyes are wide, his face pale. He's trembling as he takes in her still bleeding stomach wound. She sees it, the rage, the glint in his eyes. He hurt you. The fucking bastard. He's going to die. He's going to fucking die, Maka. I am so sorry I wasn't there that this happened. Maka thrashes, trying to tell him to get this fucking tape off her mouth so she can stop all this madness. Don't worry, Maka, I'll get you out. Krona realizes her discomfort quickly, but instead of ripping off the tape on her mouth like she wanted, he goes to untie her wrist. Maka screams, trying to tell him to rip the tape off. She doesn't care about her hands, just her mouth. She needs to speak. She needs to get this truth out before it's too late. Ragnarok is moving in a flash. He looks like a dark shadow as he rips Stein from the spike and digs his hand into the wound. Stein cries out and thrashes as Ragnarok rips some of his blood out before rubbing it into Stein's face and kicking him back to the ground. He grabs his arm and twists it all the way back, the crack of the bone sounding through this small room. He's going to kill him. Don't worry, I almost got it. Krona is working fast, that rage in his eyes. He'll pay Maka. Ragnarok's going to make him pay for everything, for hurting you, for what he said about your mother, everything. Stein cries out as his other arm is broken before he's thrown yet again across the room. This place is a freezer. Someone could freeze to death in here. Ragnarok takes a scalpel and stabs him with it, before grabbing him by the ear and slinging him yet again, the ear ripping off in his hand. Maka has to tell them. She has to tell Ragnarok, has to tell Stein. She has to stop this. They could be a team. They could end all of this. There why you go, I got the rope. Krona starts when Maka feels the rope off of her bleeding wrists. She wastes no time. She grabs the duct tape and rips it from her mouth, not at all worried about the pain. Ragnarok, stop. She screams and she swears she's never seen Krona look more confused in his life, his eyes are so wide. Stop it. Don't kill him. Maka, what are you saying? He hurt you. Krona grabs her when she got off the table and lost her balance. He's looking at her with panic now. Did he be brainwash you? What has he done? What the fuck has he done? His voice gets so low. Ragnarok doesn't listen to her. He's in his own world. Consumed in his hate, Stein is thrown to the ground once again. His body is a bloody pulp. He just lays limply against the wall, his matted bangs blocking his eyes. Ragnarok finally slows down, standing before Stein, his back straight, his eyes that black. The room gets even colder. He's grinding his teeth. She's never ever seen this dark side of Ragnarok, the darkest side of him. Hate, nothing but it. It's suffocating. It's just as bad as madness. Hate, it's consuming Ragnarok. He's huffing, the room shaking in this feeling. He didn't kill your mother, Ragnarok. It was Maka starts. She sirays out only for Stein to finally look up. He locks eyes with his son. No doubt the power Ragnarok has is making Stein able to see him. The older man's expression falls to bewilderment despite the pain he must be in. He's bleeding out into the floor, but he doesn't seem to care. Stein stares into those black eyes of nothing but hate. The black eyes of his son looks at his see-through form. Ragnarok only glares down at him at any moment, about to explode. You came for me, you found me. Stein's expression, his eyes, his everything comes to life. You've come to kill me for what I've done. If only your eyes weren't that black. You have your mother's eyes, her hair. If only you weren't dead. Your mother loved you so much. I should have been there, but I wasn't. I'm sure you got my letters. I hope you did. Then maybe you know what a miserable wretch I am. Enough of that. You're beautiful just like her. You're beautiful, my son. Even if Ragnarok didn't hate this guy's guts, she's sure being called beautiful by anyone would have pissed him off to no end. It was Medusa. Maka cries and steps forward when she sees Ragnarok's eyes get even darker. A wave of dizziness overcomes her. Everything gets dizzy and Krona has to catch her. He's looking at her in concern. Everything is spinning. She opens her mouth but she can't speak. She can't stop this. She can't. It's his time. That other girl chuckles. Don't you agree? Of course, Sugar Plump. That boy's voice purrs. You'll burn in hell with a pole up your ass for that. Give it to me, baby. Maka is too dizzy. No. She has to tell them. She has to end this. Maka, it's okay, it will all be over soon. Krona holds her close, his voice soothing. He won't hurt you ever again. And no. He doesn't understand. Ragnarok grabs Stein's face and one by one he rips those stitches out. He's moving so fast Stein's blood spats, his face becoming mutilated. It's gross. Again she can see the man's cheek. All his stitches are out. Ragnarok has ripped them out like he said he was going to at the asylum. That's it. Stein chuckles despite the pain he must be in as he looks up at Ragnarok with that messed up looking face. I've waited so long for you, and I can tell you've been waiting for this moment as well. Kill me, but tell me the name of my son. My name is fucking Ragnarok. He growls. Stein's face falls in realization, but before he can say anything Ragnarok is on him. This is for fucking leaving her. He hits him in the face, ripping the flesh off his face so she can see all the teeth on one side of Stein. This is for fucking killing her. For taking her breath when all she did was love you. She loved you to her last breath, you fucker. His fists are a blur. After all this time, after looking fucking everywhere for you, here you were all this time right underneath my nose. You killed her. You killed her. His roars shake this place as his fists keep pounding and pounding into him. Stein's ribs are broken, his nose crooked, his legs twisted. It's over. It's finally fucking over. He screeches as he grabs a scalpel and starts hacking away at Stein, starting at his stomach, his intestines falling out. How does it feel? How does it fucking feel? Ragnarok is gone. He's consumed in his hate, consumed in this. Maka and Krona can only watch. Even Krona seems a bit surprised. She's pretty he doesn't know the full story. He doesn't know Stein is a cuddly Ragnarok's father, but right now all she can do is watch this horrible thing unfold. Ragnarok hacks and hacks. Stein just takes it, blood and guts getting everywhere, but Ragnarok keeps hacking where he can, so Stein stays alive just a bit longer. Ragnarok digs in with his hands, digs into his stomach and rips it out. His hate hasn't stopped growing, it's only getting stronger. Maka and Krona are left huddling close together to keep warm. It's so much she's trembling she still can't speak. That's when Ragnarok stabs the scalpel through Stein's head. The man finally falls back limply, his last breath escaping as his lips curl into a smile. It's not a mad smile, it's a smile, a happy one. Stein dies mutilated by his son with a smile on his face. Everything gets eerily quiet. Maka staring at what has happened with wide eyes. She can't believe it, he's dead, and she didn't even get to tell him that it wasn't his fault, didn't even get to tell Ragnarok, didn't even get to stop this when she could have. Krona just looks shocked. Ragnarok is brutal, but not that brutal. He's not the blood and gore man, yet Stein's death was a bloodbath. Ragnarok pants heavily, his back to them, he grips his fist, the room still so cold. Maka dare not speak the air, it feels like anything could tip it over, that something really bad is going to happen. That's when Ragnarok stops breathing heavily, his shoulders relax, the cold temperature turns back to normal. She waits for him to do something, for him to say something, to do something. But what he does gets her stomach to plummet. Ragnarok fades away. Without saying a word, he just disappears. Ragnarok. Maka calls after him, her stomach is hurting. What just happened? Krona blinks at all the blood and guts and at where Ragnarok was. We need to find him. Maka feels a panic in her heart. What if he just fades away? Why didn't he say anything? Where would he have gone? Okay, I just don't understand. I'll explain on the way. Can't you sense him out? Why yes, he's Krona starts, only for Maka to grab his hand and bolt out of this room, not looking at Stein. She can't. She drags Krona along, who's saying something about not being able to deal with running in tight pants. She runs anyway. Maka opens her mouth telling Krona all about Stein and Ragnarok. It's just spilling out, it all just comes out to this boy that she loves. When she talks about it, the more this feeling grows in her stomach. She failed. Failed completely. Of course. Failed. Failed. Fucking failed. What were you supposed to do? That med boy questions. It's almost soft. She doesn't respond to him. He's in here. Krona stops in front of a green door with Maka. His face is pale, his eyes shaking slightly. The garden. Maka breathes out. She has a look in her eyes Krona can't read before she looks over at him. Ready? Krona can only nod. He's not so sure he is ready. Maka gives him a small smile, a smile of reassurance, because he needs one. He needs one when it's Ragnarok that needs reassurance. He's so weak it's disgusting. Maka opens the green door slowly, and they both walk in. The smell of freshly cut grass and pollen fills his nose, getting him to scratch it slightly. They both stop walking when they see him. Ragnarok is laying on his back in the grass away from them. His arms are folded behind his head, and he's staring up at the starless night. Krona can't see his face at this angle, but already he can feel the tension. Well, not so much tension, but it's not a good feeling. He glances at Maka to see if she's feeling like he is. Maka is staring at Ragnarok, her expression and the look in her eyes complete concern. She's worried about Ragnarok just as he is. Her green eyes are shaking and she's gripping her vest. She's nervous. Maybe she does feel what he does. Krona looks at Ragnarok for a moment before taking a deep breath. Why, you should go talk to him, Maka. I'll stay back here. He gives Maka a smile. When she looks over at him, she looks confused. No, Krona, you should come with me. We do everything together, remember? But she doesn't understand. No, Ragnarok, he wouldn't want us both asking about him. He'll be mad with just one of us, so I think you should talk to him. I was never good at making Ragnarok feel better, but I know you can, Maka. He gives her the strongest smile he can. Because he loves you. If anyone can talk to him and make him feel better, it's you. Maka studies him for a moment. She frowns slightly. But he needs you. Krona surprises himself with how firm he sounds. Even Maka's eyes widen a bit. I'll be alright here waiting, and when you think Ragnarok is okay, call me over. I don't want him seeing the both of us and fading away. I am sure and no, I'm positive he won't fade away from just you. Trust me. Maka stares at him before sighing in defeat. She grips her fist and a determination look comes to her face. Okay. She seems nervous. She's not sure of herself. Just remember, he loves you. He'll listen to the words you say even if he's acting like he isn't. Krona glances at the boy that hasn't noticed them. Why, you can do it, Maka. Krona gives her a reassuring smile now. Maka only nods. She grabs his hand, giving it a squeeze, and he squeezes back. This seems like enough for her. She takes a deep breath and starts walking towards Ragnarok. Krona gets behind a large marble beam on the platform he's standing on. He watches her walk. So smoothly but nervously. These are hard times. Krona wants to be there for Ragnarok, wants to comfort him, but he doesn't know how. He'll trip over his words and Ragnarok will just end up getting pissed off. Krona knows just sending Maka is his best option. She can kiss him, hold him, make him feel better. Some friend he is, he doesn't even know what to say. His mind is still swirling from all Maka has told him. That was nice of you. Always so considerate of others despite how it makes you feel. A voice coos behind him. Krona takes a deep breath, already knowing who it is, but instead of ignoring him like he wants to, he turns around to face him. That other boy is grinning at him. His hands are hidden behind his back, those haunted eyes staring into his. Krona thought he would feel uncomfortable seeing this boy after, you know. But he doesn't. In a way his heart lifts. Why, you saved Maka? Krona tries to keep eye contact with him. If you didn't tell me that she was in trouble, if you didn't tell me where she was, if you didn't wake me up, Maka could have died. Krona's gaze skids away. This boy still disgusts him, still makes a part of him boil, but thank you. You're welcome. This boy beams at him, those haunted eyes lighting up. What are best friends for, right? I told you I would save her. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. Your family is my family. I'll do anything for you, Krona, my pal. This boy takes a step closer, his hands still behind his back. Why, yeah. He forces his smile and turns his back on the boy to watch Maka. She's now laying next to Ragnarok. They don't look like they're talking. He feels a tap on his shoulder and it's almost timid. Krona turns around to see that other boy pretty close. His haunted eyes are shifting. He's biting his lip. His cheeks look gray. Krona hears something like paper crunching and it's coming behind this boy's back. What do you have behind your back? Krona finds himself asking, feeling a bit paranoid. This boy is insane. He can't trust him. Who knows what he could have? He's a demon. He could be planning something. The other boy tenses. His gaze shifts more and it's like he's staring into a mirror. It's a bit unsettling, really. His cheeks get grayer and if Krona didn't know better, he looks like he's nervous. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath before he opens them. Locking eyes with Krona, he smiles almost sheepishly. Surprise. He cheers as he takes a bouquet of flowers out from behind his back. It's a bouquet of what looks to be black roses, all of them bonded together by black paper. He holds it out to Krona, his smile growing. Happy Father's Day. What? Krona blinks at the roses that this boy is holding out, expectantly waiting for him to take them. He frowns. I am not your father, Dash. I know that's silly. But I don't want to give my real father anything. He's an ass. It's Father's Day though, and I felt I should do something. He blushes. I thought you deserved something nice. I made them myself. Do you like them? Krona can only stare at him, dumbfounded. How is he really supposed to react? This boy is acting so weird. He's never seen him blush the way he is or look so nervous. How is he supposed to react to a demon giving him flowers? A part of him doesn't want to accept it, doesn't want to even touch the flowers, but when he looks into those haunted eyes, there's something he sees in them that he knows all too well. The fear of rejection. Krona could be mean to him. Could tell them they're ugly like him, but this boy saved Maka. He's been nice, yeah, he's crazy and does weird things, but he hasn't hurt anyone. Krona doesn't want to be mean to him, and then this demon have a change of heart. They're nice. Krona mumbles, and that other boy is practically glowing from his half-hearted comment. I knew you would like them. He squeals loudly, getting Krona to wince as he shoves the flowers into his hands. It took me like 2 minutes to make these though. I was just taking a shit and I was like, I should get Krona flowers for Father's Day. Krona wrinkles his nose. Wait, how does he even go to the bathroom? That's when something else hits him and his face falls. It's Father's Day. How ironic. Krona mumbles sadly as he glances over at Ragnarok. On Father's Day he found out who his father was and completely destroyed him. Sometimes I think this is all a joke to someone, that someone is watching over our lives and laughing about it. He didn't mean to say that out loud. There's definably someone watching you. This boy glances at him. I wouldn't think of this as a bad thing. All that boys ever wanted was to find his father and kill him. To him, I bet this is the perfect Father's Day. Krona doesn't respond. He doesn't think that's right. Well, since we're on the subject of daddies and we're best friends, That other boy beams at him before he walks, so he's right beside Krona. Can I ask about your dad? My dad? Krona tenses and finally looks at him. Yeah, that's one of the only things I don't know about you. I'm pretty sure he was dead by the time you became my host. The boy states bluntly, looking into his eyes, those mad eyes looking into his own. He was. Krona doesn't have any toy and no sadness. Medusa killed him a long time ago. I didn't know him too well, but I knew his face. He stutters slightly. Does it make you sad? This boy's voice is almost soft. And no. It used to though. Krona shifts slightly, his gaze looking away. He's never really talked about his father before, no one's ever asked. I used to think if I had a father then he would love me and take care of me like everyone else's father did. When I found out Medusa had killed him because I was a boy, it disgusted me. I felt bad for my father. I blamed myself for his death, and it would make me feel worse when I was forced to be in a room with his head, having to see his rotten flesh, the flesh of the man that was my father. It wasn't your fault. This boy speaks firmly, it's in a growl. It was all that bitch. Your father would have been proud of the man you have become. Don't ever feel guilty for the shit Medusa does. You are stain free, Krona. You're so pure. Even now you feel bad for what someone else has done. You are willing to take the blame from Medusa and put it on yourself. This boy is getting closer and Krona isn't feeling too comfortable. I just feel if I was a girl that all of this wouldn't be happening that things would be better dash. You know that isn't true. He shakes his head. Besides, I always did like boys better than girls. He gives him a wink. I just wait, what? Krona backs up against the pillar, a bit of panic in him that this boy is going to try to kiss him again or something. He really doesn't know how to deal with it, being hit on by this demon that looks like himself, mind you. Nothing, he hums innocently and does a twirl on his heel. Krona takes a deep breath. Let's keep his mind off that. What about your father? Krona asks. The demon stops spinning only to look at him with odd eyes. My father. He rolls the words around in his mouth like he doesn't understand. Yeah, why you asked about mine, so I asked about yours. Krona raises an eyebrow at how he beams. So you want to know about me? He smirks and leans closer. Well dash. Okay. This is perfect. Best friend talk now. This boy giggles before grabbing his hand. Krona doesn't like it, so he tries to get his hand out of his, but it's no use, his grip is strong. So you want to know about my father? Krona stops struggling when this boy takes on a serious tone. There's not much to him. He's just a big ball of crazy like all his sons except for me, of course. You know him, the demon god of madness, Azura. Azura. Krona squeaks. Why, you're Azura's son? Yes and no. This boy shifts. I'm him. Just a part of him, but I'm not him, okay? So never say I'm him, alright? He growls and tightens his grip on Krona. It doesn't hurt him, but it makes him uncomfortable. A part of him. Krona speaks his words carefully. Yup. That's what all my brothers are. Just parts of the same demon god. I don't like my father, I'll just let you know. He's a pussy, afraid of everything. This boy leans in, so he's speaking against Krona's ear. Can I let you in on a little secret, best friend? I guess. Krona tries to back up from him, but he can't. He's still holding his hand. I can tell you're wary of me because my father is trying to take Maka's soul. I understand, but I hate my father and I love you. I'm planning on getting rid of him and becoming the demon god of madness myself. If I kill him, he can't hurt Maka. You will live in peace, not having to worry about him. Krona's not so sure he can trust that, especially now when he knows this is Arusa, a part of the demon after Maka. It makes his skin crawl. I hope you still think I'm your best friend. This boy pulls away and he has a almost sad look to him. I guess I kinda knew. Krona takes a deep breath. Why, your feeling felt familiar, and these eyes. He holds out his wrist. I should have saw that, but I haven't really been paying attention these past couple of days. Are we still friends? He seems desperate. Tell me more about yourself. Krona finds himself saying. Me. This boy stutters. You want to know more about me? Why? I'm so boring. Yeah right. You can't know all this stuff about me. I'd feel better if I knew more about you. All I know is you're a demon and your father is Ahura. Krona locks eyes with him. Do you want to know more because we're best friends? Why yes. Okays. He grins and lets go of Krona. Ask away. Krona takes a deep breath. It's true he doesn't know much about this guy and that could be a problem, especially since apparently he's Ahura. There's something called knowing the enemy and he doesn't see himself being rid of this crazy boy anytime soon. He needs to be smart about this, especially when this boy is so much stronger than him. Like he said, if this boy wanted to, he could rip Krona of his body in a heartbeat. It's scary when you think about it like that. What's your name? Krona finds himself asking. The boy tenses, looking at him like he's an alien. My name. Why yeah. Why do you want to know my name? So I can call you something. For some reason the boy blushes at this. Oh, I get it. Okay, well you can call me whatever you want. He grins. I'm open to anything. How about oh I know. Call me Frank. EU. Krona can't help voicing his opinion on the name. Is that your real name? Nope. You're right, Frank suck ass. How about Carl? I like Carl. He whirls. I want to call you by your real name. Why is he pushing this? The boy stops twirling on his heel. He looks at him oddly before looking at the wall. I have a lot of names. People call me a lot of things dash. What do you call yourself? Krona presses. I want to know your name, not what people call you. Sorry best friend, but I don't want to tell you that. My name has power. A demon never gives away his name. Why? Because you could use it to get rid of me. His voice is soft. Is that why you want to know it? So you can get rid of me? Are you tricking me? I still disgust you, don't I? You want me to be gone? I really don't know what you're talking about. How can your name help get rid of you? Krona can't help but be confused. This boy looks over at him for a long moment before his eyes light in realization. You really don't know, do you? You just want to know my name. For some reason this boy smiles at that, and it's a happy smile. If I tell you my name we get so much closer. I've never told anyone my name. It's everything to me. It's my weakness. Are you really my best friend? He's getting closer. Krona is backing up, but he feels his back touch the marble pillar. Why yeah, I'm your best friend. Krona swallows his nervousness down. That's when this boy hugs him. Krona tenses as he feels arms wrap around his shoulders, hugging him tightly. This boy buries his face in his shoulder. This boy that is taller than him. You know you make me happy. Really happy, and yet this happiness I feel, it's not because you're happy, it's because I'm happy. I'm happy alone, and that never happens. You're something else, Krona. Befriending a demon, befriending me. You're my first friend, did you know? I don't like anyone else. He pulls away and touches Krona's cheek with his hand. He leans in. Haunted eyes locking onto shaking blue ones. My name, my true name. He breathes against his lips. Is Judas. Krona can't speak that name, sending shocks of fear down his spine. Everything about this is fearful. He's too close. The boy's eyes are half lidded with something. Their lips are too close. That's right, my name is Judas. I was the demon in Judas. You know, the guy who betrayed Jesus Christ? That was me. Judas was my host. I'm the one that betrayed Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior of the world. I'm the one who gave him over to the Jews to be killed, to be crucified. It was me. I'm that demon. I betrayed good and I laughed when Jesus suffered. I am truly evil. I hate everything about the Prince of Good, hate everything about the human race his father made, and yet. He rubs Krona's pale cheek. I love you, Krona. I never would laugh at your pain. For me, telling you my name is a big deal. It's like a fucking pie, and I love pies. You just don't understand right now how big this is. For me to tell you this, it's love. It has to be. Krona tries to reject, tries to push him off, but before he knows it, Judas is kissing him. The lips of a demon are on his own, licking his lips, asking for entrance, but Krona won't give that to him. He's frozen to the spot in shock once again. And when I kiss you. He breaks the kiss, panting slightly. I don't feel rage, I don't feel disgust like when I kiss the witch of death. She's fucking hot, but you're not hot, you're beautiful, pure. Kissing you feels good, and maybe that's what love is. His body is pressing against Krona's on this beam. Krona swallows hard. Why do you keep doing that? He finally is able to ask after realizing it really did happen, and unlike last time, Krona can't just pretend it didn't happen because this boy is still in front of him. Kissing you. Krona can feel his breath on his lips. He squirms in his grip, uncomfortable. Because we're best friends. He smiles at him. Humans kiss to show affection, yes. Well, I guess B, but F friends don't kiss. But you and Maka kiss? And aren't you friends? He tilts his head like a curious kitten. Krona guesses things like this a demon wouldn't really understand. Really, he doesn't even know what this boy truly understands. Why yes, but she's a G girl and I love her dash. But I love you so I kiss you, see? He kisses him again as if to prove his point, but Krona's able to push him back. He raises an eyebrow. I kiss you to show my affection. B, but boys don't kiss. T, that's. Krona thinks of Ragnarok. G, gay, and it's W, weird feeling, and S, scary. I'm not a boy though. Judas blinks. I'm a demon. ISNT, that even worse. Krona sighs. Why, you're a boy demon, and why you look just like me. It's like kissing M myself. And what's wrong with that? Judas tilts his head. If you can't love yourself, how are you going to love someone else? So I'm a demon, so I'm boy, why is that bad? It doesn't feel bad when I kiss you, and even though you fight me, maybe the reason it scares you so much. He gets close again. Is because it feels so right. T, that's not it at all, dash. Then prove it. Mad eyes bore into his own. Kiss me. If you feel disgusted and nothing but disgust, I'll feel it. I wouldn't do anything that would hurt you, Krona, I'm trying to help you out here. He glances over at Ragnarok. Think about this, you got so nervous when you had to take a bath with Ragnarok, right? Well, what are you going to do when all three of you have sex dash? What? Krona squeaks. Who said dash? Well, you're all together and you did say, let's do everything together, so when Maka wants sex, most likely the next time you're going to all be a part of it. I am not gay. Krona glares at him, anger burning him, thinking of Ragnarok's teasing. You don't have to be to enjoy this. Judas states blankly. Just think of it as pleasure. You're only gay in my book if you love another man like you love Maka. It ain't all about pleasure. Listen here, every guy, straight or gay, likes to be kissed, likes to be felt on, and even a straight guy would like ass play if he gave it a shot, because it pleasures not just gays but straights. It's all about pleasure. There are some guys that get their girl to finger their ass. Does that make them gay? And no dash. But if another guy does it, it is gay? They're considered gay. I dash. Do you love me like you love Maka? Judas' voice is soft in his ear. No. Krona's answer is immediate. I don't love you at all. Thought so. Krona feels him smile and it almost seems sad. Do you love Ragnarok as you love Maka? And no. I see care about him though dash. Then you're not gay? Judas pulls away, staring into his eyes. Even if you were, would that be so bad? Maka wouldn't mind. He smirks at that. It isn't right and dash. Who says it isn't right? It just dash. Judas leans in once again, clashing his lips against Krona's, but this time Krona is taken off guard. He gasps, Judas taking this time to shove his tongue in, rubbing it against Krona's. Judas's hands fall down and grip Krona's hips, his body flush against the other boys. He grips Krona's hips. Krona hates the groan that escapes his lips. He feels dirty after it. I know exactly what you like because I am you. I know what makes you feel good. Judas says this against his lips before he digs his nails into Krona's hips and he bucks into him, biting his lip and closing his eyes. Stop. Krona breathes out. He hopes he isn't blushing. He really hopes not. You're too cute for your own good. Judas smirks as he grabs Krona by the waist and lifts him up, making Krona taller than him. He looks up at him with a lopsided smile. It's okay, I would never do anything to hurt you. He leans in with Krona being held up. He's able to get his pale neck. The demon leaves open mouth kisses on his throat, licking and leaving love bites. He's being gentle. Krona is freaking out. He tries to kick out and get this boy away from him, at the same time biting his lip so he doesn't whimper from this demon's kisses. Let me go. Let me dash. He does. Krona, in fear of falling, grabs into the demon, his legs wrapping around his waist as a defense, but by doing this, he's put himself in a worse situation. My. Judas chuckles as he grabs under Krona's thighs, keeping him up as he presses him back into the beam. This is nice. He sighs in contentment while Krona glares at him. That was a dirty trick. What do you expect? He licks his lips. I'm a demon. Before Krona can say anything, the boy's hot lips are on his own. Krona tries to fight him, but as he said, this boy is a lot stronger than him. He feels like a rock. He's powerful, and right now Krona has his legs around his waist. How is he supposed to kick him off? He's never felt so trapped. He keeps his mouth closed so this boy can't tongue him. This doesn't seem to bother the demon. He's very content with just kissing the weaker boy's lips. Why do things like this happen to him? This is just too weird. Imagine yourself kissing yourself. It's surreal, it's odd. That's when he feels something hard against his thigh. Immediately he knows what it is. Krona lets out a yelp of fright, not at all liking the feeling of this boy's stuff on him, especially when it feels large. He doesn't recall himself being this large, and it's scary, so scary. With the yelp he made, he opened his mouth, the demon taking this chance to shove his tongue back in, exploring his mouth, rubbing his tongue against his teeth, then reaching out to caress Krona's tongue that is backing up as far as it can, but his tongue reaches. The demon rubs circles with his thumbs on Krona's thighs, making hums of approval into the kiss. Finally the demon breaks the kiss, pulling away when Krona whimpered in fright. Judas' face is blank, but his cheeks are a light gray, those haunted eyes Krona can't read. You are truly my only friend. Those words get him to tense. It's his own words, and it's like looking at himself. Judas looks lonely. He has that look in his eyes Krona knows too well. Do I disgust you? His words are nothing but a whisper. Does he disgust him? He scares Krona to no end. He makes him mad, but does he disgust him? He doesn't like the boy kissing him. He doesn't like how it makes him feel, but is he disgusted? I don't know. Krona answers truthfully. Am I your best friend? Sure dash. Did you know I betrayed the Prince of Good with a kiss? Judas licks Krona's cheek and he shudders. Now I kiss you, a human, my host. I'll be the laughing stock of my brothers, yet I don't care. I couldn't give two shits. You're everything the human race isn't, and you're my only friend. I trust you. I love you. He leans in once more, claiming Krona's lips for his own. Though Krona can feel the demon's arousal, Judas' kiss isn't hungry or powerful. It's slow and soft, his lips barely pressing into his. There's no tongue, just kissing. He's handling him like he's frail, like he could break at any moment. Krona feels emotion in the demon's kiss. He doesn't want to believe it's love, yet does just lust feel this way? Krona hates how his face is getting flushed. Krona hates how he clings to this boy, afraid he'll fall. Krona hates how he pities this boy just like he pities himself. Krona hates that he can't push him off, that he's too weak to do so. Krona hates how he trembles while madness kisses him so softly. Just remember, he loves you. He'll listen to the words you say even if he's acting like he isn't. You can do it, Maka. Krona smile at her. Can she really do it? Is love enough for something like this? Something so tragic? She didn't tell him about how Medusa is the one that actually killed River. She didn't tell him how she failed to mention that before it was too late. Maka nods to Krona anyway and grabs his hand, needing some reassurance, needing to know his love is there. He squeezes her hand back, it's firm and it tells her all she needs to know. Krona is here for her. Maka takes a deep breath, no going back now. She lets go of his hand, missing his warmth as she walks closer to the raven-haired boy that hasn't moved from his spot. The closer she gets, the colder it gets as well. Goosebumps are covering her body. She's walking so slow, this feeling in the air, it's not tension, something much more sadder. Something that pulls on her and makes her feel like her legs have weights on them. Maka's eyes shake as she stares at Ragnarok. He's just looking up at the sky. He hasn't blinked. He has a blank look on his face. He doesn't look angry. He doesn't look sad or even satisfied. Maka's chest is tightening, her mind swirling as she finally stops right by the boy, her feet at his side. Her shadow cast over his face, and she's expecting him to go off on her, tell her to get away or something. But Ragnarok only stares up at the sky, not even looking at her. Those piercing blue eyes seem dull, but maybe it's just the darkness. The silence is awkward. Maka opens her mouth only to close it. She doesn't know what to say. After a moment of watching Ragnarok stare at the sky, she decides to join him since she doesn't know what else to do. Maka gently lowers herself down so she's laying on her back in the grass, right beside Ragnarok. She looks up at the dark sky trying to see what he's staring at so intently. The sky is empty though, nothing but darkness, nothing to look at but darkness. The moon isn't out, no stars light the night, it's just empty. The silence is becoming too much for her. She knows Ragnarok must know she's beside him, but she's too scared to touch him, too scared to speak. She doesn't know how she feels about all this. Stein was an ass. He spoke things about her mother that caused her to hate him, even if they were lies, even if he didn't mean them. He also loved River and thought he had killed her when it was Medusa. It was because he lost the one he loved that he went so crazy. It was because Medusa pushed him, thinking that Maka doesn't think he deserved to die the way he did. But then she thinks of Ragnarok. Stein left him. He left him to be alone with his dying mother. Even if it was Stein's fault, he should have been there for his son. He should have taken the blame. And yet if Krona was dying and there was nothing she could do about it and it was her fault, could she face him? Could she face Ragnarok? She's not so sure Stein did wrong, but why do things have to be so complicated? Why can't people just be good or bad? But it's never like that. Even the most evil people have at least one good thing about them, but does that mean they don't deserve to die? She means Stein killed people. In horrible ways. But she killed people. So does she deserve to die? Yes. Yes, she does. Maka's stomach turns when she thinks about what happened back with Stein. It doesn't sit well. It's just hard, you know? To watch his life, to know just what made him, to know Medusa played with him his whole life, to know she's the one that killed Ragnarok's mother. Medusa took everything away from Ragnarok, but why? Why him? Why would she do such a horrible thing? Because she's evil. So fucking evil. Maka can't deal with her anymore, can't deal with all the things she's done to Ragnarok. He doesn't deserve this. Why has fate looked down on him like this? Isn't it enough that he died so horribly? That he was ripped piece by piece, able to feel everything? No, it wasn't. His mother was taken from him, and because he thought his father killed her, he spent the rest of his life in hate, trying to find him and kill him. That's why Ragnarok died. It all leads to Medusa, that bitch, that. Did he hurt you? A voice breaks the silence. She tenses and looks over at Ragnarok, surprised that he would be the one to speak. He doesn't look at her, just stares up at the sky, and if she didn't know better, it's almost like he didn't speak at all. It then accrues to Maka that not once did Ragnarok look at her. When she was in that room, he went straight for Stein. He didn't see if she was hurt or not. His hate consumed him. Just a little. Maka answers quietly. It's okay though, I dash. Ragnarok lets out a long, shaky breath as if he was holding it for a while. His being flickers a bit, his eyes closing. Damn it, that fucking bastard. I should have know something was fucking wrong. I should have never left your side. I just went for a walk when you were asleep. I didn't fucking know. I thought the fucker was gone and I didn't know he was. His being is flickering more. Ragnarok. Maka starts a frown on her face. It's not your fault, okay? I was in a place I shouldn't have been. You couldn't have known. Ragnarok doesn't respond to that, but his being stops flickering. He opens his eyes and stares up at the dark night sky once again. His face blank. It gets so quiet between them, the tension creeping up on her. Do you feel better? Maka finds herself asking, not able to help it. Heh, you know it's funny. Ragnarok chuckles slightly, but it's humorless, it's dry. I spent my whole life trying to find that fucker. I gave up everything. I killed people without blinking if it meant that I would get to fucking kill my father. I spent all my emotions on hate for him. I gave up everything, my friend, my life, just so I could kill him. Ragnarok shakes his head. I finally find him, when I'm fucking dead. The hate I had for him consumed me and I finally killed the fucker. I made him suffer just like I wanted to do my whole life. His voice changes. I guess you could say I'm disappointed. Disappointed? Maka's chest is tightening. I don't know what I thought back when I was alive. I guess I had this fucking idea that if I killed him I would feel better. It would change something. He takes a deep breath. I finally killed him, my life's work. I finally got to see him breathe his last, yet when that last breath was gone I was waiting for the happiness or even satisfaction, something, yet while I looked down at his fucking mutilated body. His being is flickering. I felt nothing. No happiness. No satisfaction, I didn't feel better, I felt. He looks up at the night sky. Empty. Fucking empty. Is that what I gave up my life for? Just emptiness? I got my fucking revenge, so why don't I feel like fucking dancing? But I don't, I just feel empty. I finally got what I wanted, so why am I not happy? I should be fucking rejoicing and it pisses me off I'm not. His words get to her, she thinks about all she's seen in Stein's life. Do you regret it? No. His answer is immediate. I don't regret it. The bastard deserved it, I just thought I would get something out of it, but I was a fucking dumbass. Nothing's changed. I killed my father, but everything is the same. My mom is still dead, I'm still fucking dead, I'm still a slave, the only difference now is my father is dead, my only purpose in life is dead, so now I just feel empty. When your purpose is gone, what is your reason? Killing Stein was all Ragnarok ever wanted, now it's gone and past. Maka thinks if she should tell him that it was Medusa who killed River, not Stein, yet something tells her not to. Ragnarok already killed Stein, why make him regret it or make him feel bad about it? Maka knows the truth though, and she's not going to let Medusa get away with it. Can you believe Stein was my fucking old man? All this fucking time he was right in front of me, I knew I hated that bastard for a reason, why my being boiled, it was him all along. Ragnarok doesn't look at her. Do you know how I knew it was him that killed my mother? I didn't know at the time, I just thought at first that he left to do something, but he never came fucking back. My mother said he was just working hard on something, but I didn't believe her. When I took her to the doctor and they told me they never seen anything fucking like it, that they didn't know what the fuck it was, they wanted to do tests on her and I wasn't going to let that fucking happen. I bought her painkillers because that's all I could do. When Stein didn't fucking come back, I got suspicious, I started snooping in his stuff when my mom was asleep, that's when I found his fucking file. Ragnarok's being flickers. Not only did it tell me how his little experiment failed, it told me the things he's done to her in the past, how he cut her open, just everything. After that I fucking hated him. My rage was incredible. I destroyed his lab. That thing was in fucking ruins when I was done with it, but my mom was still dying and Stein still didn't come to see her, he never did. My mother died still fucking loving the bastard, then my father has the fucking balls to write me letters, that's how I found out he was the terror, he told me everything. He said sorry and all this shit I didn't care about, I only read them to see if there was any hint to where he was, but there never was. Ragnarok grips his fist. The bastard thought my mom is nothing but a experiment, Maka, he used her. That's what he called her in his files, a experiment. How fucking cruel is that? That fucking bastard. He's flickering so much. Maka bites her lip thinking about Stein and River, about that smile of happiness he gave her. She doesn't want to defend Stein, especially now she knows Ragnarok enough, he wouldn't listen to her. If she tried, he would get pissed. He tried to save her. It comes out before she can stop it. What the fuck are you talking about? For the first time he looks at her and it's such a dark glare, it gets her to tense. That thing she drank, it was supposed to be a cure. She speaks slowly. A cure? A cure for fucking what? My mom was fucking healthy. Maka, he killed her. He experimented on her. His voice is raising, his glare getting darker. River had cancer. Maka speaks softly and she's never seen Ragnarok tense so bad. How did you know my mother's name? I saw everything, Ragnarok, I saw all of Stein's past, I saw your mother, I saw what happened. She can't stop herself now. She had lung cancer dash. My mom didn't smoke. He seems almost desperate. It was heredity. She speaks slowly again. Stein was upset your mother didn't want to do chemo. Stein spent who knows how long in his lab, trying to find the cure for cancer for River. They didn't want to tell you, River didn't want to upset you. Ragnarok stares at her for a long moment, that glare falling, then said, realization in those eyes that makes her want to cry. That's why she was coughing so much, not because of Stein, because she was sick in all that time he was in the lab. How pale my mother got, how she never wanted me to take her to the doctor. He's shaking. If it was a fucking cure, why did it kill her? Should she tell him? She has to. You're not going to like this. Maka trembles, gripping her fist. I don't fucking care. He grabs onto Maka, his grip HS tight, his piercing blue eyes boring into her own. I need to fucking know Maka, I need the truth. Maybe this is why I'm not satisfied. I didn't know the whole story, just tell me I can fucking take it. You know I've been through hell and back. But can he handle this? Maka takes a shaky breath. It was Medusa. What? He looks at her a bit taken back. But I didn't know her. She knew your father. They went to school together. I don't know why she did it, but... Maka is trembling so bad. When Stein wasn't looking, Medusa put something in the cure. I watched her, then Stein gave the cure to River and she got sick. It was Medusa, she did it. Stein thought he had killed her and he didn't have the cure. He shouldn't have, but he fled, he ran away. He tried to find the cure but he failed. Ragnarok doesn't speak. Doesn't say anything, he just stares at her with wide eyes, but soon he bows his head weakly at leaning against hers. She wraps her arms around his faded body. She took everything away from me. His voice is nothing but hurt. I'm sorry, Ragnarok. Maka's chest tightens in guilt and she looks down. I tried to tell you, it couldn't come out. You were already on him and nothing you could have said would have stopped me from killing him. Even after knowing that I don't fucking regret killing him, he left me. He fucking left me and didn't take the consequences of his actions. If he would have stayed, I wouldn't have fucking knew it was him that had something to do with my mother's death. Medusa, fucking Medusa. His being is so faded. No more. She tightens her grip on him, her voice cracking in her hate. No more, Ragnarok. I'm fucking killing her. This ends now. I don't care if I need her help. I'll find some other fucking way. She has hurt you for the last fucking time. No more, no fucking more. Maka, don't be fucking stupid. Ragnarok growls in her ear. You already have too many enemies to fucking count. If you go against Medusa, it won't end well. I can't even help you. She has fucking power over me and Krona. He trails of it that. You need her if you want to avenge your mother. I'll get my revenge on Medusa. Don't you fucking worry about that. But no fucking buts. I'm not going to have her fucking take you away from me too. He screams this. He's almost faded. She's taken every fucking thing from me. I'm not going to let her take you too. I fucking love you, Maka. Do you know what it would fucking do to me if Medusa got you too? If she took you from me, then Medusa would truly finally take everything I fucking have. She would take away my fucking will, because now that Stein's dead, you're my reason for fucking fighting you and Krona. I'm not going to let you get fucking hurt because of me. So listen to me, don't fucking try to attack Medusa, don't try to do shit. I'm not losing you. He's shaking her, roaring, yet his eyes almost look glossy. You've got to fucking promise me. Right the fuck now. Promise me you won't do shit to her. We'll use her to defeat Arachne, we'll get this fucking curse off you, and then... He trails off uncertainly, flashing though his eyes before they turn firm. I'll fucking take care of Medusa. Alright? That's our fucking plan, so you have to fucking promise me don't do anything to Medusa, don't try to be the fucking hero. If you get hurt, if she hurts you, if she takes you away from me. He's trembling, gripping her too tight, it hurts, but she won't say anything. I can't fucking lose you. This is a whisper. Maka stares at him with wide eyes. We all know Ragnarok isn't one to be so forward with his feelings, and she can't help but to notice the hint of desperation. He's holding on to her like she's about to disappear when he's the one that's so faded. Those piercing blue eyes are burning with a fire, yet they're glossy, something she's never seen. She sees it in his eyes and it gets her chest to tighten. Fear. She sees fear in this boy's eyes. He's afraid Medusa will come after her next because she's taken everything else from him. He's afraid he's going to lose her. Her heart flutters. Something about that, something about how he's looking at her gets her whole being to scream out. She wants to help him. She wants to kill Medusa for what she's done, but seeing those eyes, seeing the fear and desperation in them. I promise. Maka's shoulders slump in defeat. She can't say no to him when he's looking at her like he is. Maka wants to fucking kill Medusa more than anything, but she trusts in Ragnarok. If he wants to get revenge for himself, then she'll let him. She will give him that. As soon as those two words come out of her mouth, Ragnarok hugs her. It's a tight, firm hug, his arms wrapping around her shoulders while his head goes in the crook of her neck, giving her goosebumps from the cold of his spirit. He doesn't say anything, he just holds her so tightly, his cold breath uneven on her neck. For some reason Maka feels her eyes water. She blinks it away as she slowly rubs this spirit's back, this restless spirit's back, whispering calming words telling him she isn't going anywhere. She just feels like he needs to hear that. Her movements are slow and soothing. Slowly but surely Ragnarok's breathing becomes even, his being stops flickering, it becomes firm solid, his grip loosens on her, but she doesn't stop touching him, doesn't stop reassuring him. Whatever happened to rest in peace? Isn't that what they put on all the gravestones? R.I.P. Ragnarok's never had peace. Not in life, not in death. He's never had a calming moment, so it makes her feel good that she can give him one now that she can hold him. Her heartbeat quickens, a feeling in her chest that is familiar, it burns forth like a flame, consuming her once again. Ragnarok, I think I love you. Maka says softly in his ears, and once they're out she realizes how true they are. She loves this spirit, this boy of anger and hate, this boy of will and heart. He's always been her kindred spirit. Now that Krona has opened the door to her heart, she's beginning to understand all these feelings. She loves Ragnarok, that's why she could never deal with him fading away, why him calling her beautiful had sent her stomach on a spin, and when he tells her he loves her, her stomach does a flip because he chose to love her. He's been with plenty of people, yet it was her he chose to love. Ragnarok's breath catches his being, becoming no longer faded. The spirit in her arms almost seems warmer. He pulls away to look at her with those wide piercing blue eyes. Maka smiles at him, her love shining through. He seems shocked, and before she knows it his cheeks tint slightly and he glares away from her for a moment before looking back at her. Well, that's what I thought. You better fucking love me, bitch. After all the shit I do for you, and how gay you fucking make me, he grumbles, trying to sound angry, but this boy can't hide the utter happiness in those piercing blue eyes or how his cheeks are still pink. Can you believe that at one point this boy used to scare her? That she used to think he was a demon possessing Krona? Remember when they were enemies? When he tried to hurt her? Now look at him holding her, blushing. It's hard to believe a lot of things that happened. I do. I love you, Ragnarok. She kisses his cheek, and if possible his face gets darker. She thinks this is the reddest she's ever seen him. Oh, look at you. You look like a tomato. She giggles. Shut the fuck up, bitch. He snaps and hits her hand away when she poked his cheek. And don't fucking poke me. I'm not fucking red. It's funny, because when he says this he gets even redder. But you are red. She grins as she nuzzles her head against his, her hands grabbing his. It's cute, Raggy Dash. Don't fucking call me that. And it's not cute. I'm not fucking cute. He scowls at her, but really it is cute because he's still red. He's trying to be intimating, but it's just not working right now. Maka knows she has the advantage right now and she's going to milk it. I love you so much, she sings and nuzzles her head to his again. These words are my own, from my heart flow. I love you, I love you, I love you. She sings that Natasha Bedingfield song to him. Stop being a fucking creep about it. He snaps, but he got redder. She can't help but to giggle. You got redder. She giggles. Yeah, whatever. He grumbles and glares away. Oh, Ragnarok's so cute with his pink cheeks, Dash. Alright, shut the fuck up, Dash. So cute, so Dash. Maka chants, only for Ragnarok to growl and grab her by the front of her vest, pulling her against him. Those piercing eyes glaring into her own. She tenses, thinking he's about to hurt her. I told you to shut up. He snarls, only for his lips to clash hungrily against her own. Her eyes widen only to slowly slip shut as his cold tongue fights against hers, as his cold arms wrap around her waist as she cups his cheeks. His kiss is deep, full of passion. He nips and pulls at her lips, his tongue leaving no part of her mouth untouched. Their pace is in sync, a kiss full of feelings, full of love. When he pulls away, Maka's out of breath, that kiss taking her breath right away. Now you're fucking red. He smirks as he takes in her flushed cheeks. At the mention of this, she gets redder and gives him her middle finger, looking away. Ragnarok chuckles at her, nuzzling his head against hers lovingly, yet he gives her his middle finger back. Maka blinks at his middle finger, then she looks at hers, then back at his. She hooks their middle fingers together and does a shake of sorts, laughing a bit. We don't pinky promise. We promise by saying fuck you. Hell yeah. He grins at her, giving her a light kiss on her middle finger. He glares away slightly like he's not sure of himself. You feel better? Maka's laughter stops as she looks at him seriously, remembering her reason for coming here. Yeah. I'm fucking fine. He glares at the ground before looking at her, those piercing blue eyes locking on her own. You always seem to have that fucking power over me, no matter what fucking shit we're in, you always make it fucking better. Maka blushes at that and he smirks. Besides, if I haven't fucking broken from all the other shit I've been though, I'm never going to fucking break. You have nothing to worry about. I'll still worry about you. She smiles at him. Even if you're badass motherfucker Ragnarok. He grins at her before his face completely falls as he looks around before looking back at her. Where the fuck is Krona? Something's been up with our bond lately, it's gotten to the point I can't even sense him out that well, it's bothering me. Oh Krona. He's actually around here, he told me to come talk to you alone, said it would be better for you if I did. Maka frowns slightly. He's worried about you. Ragnarok looks at her unreadable eyes before there's something like gratitude. Huh, the bastard. He chuckles and it's light. Where is he? Krona. Maka screams, getting Ragnarok to wince. It's okay to come out now. Maka hears a really loud squeak come from where she left the boy. She can't see him, but then she hears a bang. Did he just fall down? Krona? Are you okay? Do you need me to dash? See coming? Krona answers her quickly. He sounds a bit breathless. Maka and Ragnarok glance at each other before looking back at the beam just in time to see Krona coming out from it. Maka can't help but raise an eyebrow. He seems a bit flushed and his hair is messed up. Did he fall? Is he embarrassed about that? Krona grips his one arm with the other as he gets closer and closer, his eyes on the floor. Not looking at them, he stops a couple of feet away. Did you fall or something, Krona? Maka blinks at how he tenses. You see, could say that. He takes a deep breath before looking up, his eyes falling on Ragnarok. His blush is gone and his pale blue eyes hold concern. You okay? Ragnarok stares at the pink-haired boy a moment before he grins at him. What the fuck do you think? Don't I fucking look okay? Why yeah. Krona smiles at that, a silent message seeming to be sent through their eye contact. Ragnarok looks grateful. Krona looks pleased. Hug. Maka cheers. You know you two want to. Today has been hard, show some love. I'm not dash. Ragnarok starts. Only for Krona to rush forward. He tackles Ragnarok in a hug, wrapping his arms around his shoulders, burying his head in the crook of the shorter boy's neck. Maka and Ragnarok have the same look of shock, but soon Maka's lips form into a smile, gushing over this. Ragnarok doesn't hug him back. He doesn't seem to know what to do, but he doesn't push Krona off. It's got to be the most awkward hug she's ever fucking seen, but that makes it all the more adorable. Krona pulls away, a smile on his face as he looks into this boy's piercing blue eyes. I am glad you're okay, Ragnarok. I was worried. Idiot. Ragnarok grumbles, but he's looking at Krona with an unreadable expression when he realizes how close they are. Ragnarok takes a couple of steps back. Don't fucking worry about me, I'm fine. His words aren't harsh. Wow. Maka beams at Krona when he looks at her. That was nice, Krona. Hugging Ragnarok. I wasn't expecting it. I've hugged as scarier. Krona mumbles to himself, a faraway look as he shifts his eyes from left to right. Maka doesn't hear him. She's still smiling brightly as she looks at the two boys she loves. This is the family I've always wanted us to be, everyone being there for each other, everyone caring, sticking by each other. She holds out her hand. Together. Together. Krona smiles at her and puts his hand on her. Fucking together. Ragnarok grumbles, but he has a crooked smile as he puts his hand into the pile. Together we can do anything. Nobody can stop us. Arachne doesn't stand a chance. No one does. She beams. And no one. Krona and Ragnarok glance at each other. Before they all throw their hands up, a silent promise of always being together. They are a team, they are a family. Hey look, the stars are out now. Maka blinks as she looks up at the used to be empty sky. Now it's full of stars. A cloud must have been covering them up. What do you fucking know? Ragnarok stares up at them before he lays back on the grass, looking up at the sky. He grins over at Krona and Maka. You two dumbasses coming. You know it. She smiles as she grabs Krona's hand. Maka lays next to Ragnarok and Krona lays next to her. She takes both their hands in hers. Krona's grip is light while Ragnarok's is tight. Ragnarok puts one arm behind his head, looking up at the stars. Krona hugs her arm, looking up at the stars. They stay like this for a while, just staring up at the stars, talking, laughing, holding hands, all of them connected. This is her family. And she wouldn't have it any other way. In the warmth of these two boys, Maka drifts off to slumberland. Maka's eyes open. She frowns at where she is. She's alone in what looks to be white space. She's alone just in this small room. She looks around slowly, trying to figure out how she got here. Only for her eyes to fall on him. Stein. Maka breathes out as her eyes lock onto his stone ones. He's looking at her blankly. He's see-through. Hello Maka Albarn, I'm just pasting through. He speaks like this is the most normal thing ever. It seems for some reason I've ended up here. I must have some unfinished business. Thought I'm not sure. This is new to me. I was sure we just cease to exist after we die, but I guess, again, I was wrong. Stein. Maka gathers her courage. She has to tell him maybe that's why he's here, because she still has a duty to do. You didn't kill River. What do you mean? Stein's expression falls, staring at her. I failed. No. Stein, you had the cure for cancer. It was all Medusa. I saw your memory, but I also saw more than you did. Medusa put something into the cure. She's the one that killed River, not you. Maka breathes out, feeling the weight be lifted off her. Medusa. Stein's breath catches before his stone eyes light in fury. That witch? That bitch is the one that's done this to me. Of course I should have known better. The only thing I regret, Maka, is that I didn't take that bitch with me. Stein's face goes back blank. We're going to the same place. That I'm sure. I still deserved my death. Do not pity me, Maka. I failed River by not being able to save her, by leaving her and my son. His eyes get odd at that. Did Medusa do that to my son? Maka only nods. She doesn't really want to tell him what she did to kill him. It's too horrible. Maka. His being flickers. I know you hate me, but may I ask one favor of you? What is it? Maka straightens herself out. Make Medusa pay. I don't care how, just make her pay. Stein snarls out. Don't worry, I will. Hell, if I don't, Ragnarok will. Maka grips her fist. Stein suddenly stops shaking. My son loves you, you know. Stein looks at her with an unreadable expression. Do you love him? Yes. Maka locks eyes with him. Stein smiles. Take care of my son, Maka. Take care of him. Where I have failed, you're a good girl. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Your mother was a wonderful woman, and believe it or not, Spirit loved her dearly. I don't believe it. She glares at that. He was a cheating bastard. Well, what have you been doing? Stein tilts her head and she tenses. You've cheated, Maka. You're not with one person and you love them, don't you? Nothing's black and white. Maka only glares. She doesn't care. Her mother is different. She doesn't deserve that. She doesn't care if she's a hypocrite. Stein looks up at the ceiling, closing his eyes. River, you asked me if there was a cure to madness. I told you I didn't believe there was one, but I was wrong. His voice is so quiet. You told me you believed I could find the cure. I didn't believe you, but I did. I found it, when I found you. You were my cure to madness, River. That's when Maka sees it. The white ground underneath Stein is starting to crack. Stein, something's dash. I know. He cuts her off as the ground cracks more, some fire coming from the cracks. I've learned what I was supposed to. I guess I'm about to move on to go to the fires where I belong. For some reason this makes her stomach twist. No, Stein, move dash. No. It's okay. If this bothers you, don't look. Stein doesn't look down as the ground cracks more around him, more fire coming out. It's getting hot in this room. I deserve the fires of hell and you know it. I've killed countless people. I don't deserve where River is in heaven happy. This is where I belong. He smiles at her as dark hands come out of the cracks in the ground. They grab his ankles, the floor cracking more. He's starting to get dragged down. The heat is intense. There's a poem that I would always read before I would go to bed after River died. It was my only comfort. I'm going to read it to you, Maka. S. Stein. The fear is great in her as she watches more hands wrap around him. Maka can see lava staring to squirt up the cracks like a fountain. This feeling is nothing but darkness. It's evil, it's scary. Have you ever wondered, where do the rivers flow? Do they flow forever? Where does the water go? Stein starts reading the poem, never looking down as his arms are bound to his sides as the fire comes up and starts burning his flesh. He keeps eye contact with her. Do rivers somewhere finish? Where does a river start? Do all lead to the ocean, or do they break apart? Someday I'd like to follow, a river to its end. His words are soft smooth as if he's not fucking being dragged down to hell. This very moment Maka feels the tears fall down her face. She falls to her knees, still watching. All she can do is watch as he's slowly dragged down, as the fire slowly consumes him. I'd run to the horizon, through fields, and around bends. Have you ever wondered, where do the rivers flow? Do they go on forever? Stein looks up at the sky, the dark hands wrapping around his face. Only his head is above ground now. He smiles sadly up at the sky. Someday I'd like to know. Then he's pulled underground, the fire covering him. The ground closes back up like he was never there. Maka holds her head in her hands and she cries. But really she's not crying for Stein, she's crying for herself. Because she just saw her fate, the fate od the totally damnation that's waiting for her. Chapter 63. Maka is trembling, crouching down on the floor. She curls into a ball, her teeth are shattering, goosebumps all over her body. She wants to forget. She wants to forget she ever saw that. But she can't. Maka can't get those flames out of her mind, those deep embers, so hot, she could feel them as if she was standing right in them and not across the room. She can't get those dark hands out of her head, those hands with the sharp nails, and when you looked at them it was like looking at everything you've done in your life, everything wrong, everything that hurts you. It's like you're staring at your evil. Those dark hands, oh, those dark hands. Maka can't forget how the ground cracked, how it opened up and consumed Stein. And yet that man smiled. He smiled. How? Maka sniffles. She can't help it. When she looked at those hands she saw all her sins. She saw all the bloody guts of those people she killed at the circus, saw all the dull eyes of the little children still holding their prized stuffed animals. She saw the empty households. She saw the pools of blood. She saw Krona's tears, kids' tears. She saw what she did to all of them, how she made them hurt. She saw her fate. Hell. Maka is going to hell. It's obvious. Why would someone like her be granted something like heaven? Why should she get to be with her beautiful mother? You know, when Maka was younger, she had this thought that when you die you would join your loved ones, that you'll be together again, but that didn't happen with Stein. He wanted to see River again, but he was dragged down to hell instead, to burn forever, never to see his love again. Is that her fate too? To burn in fire, to never see her mother again. Say it isn't so. Get up, you pathetic piece of shit. A voice growls behind her. Maka knows she's pathetic. She doesn't move. She just hugs herself tighter, wishing for whoever this is to go away. I'll show you, pathetic. A voice screams back, and this voice gets Maka's breath to catch. Her tears stop as she whips her head up in the direction of this voice. Maka can't help to fall on her butt as she takes in her surroundings. She's not in that white room anymore. She's outside, in a clearing with trees all around. It's nighttime, the moon casting shadows over these figures standing in front of her. But what really makes her gasp is that her mother is on the ground next to her. She's younger, dirt covering her face, some blood trickling down her forehead and her hands. Oh, her hands are so fucked up, burnt crispy. Kami has a fire in her eyes as she looks at all the other girls standing in front of her. They're smirking, some laughing. There's a taller, hooded figure watching from afar. It's shaking its head. The girl that Maka is glaring so darkly at now, the one that called her mother a pathetic piece of shit, is a black-haired girl, a smirk on her face and a fan in her hand. She looks familiar. Nice pet you have here, Medusa. That dark-haired girl chuckles over at Medusa, who has her arms crossed, a blank look on her face as she looks at Kami before slowly looking at this girl. She's still as much as a loser as she was before you took her under your wing, though I can't say I'm not surprised. This girl looks at Kami, who's glaring at her. You're not in good hands, Kami. She likes to experiment, but you know how each one of her little experiments turns out? In failure. She's a failure, and now you're her new failed experiment. Congratulations. Medusa's not a failure. Kami growls as she forces herself up. Her legs are wobbling. She doesn't look so good, but Medusa doesn't move closer. Doesn't say anything, even after all this girl has said about her. I've gotten a lot stronger. Learned things I would have never been able to without her. I don't know much about experiments, but I can tell you I'm not one. I'm Kami West. She bores into this girl. I'm not a failure, and neither is Medusa. I'll show you. I'll show you all. I doubt that. This girl grins as she fans herself. Now I must agree that you have improved, but you failed in pasting your test, the test that would move you up in the ranks of witchcraft. You failed. Medusa couldn't even get you to be a higher rank. It's pathetic. She's pathetic. This girl looks over at Medusa. Why don't you tell your little experiment just what's on your mind? You must be furious she's made you a laughing stock. This girl you could supposedly turn into a great witch is just as much as a loser as she was when you started this mess. How long has it been? A couple of months? And she can't even complete the fire spell. You got lucky that first time, Medusa, with teaching her that weak little spell, pasting her so you could be her guardian, but this proves to everyone that you're a failure. Kami is 13 years old and still in the rank for 5-year-olds. Everyone, let's give a round of applause for my little sister. The biggest failure in the family. This girl jeers and starts clapping. All the girls follow suit, laughing at her mother and Medusa. Medusa. Kami frowns, a look of guilt and shame in her eyes as she looks over at the other girl, her shoulders slumping and that fire in her eyes dying down. I'm sorry. Medusa doesn't look at her, she just stares blankly at the other girls. There's no anger, no anything, she just takes it. What's wrong, Medusa? Too ashamed to speak. This dark-haired girl grins. No matter, I'm sure you're all aware of the bet that was made. Medusa has to be punished for bringing dishonor to our family. At these words all the girls bring out something: rope, duct tape, matches, knives, their lips curling into the sickest of smiles. They're all evil. All of them. It's not Medusa's fault. It's all mine. Kami takes a weak step forward, glaring at these girls. I'm the one who deserves to be punished, not her. Medusa is your guardian, all blame is on her. That dark-haired girl chuckles as they slowly walk towards Medusa, yet Medusa hasn't moved. It's like she doesn't even care. She's not even afraid that all these witches want to hurt her. Kami is trembling, watching them all, her eyes flickering with something before she bows her head, gripping her fist. I don't think you heard me, you piece of spider shit. The dark-haired girl stops all of them do. The dark-haired girl slowly turns towards Kami, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Excuse me, what was that, Kami? What? You have hearing problems, Arachne? I'll say it again, just for you. I said you're a piece of spider shit. I didn't stutter. Kami grips her fist as all the other girls open their mouths in shock. Even Medusa seems to get some expression to her now. Don't hurt Medusa for my failure. Come at me, bitch. The space around them gets deathly quiet. All the witches are looking at this girl that's name is Arachne. Maka's eyes get wide, her stomach twisting so much she would puke. This girl is the one that killed her mother. Is it because of this? Because of this incident? Is this really what caused her life of hell? Her mother sticking up for Medusa. Say it isn't so. Arachne starts laughing, it's creepy, the other witches shuddering. I see what you're doing, Kami. How very brave. How very admirable, but Medusa isn't getting out of this. I've wanted this since dash. Look, I'm not asking, I'm telling you. Kami marches up so she's right in Arachne's face. You've been nothing but a bitch to me and Medusa. Always showing up when I was training, trying to mess me up. Truth be told, I think you're scared of Medusa. Scared of her. Arachne scoffs, that dangerous look coming. I dash. Yes, scared of her. Because you see, just as I do, that there's something special about her. She's smart, unlike you. I haven't known her for long, but I can tell you this, she is a woman of strategy. You're scared she'll outsmart you. You're scared that Medusa will make me into a great witch. You're afraid your tittle will be taken from you, and by your little sister. Kami, you better back up while you can dash. Why don't you get the spiders out of your ass and back off of Medusa for once? Kami fumes. She dash. That's when Arachne closes her fan in a flick of her wrist, and before Maka can even blink she strikes Kami across the cheek with it. The sound echoes through the quiet forest. Kami's head to the side. Maka feels a deep hate in her heart grow. No one strikes her mother, and this is the bitch that killed her. She'll make her pay. She'll rip her limb from limb. Kami slowly turns her head back to Arachne. Her lip is busted. Everyone seems to be holding their breath. Maka's even surprised to see that smirk curl on her mother's face. What's wrong, Arachne? Can't handle it? Stop being such a bitch, and take it. Kami spits in Arachne's face. Some blood gets mixed into it. Take her. Arachne wipes the spit off her face, her voice a growl as all the witches turn around and grab a hold of Kami, who still has that smirk on her face. Maka can't look as they tie her mother up as they stab her, burn her. She covers her ears, not able to handle her screams. Maka feels like losing it. She can't be here. Her mind is already fragile from seeing hell. She can't. Please make it stop. Her eyes fall on Medusa, and for once this woman's blank face has completely fallen. There's something in those piercing yellow eyes, but she doesn't help Kami. She only looks away. Things must have fast forward, because when she finally uncovers her ears and dare look at her mother, everyone is gone. Kami is laying on the ground, ripped open, tied up, barely breathing. She's bruised, she's burned. Maka's legs give out and she falls to her knees. She wants to leave this place. She wants to leave now. Medusa suddenly appears in front of her mother. She looks at her wounds with cold eyes. You're a fool, Kami. Kami can only give her a weak smile. Medusa looks at her for a moment before she leans down and touches Kami's forehead. Maka watches in relief as her mother is healed, looking good as new. Her mother looks at this woman with gratitude. Why did you do it? Medusa's voice is sharp, her eyes burning into her mother's. You could have been killed. They wouldn't have killed me. Least they want to face the Grand Witch's wrath. I know the rules, Medusa, we can't kill our own kind. Kami grins as she sits up. You were beaten close to death, and for what? Tell me why you did it. That beating was meant for me. Medusa looks at her like she's a new animal she's never heard of before. I couldn't let them hurt you when it was my fault. Why could you not let them hurt me? She blinks. Well, because we're friends. We're not friends. I've been over this. Medusa cuts her off coldly. I sat there and watched them as they cut on you and burned you. Did I help you? Did I even blink? No, I didn't. We're not friends. Then what are we? Kami looks up at this other girl as she snaps her fingers and Kami's untied. I'm your guardian. Medusa turns and starts walking off into the night. And you're my ticket. You don't have to be a bitch. Kami mumbles as she gets up and starts running after her. Come on, you can't. Everything fades away. Mom, please just get away from her, get away from Medusa. Maka hates seeing her mother with Medusa. That evil woman doesn't even deserve to know her mother. She hates her with all her being. Maka flinches when everything comes back and something is thrown at her. It goes right through, Maka turning around to see just what was thrown at her. Kami hits the ground and does a roll. She's panting hard, she's sweating. She looks back up at Medusa, who appeared right in front of her. Medusa looks down at her with cold eyes before she lifts up her hand. Kami quickly jumps away, barely dodging the dark magic that came out of Medusa's hand. They're fighting? Maka doesn't know what's going on, but she hopes to God that her mother kicks her ass. Starlight. Kami chants, pointing at Medusa. A beam of light comes out of her, stars of power being sent towards Medusa like ninja stars. The older girl gets cut on her shoulder, but she's able to dodge the others smoothly. Kami grins, seeing an opening on Medusa. Starlight. Medusa suddenly appears right in front of Kami. She grabs her hand, stopping the flow of magic. Kami's face falls, and before she can do anything, Medusa backhands her. Kami being sent flying, hitting her back to a large boulder. A crack is heard before Kami falls to her knees before Medusa. Is this really all you have? At this rate I'm never going to catch you up to your age group. Medusa talks till she's right in front of Kami. Get up. Now. Kami trembles, but she forces herself up. Her legs wobble. Good. Now attack me. Use that earth spell I taught you. I can't. Do it. Medusa's voice is firm, her eyes getting narrow. Don't say you can't. Just do it, Kami. Kami takes a deep breath before she stomps the ground. It trembles as her power flows. A piece of earth is being lifted up, only for there to be a crackling sound, the power breaking, getting Kami to scream as she falls to her knees. One of her hands gets burnt up. She's at her limit. It looks like they have been going at it for a while. Try again. Medusa states coldly. Are you crazy? I can't. You have one good hand. Try again. Medusa commands. I'm not going to be the laughing stock of the Witches' Council any longer. Either you do this spell, or you finally kill a human to increase your power. This is getting ridiculous. You know what? I fucking quit. Kami throws her arms in the air, her voice raising, getting Medusa to pause. You quit? She raises an eyebrow. Yeah. You heard me. I fucking quit. No more. Kami shakes her head as she focuses herself up. You can't just quit. I'm your guardian. Medusa looks at her coldly. Not anymore. Consider yourself free of me, Medusa. I'm tired of all this shit. Why should I fucking risk my life just so you can be better than your sister? Just so you can look good, and get credit for all my suffering? Why the fuck should I do that, huh? Especially for someone who doesn't even care about me. You've left me out here, close to dying too many times to count. You didn't even care I took that beating for you. This isn't just for my gain. You said so yourself, you wanted to be stronger dash. Well, I realize that's not happening unless I kill people, so you know what? Fuck being stronger. Unlike you, Medusa, I don't care what people think of me. I don't care if I'm the weakest witch, at least I'll be me. At least I'll be happy with who I am. There's no reason for me to continue on with this. Fuck you, Medusa, and fuck your plans at using me. Kami gives Medusa both her middle fingers, and by this point Maka is jumping up and down, cheering her mother on. Kami turns away and starts walking. Where do you think you're going? Did you forget you live in my house? I'm the person who took you off the streets. You can't just walk away. Watch me. Kami grunts. I was homeless before you. I don't need a home. I do just fine. I don't need you, Medusa, not at all. I only stayed this fucking long because I thought I could have a friend in you. I thought I could finally find someone so I wouldn't be so lonely, but you made it clear that all I am is your experiment. Your gain. Your ticket. You're a fool. Medusa growls. I could have made you into something dash. I don't need to be made into anything. I'm already me. Watch me, the person you didn't make, walk away. I hope it gives you hell. Kami starts walking away again. You'll die out there. Medusa eyes the snow on the ground. It's a harsh winter, Kami. You won't last dash. That's none of your concern now, is it? Kami states coldly before she marches into the woods, leaving behind Medusa. Maka is leaping for joy as she runs after her mother. Maybe Medusa was lying about them being such great friends. It sure doesn't look like it. This is perfect. Maka feels so much better now her mother is away from Medusa. She feels a burst of energy, like all this bad didn't happen, that her mother is going to go far away from Medusa and live a happy life and have a happy ending. But we all know that doesn't happen. What a bitch. Kami grumbles under her breath, and Maka can't agree more. Medusa is the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. It makes her so happy to hear her mother agree. Just keep walking, don't look back, stay away from that snake. Kami suddenly stops, a odd look on her face as she looks around at all the snow-covered trees, then looks back at her footprints that have been covered with snow, coming down on her. Well, I'm lost. Kami sighs and scratches her head. Isn't the train station just out of here? I go right. Maka can't really help her mother out. I don't even know why I put up with her for that long. Kami grumbles to herself as she takes a right, into a path cleared of trees. Maka follows her, and for some reason she has the urge to sing, just keep swimming. Maka thinks she's completely lost it, but she's never been so happy. Her mother cussed out Medusa and she's leaving. Maybe Medusa is a dirty little liar and Maka has no reason to feel bad for killing her. Well, I know why, but it was stupid. Kami brings out a bracelet. It has friends on it. I let my silly dreams get in my way. Witches are vile, dark creatures. I'm a vile, dark creature. Why would I need any friends? I'm supposed to be evil, so why does it hurt that bitch doesn't care about me? After everything I've done. I know what I'm supposed to be: a murderer, a liar, a devil, but I don't want to be that. Maybe that's why I cling to my weakness, so I can feel human, but I'm not human. I'm a witch and I'm supposed to be evil. Is it so much to ask to have a friend though? Just one in this whole fucking world. Someone to care about me when I have no one. But no. Kami's words are bitter as she drops the friend's bracelet on the ground and keeps walking. Like she said, my dreams are foolish. I care about you, Mom. Maka frowns, walking beside her mother, but she's not really there. Her mother is alone in the cold, walking to a train station so she can sleep on a bench. She's alone, no friends. All the other witches look down on her. Maka hates it. She hates all of them. That's why her mother was friends with Medusa, just because she wanted a friend, and everyone else made fun of her. Only Medusa stood up for her and offered her hand. But Medusa said they weren't friends. She hates how her stomach twists with different emotions, hate of course, but there's also a sadness at seeing her mother set a anger for even letting her opinion on Medusa to change just a bit. Her mother and her weren't friends. She didn't give a shit. Medusa is a cold, heartless snake that only does things for herself, no matter who she hurts in the process. That's all she is. Medusa is a parasite. Her mother is beautiful, kind, pure. They were never meant to be friends. Suddenly Kami stops, she looks down at the snow for a moment. What the hell do you guys want? She growls before she turns around. There's 3 girls in cloaks behind Kami. Maka didn't even notice them come. They're all glaring at her, a dark look in their eyes. Kami, you have disrespected Arachne for the last time. Tell her she won't have to worry about me again. I'm not Medusa's anymore. I left her. So she doesn't have to worry about little old me helping Medusa show her up. Kami grunts and turns around, starting to walk. Only for the 3 girls to appear in front of her. Their glare hasn't fallen. This isn't about that. We couldn't give 2 shits about you and Medusa. What we care about is the fact you constantly dishonor Anch. She is of royal blood. She could be the next Grand Witch. Have some respect. Medusa is of royal blood as well, and you guys have been dissing on her non-stop because of me. Even though I don't even know why I'm sticking up for her. Kami huffs. But I was only defending Medusa. Arachne had it coming to her. Oh really? What are you? A orphan who can't even kill? How dare you bring it on yourself to talk down to someone who is so much bigger than you? We're all sick of it, and so is Arachne. Let's get this over with then. Kami rolls her eyes and holds out her hands. Tie me up, beat me up, and leave me in the snow. I know the drill. Just hurry up. Oh no. That's not happening at all. A girl smirks. We're getting rid of you for good, Kami. You're going to kill me? Kami raises an eyebrow. Oh no. We're not stupid, we're not going to kill you. A other girl chuckles darkly. Help. Over here. It's the witch Xia. All the girls fake scream before they fade away. What the fuck? Kami blinks before she turns around and starts walking again, only to stop when her eyes fall on the group of men that just came out of the way she was going. They're all buff dudes, rough and edgy looking, cigarettes in their mouths adding smoke in the air, along with their breaths because of the cold. They hold knives and axes, but what scared Maka the most is they all have crosses around their necks. Fuck. Kami hisses as she takes steps back, only for these men to run around her, making a circle to trap her. Kami trembles, her breath coming out in uneven puffs. They seriously sent. Is this her? A man grunts, looking over to a red-headed dude. Nope, you got the wrong person. Kami shakes her head. I'm just trying to get home, I don't want any trouble, it's Christmas, I just want . The red-headed man takes out a wooden cross and holds it closer to Kami. Her mother can't help it, she winces. And that's all they need to see. Please, I don't want to fight. Kami puts her hands up. I'm not a bad witch. I've never killed anyone . Yeah right. There's no such thing as a good witch. A man growls. Your kind took my whole fucking family from me. I'll rip you to fucking pieces. He roars before he runs forward. Kami takes a step back, but this guy is stopped by the red-headed guy. You got to calm down. We have a way of doing this so no one gets hurt but her. He growls. Right. The man settles down. Grab her. Kami turns on her heel and tries to run away, but she's in a circle of them. They all run towards her and grab her roughly. Kami struggles as much as she can, kicking and screaming, but they grab her hands and shove her down on her knees. Kami keeps struggling, screaming. Shut the fuck up. That one man growls before he stabs her mother in the shoulder, getting Kami to cry out. You dirty whore. I'm going to slowly kill you, make you feel all my fucking family did. You can go back to hell where you belong. No. No. Her mother doesn't belong in hell, no. No. Get your hands off her. Maka cries out and charges for this man, only to go through him. She can't do anything, she can only watch. Doesn't mean she stops trying. I'm going to kill you, rip you of your life, and you're going to burn in hell. No one's going to miss you, you piece of shit. Get the duct tape. We got to get her mouth closed. You're a weak witch, you're not even worth our time, but guess what? I'm going to kill you. Rip you to pieces. Kami's eyes are wide in fear as she watches a man walk close to her with duct tape. As she listens to this man's words, as she feels the men's hard grips on her at his words, at the coldness, something snaps in her mother's eyes. Get the fuck away from me. Kami screams out, her power coming out, sending this man flying across the forest at such a speed that when he hits a tree he splats like an egg, his blood and guts staining the pure white snow. Everyone gets quiet, trying to process what happened. It seems Kami, her mother, gasps as she sees what she's done. Her body trembles, tears start to fall down her face, those eyes nothing but guilt and sorrow. I killed him, I really killed him, I'm no better, I'm no better than. Kami bows her head, her tears and blood falling in the snow. You bitch. The witch hunters screech, the rage in their eyes so strong. As they all grab a hold of Kami, they shove the duct tape on her mouth. Kami doesn't fight, she hands limply in their grasps, her head still bowed. Get me my axe. Let's cut her limb from limb before we burn her. No mercy. No fucking mercy. Mom. Maka cries out as a buff man kicks Kami in the stomach, with steel-toed boots. Kami coughs out blood, but she doesn't fight, doesn't struggle as someone hands that man his axe, his eyes nothing but hate. Let's start with your feet and work our way up. He roars as he lifts up the axe above his head. Her mother can't die here. No, she can't. Maka's alive, so Kami can't die here, she can't. As if someone heard her thoughts, the guy with the axe makes a choking sound. He drops the axe and starts grabbing at his neck, tears falling down his face as he chokes violently. Well, what's wrong? The other men get around him, one even gets behind him to do the Heimlich maneuver. Maka watches as something moves up his throat, only for a snake to come out of his mouth. What the dash? One guy starts, only for the snake to lash out and get into this other man's mouth. He tries to grab it, but the snake easily slides down his throat, choking him. Soon this man falls to the ground dead along with the man the snake came out of. Holy shit, what's dash? Another man starts, only to be picked up in midair before he's thrown at the same tree his friend was. He splats just like him too. I'm getting out of dash. The last man goes to run, only for a large snake to come out of the forest. It wraps around this man, squeezing the life out of him before it slowly starts to eat him head first. This man struggles as his body goes into this snake, inch by inch, but soon his body goes limp and the snake swallows him whole. Maka stares with wide eyes at all these people dead, but her stomach is twisting till it hurts. She only knows one person who has a things for snakes. As if on cue, Medusa appears next to the large snake. She rubs its head before the large snake becomes dark, only to get small as it wraps around Medusa's arm, becoming a snake tattoo. Medusa looks around at her work with blank eyes, a smirk on her face, but when her eyes fall on Kami, her smirk falls. Kami is just laying, face first, in the snow. She hasn't moved, hasn't done anything. Medusa slowly walks over to her, her bare feet in the snow, but she doesn't seem to care. She stops right beside her mother gently. She turns Kami around. She's still crying, her eyes closed, snow on her face. Medusa's expression doesn't change, but her eyes do as she wipes the snow off her mother's face before putting her hand on Kami's wound, healing it. She snaps her fingers, and the duct tape is gone. Why are you crying, Kami? It's over. I killed him. Kami wheezes out, still not opening her eyes. I splatted his guts, I killed I let my mother down. Kami, look at me. Medusa commands, cupping her mother's cheeks and turning her head to look at her. Kami's eyes open, their green pools. Medusa has an unreadable expression. That man was going kill you, Kami. You were protecting yourself, you see? All humans are like these men, they hate us and want us all dead. Though we enjoy killing Kami, we also do it to survive, to get stronger, so that we may fight against men like that. You were protecting yourself, Kami, this is what you're supposed to do. There's nothing to cry about. But I'm not. Suppose I don't want, I want to be not dash. Do you feel any different than who you were? Not really, but... Kami gets a deep frown on her face. I dash. You liked it, didn't you? Medusa's words get soft at how much Kami tenses. There's no reason to be ashamed. Tell me, did you like it? Maybe just a little. Kami trembles. I don't know, I feel so bad, but then why do I feel like smiling? I can't get out the splat he made out of my head, yet when I hear it, it doesn't disgust me, it makes me want to laugh. My hands, they twitch. You see? It's not bad, Kami. This is who you are. Medusa smiles. Things will be easier if you don't fight it. Let it flow. But I don't want to kill anymore dash. Then only kill the ones that attack you. Medusa gets up, letting go of Kami. You saved me. Kami looks up at her. Why? After I just told you to fuck yourself, why are you here? I don't know. Medusa states, and in her eyes you can see she's telling the truth. She doesn't know. I just came after you. I don't know why. Is it because you care? Kami beams as she sits up. I doubt that. Medusa shakes her head before she walks a little away. She pauses. You can either come with me, or do whatever. I'm giving you a choice. Kami looks down a moment. She looks over at the man's guts she killed. Her lips twitch before she takes a deep breath. I'm coming with you. Good. Is that relief in Medusa's voice? There's a fire waiting for you. You look like you're about to freeze to death. You made a fire for me? Hey, what made you so sure I was going to accept your offer? Kami huffs. I didn't know. I was just hoping you would. Medusa starts walking away. Well, hold up. Kami's face lights up as she gets up and runs to Medusa. So you do care? I don't know. I don't think so. That's good enough for me. Kami sighs as she grabs Medusa's arm, looking at her with those big eyes. Medusa looks at her from the corner of her eye before she digs into her pocket and hands Kami the friend's bracelet. You dropped this. Oh, thanks. Kami looks taken aback as she grabs the bracelet. She looks at Medusa. But I don't really need this anymore. Why? Medusa raises an eyebrow. Because I have a real friend now. Kami grins at her. We're not friends. I don't believe you. Kami chuckles. You care for me? If you say so. Medusa grunts, but as they walk. When Medusa looks over at Kami, there's a hidden smile on her lips. Everything fades away. No. No. Maka grips her hair. Medusa saved her mother. If not for Medusa, Maka would even be here right now. Medusa was Kami's friend. Medusa saved her. It gets her chest tighten and her stomach twist. Why Maka hates Medusa? She hates her more than anything, so why did she have to be her mother's friend? Why did she have to save her? Why? Maka's taken out of her thoughts as her eyes take in where she is now. She seems to be in a large room. Spider webs are everywhere. She can't help but to gasp when she looks up and sees someone sitting on a large spider web. Lady Arachne, I'm sure you know. A short, odd-looking man looks nervous as he looks up at this woman. I do. Arachne smirks, fanning herself, a crystal ball in her hand. Those odd eyes hold small spider webs in them. Her black dress is odd-looking, almost like she's sitting on spider legs. One look at this woman and Maka knows. This is the woman that killed her mother. This is Arachne. The woman they are about to wage war against. Kami thought she could fool everyone. Saying her child was killed by witch hunters, that was her excuse to leave the witches' council. Maba bought her tears and let her go. Never to use magic again. Arachne smirks. But her little daughter isn't dead, quite the opposite actually. Kami lied to the Grand Witch. Can you imagine what Maba will do to her? It will be amusing to see that daughter of hers be ripped from her lifeless hands only to be fed to my spiders. She laughs madly. You know I sent one of our troops to alert Maba. Let's watch. She holds out the crystal ball. It shows an image of a cloaked figure walking down a alleyway. Arachne's smirk grows. This must be her troop. Maka feels a sourness. This woman is trying to kill her mother. Is this where it all starts? Is this? Suddenly another cloaked figure appears in front of the old one. In a swift movement a hand is shoved down Arachne's troop's throat. The troop explodes, blood getting everywhere. Arachne has a blank face as the cloaked figure reveals itself. Maka can't help her eyes to get wide. It's Medusa. A little sis. Still protecting Kami, even after all this time. She isn't your problem anymore. She left you. Left us all. Why protect her from what she deserves? As if Medusa heard her, she gives Arachne a dark look before she fades away. She still cares for the betrayer. Arachne smirks. How sad. Everything fades away. Maka falls down before she hits her back against the wooden floor. She knows where she is before she even opens her eyes. She hears the crackle of the fire in the fireplace, the insane laughter and cussing. But Maka could care less. Why? Why can't things be just black and white? She hates seeing people's past. She fucking hates it. It's a lot easier to hate someone when you don't know their past, when you don't know what they have done, when you don't know the good things they have done. She wishes she would stop. She doesn't want to see Medusa's past. She hates her, fucking hates her, yet she saved her mother more than once. Medusa cared for her mother. Mako lets out a frustrated scream, gripping her hair, kicking, acting like a child throwing a temper tantrum. Oh, now this is perfect. That boy smirks as he hums, sighing. We got candles, food, screaming, crying, the perfect date. He beams at Death, whose eye is twitching, glaring at this boy. There's candles all around her cage, balloons tied to the bars. This boy has that mad smile on his face. This isn't a date. And this isn't even fucking real food. She screeches as she looks down at the plastic cakes and plastic teacups in her cage. What the fuck is this? It's a tea party. Don't be rude. He pouts at her as he picks up his small, fake teacup and puts it to his lips, sticking his pinky up. Oh, now that's good stuff, he sighs as he puts it down. He grins at her. What's wrong? Want some more Fluffykins, dash? Don't ever call me that again, I swear to God, dash. Okay's Fluffykins. Here you go. He giggles like a girl as he takes a fake teapot. He puts it between the bars to put the tip on Death's cup like he's pouring something into it, but nothing's coming out. This is stupid. Death growls as she grips the teapot from him before throwing it across the room. Fetch my teapot. He gaps as he watches the plastic teapot bounce. He glares darkly at Death. You monster. How dare you? That was my favorite teapot. My mom gave it to me. He wails. You don't have a mother, jackass. Death grunts. This shit could be bought at a dollar store. She hits all the plastic cakes out of her cage. No. I spent all day baking those for you. Why are you so mean to me? I'm your wife. This boy trembles looking at the plastic cakes with such a sad expression. I took all this time for you and you don't even appreciate it. He huffs and crosses his arms. You're not my fucking wife. I'm not your husband. And I didn't ask for this. Why can't you just fuck off and leave me alone? Death growls. Ah, it's okay. Apology accepted. He giggles as he grips her bars. I can't stay mad at you, cutie. Fuck you. I would if you would let me. He grins. Come on, you know you want it. Please. I rather have my eyes ripped from my sockets. That can be arranged. He chuckles darkly, licking her bars. Why? Maka groans as she finally stops screaming. She sits up and sighs loudly. Our music stopped. At least we still have the crying. This boy wiggles his eyebrows. Crying? Maka can't help but to raise an eyebrow. She doesn't hear any. Then she does the quiet sobbing. Maka looks around looking for the source. Maka can't help her eyes widening a bit. It's Custos. Custos is crying. His back is to her. He's in a corner, on his knees, but she can see his shoulders shaking and his soft sobbing. Maka frowns deeply as she gets up, all those thoughts of Medusa and her mother fading away in this moment. Custos. Maka says his name softly, taking a step forward. Custos tenses before he whips around, his eyes wide. Maka. Maka. His eyes light up and before she knows it he's running at her with his arms wide open. Those green eyes have never looked so bright on him. Maka can't move, held there by his eyes, and before she knows it, Custos is hugging her. Fuck. Maka cries out as she feels her flesh burn at the angel's arms being around her. Oh no. I am sorry. He quickly lets her go and if possible his tears fall more. He falls to his knees. He's trembling so bad. Maka, I'm so sorry I hurt you and that man. I really didn't know he was there. I was so worried that he killed you, that he was going to kill you. Custos looks up at her with those eyes. Did he hurt you, Maka? Did he do anything to you? Have you ever seen an angel cry? Of course you haven't, but it's the most beautiful thing Maka has ever seen. Those tears falling down Custos' face, they look like jewels, so pure, so shiny. Those eyes pools of green, his flawless skin, those tears like sparkles on his face. But those eyes, Maka sees something that causes her chest to tighten. Love? He didn't hurt me. I was saved before he did. Maka mumbles, still taken aback by that look. Oh, thank the Lord. I'm sorry I didn't help you. I I can't interfere with humans. I'm sorry. Custos still cries. Maka can't stop what she does next. It's okay. Maka reaches down and wipes his tears. Even though it hurts, she deals with it. She gives him a smile. I understand, stop crying, I'm fine, Custos. Everything's okay now. Yeah, really, stop crying, cry baby. Death rolls her eyes. Custos then gives her the biggest smile she's seen on the angel, his eyes growing in that love as he gets off of his knees. I'm so happy you're okay and you forgive me. Custos puts his hands together. I love you, Maka. Maka takes a step back, not because of the words but because of how true they are. Custos is smiling at her lovingly, his hands still together. Hey angel, watch it. Crazy Krona gets up from sitting in front of the cage, a dark look on his face. She belongs to Krona. Better take your gay feelings somewhere else. But I do love her. Custos looks over at him. I love everyone. Even you. Slut. Both Death and this boy grunt. What? How am I dash? You love everyone. How slutty of you. This boy smirks. I only love one person and that's Death right here. He puts his arm around the cage and gives her a lopsided smile. Oh really? Death gives him a look. What about that little boy toy of yours? This boy's hand recoils off the bar. He takes a couple steps back, looking at her with wide eyes before glaring. He's not my boy toy. He's my love. See? You have no room to talk. Death grunts, crossing her arms. Ah, what? Is Death jealous? This boy smirks as he gets closer to the cage. Hell no. Why don't you go molest him instead of bothering me? Death glares. That would make me so happy. Oh come on. I can tell it's bothering you. He grins. The only thing that bothers me is how much of a hypocrite you are. Death snarls. It's disgusting. I'm not a hypocrite. I love Krona because he is me dash. Don't even try that crap dash. And I love myself. He smirks. I wouldn't mind if you expressed your love for Maka over there. My love for Maka. Death repeats as if she didn't hear him correctly. Oh yes. I know all that hate for her can't be just hate, no. You want to fuck her silly, don't you? He giggles. I want to fuck Maka silly. Death blinks. I Death, want to fuck life silly? Does that even make any sense? Of course it does. I know you just want to bend her over and dash. I hate life. I hate it. I hate it. I want to rip her to pieces, I want to take her from everyone. I do not even want to touch her unless I'm killing her. Death screams, thrashing against the bars. You're so cute when you're trapped in your cage. This boy chuckles as he pokes her cheek. Bitch, don't touch me, dash. He pokes her cheek again, Death letting out a frustrated scream as he laughs. Those two. Custos shakes his head, a frown on his face. Maka, you might want to look after Krona a bit more. Why? Maka looks at him. Custos, say another word and I will squat right now, right here, and take a shit on the floor. The boy growls. Custos' face falls in horror. Oh, I'm sorry Maka, just look after him. Maka raises an eyebrow at Custos. But why dash, she starts to ask. Only for that crazy boy to appear right in front of her. She tenses but she doesn't back up. This boy that looks just like Krona looks her up and down slowly, with his eyebrow raised before his haunted eyes lock onto hers. His lips go in a tight line. So this is my competition. What? Maka blinks. Oh, nothing. This boy slowly walks backwards, grinning at her. You didn't see anything. He starts moving his arms in front of him like he's doing the wave or if he's in water, and this motion is what's moving him backwards. Caw. He makes a bird sound before he does a twirl. He disappears into a dark cloak. Can you see me? Maka looks down at the boy's feet that seem to be left out of his cloak. I still see your feet. Damn it. This boy grumbles. I hate being tall. Sometimes I wish I could just break my bones and be shorter, you know. No. No, I don't. I have a better looking ass than you. What dash? Maka starts again, but she feels a passing. She knows that boy is no longer in here. Finally. Death sighs in relief and crashes down on the side of the cage. He's gone. I can't believe I'm saying this, but thank God. That boy is insane. Maka raises an eyebrow before looking at Custos. She doesn't remember that she wanted to ask him about what he was talking about with Krona, but looking at this angel it reminds her of something else. Maka frowns. Hey Custos. Maka's quiet voice gets Custos to look at her. How bad do you have to be to go to hell? Oh well, you don't have to do much, to be honest. Any sin can send you to hell, so even if you just cuss it once dash. Hold up. What? Cussing can send you to hell? Then who the fuck isn't going to hell, dash? That's a good question. Custos' said tone gets Maka to stop completely. People doesn't understand how serious sins are, but everyone sins. Humans can't fight temptation. Then how does anyone go to heaven? Maka frowns deeply. By the grace of God and love alone. Custos looks at her. Love beats everything, even sin. If you love, you forgive, and because God loves you, if you ask, He will forgive you, but people who don't ask for forgiveness will be judged for all their sins. Can a murderer go to heaven? If he asks for forgiveness and means it. Can a witch go to heaven? Custos tenses. Maka looks into those green eyes, the question that's been on her mind from the beginning coming out of her lips. Am I going to hell? Custos frowns deeply and opens his mouth. Only for this place to shake like a earthquake. Before everything fades away. The birds chirp, the sun shining down, making Krona feel warm as he smiles into what he's laying on, nuzzling into Maka, his body turned towards her. He never wants to get up, he's too comfortable. It smells so nice in their room today. He never recalled their room being this warm, and it's really bright in here today, but oh well. That doesn't matter. As long as he has Maka. Krona feels fingers go through his hair, gently rubbing his scalp, and he smiles more as Maka up. He should probably open his eyes, but he's afraid if he does, she'll stop. He likes when she plays with his hair, it makes him feel safe, comfortable. Krona feels breath on his neck giving him shivers. A hand is clawing at his back, going up and down his spine. It feels so good, so nice. A pressure on his cheek. Did she just kiss his cheek? Krona blushes and nuzzles deeper into her as a form of showing his approval. Maka's leaving small kisses around his jawline before kissing down his neck. He groans. This is nice. He never wants this to end. Just being with her, being in her embrace, with her kisses. This must be what heaven feels like, warm, safe, soft. Maka kisses up his neck, back up his cheek to his ear. Krona smiles as she kisses his ear softly. He can hear her open her mouth, about to speak, her sweet voice in his ear. Good morning, sleeping beauty. That's not Maka's voice. Krona's eyes shoot open, a panic in his chest as he turns around, elbowing whoever the hell this is away from him. Ow, my face. Judas covers his nose with both his hands, his eyes wide. Damn, Krona. You got a hit on you. Well, don't do that. Why, you startled me. Krona sighs, putting a hand to his heart, Krona noticing that his face wasn't hard like he thought it would be. Sorry best friend, you just looked too adorable, all asleep and defenseless. You were liking it though. He grins at that, taking the hands off his nose to show that his nose is fine. That hit, on anyone else, would have broke their nose, but he's fine. I thought you were Maka dash. Krona starts, only for his eyes to get wide in panic. Maka. Where's Maka dash? He starts to freak out, but when he turns around, Maka's laying right next to him. Her body is turned towards him, her face in the grass. Her hand is still in his. He gives it a squeeze, just to make sure she's really here. When he feels her warmth, he lets out a sigh of relief. No worries. She's fine. Judas appears in front of him, beside Maka. I won't let anything happen to her. You can count on me. He puts his hand to his forehead like a soldier. Krona strokes Maka's cheek gently, a frown on his face as he looks around. They're not in their room, they're outside. He tries to recall all that happened. Maka talking to Ragnarok, then they all sat here to look at the stars. Did we sleep here all night? Yup. Like a fucking log. Suddenly Ragnarok appears next to Maka, a grin on his face. I was planning on throwing some cold water over your asses last night, but decided you two deserved some rest. Why, you should have woken us up. Krona frowns as he reaches into his hair and pulls out a leaf. Giga. We were asleep outside. What if spiders crawled into our mouths and laid eggs? Or what if there's bugs living in my hair now? What if we're going to die now? Krona starts tugging at his hair, his eyes wide with panic, him not noticing Judas is gone now. I heard spider eggs hatch in 10 minutes, the lava grow before they fucking eat your brains. Ragnarok smirks as he lowers his voice, speaking like a man telling a horror story over a fire. 10 minutes. Gigas say it isn't so. And not my brains. And not Maka's brains. Krona's breathing is uneven. He grabs Maka and starts shaking her in his panic. Why you spiders better not touch her brains. Don't touch her. Take all my brains. Not hers dash. Fucking shit. Maka's growls, opening her eyes. She looks irritated, she looks mad. Krona squeaks while Ragnarok cracks up. What the hell, Krona? I. Krona swallows hard. He's trembling. Maka, you have spider eggs in you and they're going to eat your brains. I just wanted to try to save you. I didn't mean to make you angry. Krona's eyes get watery. Spider eggs. Maka blinks, the irritation dying down. She looks over at Ragnarok, who is rolling around in his laughing. Ragnarok. She growls. You should have seen your fucking face. You looked so fucking pissed off. I was not expecting that. He wipes a see-through tear from his eye. Holy shit, that was too fucking good. Maka, are you really mad at me? Krona trembles, looking at her sadly. I don't want us to die with you being mad at me. I see couldn't he deal with that. We're not going to die. Ragnarok's just being an ass. Maka sighs. Whatever he said, he's lying. If there's spider eggs anywhere, it's up his asshole. Giga. Spiders lay eggs there. Fucking shit. Ragnarok makes his voice squeaky as he mocks Maka's pissed off face and laughs. What the hell crawled up your ass and died this morning? Damn. Why are things crawling up people's asses? Krona squeaks, tugging at his hair in distress. Fuck you, Ragnarok. Maka gives him her middle finger. I was just mad that I didn't get to finish the dream I was having. Oh, I am sorry, Maka. Krona trembles. It's not your fault. She gives him a small smile before she kisses his nose, the pink-haired boy relaxing a bit. It's dick faces over there. I was just having fucking fun. He grunts. Do you know how boring it gets waiting for you two to get up? I don't have anything to fucking do but watch you like a fucking creeper or wander around. You're lucky it wasn't me waking you up, bitch. It would have been a lot less pleasant. He crosses his arms. What did you dream, Maka? Krona tilts his head at her, his panic dying down. Just this dream where I was talking to this angel. Maka seems to be choosing her words carefully. A angel? Ragnarok raises his eyebrow as he sits next to her, taking her free hand in his, gripping it tightly. We said no more hiding things from each other, right? Maka looks down at the grass, the sun shining in her eyes, but she doesn't seem to care. Right. Ragnarok looks at Krona and Krona looks down. That's all he does is hide. Okay, well, I have this room inside my head, alright, and it's like full of people. I have this other, darker girl in there. She's in a cage, she's the bad part of me. Then I have an angel in this room, and then I have that demon. She looks at Krona and he knows just what demon she's talking about. Are you fucking alright, Maka? Ragnarok puts his hand on her forehead. I am not crazy, it's true, but that's not the point. I was just asking Custos, that's the angel, if I was going to hell. I was woken up before he could answer. Maka looks down. Why would you ask him a fucking question like that? Ragnarok grips his fist. Why the hell would you want to know? I already do know. It would just be a definite if I was told. Custos looked upset, so that probably means I'm going to hell. Maka grips both their hands. Custos, the angel in your head? Ragnarok speaks slowly, a frown on his face. You think I'm crazy? Maka gives him a look. It's not dash. I know I'm going to hell. Krona cuts them off, his soft voice getting the two look at him. He's looking up at the sky, at the clouds. I doubt that, Krona. Maka frowns. She doesn't want to think about her love getting dragged down like Stein. She doesn't want it happening. Maybe we'll all go to fucking hell. Ragnarok has a bitter tone. Together for fucking forever. Something flashes through his eyes. If that's what it comes to, then so be it. Maka's voice is firmer than she expected. They both look at her. Heaven wouldn't be heaven without you guys. You're my family, my loves. If we all went to hell, then I could handle it. We're pretty much in hell now, right? Krona looks over at Ragnarok, giving him a questioning look at loves. Ragnarok gives him a smile, not a smirk. The look in his piercing blue eyes is a thankful one, and it tells Krona all he needs to know. Maka loves Ragnarok too. A part of him is happy about this. Ragnarok got what he wanted as well, but another part of him is stinging. He'll ignore it. He'll always ignore it. Maka isn't just his anymore. Maka is theirs. I don't think it can get any more fucking worse. Ragnarok's words are meant to be a reassurance to Maka. But Krona knows he doesn't believe his words. Things can get worse, they can get so much worse. Maka nods slowly, a soft smile coming to her lips. Damn, did we sleep here all night? She wipes some dirt off her face. Yeah, our Ragnarok didn't wake us up. Krona mumbles. I didn't feel like hearing you two fucking whine about waking you up. Ragnarok grunts. Nothing's wrong with sleeping outside. I did it all the fucking time. I used to camp. Maka randomly says. Krona and Ragnarok look at her, waiting for her to continue, but she doesn't. I guess we should head back to our room, right? Ragnarok, have you been in the mansion? Yeah, couldn't find Medusa anywhere, or Free, or Yurka. Ragnarok has a odd look in his eyes. Medusa's probably hiding from me. Maka snarls. The bitch. Maka. Ragnarok gives her a look Krona doesn't understand. He grips her hand tighter and she sighs. I know I promised. Promised? Promised what? Krona opens his mouth to ask, only to feel a tap on his shoulder. He turns around to see Judas grinning at him. Don't forget your flowers. He cheers and hands him those black roses. Okay. Krona doesn't really want to take them, but he does. He thought he could get away with just leaving them, but he guesses not. Hey Krona, who you talking to? Maka blinks over at him. Ragnarok's staring at him oddly too. To J. Krona points at the demon. Don't speak my name. Judas hisses in his ear. That is only between me and you. We're best friends. Not them. To who? Maka is staring right at Judas. Why is she still asking who he's talking to? They can't see me. Judas grunts, so Krona looks at him. Only you. Why? Krona blinks. I don't want them thinking I'm crazy talking to myself. Well, I could show myself to them, I guess, maybe. His eyes flash before he leans in, a lopsided smile on his lips. What do I get in return though? He purrs. Krona, you keep fucking talking to yourself. It's hard not to think you're fucking crazy. Ragnarok walks closer. He glances at where Krona is looking, then back to the boy and frowns. The madness has gotten stronger. Maka whispers to Ragnarok, but Krona can hear her. They think he's crazy. Well, he can't blame them. I don't have much time. That gets him to tense. You have plenty of fucking time. Ragnarok snaps. Remember? Everything's going to be fucking fine. Is it true? Krona looks at Judas. The demon sighs before running a hand through his hair. Let's just say father's right on her ass. My brothers are kiss asses to him. Soon they'll all be coming after her, to help him out. But don't you worry, best friend, they suck donkey dick. I got the eye of the tiger, baby, and I'm not afraid to use it. How much time? Krona's breathing is uneven, a panic gripping his heart. Judas looks at him for a moment before frowning. Maybe, I don't know, a few days. He bites his lip at how pale Krona gets. But no worries, best friend. I told you. I have your back. I'm going to kill my father and everything's going to be peachy keen. Krona, stop fucking talking to yourself. Ragnarok snarls. He looks pissed, but he can't hide the concern in his eyes anymore. Do I need to come over there and knock the crazy out of you? Knock the crazy out? Judas tilts his head. Interesting, but to knock the crazy out would be knocking me out, so he's saying he's going to knock me out? Bitch, I like to see you try. Judas puts his hands up in fists, jumping around, a glare on his face. Mama said knock you out. I'm going to knock you out. Stop. Krona turns, starting to tell the demon to calm down. Krona, where do you get those flowers? Maka blinks at the roses in his hands and he tenses. Oh, these? He feels embarrassed of the truth, so. I have found them. Judas stops and gives him a look. Found them? Maka raises an eyebrow. When? When you were talking to our Ragnarok there, there for you. Krona nervously holds out the roses for Maka. His hand is shaking, his smile twitching. "Ah, thank you, Krona." Maka smiles at him and takes the roses from his hands. "Hey." Judas gasps, a hurt look in his eyes. "I made those for you, you butt face." "Why, you're welcome, Maka." Krona smiles at her, ignoring Judas. "I can't believe this, I spent 2 whole minutes on those things for you. I mean, damn, that's like a lot of seconds I spent making those flowers. And you just give them away and to her." Judas crosses his arms. "You really broke my heart like hell if I'm showing myself now. They can just think you're crazy for all I care, you dick." The demon is silent a moment before that hard look falls and he frowns. "I didn't mean to call you a dick. I love you, Krona." He sighs. "I guess it's fine, you giving them to her, I mean you do love her after all." He grumbles. "Just make sure she takes care of them." Krona nods, and that seems to be all Judas needs. He beams at Krona. "Let's go." Maka smiles as Ragnarok and Krona grab onto Maka. Group hug. Judas jumps in on the pile, wrapping his arms around all of them. Krona sees Maka shiver. Ragnarok doesn't do anything. Maka closes her eyes, mumbling something under her breath. Before they all disappear, reappearing back in their room. "These are going right by the window." Maka smiles as she walks over to the only window in their room and places them by the window. Do you think they'll need water?" Krona asks nervously. Judas tilts his head at him. "These are fake, aren't they?" Maka blinks as she touches the roses. "They're hard as rocks." "My blood isn't fake." Judas huffs. Oh, okay. Then how is she supposed to take care of them?" Krona thinks but dismisses it. Judas is insane. "Ah, fuck." Ragnarok suddenly pitches the bridge of his nose. What's wrong?" Krona and Maka look over at the raven-haired boy. "Don't look now, but that fucking guy is gone." Ragnarok points over to an empty chair. His power binds are on the floor. "How the hell did he get out?" Maka raises her eyebrow and walks over to the chair, looking at her broken magic. "No way a human could break through that, right?" "Oops." Judas puts a hand over his mouth. What do you mean, oops?" Krona looks over at him. Judas' eyes are shifting, a finger to his lips. "I might have made a oopsie." Judas smiles sheepishly. "I forgot about that guy. I better go change my diaper then." With that he disappears. Change his diaper? Medusa must have found him. Ragnarok looks at the chair with unreadable eyes. Poor bastard. Damn it, now I feel bad for not taking him yesterday. Maka sighs, gripping her head, her shoulders dropping. I'm really going to hell, aren't I? Maka, fucking stop it. You fucking deserved your rest. It's not your fault about this guy. You were going to fucking take him home. The sin is on fucking Medusa. Ragnarok grabs Maka by the shoulder, looking her firmly in the eyes. Krona wishes he could be firm like Ragnarok, that he could look at Maka like that without glancing away. He wishes Maka would look at him like she's looking at Ragnarok now, with a sense of respect. He's the guardian, he's firm, reliable. He wants to be just like Ragnarok. Do you think we could save him? Maka between Ragnarok and Krona. He's long gone by and now. Krona frowns. Even if we found him, he'd be messed up beyond fucking repair. Ragnarok grips his fist. Oh. Maka looks down. Maka. Ragnarok starts looking so firm, so strong, even though he's dead, even though he's suffered so much. Why can't Krona be like that? So confident, so strong. Krona is never strong on his own like Ragnarok. He's only strong with Judas or Ragnarok. Never alone. Never Krona Gorgon. Could he be strong? Could he be Maka's protector? Krona grips his arm. No. Not Krona Gorgon. Suddenly a piece of paper appears in front of Maka, getting all of them to tense at it. Maka grabs it, though her eyes moving as she reads it. What's it say? Ragnarok takes a step closer. Krona walks so he's beside her. Medusa wants us to meet her downstairs in the dining room. We have much to discuss. Maka speaks sarcastically, gripping her fist. She's trying to keep her breathing in check. Ragnarok and Krona look at each other, the same look they both have, they both know. Then it hits Krona. Ragnarok's in the same boat as him. So how can he hold her like that? How can he look like that? Like this isn't happening, like everything's okay, like he isn't like him. How? How can he stand so tall when Krona is being buried in this? How can he be so firm when Krona is falling apart? They broke the same promise, they broke the same trust, they committed the same sin. So why oh why is Ragnarok so strong when he's so broken? Death. Some voice whispers to him. Death is the key. Death? Krona closes his eyes. Death. A voice confirms in his head, a voice so sickly sweet. Death is the key? Maka stares down at the food on the table before her. It looks good, delicious even. Scrambled eggs with bacon and pancakes, nice. Usually Maka would be stuffing her face into this, barely taking a breath before she shoves bite after bite in her mouth, but now she can't even bring herself to touch it. Is something wrong, Maka? She speaks with concern from the front of the table opposite of where she's sitting. You haven't touched your food at all? Her voice breaks the silence that has been over them since they got here. She feels Krona's grip on her tighten. He's right beside her, and so is Ragnarok. They're both here. The family that this snake hurt, the family she tried to rip apart when she almost made Ragnarok fade away. This snake's sweet voice makes her want to puke. It jerks her stomach in the nastiest of ways. I lost my appetite. Maka can't keep the snappy tone out of her mouth. Ragnarok gives her a sharp squeeze as she looks up from her food to look at this woman, this bitch. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Medusa smiles, those evil lips curling into a soft smile. It doesn't fit her face. Those lips weren't meant to curl like that. Maka wants to puke, wants to scream. She feels her rage building at looking at those fucking snake eyes. Maka knew she was a snake from the beginning. Why would she even think for a moment she wasn't? Because of her mother. Are you sure you don't want me to make you something else, Lady Maka? Erika asks in a seat next to Free, who's on his fifth plate now. Food is everywhere from this man eating like an animal. You need nutrition. Erika is looking at her with that same look as Medusa, concern. But is it really? Never trust a witch. That other girl whispers. Doesn't she know it? Don't trust a witch. Don't trust her. I'm fine. I don't want anything. Maka voice is struggling not to be sharp, but they all piss her off. She wants to destroy something when Medusa keeps smiling at her. It's maddening. She's trying to drive her mad. Fucking more for me. Free cheers before he digs his face into a new plate of food. Erika holding her head in her hands and shaking her head. Maka us should eat. Krona frowns at her. He fiddles nervously with his fork as he gets a piece of his pancake before holding it out to Maka, his gaze shifting, trying to hold eye contact. I'm not hungry. Maka looks away from the piece of pancake. Krona frowns deeply. You're always fucking hungry. Ragnarok looks at her before gripping her hand tighter. Medusa's eyes are all on Ragnarok, though they don't notice. Eat the fucking pancake, Maka. Don't try to go on a fucking diet now. He's trying to take her attitude like it's not because of Medusa. Ragnarok is a smart guy, he knows what he's doing. But Maka's a dumbass. I'm not on a diet dash, she starts. Then fucking eat. He grabs her chin and turns it so she's looking at Krona. His voice is firm. There's no room for talking this out. Krona gives her a small smile as he puts the fork to her mouth. Don't worry, it's good. His voice is so soft, those pale blue eyes looking at her with love and concern. She can't deny these two boys. Maka's shoulders slump in defeat before she leans in, putting her mouth over the fork, getting the small piece of pancake. Damn, that's good. Maka's face lights up, her momentarily forgetting where she is as she looks down at her food and starts to devour it. Ragnarok lets go of her, both Krona and him letting out a sigh of relief. I'm glad you like it. It's my special recipe. Medusa coos. Maka stops her fork midway into her mouth. Those words bring back to her just exactly why she wasn't fucking eating. Her stomach jerks, her grip on the fork tightening, when Ragnarok grips her hand. By sheer willpower, Maka swallows the food in her mouth, feeling like she swallowed a snake. It slimes down her throat. Good. Maka grunts, sounding like a caveman. She's trying so hard to keep the disgust out of her voice because Ragnarok is looking at her. She promised she wouldn't do anything, but why does she have to be fake? So Medusa doesn't expect she wants to rip her to pieces? Now that everyone's eating, I believe it's time to begin. Medusa snaps her fingers and a large crystal ball appears on the middle of the table, so that everyone can see it. It clouds up before it shows an image. Maka's glad she swallowed her food, or she would have spit it out at this. This is what's become of the world outside from the recent madness attack. I'm sure you're all aware of it. Medusa locks eyes with Maka and Krona. They tense. Maka grips Krona's hand and only nods at Medusa, not wanting to look at this. No. Ragnarok blinks at this horrible image. What the fuck happened? How does everyone else know about it? You were asleep. Medusa says with a smirk, and oh, the look on Ragnarok's face is nothing but pissed. There was a madness attack. It seems Azura is getting stronger, enough that he's attacking the human race. People lost their minds, destroying themselves, and others think of this madness attack like a earthquake. It has done plenty of damage, but there's always a afterquake, and sometimes, that's worse than the earthquake itself. Medusa has this glint in her eyes as she looks over at Maka. She doesn't like it. She wants to rip those eyeballs out their sockets and shove them down her throat. That's right. That other girl chuckles. Give in to your hate. Death is the only way you can get revenge. Life won't give it to you. This attack may have been bad for the human race, but definably not for us. She smirks. You see, this madness attack was just what we needed. It has awoken up my minions. We have our army. She snaps her fingers and it changes to a different place. Maka takes this city in with trembling eyes, takes in the ruined buildings, the blood staining the concrete, the forgotten items, a abandoned baby carriage, broken cars. All because of her. Their blood is on her hands. Maka swallows as everyone looks at her. They're survivors, right? Of course, my dear. Medusa smirks. The human race is like cockroaches. You can't get rid of all of them in one sitting, no. You have to keep spraying to get rid of them all. There's plenty of survivors. Maka grips her fist as she looks at this ruined city. Medusa is showing them there's people still alive. They're struggling to survive because of her, no doubt. Her vision is getting a bit fuzzy. She feels sick. This is what we are. That girl speaks. We are the end of the world. No. Maka's breathing is uneven. She's life. She's not the end of the world. Why are you fucking showing us this? Ragnarok growls when he sees how pale Krona and Maka are getting. He sends Medusa a deadly glare. I don't want you missing the show. Medusa crackles as she points to the crystal ball. Maka watches in horror as this city starts to tremble like an earthquake. The already messed up buildings fall apart as the ground cracks. Cars are sucked into the whole building's signs. This city that used to be full of life is now being sucked underground. Only to reveal something much darker. Out of this hole something explodes out of it, the largest snake Maka has ever seen in her life. It has 7 heads, larger than any mountain, its scales as black as night, those eyes redder than blood, those fangs so large, so much. Come, my pet. Medusa coos and this thing hisses as if it can hear her. It slivers slowly over anything left of this city before it goes into the sea. It will be here in a couple of days. Till then we must prepare ourselves for war. My sister doesn't stand a chance. Medusa grins. Maka's still staring at the completely gone city now. If there were people still alive, they're dead now. That girl crackles in her head, but Maka feels like crying. She hates how Medusa laughs, how she thinks this is funny. She hates her very presence. Everyone seems to be laughing now. Medusa is laughing, Erika's laughing, Free's laughing, that girl in her head is laughing, Krona is laughing too, and so is Ragnarok. They're all laughing at her. Maka feels her fingers twitch, and when she looks down at her food, the pieces make up 3 eyes staring back at her. Maka is about to lose it when she feels her wrist start to heat up, and when she blinks her food is just food. Krona and Ragnarok aren't laughing, it's just Medusa. Shut the fuck up. Maka's voice is dark, she couldn't stop it. Everything gets quiet as Medusa stops, to give Maka a look. Excuse me. She raises an eyebrow. Ragnarok is giving her a look, and so is Krona, but when Medusa smirks at her. Oh hell no. You heard me. Maka growls, not hiding the glare as she looks at Medusa. I know you don't have hearing problems. You have plenty of problems, but hearing isn't one of them. Erika looks nervous now. Actually everyone kinda does, but Maka can't stop this now. Her rage is building at Medusa's smirk. My what's wrong, Maka? You've been giving me the stink eye since we've been down here. Did I do something wrong? If only you could see how her fucking lips curl deeper into that smirk, you'd understand what happens next. Did you do something wrong? Did you do something fucking wrong? Maka's screaming now. She hits the table with her fists, knocking down her food and breaking the plate, but she doesn't give a fuck. Krona is looking at her with wide panic eyes. Maka, stop. Ragnarok grabs onto her. His eyes are just as wide. He seems afraid. She can't stop now. You almost took fucking Ragnarok away from me. You made him relieve his death over and over again. The death you fucking gave to him. Maka can't stop screaming, her eyes she knows are on fire, showing just how much she hates this bitch. Lady Maka. Erika starts tensing so much. Shut the fuck up, Froggy, or I'll have frog legs for fucking dinner. Maka's voice is so dark it's not her own, but maybe it is. Erika lets out a yelp and cowards. She's scared of Maka. Maka can sense it, she can sense the fear. It's quite already, Erika. Medusa waves her off and smirks at Maka. Oh, I'm sorry my dear, but you see my actions were completely justified. He broke into my home so I killed him, and then did you know he actually hit me? She puts a hand to her heart, that smirk growing. No. 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 Maka snaps. You fucking bitch. Maka roars, her power coming out, but she makes sure it doesn't go after Medusa. In the back of her mind she remembers her promise. Her power picks up the table and all the chairs. She hears Krona gasps as the table and chairs start to go in a circle. Everything in the dining room is flying with them like a tornado. Maka's digging her nails into the chair, her eyes on Medusa, how despite all this is smirking at her like nothing's happening. You fucking evil piece of shit, dash. Of course I'm evil, I'm a witch, Maka, just as you are. Medusa smiles. We're one in the same, dash. No, we're fucking not. Maka screams, a plate being flung towards Medusa but doesn't hit her. She misses on purpose. I would never do the shit you do. Maka, fucking stop this now. Ragnarok roars and grabs a hold of her, those piercing blue eyes. She's never seen him so afraid. Doing this isn't changing anything, dash. She isn't listening to him. Maka, please. Krona begs her. He looks like he's about to pass out as the chairs start to go around in a circle faster from her rage. Maka isn't listening to him either. You didn't deserve my mother as a friend. Maka screams as she jumps on the spinning table, marching her way towards Medusa. Maka - Ragnarok is about to go after her when Medusa puts her hand up, a glint in her eyes that makes him grind his teeth, not being able to get up off the seat. She befriended me. Medusa jumps up on the table with her and slowly starts walking towards her. You're not for me. You tried to take my family away. She screams. She keeps walking closer and closer to this snake, not really knowing what she's going to do. When she reaches her, the table is still floating and spinning. But I am for you, Maka. Yes, I'm evil. Yes, I killed Ragnarok and hurt him, but that's who I am. I didn't hurt Kami though, and I'm not going to hurt you. All I do is for your better good. I care only for you, Maka. I would never hurt you, my child. Medusa stops when she's right in front of Maka, looking down at her. For Kami's sake. Stop saying my mother's name. Maka feels her voice crack as she looks up at those snake eyes she hates so much, and yet those are the eyes of the person that saved her mother, that was her friend. It took me a while, but I did care for her. It took a while to realize it, but I care for you just as I did her. I failed her, but I won't fail you. Medusa touches Maka's cheek, wiping the tear that fell. Your mother was my only friend, and I promise you I will not fail this time. Don't touch me. Maka slaps her hand away, her whole body trembling. If you must hate me, so be it. Medusa locks eyes with her. Make your move, Maka. What is it that you want? She wants to rip her apart. She wants to end her life. She wants to stop this madness. But when she looks into those snake eyes, into the eyes of her mother's friend, the person that saved her, and she hears the cries of Ragnarok and Krona, Maka bows her head. The table stops spinning and slowly comes down, being placed on the ground. Finally. I have to fucking puck. Free gets out of his seat and runs out of the room. Erika runs after him for some reason. Everything gets quiet as Maka pants, still standing on the table, her bangs covering her eyes. It's okay. Medusa's voice is soft. She doesn't say anything. Medusa jumps off the table, looking at Maka still. Meet me in the training room when you're ready, Maka. We have much to do. The war is coming on us quickly. We must be ready. She looks at Ragnarok, who still looks shocked, still looks like he's holding his breath. Ragnarok. Her voice get him to tense, but he looks at her. I want you to go and check on Arachne's troops, dash. You're not sending him anywhere he can get hurt. Maka glares at her, her words venom. He won't get hurt, I promise. They won't even know he's there. Medusa smiles reassuringly. Right, Ragnarok, . Yeah. Ragnarok takes a deep breath. Got it. You want me to act as a spy, see what the fuck they're doing? Yes. Medusa nods. Do this while I'm training Maka. Her eyes fall on Krona, who tenses. You look a mess, Krona. Why don't you go take a shower? There's a glint in her eyes Maka can't read before she looks at Maka. Come quickly. With that she fades away. As soon as she's gone Maka is grabbed by the shirt and lifted up, her eyes meeting those fiery, piercing blue ones. What the fuck was that? Do you know how bad that could have fucking turned out? He throws her down on the table, he's huffing and puffing. Don't ever fucking scare me like that again. You almost made Krona have a fucking heart attack. Krona tenses at his name, hugging himself as he looks at Maka. He looks like he's about to cry. I'm sorry. Maka bows her head. I couldn't stop myself, at least I didn't attack her, right? You might as well have. Ragnarok's voice is uneven. He grabs a hold of her again, those eyes boring into her own. Remember, you promised me, okay? You fucking promised me. You better be fucking okay when I come back, or I swear to God, I swear to God. His fist trembles in his threat. I'll be fine, I won't do anything, okay? I promise. Maka looks into his eyes. He must see the truth in her eyes because the tension in his shoulders relaxes. He lets out a shaky breath before he nods. He gets off the table and appears in front of Krona, leaning in to whisper something. Maka can't hear it, but she can hear Krona's response. I'll be okay. Ragnarok nods before he looks between Maka and Krona. She can tell he doesn't want to leave them. He's nervous. There's that glint of fear in his eyes, his fist clenching. He doesn't want to go. We'll be okay. Maka reassures, giving him the strongest smile she can. Ragnarok closes his eyes, before he fades away, leaving Maka alone with Krona. Immediately she senses the tension in the room. Krona is looking down, trembling. Maka frowns and gets off the table, taking a step towards him. Krona, you okay? Maka grabs his shoulders and he tenses. Fine. He looks up and gives her a horribly fake smile, those eyes are shaking so much. I'm sorry I scared you. Maka frowns and hugs him, Krona's body tensing only to relax in her hold. I'll control myself better, I just lost myself in that moment, you know. It's okay Maka, I just don't want you getting hurt. He mumbles against her ear and she tightens her hold on him. I won't, Krona, but don't worry, at the end of this we'll get our revenge on Medusa. Maka rubs his back. We'll bring her down together. What makes you so sure that we'll be able to? Krona's voice sounds odd. I believe you in guys. Maka's words get him to tense. For some reason she pulls away to smile. Together we can do anything, remember. I trust you guys with my life. This statement gets Krona to gasp, his whole being tensing up. He looks sick. Maka takes it that he's still scared, so she rubs his cheek. Why don't you take a nice shower? Relax, take a nap, I'll be back before you know it and I'll give you a nice back rub. How does that sound? Krona only nods. He's hiding his face from her. It will all be okay. She whispers softly before she hugs him again. Please try to relax, everything's going to be fine now, don't you trust me? I trust you, Maka. His voice sounds broken. Good. She pulls away and gives him a peck. Take a nice shower. She smiles. I'll be good this time. Krona gives her a smile. Maka returns it, but what she doesn't see is when she turns around and starts walking towards the training room. How quickly his smile falls, or the odd look in his eyes as he watches her walk away, a hand to his heart. Krona moves slowly, his legs feel like they're dragging, his arms are limp to his side. He doesn't have the strength or will to straighten his back, making him look as miserable as he feels. Take a shower. Why? So he can wash away his filth? His sin? So he can wash away this guilt. But water can't. He's tried, oh how he's tried, but water can't cleanse his sins. His hands will always be stained red. His guilt will be the stone that drags him to the bottom of the ocean. Relax. How can he relax with the knowledge of his sins? How can he relax when she smiles and holds him, not knowing she's kissing on the boy that made her life a living hell? Not knowing she's speaking so kindly to a murderer? How can he relax when he doesn't know what's going to happen next, but he knows what he has done? He knows the tears she shed. He knows how he broke her. Why couldn't he just disappear? He doesn't deserve her love, doesn't deserve a family, he doesn't deserve her concern, he doesn't deserve her smile. If she knew, if only she knew. She would know what he truly is. A demon. There's nothing pure about him. Krona opens the bathroom door and numbly shuts it behind him, his bangs covering his eyes as he takes a couple steps forward. His body feels heavy, he barely has the strength to move. He just wants to fall down and never get up. But shower, she asked him to shower to relax, that's what she wants, that's I trust you guys with my life. Her soft voice rings through his head. It's too much, his glass-made mind shatters, and he falls to his knees. He can't hold it and he lets those bitter tears fall down his face. He falls down, not bothering to block his face as it hits the bathroom floor. It stings, but it will never hurt as much as he does inside. Maka trusts him with her life, trust them with her life, but she doesn't know, oh she doesn't know. Krona's body shakes in his crying, his shoulders shaking as his tears drench the floor. His sobs are broken, pathetic like him. He broke her trust, he's deceived her, made her think he was something else when all he is a coward. He can't even tell her, can't let the words of his sin leave his lips. He loves her, yet he's betrayed her. He betrayed, and even after Maka told him she loved him, he couldn't confess. He's selfish. So selfish. Maka has given him everything he's ever wanted, first someone to talk to, then someone to hold him, then someone to love him. Krona is fulfilled of his life's wishes, and yet all he's done to Maka is take away. That's all he ever does. Fail, break, take away. He took away what used to hold her, he took away what used to love her, he took it all away, so all she had was him. He ripped her from what he never had. Krona is a parasite, a leech. He doesn't deserve Maka. How can she trust him so much? How can she look at him like that? Because she doesn't know, and she loves him. Krona bangs his fist against the floor. He can't stop crying, weeping for what he's done, weeping for how much it hurts. He's disgusting, weak. Why would she love him? Why couldn't this have been different? He wanted her love more than anything, but didn't think about the guilt that would come with it. That's when he hears something, a soft thud like something being placed down. Confused, he turns his head to look beside him, his tears still falling as his eyes come face to face with a gun. Krona gasps and sits up, looking down at the gun with confused eyes. This is the same gun he took from Kid. No, it's different. The gun chamber is open, showing him one bullet that lays inside. Krona doesn't know how the gun got there, but in his fragile mind he can't even register it. All he's looking at is the gun, looking at the same item he used to try to take his life. He tried to blow his brains out, but it was out of bullets. Maybe he should be thinking who reloaded it, but he's not. His mind is back on the time he pulled the trigger, the feeling of it. Sitting by the gun, Krona wonders, would he feel the bullet as it went through his brain? Would it be painful? No. Nothing could be as painful as what he feels now, the hurt in his heart. He betrayed her, he deserves to die. Reaching out for the gun, Krona pauses. Would Maka be sad? No. She wouldn't be sad if she knew what he had done, how he failed her, how he betrayed her. Taking the gun, Krona closes his eyes. Would he go straight to hell? Would anyone show him mercy? No. Who would give him mercy? A murderer, a demon. He hurt Maka, he made her cry, he took away her joy, he took away everything. Hearing the click of the gun's chamber closing back in, Krona opens his eyes. Would his mother finally be happy with him? Would she approve of him with a bullet through his skull? No. His mother never will be happy with anything he does. She knows he's pathetic. Sometimes Krona wishes Maka saw that too. Maybe when she would have saw him in the asylum, she would have just left him alone, gave him to those nurses, and never looked back. Looking down at the gun, Krona smiles. Will it feel good to finally be released? Will he be rid of the guilt? No. He will never be rid of his sins. He will never feel good. He will always know what he's done and what he failed to do. The guilt will eat him more than the fires of hell. Putting the gun against his temple, Krona puts his finger on the trigger. Will he pull it again? Will he take his own life? Will he succeed where he failed last? Krona drops the gun. It makes a dull sound against the bathroom floor. No. He won't do it again. He won't do that to Maka. No more running away, no more trying to take the easy way out. He committed the sin. It's time he confessed to it, time for him to pay for it. He promised her he wouldn't leave, and he's keeping his promise no matter how tempting it is to just end it. That's when Krona decides he has to tell Maka. A new resolve burns his aching being as he forces himself to stand. He feels the fear too. He's shaking, but he has to do this. He has to tell her, but first he'll take a shower and calm down. He needs to calm down. Krona takes deep breaths as he lifts his black shirt over his head and takes off his black pants, folding both before putting them on the toilet. Krona doesn't look at himself in the mirror nor the gun still laying on the floor. He simply gets into the shower and closes the curtain behind him. His mind is reeling, his breathing picking up speed just thinking about telling Maka. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Krona pants as he turns on the water. He makes sure the water is burning hot before turning on the shower head. As soon as the boiling water hits his skin, he makes a soft hiss of protest before he relaxes into it, feeling his skin burn. It hurts a lot. His skin is getting red, but just like everything else in his life, after a while he gets used to it. After a while he becomes numb to it. He stays under the water for a while, not moving, his eyes closed, his fragile mind starts pulling back together. He still feels the overwhelming fear, but with the pain of him keep turning the water up, it helps him forget about it. You know I'm not any better than you. Krona starts. He hasn't opened his eyes, hasn't even heard the other boy speak, but he knows he's here now in the bathroom. He's too much in his thoughts to even think about how the demon being in the bathroom with him while he's showering should make him uncomfortable. For once he just wants someone to talk to. What do you mean? Judas asks. For some reason Krona pictures him tilting his head. I betrayed Maka. I still am, from me not telling her she loves me, and yet I've been leading her to a loin. You say I'm pure, but in reality I'm selfish. I hurt people. Krona grips his arm. I'm just as much as a demon as you are. Now you know that's not true. The demon sounds like he's frowning. Don't you ever compare yourself to me. Yes, we have committed the same sin. The sin of betrayal, but there's a huge difference between me and you, Krona. He sounds closer, but Krona knows he's outside of the shower. You actually feel bad for it. You cry over it. You mourn. I don't feel bad at all. I don't wish for forgiveness like you do. I don't regret it as you do. My betrayal was my choice, and my choice alone. You were given an order, and at the time you didn't know what it would do to that woman, but you see, I knew what I was doing. For every sin you commit, Krona, you weep, you feel bad. For every sin I commit, I laugh, I rejoice. You are nowhere near being a demon, Krona. You don't know what true evil is. Judas' voice is different. I was an apostle for Jesus Christ. He helped me out in life, gave me food, and places to stay. He loved me. He trusted in me. He trusted me with the money we got for charity. He trusted me as his friend, and you know what I did? I took the money that was supposed to go to the poor and spent it on myself. I got angry if we didn't get enough money from the poor and would easily tell them they were going to hell if they didn't give me their month's pay. Yet Jesus trusted me. I was his friend. When the time came, I handed him over to the Jews, without blinking. Of course my host felt so bad for what I did that after me committing such a crime he killed himself. I didn't care for him, or the fact he was going to hell because of me. It made me laugh. I was there in the crowd of watches as Jesus was whipped to a bloody pulp, and you know what I did? I smiled. I'm still smiling thinking about it. No feeling of remorse or regret crossed my mind as they shoved a crown of thorns into his head and mocked him. I continued to laugh as he was forced to carry his own cross in the heat up a mountain. I clapped when they nailed him to that piece of wood and stuck him up for all the world to see, so he had to look at all the people his father made, all the people that he loved, at all the people that were killing him. I felt nothing but happiness as he suffered and died. When I betrayed him I was old. I was his friend for a long time. No one suspected it. Tell me, when you found out what happened to her mother, what did you do? Krona listened to every word Judas said, getting chills despite the hot water on his bare body, but at listening to him and then that question he trembles. I cried. His voice is so shaky. Once. No. A lot. Do you still think about it? Why, yes. Do you still cry about it? Yes. Do you regret it? Oh, of course I do. Then you're nothing like me. You're no demon, Krona. You're pure. You feel remorse. I know you, just as I know myself. Not only do you feel bad, but you're willing to make it right. You're willing to tell her, confess your sin. Do you know how brave that is? Do you know how much I admire you for it? You listen to me, Krona. Never, ever call yourself a demon. You're not. You're not at all. Calling yourself a demon is like saying you could kill Maka, watch her bleed, cry looking at you with those big eyes full of pain, and you would feel okay, you would feel happy. Is that true? And no. Just thinking about that makes his eyes water. I would and never hurt her. I would never dash. Then you're no demon. Judas' voice is soft and it gets Krona to pause. Don't ever say that again, okay, best friend? Krona thinks about all he said, and in a way it made him feel better. He doesn't deserve to feel better, but Judas' words, though disturbing, have helped him. Oh, okay, I won't say I'm a demon. Krona mumbles. But I am not a good person. Really, who is? Judas hums. Once you think about it, all humans are selfish. They only want what's best for them, but you, Krona, you're the closest thing to a good person there is in my eyes. You're pure, purer than snow, and I love you for it. Krona doesn't say anything. Purer than snow? That's a laugh. Well, maybe to a demon he is. After hearing Judas' backstory and remembering his previous encounters with the demon when he tried to kill Maka, he knows he isn't like that he isn't a demon. And somehow that makes him feel just a little bit better. Do you know who left this gun for you? Judas breaks the silence. Krona hears a sound and he's pretty sure he just picked up the gun. He can't read his expression though his voice. Why yes, I do. Krona bows his head, letting the water slick his hair in his face. It runs off his hair, falling down his bare chest. She couldn't have made the message any more clearer. Medusa was giving me a option to shoot myself and be done with all this, to leave all the sins I've done. She was giving me the choice of leaving this world or staying and being a slave. The water hides the tears he sheds. I don't know if I should call her kind. He grips his fist. Or see cruel. Cruel, of course. The bitch was pretty much telling you to kill yourself by leaving this gun here. The sick bitch. Judas roars. Krona hears something crash. I swear I can't wait till she fucking dies. You don't even know the torture she will be put through when she goes to hell. I'll make her scream, break her down into nothing for what she's done to you. His voice is so dark it feels like this room is shaking in it, a rumbling. At least this time she was giving me a choice. Krona speaks softly. Judas stops going off. Usually it's just a order. This tea time she let me decide for myself. A couple of days ago I would have jumped on this opportunity. I would have taken that gun and gladly pulled the trigger, but it's different now. He grips his fist. Maka loves me. I have a family. If I were to kill myself after everything we just went through, I know it would break Maka. It might even break Ragnarok. I can't leave them now. I have to face what I've done. It's going to be hard. Judas' voice gets quiet. I know. It might ruin everything you've worked for. It might destroy this love that you just got. I know. Krona trembles. But I have tea to do it. I owe Maka tea that much. You're too good for your own good, Krona. Judas mumbles. But you know, no matter what happens, no, you will always have me. I will never leave you. I will be with you till the end of time. No matter what you do, I will always love you. Krona doesn't know if he can believe this demon's words. He doesn't know if he even wants them to be true, but he can't deny. Talking to Judas has made him feel better, and even if he's a demon, just the thought that he will never be alone gives him a small sense of security with talking to this demon, with him being serious and not trying to molest him. Krona feels that his attitude towards Judas has changed, if just a little bit. He doesn't feel angry when he hears his voice, nor is he trembling in fear. You know, I am surprised you didn't show up while I was touching the gun. Krona mumbles. I knew you weren't going to shoot yourself. I know you better than you think. Believe me, if I thought for a second you were going to pull that trigger, I would have been on your ass before you could even blink. I would go spider monkey on your ass. Spider monkey? Krona lets out a sigh before lifting up his head. He turns down the temperature of the water a little bit before he reaches over for some vanilla soap. He lavers it in his hands before starting to rub it against his chest. You know, I'm still kinda upset with you. Judas sounds like he's pouting. Krona looks over and he can see the boy's shadow from the shower curtain. You gave away my flowers just like that. You mean it? I am sorry. Krona sighs as he rubs soap on his arms. It's just the first thing that came to my mind. Were you ashamed that I gave them to you? Judas' question gets him to tense. Are you embarrassed of me? Wouldn't he say I'm embarrassed of you? Krona washes his other arm. It's just I don't really know how to deal with you giving me flowers. Judas is silent a moment. Of course. You never got flowers before in your lifetime. Well, you're supposed to keep them. Krona can't help but to roll his eyes. He's not going to tell him. He already knew that. He'll just let him think he had no idea what to do with them. Hey best friend, human friends help each other out with things, right? I'm not wrong. No. Friends help each other out. Krona nods as he bends down slightly to start washing his small thighs before coming back up. Only for his back to hit something soft, something breathing. Let me get your back for you then, best friend. Judas' voice is in his ear as he reaches over for the soap in Krona's hand. Krona freezes for a moment, trying to register that Judas is no longer outside of the shower, but inside with him pressed against his back, touching his bare body. It hits him when Judas' hand gets to the soap in his. Arg. Krona makes a very feminine scream as he elbows Judas in the gut, does a twirl on his heel and grasps the shower curtain, using it as protection of hiding his naked body from this demon's eyes. Judas, what the hell? He screeches, his face heating up in embarrassment. What? Judas blinks. Luckily the boy has his clothes on. The demon just looks confused as he tilts his head at Krona, who is trembling. You said friends help each other and I knew you couldn't reach your back. Why you don't just come in the shower with me? I am naked in here. He clings to the curtain for dear life, giving this demon a glare. Oh, don't worry, I know. Judas gives him a smirk. You have such a cute little body, Krona. Your blush makes you even cuter. You look so vulnerable right now. He licks his lips, a glint in his eyes. Krona's not too sure he likes. Stop that. Krona grabs the first thing he can reach, which happens to be a shampoo bottle. Get out of here, why you pervert. Krona throws the shampoo bottle at him. It hits the demon's chest and falls down with a thud. Judas looks down at the bottle before looking at Krona. Ow. He frowns. That wasn't very nice, dash. Out. Krona's voice is a bit too high-pitched for his liking. Fine. Jeeza. Don't come crying to me when you get pimples on your back. He throws his hands in the air, all dramatic like before Judas gets out of the shower. Krona sighs in relief and comes out of the curtain, making sure the curtain is closed good from any peeking demon. Hey Krona, make sure to wash your butt. Giga. I can't know what to do. Krona glares at the shadow out of his shower. I can believe you just did that. Why not? Judas seems confused. I was just helping you. It's not like I haven't seen you naked before. I've seen you naked a lot. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Krona pales. I've been with you most of your life. Judas seems amused at the tone of his voice. Humans change clothes a lot. Krona's face gets a bit red. His whole life every time he changed was Judas watching? Just thinking about that gets him nervous. Why you watched me? Krona squeaks. Yeah, of course. Why not? I like watching everything you do. It's not like I haven't seen a naked dude before. Judas grunts. Krona doesn't even want to know. Why, you're not supposed to look at me naked. Krona sighs as he grabs the shampoo that he threw at Judas before putting some into his hand and rubbing it through his hair. Why not? Judas still seems confused. You're no different to me with clothes or without, you know. Back in the day humans used to not wear clothes. What difference does it make to me whether you wear clothes or not? You're still Krona. I still love you. Krona sighs as he washes his hair out. Judas doesn't understand. He goozes. He doesn't know how a demon would think. It just doesn't make me feel comfortable. Krona turns the water off, realizing to his horror that he doesn't have a towel. Judas, could you get me a towel and not look at me when you hand it to me? Would that make you happy? Why, yes. All right. I got you, best friend. Judas hums happily. Krona hears a cabinet open before a hand shoots out from the curtain. Just a hand though. Krona is pleased he actually listened to him and takes the towel from him. Maybe Judas really was being innocent getting in the shower with him. Krona doesn't really understand this demon, but he seems to listen to him. He dries off with the towel before wrapping it around himself like how a girl would. It just makes him feel more comfortable. Now can why you hand me my clothes? They're on the toilet. Okay. There's some footsteps. There isn't any clothes here. What? Krona blinks before frowning. Are you lying? No, like seriously dude, your clothes aren't here. Krona can't help feeling suspicious as he peeks out of the curtain to look at the toilet. Judas is pointing at the toilet and sure enough his clothes are gone. Krona locks eyes with the demon. What did you do with my clothes? Judas gasps and puts a hand on his heart, looking offended. I didn't do anything with your clothes. What kind of person do you think I am? Krona actually deadpans at the demon, something he thought he wasn't capable of doing. I know you took my clothes. But I didn't. I swear. Scout's honor. He grins. You're not a scout. Krona glares as he gets out of the shower, forgetting really the situation, just wanting his clothes. Give them back. But I seriously don't have them. He shakes his head. Krona gives him this look. Judas stares into his eyes a moment before sighing and scratching his cheek, his face getting a bit gray. Fine. He groans as he opens up a cabinet and hands Krona his clothes. Thank you. Krona feels better seeing his clothes. So. Judas leans closer. Krona not feeling too comfortable. All he has is a towel on. Krona takes a step back. You said you wanted me to appear in front of your friends, right? Well, why yeah, I don't want them thinking I'm crazy when I talk to you. Krona frowns, thinking about earlier today. Then what am I going to get in return? Judas grins as he takes a step closer, Krona taking a step back. You know I don't like other people, I hate everyone but you. See, couldn't it just be a favor? Krona smiles hopefully. Nope. I want something. He keeps getting closer, the demon's eyes getting half-lidded. God, he doesn't want to ask this. What? He swallows hard. What do you want? What do I want? He hums. Judas keeps getting closer and closer, and soon Krona feels his back hit the wall. He can't back up anymore. Judas stops right in front of him, looking down at him. He's too close. He's afraid of what he's going to say, afraid of the look in his eyes and the darkness of his voice. I want a hug. There's no way I'm wait what? Krona blinks, thinking he was going to say something completely different. Judas smiles at him softly. I want you to hug me. I always hug you, it'll feel nice for you to do it first. Judas beams. Hug. That's it. Judas nods, looking at him expectantly. And why you'll show yourself to them? Yup. Of course I'll pick when I want to, but it will be soon. I promise. Okay, it's just a hug, that's not that bad, it could be a lot worse. Oh okay. Krona tries to offer a smile. Judas' eyes light up and he holds out his arms. Krona frowns slightly, thinking he's in his towel, but the look in Judas' eyes makes him put that in the back of his mind. He'll just give him a quick hug, kick him out, get dressed, then he won't have to worry about Maka and Ragnarok thinking he's crazy. Krona walks closer carefully. He ties the towel so it will be held up without him holding it before he opens his arms up, wrapping them around this other boy. He's so tall. Krona's face is in his chest. Judas makes a hum of approval as he wraps his arms around his shoulders. Bring him closer. This isn't so bad. It's not the most comfortable thing, but it's okay. Oh okay, now get dash. Krona pulls away, about to tell him to get out, only for Judas to clash his lips against his own, taking him off guard. The demon pins him to the wall, his tongue already finding its way into his mouth, licking, caressing. Hey. Krona pulls back, his eyes wide. Why, you said just a hug. Yup. Just a hug to show myself. Judas licks his lips, leaning closer, his breath on Krona's face. I didn't say I wouldn't want to kiss you. I really don't feel comfortable with you doing this when I'm only in my towel dash. Krona starts. Oh, so you want me to take it off? And no. That's the opposite of what I want. Oh, so you want me to take my clothes off? What? No. I wanna put my clothes on. Krona glares at him, his face heating up. Okay fine. Judas sighs. No fun. He mumbles before he yanks the towel from Krona's body, leaving him bare. What the hell are you dash? Krona starts, only for Judas to snap his fingers. Krona feels something wet cover his body before it hardens just enough it feels like fabric. He looks down and he's wearing his clothes again. Oh. Now where were we? Judas licks his lips as he rubs Krona's cheek. Nowhere. Ngh. Krona is pushed against the wall again, and though he feels a bit more comfortable clothed, he's still not comfortable with this. The demon's lips are on his own, but he isn't kissing back and he keeps his mouth closed this time again. Judas doesn't mind. The demon soon leaves his lips, trailing soft kisses down his jawline. Krona bites his lip, suppressing the whimper when this demon starts to leave unholy kisses on his neck, licking where the jugular vein is, getting him to shiver. Krona tries to push him off, but like he said, this boy is like a brick wall, he isn't going anywhere. Krona bites his lip harder as Judas sucks, bites, and licks at his sensitive skin, the demon's hands feeling down his waist. No need to hold it in. Judas mumbles against his neck. I'm not holding anything in. I don't like this. Krona snaps, and God, he hates the groan afterward when Judas bit at a certain spot on his neck, his legs starting to feel weak. You can't lie to yourself. He purrs. I only want to make you feel better, Krona. Judas starts to kiss lower than his neck. The fabric of the shirt Krona is wearing moves where he kisses so he can get to Krona's skin. He kisses the boy's collarbone, sucking at it as his hands reach behind the boy and claw down his back. Krona bites his lip hard, but he can't hide how his body arched into him at the feeling. This shouldn't feel good, it shouldn't. This is a demon. Another boy. Krona tries to get him off more urgently. At first Krona thinks he's actually pushing him off when Judas moves, only to realize that this demon is moving down his body, getting on his knees. He kisses down Krona's chest, licking and nipping his sensitive skin. His tongue is experienced and Krona doesn't want to think about it. Judas keeps biting at places, keeps touching him, certain places on his back that Krona can't help but to groan, and arch his back. He hates it. After every groan he feels dirty, like he needs to take another shower. So cute. Judas mumbles against his bare stomach. Once he got down to there, he's getting too close. What is he doing? When Judas gets right to Krona's waistline, it's too much. Stop. Krona serrays out. Judas pauses and looks up at him from on his knees, his chin on Krona's stomach. Why? You like it? I don't like this. It's wrong and I don't like it. You're doing this against my will. Krona grinds his teeth, glaring down at his boy, but he's blushing. He knows he is. Don't try to lie to me, Krona. I know exactly what you like. If you didn't want this in some way, I wouldn't be doing it. Judas doesn't make any advances though, he just looks up into Krona's shaking blue eyes. I hear your heart beat, Krona, it's beating fast, you're sweating dash. Be because I'm scared. Krona snaps, his eyes getting wider. That's all dash. I'm pretty sure fear isn't what's throbbing down here. Judas mumbles before he grabs Krona through his pants. Krona feels it, he feels his own arousal in the demon's hand, not realizing it till now. This makes him snap. This is wrong. This isn't supposed to be happening. He feels dirty. He needs to stop this now. Get off me. Krona screams. He snaps his hand, coming down. He backhands Judas the demon. Krona cries in pain. It felt as if he hit a rock, and when he looks at his wrist, his hand is twisted in an unnatural way. He broke his hand slapping this demon. It hurts like hell. Judas' head is turned to the side, his bangs covering his eyes. He slowly turns his head back to Krona, and Krona has never felt so afraid in his life. There's rage in the demon's eyes. Krona whimpers before he closes his eyes, awaiting the pain that is sure to come. That look in his eyes is too dark, too scary. Krona hears Judas' heavy breathing from out his nose in front of him. Krona is trembling, the anxiety eating at him. Judas might change his mind, he might rip Krona of his body, he might even kill him. He feels a cut on his wrist before something seeps into his wound. Krona cries out in pain and struggles against this demon. Judas growls and Krona stops, his body being racked with fear. It's so dark in this room, the feeling is intense. His hand hurts so much, and what's worse, he feels Judas' angry breathing on his face. Oh God, he can't even do anything. He waits for more pain, waits for death, even waits for the darkness of madness. Fine. Judas pulls away from him, letting go of him. What? Krona can't help open his eyes at that. Judas is away from him now, his back turned to him, and when Krona looks at his hand that was hurting so bad a minute ago, he sees a cut on the wrist that was broken. Black blood is scraped over and his hand doesn't look twisted anymore. Judas had healed him. That shocks him even more, that Judas isn't killing him now or even hurting him. I get it. The demon's voice is blunt. I understand. You don't want a demon touching you. You have someone you already love, I understand that. But I don't like how you're lying to yourself. You liked what I was doing, you just have it set in your mind anything with another boy is wrong, probably from that ghost constant teasing. You love that girl, but she loves not only you, you like it, so why can't you let me make you feel better? Krona can't speak, he doesn't know what to say. Judas suddenly growls when he touches his cheek, and before Krona can blink he's pinned against the wall, those haunted eyes inches from his own, they're full of rage. Then you strike me. You hit me after all I've done. You dare hit a demon across the face, the demon that owns you. Judas snarls, his face scrunching up, making him look more like he really is. His grip on Krona is tight. Do you understand how good I've been to you? If I wanted to, I could fucking take you right now. If I wanted to fuck you, I could. You're powerless against me. I could turn you around right now and rape your ass, and what could you do? I'm a demon, I don't ask for things, I take them. I could kill you right now, I could take your body for my own and rip Maka to pieces with your hands. I could eat that fucking ghost and drag him down to hell. You have no idea who you just slapped across the face. Krona Gorgon. Krona is about to cry, he's so scared he's trembling, his eyes wide. He tries to speak, to say something, but he can't, he's frozen with fear. He feels a tear fall down his face. But I won't do any of those things. Judas' voice turns soft, that rage getting lost in his eyes as he loosens his grip on Krona. He wipes that tear away. I don't want to hurt you. I want you to be my friend because you want to. I want you to like me being around, I only want to make you feel good. Judas lets go of Krona and takes a step back. If you truly don't like me kissing you, I won't do it. I won't do anything to hurt you. I just want us to be friends, real friends. I want you to trust me and I want to trust you. I don't want to take you by force, I want you to come to me. There it is. Judas, who just a second ago looked so scary, now looks just sad. His body just droops, that loneliness in his haunted eyes. He walks away a little, turning his back to Krona. He sighs. If you were anyone else I would have killed you in a heartbeat. Found another host and continued on. If you were anyone else I wouldn't even be putting up with this, but there's something about you, I really love you, I know I do. Now there's no way I would let just anyone slap me in the fucking face. No. No demon would let any human disrespect them like that, but I let you get away with it. He chuckles humorlessly. It's embarrassing, really. Can you imagine what my brothers would say if they found out? Not that I care, it's just you, only you. It sucks ass. Krona lets the tension fall out of his shoulders. His body stops trembling once he realizes Judas really isn't going to hurt him. He isn't going to kill him. He isn't going to take his body. Judas just looks sad with his body slumped. His words are bitter. Just a moment ago he was scared shitless, now he almost feels bad. Judas has done a lot for him. Been there, and protected him. Yes, he's evil and tried to kill Maka, but just because Krona was hurt. Judas listens to him and has let him have his body when Judas could easily take it. Krona just slapped him and Judas healed him. He's also willing to stop kissing Krona because he doesn't want it. This demon could take anything he wants from Krona, but he isn't. And just that thought gets him to move without thinking. Krona runs towards him before tackling him into a hug, pressing his face into his back, hugging him tightly from behind. Judas' breath catches, the demon tenses. He probably wasn't expecting this at all. I want to be your friend. Krona finds himself saying. I just can't deal with you kissing me. I do like you dash. You want to be my friend. You like me. Judas' words are breathless, they sound in disbelief. The demon turns around only to find Krona smiling at him brightly. Judas' cheeks tint and he glances away, yet Krona can see the happiness in this demon's eyes. I see. I won't do it anymore if you don't want it, and I'll show myself to your family. Thank you, be best friend. Krona hugs him again, his face in this boy's chest. You're welcome, best friend. Judas kisses the top of his head. Krona can feel how big his smile is on top of his head as Judas wraps his arms around him, holding him tightly. Krona doesn't know how long he stays in this demon's arms. He's comfortable, a barrier broken between them as Judas strokes his hair and nuzzles his head, but that's okay. Krona can deal with that. Madness is holding him so softly, caressing him. I can't believe it. Judas suddenly mumbles on top his head. What? Krona looks up at him. I totally just got bitch slapped by you. Judas blinks before he grins. You have balls, I'll give you that. Wasn't he really thinking? Krona's face heats up a little bit. I'm sorry. You're lucky I love you so much. Judas sighs in contentment. This is so nice. By the way, you can slap me again if it means I get these nice hugs. To be hugged willingly, it feels so much better than forcing them. I feel warm. Do you feel warm? I guess. Is your armpits sweating? And no. Why? Krona blinks. Oh, nothing. Just wondering. Judas kisses his head again, before pulling away. Well, I gotta fix something. He's slippery though, he's hiding from me. He turns his back on Krona and starts to walk away. Oh, and Krona. He looks back at the other boy and smiles so softly you wouldn't know this boy is mad or a demon. In this moment he looks human. Thank you. With that, Judas fades away. Krona stares after where the demon was. In a way he feels happy. He doesn't think he'll have to worry about Judas doing anything too bad to him. Now they understand each other. He guesses in this moment he realized that Judas doesn't disgust him, that Judas doesn't get him to feel disgusting. He really considers that demon his friend now. Krona runs a hand through his now dry hair as he looks over at the gun that Judas must have thrown across the room. He stares at the shiny black barrel, stares at the item he almost killed himself with. No more running. Krona walks over and picks up the gun. It only has one bullet, but he feels like he should get rid of this, so he'll never have the urge ever again. He takes a deep breath before he turns around and walks out of the bathroom door. Maybe he could throw it out the window or find some of Medusa's acid and melt it, or... He walks out of the bathroom, gun in his hand, only to come face to face with Ragnarok when he appears in front of him. I'm back, Krona. they fucking dash. Ragnarok starts only to stop when his piercing blue eyes fall on the gun in Krona's hand. Oh. Our Ragnarok, it's not what it looks like dash. Krona tries only for Ragnarok to push him into the wall. Furry in those eyes of his, he grips the gun from Krona's grasp. Not what it looks like. Then what the fuck is this, Krona? He screeches, waving the gun in his face. I was just dash. How could you try to take your fucking life again? Are you fucking crazy? Do you want me to go fucking insane, Krona? Why the hell would you take your own life? You have something that I want, you have a warm body, you still have your life. Why the hell would you want to rob yourself of it? Maka fucking loves you now, we're a fucking family, why the hell would you try to take your life again? Ragnarok is screaming at him, his grip is tight on Krona and it hurts, those eyes are boring into his own. I wasn't Ragnarok. Krona locks eyes with him. I promise I wasn't going to kill myself. Why, you don't understand, I found it in the bathroom, I only brought it out to get rid of it. I swear Ragnarok, I don't want to leave you and her ever again. Bullshit. You don't just find a fucking gun. Ragnarok is panting, his face a snarl. Krona doesn't want to tell him but he has to. Medusa put it in there for me. At these words Ragnarok lets go of him in shock, his face completely falls, looking at him with wide eyes. It takes him a moment but soon his eyes narrow, the fire in them much deeper than before. There's hate in his eyes, a growl admitting from his throat. She gave her fucking son a gun too. Ragnarok bows his head, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes as he trembles. He's admitting rage before suddenly he lashes out and grabs Krona by the shirt, lifting him up. Don't you ever fucking kill yourself. No matter what that bitch says. Your life is yours. I'm not going to let her fucking take your life like she took mine, this fucking bitch. I swear to God, Krona, if I could kill her, if I could fucking kill her. His breathing is uneven, his being flickering. She's not talking anymore from me. She's not taking you and she's fucking not taking Maka. Enough is enough. I've fucking suffered enough. Krona's eyes are wide. Ragnarok's never opened up to him and for some reason it makes his chest tighten. He knows, oh he knows what Medusa has taken from him. Ragnarok made it clear when they were first bonded together. Medusa killed him. Krona still remembers the blood, the smell, still remembers seeing Ragnarok's heart beat as Medusa ripped it out with that smile on her face. If anyone knows pain, it's Ragnarok. I promise Ragnarok, I'll never try to kill myself again. Why, you're not going to lose me, remember? Why, you're stuck with me. Krona gives him the softest smile he can muster, hoping he said the right words. Ragnarok looks up at him, his face falls to a blank look before he lets go of his shirt. Damn right I'm stuck to you, asshole. He grins. Only to punch Krona right in the gut. Oh ow, Ragnarok. Krona grinds his teeth. That's for fucking scaring me. Ragnarok gives him a shit-eating grin as he takes the gun away from him. I'll get rid of this. He fades away. Krona holds his stomach, his eye twitching. Damn, for a ghost Ragnarok still hurts. He's rough but that's okay. Ragnarok is his friend too. Ragnarok is his partner. Ragnarok is in the same sin as him. Krona tenses, remembering his resolve. His breathing becomes uneven. Back. Tossed that thing in the fucking sea. Ragnarok grunts as he reappears. Our Ragnarok. Krona looks at him seriously. I have to talk to you about dash. There's a really loud boom. The whole mansion shakes as if there's a earthquake. Krona falls on his butt and Ragnarok looks around. What the fuck was that? I don't dash. That's when they both hear it. Their faces fall in horror. There's a scream, Maka's scream, it's ear-shattering. Maka! Krona and Ragnarok shout at the same time. They both take off running to where they know she is. Ragnarok's face is in between rage and horror. Krona can't even think about what might have happened to her. If Medusa is hurting her, what could they even do? They are powerless against her. Maka, for the love of God, be okay. They both need her. Maka takes a deep breath as she finally stops right in front of the door that will lead her into DHA Star Room, the training ground where Medusa is waiting for her. She needs to keep calm, she can't lose it like she did back at breakfast. Maka really wasn't planning on doing all that, it's just, damn it, if you could see her fucking smirk you would understand. And just the fact she knows what Medusa has done to Ragnarok and his family, just the fact she knows how she treated Krona. Yet when Maka was face to face with Medusa, it's not that she was scared, but when she looked into those snake eyes she couldn't help remembering how this woman was her mother's friend, how this woman saved her. Maka hates how it made her hesitate. She fucking hates Medusa. She's an evil bitch that's tortured people. That tried to take away her family. Yet there is a part of Maka that hesitated when she came face to face with her. Maka wants to believe it was because the promise she made with Ragnarok, but she's not so sure. That's why she cried. In that moment, she hated herself just as much as Medusa. Who second thinks killing a murderer? A evil being? Maka did. In her heart she did, and she hates it. She takes a deep breath before the doors open by themselves and she walks in. A nice breeze brushes past her, moving her hair slightly as her feet hit the stone floor. Maka can't help but stop right when she gets in. Medusa stands before her. The witch's back is to her and she's looking up at the sky that's exposed. She's not alone. Erika and Free are on either side of her. They're not looking at Maka, more like they're staring at each other. The air in here is tense. Maka can't help her body twitching in alarm and her fingers twitching. Maka saw Erika and Free leave the dining room. Why are they here? What's their purpose? The door slams shut behind Maka, but she doesn't even glance at it. Her eyes are boring into Medusa. Her heartbeat is picking up speed and her hairs are sticking up in defiance. The air is thick with magic. She can sense it, almost taste it. There's a dark feeling in the space between them. Maka knows she doesn't like it. You're weak. Medusa's voice suddenly breaks the silence, Maka's face falling a bit at that statement, a bit surprised too. I don't think I'm weak. Maka finds herself saying. She really doesn't though. She's failed a lot. But damn, she held up a fucking million-pounded ship. You're so weak, it's pathetic. Now Maka's getting pissed. Oh yeah? What happened to you being oh so proud of me, Medusa? Maka snarls as she takes a step closer, her fist clenched. You have disappointed me. You made the same mistake as your mother, now you're much weaker. Medusa slowly turns around, her eyes they're full of something close to rage. You are weak when you have to be strong. We have a war coming up and you have gone backwards. Do you want to die? The same mistake as my mother. Maka starts only for her eyes to light in realization. You know I love, don't you? Maka finds herself smirking. I love your son and I love your slave. I proved you wrong. A witch can love. A witch can dash. And what do you think that love will do to you? Medusa growls. Maka's never seen her so pissed before. In a way it makes Maka's smirk grow. A witch wasn't meant to love. You're only making this harder on yourself. You're too weak to even be a threat to my sister. Did you not want to revenge your mother? Look, loving hasn't done anything to me. Maka keeps smirking. You're just pissed that I was right. That I can love. A bold statement, but Maka's on a roll. Oh really? If you believe that, Maka, that love hasn't made you weaker, that you are strong. Medusa takes a step forward, her expression darkening. Then fight me. Huh. Maka blinks, her smirk faltering slightly. Not expecting that. Fight me. I want to see what you can do. Medusa spreads her legs, crouching down, a predatory glint in her eyes. Think of this as a sparring match. Maka stares at her a moment. Medusa is telling her to fight her. Maybe she should be afraid, but no. She finds herself grinning. It's not breaking her promise if Medusa challenges her, right? Alright, but I'm not holding back. Her grin grows as her book appears in front of her. I wouldn't want you to. Medusa's eyes seem to be glowing. Maka can feel the magic in the air get thicker. Alright, on the count of 3 you guys start. Free grunts. He seems to be watching this with amusement. 1. Maka spreads her legs, already building up her power, her fingers twitching, her eyes burning with a fire. Medusa only watches her. She's not doing anything. The expression on her face is blank. 2. Maka can't think that she's actually about to fight the woman she's wanted to kill for so long. She can't think that Ragnarok will probably be pissed off. She can't think of anything but winning. But making Medusa pay. 3. At 3, Maka springs into action. She stomps on the ground, taking out a boulder of stone before she throws it towards Medusa. But she doesn't stop there. Just in case Medusa tries to push it back. Maka finds herself crying something out. Starlight. Maka's never used this spell, but her hands light up before a beam of light comes out of them, hitting the boulder, pushing it with more speed and strength. Lock. She stomps the ground again, knowing that the stone has come up to gasps Medusa's feet. She's stuck now. Maka has her. The boulder hits. Dead on. It actually falls apart. Maka feels like cheering. Hell, maybe she even killed the bitch. She grins at Erika and Free, but they're just staring at where Medusa was. They don't seem shocked at all. That's when Maka hears a sound clapping. She turns to see Medusa walk out of the smoke of the boulder's dust. She's unharmed, not even a scratch on her. That was a good strategy, but you must remember I am a witch as well. She puts her hands up and yellow light surrounds her. She smirks. A force field is all it took to render that attack useless. You must do better than that to defeat me, my dear. Maka feels her rage burn. Her being Medusa is mocking her with that fucking smirk. She grips her fist, her eyes narrowing in her hate. Her vision is coming hazy when Medusa chuckles, and before she knows it, Maka is running towards this witch. She's not thinking, and in a fight like this, that isn't good. Don't let your rage overturn your judgment. Medusa easily dodges the discs of magic Maka is throwing at her and the shocks of it, seeming to go everywhere because of her rage. You will fall, Surly. You have to think. You have to plan. Fuck you. Maka spats before she hits the stone flooring with her fist. It cracks, going quickly towards Medusa. Hell's inferno. Maka screams. Fire comes out of the cracks. Medusa has to run around the room to avoid the cracking of the floor and the fire that comes with it. Erika and Free are huddled together in a force field. Good, this is about to get ugly. Maka feels it. That's when Maka sees her chance to get a good hit on Medusa. The snake witch jumps. She's in the air. Flamethrower. Maka shouts as she puts her hands together before a burst of flames comes out heading straight for Medusa. Maka's able to see her eyes widen slightly before she's hit with the flames. Ha! Take that, bitch. Maka feels something bubbling up inside her as she giggles. She's having fun. She wants to rip Medusa apart. She wants to make her scream. Take what, my dear? Medusa's voice coos behind her and Maka stops her giggling. No way in hell. Maka turns around only to see Medusa smirking at her. Nothing wrong with her. Maka tries to jump back, but Medusa's faster. Instead of using a spell, Medusa backhands her, sending her flying in the air. Maka does a flip and lands it. She's seeing red again. Medusa's toying with her. She isn't even being serious, and Maka is. Maka lets out a scream in her rage. In her frustration, she takes off running towards Medusa again. Maka, not realizing all her flames are out now, leaving nothing but cracks in the floor. You're doing it again. Medusa sighs as Maka gets right on her. Vector plate. A plate appears under Maka's feet, and before she can even understand what's going on, she's sent flying backwards, hitting her back against the cold, stone wall. Maka bites her lip as to not make a cry of pain. Think about what you're doing. It's good to have rage. It's good to hate, but if you let it get the best of you, you're as good as dead. Maka pants hard. She knows Medusa is right. She knows she has to think, but damn it, this woman pisses her off so fucking much. It's too much. It's maddening. Is this all you got? I'm disappointed yet again, my child. She makes its king sound. Maka feels it, her power building as the book appears in front of her again and it flips to a page. Her eyes are getting so dark. Hear my hate. Hear my cry. Take the wicked of heart and let me watch them die. Bring pain to the one that brings me pain. Rip apart the one that rips me apart. Show no mercy to the one that shows me none. Maka breathings jagged. This room is getting darker. A wind picking up. Medusa is just watching her. Her face blank. Give me chains of damnation. Give me chains of sin. Maka's screaming now as large chains come out and warp around Medusa. The snake witch still hasn't moved, hasn't done anything but stare at her. Fallen Angel's revenge dash, right when she's about to finish it, right when she's about to rip her apart. Vector arrow. Medusa stares before the ground opens up, and a bunch of black arrows come out of the ground wrapping about her, breaking her concentration. Maka cries out as the chains around Medusa break as her spell falls apart and this arrows of dark magic squeeze her. Maka watches in horror as another arrow comes. It pulls back, aiming at her neck, and shoots out. Boom. Medusa coos as the vector arrow stops right on her neck, cutting her slightly but not killing her. You're dead. End of match. Medusa walks so she's right in Maka's face, and oh how she hates it. You did horrible, my child. It wasn't the spells that were bad, it was the lack of thinking behind them. You jumped right in, thinking nothing of how to approach me, you just ran right into the battle. You see how that is the wrong tactic. Medusa grabs Maka's chin and turns her face back to her when Maka looked away. I'm not going to let you die. My sister is just as strong as me and yet you could no even hurt me. You like your hate cloud your judgment. What happens when you come face to face with my sister? The one that killed your mother? I know your hate will be there, but if you handle that fight like you handled ours, you'll be dead before it even starts. Maka breathes heavily. She doesn't want to admit it, but she knows Medusa's right. Maka sucked ass and Medusa's right when she said the hate will be there for Arachne. She doesn't want to fuck this up. This fight has opened her eyes to a couple of things. Maka is weak and Medusa is strong. Arachne is strong. Just a few seconds ago Maka actually believed she could win. Now the cold, hard truth has hit her. Medusa could kill her in the blink of an eye. Good, you understand? Medusa smiles slightly when she looked into Maka's eyes, possibly seeing her thoughts. Who the fuck knows? She snaps her fingers and the Vetter arrows release her, Medusa grabbing her so she doesn't fall. You understand now? We have much work to do, yes? Yeah. Maka's shoulders slump in defeat. She doesn't look at Medusa, she can't. I'm not going to be nice anymore. Not when we're training. Medusa's expression gets dark. I'm not going to have you die on me, Maka. Things are getting serious now. We don't have much time before this war, before we take on Arachne herself. I need you prepared and I will push you to your limit, do you understand? No mercy. No more. Maka ignores her chills and she nods, gripping her fist. Make me strong, make me able to kill Arachne. Because if she's strong enough to kill Arachne, she'll be strong enough to kill Medusa as well. That's my child. Medusa coos before she snaps her finger. The room shakes slightly as one of the walls to this place slowly gets lowered into the ground, revealing to Maka a maze. She's never seen this before. We must work on her strategy. You will complete this maze, ending back here. Once you get here, you will have a foe to fight. Medusa grabs Maka and they both disappear before reappearing at what Maka guesses is the enhance to this maze. This maze is full of traps. You must be careful and think your way through. Maka stares at this maze. The walls are large like buildings. Maka wonders how this woman even made such a thing. It wasn't here yesterday, was it? Maka starts only to turn around and see Medusa gone. Damn it. Maka grips her fist, her stomach curling in realization. She needs Medusa. Maka actually pukes. She pukes Medusa's pancakes right out, her body convulsing. She needs the woman that killed Ragnarok. Needs the woman that's pure evil. She needs the woman that killed River. She needs the Snake Witch. Without her, Maka won't be able to avenge her mother. This makes her feel sick, it makes her ill. She can't defeat Medusa, not as she is now. She can't do anything. She needs to get stronger, and to do that, she needs Medusa. Maka wipes the bile off her chin, her breathing uneven as she looks back at the maze. She has to get it together. She has to think. That's her weakness. She acts without thinking. She needs to control her rage, and just think. Maka takes one more deep breath before she walks into this maze. She puts her right hand on the right wall, remembering something Kid had told her once when they were younger. They had a class trip to a carnivale. It had a mirror maze. Maka ended up getting lost. She remembers being so scared and almost crying. Kid had found her, though she hated him back then. He wasn't mean to her. He took her hand and helped her up. Then he told her to find your way out of a maze, just keep one of your hands on the wall at all times. Sooner or later it will get you out of it. And he was right. They did get out of it. Maka keeps her hand on the wall as she starts to make her way through this maze, her eyes alert for any size of a trap. Thinking of Kid gets her to wonder if he's okay. That madness attack affected the whole world, right? She can only hope your old friend is okay and that he's having it better than she is. The maze's walls are made of glass, her reflection being everywhere, just like that time with Kid, but now she's alone. Now it's serious. It's dangerous. Maka keeps her breathing in check as she looks at the ground, making sure there isn't any stone sticking out. She's seen the movies. You step on a certain stone, it sinks in and then you're dead. No. Maka's not dying. Not today. Not now. Not after all this shit. She's going to live. She's going to get stronger. She's going to get her revenge. With this in mind, Maka picks up speed, her eyes narrowing in Derdermantion. She gets to a dead end, but she just turns around, and turns another corner. Another dead end. She takes a different way. Another dead end. She takes a right. A dead end. She takes a left, and guess what? A dead end. What the fuck? Maka snarls out in her frustration and hits the maze glass with her fist. She's been in this thing for at least a fucking hour and she hasn't gotten anywhere. There's no traps, there's nothing but her reflection staring back at her. Don't be a dumbass. A voice coos behind her, and when she turns she sees her own reflection smirking at her. This is all a game. Think about it, Maka, you're a witch. What does being a witch have to do with a fucking maze? Maka snaps. She's irritable, but who wouldn't be? She has a headache, she just wants to get out of this place, she wants this girl to go away to stop smirking at her. Well, do witches follow the rules? This girl hums before her smirk fades and Maka knows she's staring at her own reflection again. Maka looks confused, then it hits her. She doesn't follow the rules. Fuck this. Maka grins, letting her power flow. Fuck this maze. Break. She screams in at her voice. All the glass shatters, revealing the way out of this place. It all crumbles at her feet. She sees the stone room now. Medusa is standing there, smirking at her. So you figured it out. More like I got fucking pissed off. Maka grunts as she walks through the glass towards her. There was no way out of it. Medusa hums. It was full of dead ends. Then what was the fucking point of me doing that? Her eye twitches. I was in there for like an hour. It was a lesson. Medusa locks eyes with her. You will hit many dead ends throughout your life, Maka, and maybe there will be nowhere for you to go. Just know, you never have to follow the rules. You never have to be stuck. You have the power to destroy all that stops you. You have the power to destroy. Mijua walks closer. But be careful, you also have the power to destroy yourself. I'm not destroying myself. I'm not going down till I bring that bitch with me. Maka pants, thinking how she saw herself get shattered in all those mirrors. Maka shudders. That maze was fucking stupid. Medusa studies her a moment before jumping back. It's time for phase 2. Come on out. Maka stances. Remember Medusa saying she'll have to fight someone. Her fingers twitch. She's getting tired, but she doesn't give a shit. She has to get stronger. She can't be weak. She can't. Fuck yeah, let's do this. Free? The man in question walks closer to her, a large grin on his face. Maka blinks. Him? Why him? He's not even a witch, is he? I might actually kill him. Bitch, you wish. Free roars into laughter. Free isn't a witch, he's still a being of magic. Medusa smirks. Don't hold back, my child. Free here is immortal. This asshole immortal? Yeah, right. Maka scoffs as she brings out her book, glaring daggers into him. Oh, you'll see. Free's voice turns to a growl as he jets on all fours. Maka watches, slightly grossed out, as hair starts to spout all over his body, covering it, ripping his clothes. His body gets twisted, his bones cracking, his chin gets larger, his teeth get sharper. Maka's disgusted face soon turns to one of shock. She watches as his hands turn to claws. A tail spouts out of him, swinging slightly, those dark eyes, animal eyes. She's no longer looking a Free but a large wolf. You're a... Maka starts. Werewolf, motherfucker. He cuts her off, still able to speak and stand on his hind legs like a person. He's grinning, those sharp teeth showing. No mercy. Medusa says, and Maka's not sure if she's talking to her or him or the both of them. No mercy. Free roars before he takes off, running towards her, running on all fours, his tongue out. The fucker is fast. He's right on her in the blink of an eye. He pulls back those large claws. Shield. Maka screams right when he brings his claw down, blocking him from ripping her apart. Maka pushes on the green energy and it sends Free flying away from her. He does a quick flip and land before he's running for her again, his dark eyes narrowed in anticipation. God, he's too fast. How can she even think? Then it hits her. She has to slow him down. Free gets right on her, his teeth out, those claws ready to rip her apart. Winter's breath. Maka cries out before she blows on him. Free freezes over his claw, stopping before it hits her, a thin sheet of ice covering his whole body. No mercy. Medusa looks at her. No mercy. Die. Maka screams, all her frustration and hate coming to this. She punches the block of ice Free is in. And it shatters. He shatters, his body parts separated in different blocks of ice. Maka takes deep breaths, looking at her work. She won, so why doesn't she feel successful? Round 1 goes to Maka. Erika states from where she's sitting. She's writing something down. Start round 2. Round 2? She killed him. Maka watches in horror as his body parts come back together, linking back up. Free lets out a chuckle as his air comes back before he gets himself up. That kinda hurt, fucker. Now it's my turn. The werewolf howls. Stone wolves come out of the ground and bite her legs. Not only does this hurt like hell, it holds her in place, the stone wolf's fangs digging deep into her legs. Free runs towards her, that grin so large Maka's frozen in fear, now still trying to process this. Free is immortal, he's a actual werewolf. Free gets right on her, pulling back that large claw hand. Maka's eyes get wide, everything seems to be going in slow motion now. Medusa closes her eyes. No mercy. At those words everything goes back fast. At those words her black-blooded clothes that would protect her turn to jello. Free's hand comes down, slicing down her chest. Fuck. Maka grinds her teeth, the cut feeling as it's on fire. Her power goes out quickly to heal it, only for Free to slick down again. He's slicing her to pieces and all she can do is keep healing herself. He's so fucking fast, those stone wolves holding her in place so she can't even back up. Get off me. Maka screams, Free being sent back a couple steps from air power, but he's right back on her. She sees it in those dark eyes of his. The bloodlust. He's a animal. Break. Maka cries out and the stone wolves shatter the moment she's free. Maka jumps back, away from the raging werewolf, her power going on to heal her legs. She can tell she's getting more out, that's the last thing she needs. What's wrong? Free roars, still slicing at her. Maka still jumping back. Can't handle it? Where's your high and mighty talk now, bitch? He's jeering, he's roaring, those teeth baring. Maka is sweating, her mind reeling, trying to think of a way to win this, to get the upper hand, but it's fucking hard doing that while dodging razor sharp claws every few seconds. Shit. Fuck off. Maka stomps on the ground, a steam of rocks comes up and hits Free, sending him all the way out of this room. Maka knows it's only a matter of time before he comes back down. She spreads her legs and arms, her eyes burning. This is her change. Spike. At this word the whole floor is covered in spikes, sharp, ready for this fucker. Shit. Free growls as he comes back down. Nowhere he can land safely, he falls right onto the spikes, it piercing him through chest, the stomach. Maka pants as she stares at his limp body, and yet she knows this isn't over. Maka catches how Medusa is looking at her, a small smile on her lips. Free growls again before the spikes break off from the ground. You fucking bitch. He snarls as he rips the spikes out of his body, his blood splatting everywhere, but his wounds are healing at alarming rate. That hurt. Round 2 goes to dash. Erika starts. Only for Free to appear right in front of Maka. Wolfman's fury. He growls. And before she can even move, can even block, Free is tearing her apart. His claws are a blur, ripping at her chest, cutting her stomach, cutting everywhere. He's digging into her. Maka puts her arms up and she speaks the words for a force field. But he's radiating power and he breaks it. He's pushing her back, her arms are a bloody mess now, she can't even use a spell right now, it's drowned out by her screams. Finish her. Erika nods. Free stops his slicing only to turn around, his tail lighting up. He hits her with the tail and she goes flying, hit the stone wall with a cry of pain. Her flesh is hanging from her bones, his tail felt like fucking iron. Maka falls, she lays on her stomach, limp, not moving, panting. Round 2 goes to Free. Erika states. Bitch. Maka takes a deep breath, whimpering as her power comes out, surrounding her, healing her mutilated skin, putting her severed flesh back in place. To her relief, Free doesn't attack her while she's healing, and when she's finally all healed she lets out a shaky breath, almost a sob. Ready for round 3? Free sounds like he's smirking. And no. Maka shakes her head, she puts her hands on the floor and tries to push herself up. She's exhausted, she falls right back down, panting heavily. To bed. I'm coming for you. Free chuckles, he's walking closer to her. That's enough. Medusa puts a hand in front of him and he stops. Maka, my child, you did better with this fight than the fight with me. You planed your magic out, and used combos that would have killed a normal opponent if it wasn't Free. For that I say good job. Maka only pants, not answering her. But we're not done here. Medusa steps so she's right in front of Maka, her cold eyes boring down on her. Time for you to learn a spell. Are you crazy? I can't do any more, I'll rebound. Maka looks up to glare at this woman. Medusa snaps her finger and her book appears in front of Maka on a page. Lucifer's Stomp. I want you to learn it. Do it now. I'm not doing shit. That spell looks like it was in the back of the book. It's strong. I'm pretty much out of juice. Maka grips her fist, her eyes wide. Medusa stares down at her blankly before she grabs Maka by the shirt and lifts her up. Those snake eyes are inches from her own. Do you want to revenge your mother? Do you want to kill Arachne? Then we have to destroy your limits. I'm not backing down. No mercy. You will get stronger and you will do this spell. I want to kill Arachne. I want to get stronger. Maka locks eyes with her. But I don't have the strength to do the spell now. That's when Medusa smirks. You know, I really enjoyed making Ragnarok my slave. Don't. Maka's eyes narrow. It was amusing, putting him through hell, seeing him cry like a little bitch as I ripped him limb from limb. Medusa is speaking right in Maka's face. You know what's even more amusing? That it was me that killed his mother. Oh yes, I know. You know, I poisoned Stein's cure and watched with glee as River struggled for life as she suffered alone. I was there when she took her last breath. Did you know that? I was soaking in her last breath and Stein's son's tears. Maka can't explain how just a second ago she was exhausted. Now her being boils with hate. She can't even explain it. It's a fire, deeper, darker, a fire straight from hell itself. She's trembling in her hold. That's right, use your hate for me as power. Do the spell, use it on me. Medusa lets her go to take a step back. The book is still in front of Maka. You know, it's even more amusing how I took everything away from that boy. His family. His life. His pride. His name. His memories, and I made him my bitch dash. That's it. That was the last straw. The power Maka didn't have comes right back to her. She's breathing like a bull and that book is right in her face, showing her a strong spell, showing her one that would destroy her. You'll pay. Maka screams. You'll fucking pay. Her eyes look to the book. She's losing sight of herself. She doesn't remember calling on this book. She doesn't remember flipping to this page, but she doesn't care. She needs to do something. Anything. Devil, come to me and destroy the living. Destroy every fucking thing and give my stomp the power of the Dark Prince. Crown me in your hate. Crown me in guts and gore. Crown me as your princess of sin. Maka cries. Lucifer's stomp. Maka lifts her foot up and stomps. The whole fucking mansion shakes free and Erica grab onto something to keep from falling. Even Medusa has to crouch down. This room is starting to fall apart. She's going to take down the whole fucking mansion at this rate. Her hands explode, not set on fire, they fucking explode. Maka screams in pain as she falls to the ground. The spell breaks, it stops, leaving Maka a mess. This rebound is the worst she's ever fucking had. Her stomps from hands are bleeding so fast, the blood pooling around her. She continues to scream. Her body is having a spasm. This rebound isn't just in her hands, it's going through her body, crushing her inside and out. She pushed herself way too far. She never had that power to use. God damn it, she lost her fucking hands. Good Maka. Medusa coos as she walks slowly over to the thrashing girl, her bare feet getting in Maka's blood. You were able to do it even when you didn't have the power. She smirks. Use your hate and it will get you far. Maka can't do anything. She's crying, the pain won't go away, she's dying. That's when the door bust open. Maka. Someone gasps. He's screaming, Krona. Is that him? Medusa, what the fuck did you do to her? Ragnarok, is that Ragnarok? He's roaring, the room getting so cold. Nothing. She did this to herself. Medusa coos as she kneels by Maka, taking the thrashing girl in her arms. Bullshit. Get the fuck off her. Oh? And what are you going to do, Ragnarok? Medusa, please. Krona's begging. Don't let her die. Who do you take me for? Medusa chuckles as she strokes the screaming girl's hair. What the fuck happened to her hands? Ragnarok, she thinks, keeps roaring. His voice almost sounds like it's cracking. Maka. Krona keeps saying her name. He's sobbing. She thinks it's hard to tell, hard to hear over her own screaming. Hush little baby, don't you cry. Medusa sings in her ear as she presses something to Maka's lips. Maka feels something wet slide down her throat. I'm here, your mother is here. She chokes slightly on whatever the hell Medusa gave her, but soon Maka feels a release. The pain stops. Maka feels power flower over her. She feels it wrap around her wrist before she feels it her hands. She has her hands back. The power goes inside and out of her, stopping the rebound, taking away the pain. Maka goes limp in her arms, barely conscious. What have you done? Someone screams, please stop screaming, it hurts. I just push her to her limit. We must get rid of her limits. Think of this as a workout. The more power she uses, the more it will take for her to get a rebound later. You could have killed her. I knew what I was doing. What, do you not want her to be ready? Do you want her dying on the battlefield, Ragnarok? Maka, I'm so sorry. Someone is touching her, holding her now, something wet is falling on her, she doesn't like it. No, but we don't have much time. Maka has to be strong or she will die. You know this just as much as I do. Please be okay, I am sorry. Someone is holding her now. Ragnarok, stop fighting me and get Maka to her room to rest. She's going to need it for her training session tomorrow. The yells, the noises, the feelings, they all fade away. Maka passes out. Maka groans, her eyes opening only for her to gasp, her body tensing in alarm. She's in the middle of a ruined city. There's dead bodies everywhere, some have frozen mad smiles on their lips, others look afraid, scared to die. Maka trembles as the smell of death fill her nose. Why is she here? How did she get here? Someone help! Someone help me! A woman sobs out, reaching Maka's ears. Maka turns to see a woman holding a limp child in her hands. She's crying, her eyes wide with panic. Someone help me! My daughter! She's hurt! Maka sees it, the knife through the little girl's stomach, and next to her a ripped up teddy bear. I think I hurt her, I didn't mean to. I don't know what's going on. I know you fuckers are out there. Help me! She breaks off onto a bitter wailing. Maka frowns deeply, looking around this place. The buildings left are silent, yet she sees people are looking out the windows only to close the blinds. No one's going to help this woman. Please. I killed my husband, I killed him, please, oh God, I'm sorry, please not my baby, please, I'm so sorry. Please not my baby, please. This woman's words are desperate, her eyes wide. Maka takes a step forward, ready to help. Only for her to fade away. No. Maka shoots up, her eyes wide as she looks around. She's in her room, the light is off, she's alone, she's sweating. What was that? Was that really a dream? It felt so real. It wasn't a dream. Custos is suddenly in front of her, a sad look in his eyes. That is really happening right now. Why did I see it? Maka breathes heavily. God is calling for your help. Those words get Maka to look at him with her eyebrow raised. God's calling me for help. Yes. That woman is calling on God, wanting her baby to be saved. You are life, Maka. God is giving you a choice. He let you see the situation, but he's not going to force you to help that woman. Why me though? Why can't he help her? Maka breathes out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Because you are the chosen one. He wants to see what you will choose. Custos gives her a sad look. It's up to you to be a blessing or a curse. Maka can't really wrap her mind around the fact that the thing she just saw was from God. She's a being of hell, yet she's life. She can choose to be life or death. Will she let that girl die? Or will she give her life? Why did he choose me? Why can't he just do it? Maka takes deep breaths, trying to hold on to her sanity. Custos gives her a long look before turning his back to her, his shoulders drooping. Maka, have you ever read the Lord's Word? The Bible? My mom read it to me a long time ago. Maka frowns slightly, remembering those Sunday nights her mother would sit her down and read from the Bible. But why would she do that? When she's a witch? Do you know of the book of Revelation? I heard about it. Isn't that all about the end of the world? Maka doesn't like how her stomach twists at how gravely Custos nods. In the book of Revelations it says that God will give Lucifer 7 years to reign. The world will be his for 7 years and God cannot interfere. Demons will walk amongst humans. Pain, loss, and suffering will be a daily thing. Why would God do that though? Why would he give Lucifer 7 years to torture us? Maka blinks. I thought you said he loved us. He does love you more than you can imagine, Maka, but he also loves Lucifer. Custos takes a deep breath. The 7 years are given to him so that he may have a chance to change his heart. If Lucifer decides not to destroy the world, to turn back to God, then Lucifer could go back to heaven, he could be forgiven. Why would he even want to give that guy another chance? He's killed countless people. All the bad in the world is because of him. All these innocent people are going to die. Don't you see? This just shows how much of a forgiving God he is. Custos turns and gives her a sad smile. He will forgive anyone who comes to him and means it, no matter the sin. Lucifer used to be God's friend. He was the most beautiful and powerful angel there was, but he wanted more. His greed is what got him cast out of heaven. Hell was made only for him, but you know the saying, misery likes company. Custos turns his back on her again. All the really good people died during that attack, the ones that weren't mad but got killed by the mad ones. There's a saying, you know, why do the good die young? I can give you the answer to that, Maka. It's because the good have a better place to go. When they die, they're going to heaven, to paradise, away from violence, away from their pain. The evil survive longer because God is giving them time to repent, but when they die, Custos closes his eyes. They will wish they that never were born. Maka stares at this angel wide-eyed, thinking about all he's saying. God is that forgiving that he would forgive the devil. After all he's done. There's hope for Maka yet. The end of the world is starting. Maka, the demons have been awoken. Custos puts his hands together as to pray. The innocent will be killed and evil will roam free. This is hard for me to say, but Custos locks eyes with her. Your fight started the end of the world. Maka freezes, all her thoughts just stop. You are the end of the world, Maka. Custos frowns deeply at how her eyes shake. But you don't have to be. You are the only being that can stop this. If you can defeat your inner demon, if you can defeat the demon god of madness, then you can stop Lucifer's 7-year reign. Of course someday he will have his 7 years, but it doesn't have to be now. You can stop this, Maka. Maka bows her head. She can hear her heartbeat drumming. She's the end of the world. She's death. Why save them when everyone's going to die anyway? That girl coos. I'm going to save that girl. Maka grips her fist as she gets out of bed, a determination. Let me just find Krona and dash. There's no time now. That girl will die in 2 minutes unless you save her. Maka closes her eyes. She'll have to go without them. Okay. Maka hugs herself, thinking about that crying mother holding that lifeless girl. Maka disappears only to reappear in the same spot she was in her dream. AHH. The woman screams when she sees Maka appear out of nowhere. She holds her baby close. Who are you? What dash? Calm down, I'm here to help. Maka states calmly as she walks closer. The woman keeps sobbing, watching her with large, terrified eyes as Maka kneels before her, looking at the limp girl in her arms. Maka closes her eyes, taking a deep breath before she put her hand on the girl, her power coming out. What the hell are you doing? Don't touch dash. The woman starts only to stop when the girl begins to light up. The woman watches with wide eyes as the knife in the girl falls out, the wound closing up. The little girl coughs before her eyes open and she weakly looks at her mother. Mommy, is that you? Are you better now? The little girl asks nervously. The woman's eyes get racked with tears again as she hugs her little girl. I'm back. Mommy's back. I'm so sorry, honey. I didn't mean it. She sobs into her hair. I know it wasn't you, Mommy. The little girl grips onto her tightly. I almost died, didn't I? I almost got the dull eyes like Grandmom, didn't I? No. No, you're okay, baby, thanks to her. The woman looks over at Maka and she's stunned at how bright this woman's eyes get. You're an angel, aren't you? Sent from God to heal my baby. An angel? No. Nowhere close. Maka mumbles. I'm just a passerby. It doesn't matter who you are, thank you so much. The woman grabs onto Maka with her other arm, hugging Maka, crying into her. This doesn't make Maka feel good, it makes her feel like shit. If only this woman knew she was the cause of all this in the first place. Suddenly this quiet city isn't so quiet anymore. Maka turns around, watching as people start coming out of their houses, looking at her with wide eyes, mumbling stuff to themselves like, she healed that girl. They all looks desperate, weak, tired. Bring your hurt and sick. She can heal them. This woman screams before Maka can say anything. All of a sudden all these people are surrounding Maka, looking at her with desperate eyes, touching her, grabbing onto her. A panic grips Maka. They're all yelling at her about healing someone, bringing back another. They grip her harder. Maka sees Custos watching this with a frown on his face. She could just disappear, she could just leave these people. Get off. Maka screams, and as if in shock they all let go of her. Maka looks at all these dirty, scared people. I can't bring back those who are already dead. They're gone, and I'm sorry, but I can heal the hurt or the wounded, but where is the medical team? This is a small town. That woman with the little girl growls. They don't give a fuck about us, they left us to fend for ourselves, they're more concerned with the bigger cities than us. The crowd of people murmur in agreement. Maka takes a deep breath knowing she probably shouldn't be, doesn't this, not after having such a horrible rebound, not after just getting up, but bring me all the hurt and sick, I want a single file line, those most hurt at the front, I'll make sure all get healed. Maka, a witch, a being of evil, stands and waits as the people hurt situate themselves before they come to her one at a time. She touches them, gives her power up and heals them one after the other, whether they were shot, whether they were stabbed, it doesn't matter, Maka heals them all the same. She watches as each newly healed person runs off to what's left of their family and they hug and cry. She feels good. She likes being able to fix what she's done, if only somewhat. After healing about 50 people, Maka's done. She's exhausted. Thank you. Thank you so much. Are you an angel? They all shout at her, smiling and crying in their happiness. No. I'm just here to clean up the mess. Maka smiles slightly. Thank God he's the one that called in the cleanup crew. Custos gives her a bright smile. You did good, Maka, you did amazing. God bless you. They say, and Maka feels a slight sting that hurts slightly. But she can handle it. You have given them hope. Custos looks at all the smiling faces. Most were going to die by the morning, but you saved them, you gave this little town hope. You can stop this. You really can be the one to stop the end of the world. Maka closes her eyes and grips that moon necklace. Before she disappears. Some can argue Maka did it just so she would feel better, so maybe she would be forgiven and spared the fires of hell. Other can argue that she really wanted to help, that she was looking for no reward. But that's for you to decide it. What a fucking day. Maka groans as she appears back in her bed, her hands are throbbing, she doesn't want to overwork herself, she remembers all too well the feeling of her fucking hands exploding. When Maka looks down at her black clothes, something hits her. Her clothes, they just turned to jello during the fight, letting free slice her to pieces when Maka touches her vest. Now there's nothing wrong with it, no rips, no nothing. Why did it do that? Does Medusa have some sort of power over the black blood? Maka doesn't like that. Not one bit. She looks around expecting to see Krona or Ragnarok, but she's in here alone and it's still dark. Maka frowns and gets up off the bed. Where are they? Wasn't she gone for a while? Shouldn't they be back? Maka tries to remember. She thinks they came in the room when she passed out with Medusa. Ragnarok and her were fighting. Maka's eyes get wide. No. She didn't hurt him again, did she? Maka starts running towards the door, a panic in her heart, only to stop. She hears Ragnarok's voice and Krona's from behind the door. Are you fucking crazy, Krona? There's no way in hell we can tell her. She hears Ragnarok. But don't you think she deserves to know? We dash. She'll never trust us again. This is the last thing we need right now. Maybe after all this shit is over we tell her, but not now. No, why in hell now? What are they talking about? Maka walks closer to the door, slowly putting her ear to it. Something about his conversation seems important. Who's her? What do they have to tell? She said she trusts us with her life. Ragnarok, I see. Can't he go on? Knowing what I did, I have to confess. I have to tell her that I'm the one that killed her. Dash. Suddenly Maka is grabbed, a hand covering her mouth as she struggles, being pulled back away from the door. She thrashes, trying to get away from her attacker. It feels like she's fighting against a brick wall. This person turns her around, his hand still to her mouth. Those haunted eyes lock onto her own, that mad smile ripped out on his lips. We need to have a talk, little one. Check the description for the links to the author.